Because he refused to embezzle public funds, Qin Minghao was falsely accused of financial fraud and fired on the spot. Devastated by this blow, he spiraled down a dark path, stealing, drinking, gambling until that fateful rainy night when he lost the two people he loved most, his wife and daughter. Fortunately, fate granted him a second chance, a rebirth back into this era. This time, Qin Minghao swore he would rise like a true man, climb to the pinnacle of the world, and wield power so great he could command the clouds with a flick of his wrist and stir storms with a mere turn of his hand. Chapter 1. Reborn. Daddy, please don't cry anymore, okay? Hearing that soft, sweet voice felt like a dream to Qin Minghao. Tears immediately spilled from his eyes. The little girl standing before him in a light blue dress was none other than his daughter, Qin Minghao, or rather, the daughter had lost in his previous life. Qin Minghao never imagined that after living 40-odd years, had be given a second chance, a rebirth. He had returned to September 1992. In his past life, after graduating from Provincial Finance Vocational School, he was assigned back to his hometown, Jianyuan Town, where he worked as an accountant at the local cotton mill. Handsome and well-educated for the time, Qin Minghao quickly became one of the mill's most sought-after bachelors. Soon after, through an introduction, he met Lin Weiwei, mill's famed factory flower, and they married. The following year, their daughter Nuonyuo was born. For a while, the three of them lived peacefully, with hope for the future. But 2 years after Nuonyuo's birth, the deputy factory director in charge of procurement pressured Qin Minghao to help embezzle public funds. When Qin refused outright, he was framed for financial fraud and expelled from the mill. Losing his job shattered him. His personality changed drastically, grew irritable, violent, started drinking heavily, and fell into gambling. From then on, the entire burden of supporting the family fell on Lin Weiwei alone. She worked tirelessly, raised their child, covered daily expenses for all three of them, and even paid off Qin Minghao's mounting gambling and alcohol debts. Then, on the eve of Nuonyuo's birthday, Qin Minghao came home blind drunk and struck Lin Weiwei. Enraged and heartbroken, she took Nuonyuo and fled to her parents' home. That very night, torrential rains caused flash floods and both mother and daughter were swept away by the raging waters. It wasn't until noon the next day that Qin Minghao received the news. When he saw their bodies washed ashore, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. Overwhelmed with remorse, he sank into despair for 3 long years. Only after receiving help from a benefactor did he finally pull himself together and eventually built a vast business empire. Now reborn, Qin Minghao didn't know what great fortune had accumulated in his past life to deserve this Miraclito return to this pivotal moment. Daddy, are you out of money? Nuonyuo has some. I still have my New Year's lucky money. I can give it to you. Nuonyuo chirped brightly, then ran over to the cabinet. With great effort, she pushed open the door, reached inside, and pulled out a few crumpled coins and bills. She dashed back to Qin Minghao, holding them out eagerly. Daddy, you can use this for now. I'm still little, so this is all I have, but when I grow up and earn money, they'll give you lots more. Qin Minghao looked down at her tiny palm. A wrinkled Anigio note, a Tujio bill patched together with glue, 2 1-fin coins, and a few small metal coins. His throat tightened. He couldn't hold back the tears any longer. Scooping up Nuonyuo's frail little body, he wept uncontrollably. I don't want any money, sweetheart. His voice choked as he held her tightly. To him, Nuonyuo was an angel sent from heaven, a ray of brilliant light piercing through the darkness of his wasted life. He had done so many despicable things worse than beasts, but Nuonyuo remained pure, loving, and unwavering. She was the daughter he most deserved to cherish. Qin Minghao. The door burst open. A woman in gray work overalls stepped in and froze at the sight before her. Tears instantly welled in her eyes. Weiwei. Qin Minghao looked up, stunned as if struck by lightning. Even in plain factory clothes, Lin Weiwei's beauty shone through, tall, graceful, with a gentle fullness to her figure. Lin Weiwei's wife, the woman who had once loved him unconditionally. But now, her eyes burned with contempt, pain, and a flicker of utter hopelessness. Weiwei, I wasn't trying to take the child's money, you just ran out of cash again, right? Lin Weiwei cut in, tears streaming down her face. She snatched Nuonyuo into her arms, voice trembling with fury and heartbreak. You've already stolen from Minho, you're tricking our own daughter? Are you even a man? Nuonyuo hasn't had new clothes in 3 years. She hasn't tasted meat in over 2 months. Look how thin she is. Her birthday is in a few days, and I don't even know what to give her, and you're here swindling her out of 30 mao? I truly didn't mean to trick her. Yes, I've lied to you before, but from today on, I swear I want any more. Qin Minghao stood, reaching out gently toward her wrist. Get away. Lin Weiwei slapped his hand aside. Do you really think I believe a word you say now? You just want money, don't you? Fine, I'll tell you straight. I have nothing left. This month's salary went entirely to paying off 300 yuan of your debts. You still owe over 900 more. All I have left is 20 yuan. If you got the guts, take it. Then my daughter, and I might as well die. Bang. She slammed the 20 yuan onto the table, glaring at him through tear-filled eyes. Qin Minghao stared at those 20 yuan. His heart ached with unbearable guilt. What had he done? How could he have driven the woman who loved him most to such despair? 20 yuan. What could 20 yuan even buy? Enough to feed her in Nuonyuo for a month? Memories flooded back. Years of idleness, drunken revelry, constantly demanding money from Wei if she refused. He'd lie if lies failed. He'd steal if stealing wasn't enough. He'd run up debts. Whenever he got money, it vanished into alcohol or gambling tables. 3 years of ruined mountains of debt, and a wife's heart utterly broken. Those 20 yuan on the table shattered his last defense. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself senseless. Qin Minghao, Lin Weiwei said bitterly, turning to the window with Nuonyuo in her arms. This 20 yuan is all we have to live on this month. Don't bother acting. Take it if you want, but remember, you're not taking money. You're taking our lives. Qin Minghao took a deep breath and slowly, shakily, picked up the 20 yuan. Chapter 2. Debt collectors at the door. Even though in his past life had built a business empire worth billions, Qin Minghao now felt these 20 yuan weighed heavier than a mountain. He understood had shattered Lin Weiwei's trust completely. Words meant nothing now. Only actions could prove his change. Clutching the money, he turned and walked out the door. Hearing the click of a latch, Lin Weiwei glanced back. Qin Minghao was gone, and so was the 20 yuan. A wave of sorrow crashed over her. She clutched Nuonyuo tighter, tears falling freely. They'd been married 5 years. The first 2, Qin Minghao had been a model husband, but ever since his dismissal from the mill, had become a different man, dragging her through endless hardship. Debt collectors showed up every few days. His so-called friends feasted at her expense. He never cared for Nuonyuo, never cared for the home. After 3 years of suffering, Lin Weiwei was on the brink of collapse. Mommy, don't cry. Nuonyuo hugged her tightly. Daddy didn't trick, Meihei didn't. I gave him the money myself. Nuonyuo, you don't have a father. Lin Weiwei sobbed, despair thick in her voice. He doesn't care about us at all. He's probably off drinking with those good-for-nothing friends right now. He wants us to starve to death. She had given up on Qin Minghao completely. And recently, rumors said the cotton mill was struggling. Management had been targeting her, making work unbearable. Coming home to find him stealing from their daughter was the final straw. But Daddy wouldn't do that, Nuonyuo insisted, wiping her mother's tears with tiny hands. You're too young to understand, Lin Weiwei whispered. She wanted to call him a beast, but couldn't bring herself to taint her daughter's ears with such words. Yet the truth was clear. The man was hopeless. After paying his debts, only 20 yuan remained. Anne had taken it to drink. Worse than an animal. She hated him. Those 20 yuan felt like the price to sever 5 years of marriage. Creak. The door opened again. Qin Minghao stepped back in arms laden with bags, groceries spilling from his hands. Meat, vegetables, noodles. Lin Weiwei froze in disbelief. She had assumed Head vanished to a tavern, but here he was, returning with food. Head taken the money precisely to buy provisions to give Weiwei and Nuonyuo a proper meal. He knew she'd never spend it on herself, so he hadn't explained, just left, bought what they needed, and came back. Daddy! Nuonyuo wriggled free and ran to him. Mommy said you went drinking and wouldn't come back. Qin Minghao knelt, ruffled her hair, and looked at Lin Weiwei. No defensiveness, only quiet resolve. You just got off work. Haven't eaten yet, right? I bought some ingredients he'll cook for you. All these years, you've taken care of me. Let me take care of you today. Lin Weiwei stared, dazed. Could those words really have come from Qin Minghao? Acting. He must be acting. Qin Minghao, I truly have no more money, she said stubbornly. You don't need to put on such a show. He understood. After everything had done, her distrust was natural. Nuonyuo, be a good girl, he said gently, stroking her head. Daddy's going to make you zhajiangmia noodles with fried bean sauce. Go play for a bit. He'll call you when it's ready. Okay? Okay. Nuonyuo nodded obediently, but her big eyes stayed fixed on the meat in his hands. Qin Minghao's heart twisted. The child had suffered so much that even the sight of meat brought her joy. He moved quickly, set the meat aside, cleaned the few kitchen tools they owned. In less than 20 minutes, the rich aroma of simmering pork filled the tiny room. This old dormitory building had no proper kitchens, but most families used electric hot plates for cooking. Though power-hungry, the mills subsidized part of the cost, making it barely manageable. Nuonyuo watched, mouth-watering, as a steaming bowl of zhajiangmian was placed on the table. Lin Weiwei, watching from afar, felt as if she had stepped into a dream. She never thought Qin Minghao would let alone cook for her. "Come eat," he said, setting out bowls and chopsticks. Then, from his pocket, he pulled out the remaining money and handed it to her. The groceries cost 4.30 yuan. He raised the rest 15.70 yuan. "I know you've carried this family alone for too long. From now on, they'll shoulder the burden. Keep this money, I won't touch a single cent." Lin Weiwei looked at the bills in her hand, touched despite herself. "Qin Minghao, I really have nothing left. Whether you're acting or sincere, you'll only be disappointed. I told you I won't ask for your money again," he said firmly. "Just come eat." She hesitated but didn't move. Qin Minghao sighed softly, said nothing, and instead turned to help Nuonyuo with her chopsticks. Nuonyuo slurped a noodle, licked the savory sauce from her lips, and beamed with pure happiness. "Tasty?" Qin Minghao asked, smiling warmly. "Yes. Daddy eat too." She held out her little bowl. "I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later." Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, loud pounding echoed at the door. Lin Weiwei flinched. Years of debt collectors had made her jumpy as a startled bird. Without hesitation, Qin Minghao rose and opened the door. Standing outside was Auntie Li from across the house, a stout woman in her 50s. "Oh, Minghao's home," she drawled sarcastically, peering past him into the room. Her eyes landed on the bowl of zhajiangmian. "Well, well, living high on the hog now, are we? I heard Lin Weiwei got paid today. Eating meat sauce noodles while owing me money? Minghao, your poor Auntie Li is eating bran and wild greens at home. Since you're doing so well, how about settling your debt with me right now?" "Auntie Li, the child hasn't had meat in days." Lin Weiwei stood up, cheeks flushed. "I saved up a bit just to buy this for her. Please give me one more month next payday. I'll pay you back." "One more month? It's only 232 yuan with interest. How many months has it been already? Aren't you ashamed in front of the neighbors? Debts must be repaid, it's only right. You're feasting on zhajiangmian while stiffing your creditors?" Her shrill voice echoed through the corridor. Heads popped out of doorways all along the hallway, eyes fixed on Qin Minghao's doorway. "Everyone come see," Auntie Li shouted. Qin Minghao's eating fancy noodles and refusing to pay what he owes. Is there anyone more shameless than this? Chapter 3. In desperation, Qin Minghao and Lin Weiwei resided in the employee dormitory of a cotton spinning factory, a rather antiquated tubular building. A corridor ran through the center, flanked by individual households. Those with connections were fortunate enough to be assigned south-facing rooms, while individuals like Qin Minghao and Lin Weiwei were relegated to the less desirable north-facing ones. Given the times, such living conditions were not entirely unfavorable. The sole vexation was that any household affair, big or small, could be broadcasted to the entire neighborhood with a mere shout. When Aunt Li called out, the neighbors flocked to witness the commotion. Lin Weiwei's face flushed with embarrassment. This month, she had earned just over 300 yuan, most of which had gone toward repaying debts, leaving her with a meager sum of less than 20 yuan. How could they possibly repay their creditors? "Aunt San, we're all neighbors here. Please grant me 2 more days." Qin Minghao exhaled deeply. "Aunt San, you say you'll give us 2 more days today, and again tomorrow. It has been nearly half a year. What more do you expect? Your household feasts on meat and soup. Should we simply look on? Are you even human?" Aunt Li rolled up her sleeves, insisting that repayment be made today. Qin Minghao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had merely wished to improve Nuo's diet, never anticipating such an aggressive demand for repayment. Yet, this predicament was of his own making. Whom could he blame? Witnessing the scene unfold, Lin Weiwei offered a sorrowful smile, truly weary of such a life. "How about this? Grant me 2 more days. If I fail to repay you by then, feel free to take whatever you wish from our home. The black and white television, the recorder, even the electric stove. We owe you over 200 yuan. Surely that suffices? I give you my word, if I do not pay you within 2 days. Come and take the items." Qin Minghao spoke with a heavy tone. Aunt Li was taken aback by Qin Minghao's proposition, but upon reflection, it seemed a reasonable arrangement. "This is your promise. Do not lament later when I come to collect the items, claiming that I, as your aunt, have not cared for you. Rest assured, I will not," Aunt Li replied, turning to leave. Once the door was closed, Qin Minghao sighed in relief, though a pang of distress struck him as he turned to face Lin Weiwei. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Now I understand the reason behind all your actions. Initially, I believed you sought money from me, but it appears you intend to use our belongings to settle debts. Qin Minghao, do you not realize that all these items were purchased when we wed? You wish to sacrifice them for repayment now? I do not. This is merely a temporary solution, a way to send her away. Qin Minghao hastily countered. Wei Wei, trust me. I will repay all our debts within 2 days, truly. Trust you? Lin Wei Wei turned her back, engulfed in profound disappointment. Time and again, she had placed her faith in Qin Minghao, only to be met with disillusionment. Qin Minghao, let us divorce. Qin Minghao's body trembled. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet no words emerged. His throat constricted as he stood in stunned silence. Qin Minghao raised her head, gazing at her weeping mother. Abandoning her bowl of noodles, she stepped closer to Lin Wei Wei. Mom, let us not cry. Please don't divorce Dad. Wei Wei, grant me one more chance. Just this once. I promise, from now on, I will refrain from drinking and gambling, and I will sever ties with those unscrupulous friends. I will cherish our life together, and I assure you that I shall repay our debts, ensuring that neither you nor Nuo will suffer any longer. Qin Minghao declared, taking a deep breath. Lin Wei Wei crumbled, squatting on the floor, sobbing as she embraced her daughter, appearing as though she were preparing to gather her belongings. Do you truly not wish to trust me one final time? Qin Minghao's heart ached, and he hastily added, I will go earn money right now. Grant me 2 days. With that, he turned to leave, aware that remaining would only exacerbate Lin Wei Wei's distress. He yearned to mend their relationship, but it seemed he needed to exercise patience. Once Qin Minghao departed, Lin Wei Wei broke down in tears, and Qin Nuo, too, was inconsolable. What remained to cherish in a home that had fallen to such depths? Nuo, dear, go eat something while I clean the television, Lin Wei Wei said, gently pushing Qin Nuo aside as she approached the electric stove, wetting a cloth. Though she felt despondent regarding Qin Minghao's decision, she understood the principle of repaying debts. What was owed must be settled. Besides, Qin Minghao had asked her to prepare for the removal of their belongings, and Lin Wei Wei knew she must do so to navigate this final hurdle with him. With little money in the house, only a few valuables remained. As Lin Wei Wei wiped them down, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her. After all, these items had been purchased at the time of their marriage. Now, relinquishing them to others was a burden too heavy to bear. Once the items were removed, it would signify the end of their marriage. Tears brimmed in Lin Wei Wei's eyes as she polished a few appliances before finally sitting down at the table, her stomach rumbling with hunger. Mom, it's time to eat. Qin Nuo pushed a large bowl of noodles in front of Lin Wei Wei. Feeling disheartened, Lin Wei Wei picked up her chopsticks only to discover a thick layer of meat sauce in her bowl. Across from her, Qin Minghao's bowl, untouched, contained only a thin broth. Lin Wei Wei's emotions became increasingly complex. Yet, recalling Qin Minghao's departure reignited her resolve. Earning money? Was it truly that simple? Was he merely planning to squander the family's scant appliances to settle debts before indulging in revelry? This thought solidified her determination to pursue divorce, believing that she could manage alone with Nuo. As for the troubles at the factory, if necessary, perhaps she would even consider remarrying. Unbeknownst to Lin Wei Wei, Qin Minghao stepped outside, descending the stairwell and gazing at the walls of the cotton mill before him, feeling a weight upon his heart. This mill had been established in the early days of the nation and had stood for decades, yet signs of decay were beginning to surface. Qin Minghao understood that in a few years, this cotton mill would likely face total bankruptcy, leaving its workers in dire straits, with no jobs to be found. The course of history is inexorable and cannot be halted by anyone. At this moment, the shift at the cotton mill has just concluded, and a handful of individuals are departing from the factory on the streets. Have you heard? The factory has undergone a significant upgrade in its equipment, and it is said that the new machinery has arrived. Indeed, the capacity of this new equipment is astonishing. One individual can accomplish the work of several. Qin Minghao listened casually, displaying little interest in the conversation. He recalled that the cotton mill had indeed upgraded its machinery, and there had been instances of deceit involved. However, his mind was solely preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, leaving no room for other thoughts. Yet, while the notion of earning money may be simple to articulate, the execution proves to be somewhat challenging. Even with the vast commercial empire established in his previous life, generating immediate profits is not a straightforward endeavor. He meandered along the perimeter wall towards the main entrance of the cotton mill. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed several human-powered tricycles hastily exiting the factory. A glance at the contents of the vehicles ignited a sudden spark of inspiration in his mind. With the equipment upgrade at the cotton mill, the old machinery would naturally be discarded. If Qin Minghao wished to make a profit, purchasing the obsolete equipment and reselling it could be a viable strategy. However, he currently lacked the resources and capital for such an undertaking. Nonetheless, he could consider acquiring other items, such as the discarded cables from the tricycles. Chapter 4. Profiting from opportunity, Qin Minghao recalled hearing in his previous life that during the equipment upgrade at the cotton mill, someone had purchased these cables. Initially thought to be aluminum core, it was later discovered that half of them were copper core. The price disparity between scrap aluminum and scrap copper is substantial. Third brother. Qin Minghao recognized the leader of the group as a worker from the workshop, a man who had lost his wife years ago and remained a bachelor. Are these old devices being sold off? Indeed, the old equipment is being replaced, and these old cables are to be sold. Wei Laosan replied with a slight lift of his eyelids. What if I were to purchase them? Qin Minghao asked decisively, glancing at the cables piled on the tricycles. Estimating at least 400 to 500 pounds. What is the market price? I'll offer you 2 dimes above market price. What do you think? You wish to buy? With what funds? Do you even have money? Wei Laosan's eyes remained half closed. These 400 pounds are valued at 2 yuan and 2 jiao. You're offering me 2 yuan and 4 jiao? Precisely. Qin Minghao whispered to Wei Laosan. I kindly request that you assist me in transporting these to my designated location. Upon arrival, I assure you that payment will be made in full upon delivery. Are you serious? Wei Laosan raised his head, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. 2 dimes above market price amounts to over 80 yuan. In this era, a worker at the cotton mill earns barely 300 yuan a month. That 80 could accomplish many things. Absolutely true. If you doubt my sincerity, we can proceed directly to the scrap yard in the west of the city. If I fail to pay upon arrival, you may simply take the goods away. Qin Minghao smiled, for he was familiar with the scrap yard in the west. Run by a couple from Ludong who had fled from family planning regulations. They had 3 daughters and were determined to try for a son. In the past year, Qin Minghao had engaged in numerous petty thefts, frequently managing to acquire a piece of scrap metal to sell. This led to a familiarity with Zhang Jiqiang. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's intentions, Wei Laosan felt encouraged to give it a try. When a group arrived at the scrap station in the west of the city, Zhang Jiqiang emerged, holding a bowl of rice. He paused upon seeing Qin Minghao, then broke into a smile. Brother Qin, what treasures do you bring today? Over 400 pounds of aluminum core. Interested? Absolutely. Well then, let us settle the payment. I'm buying at 2 yuan 40 per pound. Upon hearing this price, Zhang Jiqiang's expression soured. Brother Qin, I'm only offering 2 yuan 20 per pound. You want 2 yuan 40? Weigh it out at that rate, and I'll cover the difference. You'll cover the difference? Zhang Jiqiang was skeptical, given Qin Minghao's questionable reputation. After all, what was his motive? Have no fear. I'm right here, I want to run. Qin Minghao waved dismissively and assisted Wei Laosan in unloading the vehicle. The total came to 432 pounds, amounting to 1,036 yuan at the agreed price of 2 yuan 40. Zhang Jiqiang's wife rummaged through their cabinet, extracting over 1,000 yuan, which she promptly handed to Qin Minghao. Without even glancing at it, he passed the money to Wei Laosan, who was genuinely pleased. Normally, he could sell for over 900 yuan, and now he had an additional 80. How could he not be elated? However, Qin Minghao's heart sank. If the copper core could not be extracted from the 400 pounds of cable, he would likely incur an additional debt of over 80 yuan. Would Lin Weiwei's ire grow even more fierce? Brother Qin, about the price difference. Price difference? What price difference? Qin Minghao casually lifted a pair of pliers from Zhang Jiqiang's table, extracting a cable and swiftly stripping away its insulation. I merely asked you to cover those costs. I haven't sold you these items yet. But rest assured, once I strip the insulation, we can negotiate the price. Zhang Jiqiang felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Qin Minghao worked quickly, stripping the first cable, and sighed inwardly. It was aluminum core. This must have been from the cotton mill's previous wiring replacement, where someone had substituted inferior materials, perhaps in pursuit of profit. With a snap, he stripped the second cable, revealing it to be aluminum core as well. Qin Minghao's expression darkened as he pulled out a third cable. With a firm tug, it revealed a red copper core. Red copper? Zhang Jiqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Keep your voice down. Qin Minghao glared at him. Once I strip the insulation, you will pay me accordingly for the copper and aluminum cores. I must emphasize, this matter must remain confidential. There may be more treasures in the future, so remember this. Understood. Zhang Jiqiang nodded, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed Qin Minghao to cover the difference. If he had kept the cables to himself, he would have made a fortune. Ignoring his musings, Qin Minghao diligently stripped the cables under the bright lights of the scrap station, unconcerned about whether Zhang Jiqiang would divulge their dealings. Firstly, although Qin Minghao did not offer Zhang Jiqiang any tangible benefits, the transaction of selling red copper to him was a benefit in itself. Zhang Jiqiang would undoubtedly profit from reselling it. If this matter were to be publicized, not only would he risk losing access to red copper in the future, but he might also offend Qin Minghao. Secondly, Zhang Jiqiang, being an outsider, was unfamiliar with Wei Laosan. Even if he wished to bypass Qin Minghao and purchase directly from Wei Laosan might suspect him of being a fraud. Qin Minghao had considered this issue when selecting the recycling station. As the night deepened, Lin Weiwei lay in bed, her tears long dried. After years of marriage. Apart from the initial years when Qin Minghao was somewhat considerate, it had been Lin Weiwei alone supporting the family. She felt weary, especially facing the incessant debt collectors each day, which left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. Her gaze fell upon the sleeping face of Qin Nuonyuo, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Were it not for this child, Lin Weiwei would have divorced Qin Minghao long ago. Although divorce in this era carries a stigma, she found it increasingly unbearable. The factory's clock tolled 12 times, signaling the arrival of midnight. Qin Minghao had yet to return. Lin Weiwei shook her head in disbelief, her heart filled with derision. Out to earn money? More likely, he was out drinking again, spending another night away from home. Steeling herself, she resolved that this time she would indeed divorce him. Raising the child alone would be far preferable to enduring this enduring struggle. In a haze, Lin Weiwei eventually succumbed to sleep, but the following morning, before she had even opened her eyes, she was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. Lin Weiwei, come out. The voice from outside sent a shiver down her spine, and she hurriedly opened her eyes, threw on some clothes, and descended to the door. What is it? She inquired. I heard from others that Qin Minghao intends to pawn our belongings to Aunt Li San. What does that mean? The money owed to Aunt Li San is hers, not ours. As the door swung open, Lin Weiwei was met by her second aunt, Dong Hongxia. This woman had once taken advantage of Qin Minghao's financial troubles, stealing a pair of Lin Weiwei's earrings and selling them off for a pittance. Initially, Lin Weiwei thought that the matter had been settled, but soon, Dong Hongxia began telling everyone that the earrings were fake and demanded immediate repayment, which Lin Weiwei could not afford. Lin Weiwei, I still considered you my niece. Is this how you treat family? You owe someone else money and allow them to take our belongings, yet you think you can disregard what you owe me? Dong Hongxia's brows furrowed. Money owed to family isn't money? Clean the items for me. I'll take them back first. Aunt. Lin Weiwei quickly grasped Dong Hongxia's hand. Minghao has already arranged things with others. Arranged? What does that matter? You owe me money, and now you plan to ignore it? Let everyone hear that Lin Weiwei and Qin Minghao are cut from the same cloth, not intending to repay their debts to their own aunt. Chapter 5. Put down the items in the tenement building. The sound insulation was already poor, and Dong Hongxia's loud voice attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, turning the scene into quite a spectacle. I am Lin Weiwei's second aunt. Many years ago, she took over 400 yuan from me, and now she seems unwilling to return it. What kind of granddaughter behaves like this? Dong Hongxia, resembling a shrew, was creating a ruckus at the entrance. Lin Weiwei felt utterly humiliated, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of others, leaving her acutely embarrassed. What are you doing? At that moment, Aunt Li from across the street heard the commotion and hurriedly stepped outside. Are you trying to move things? Qin Minghao promised me personally that if he didn't repay the debt, he would give me the belongings. Why are you causing such a scene here? Give them to you? Why should I? Dong Hongxia shouted back. Lin Weiwei and Qin Minghao owe me money, so those things rightfully belong to me. Dong Hongxia continued to scream. I'm going in to take them now. Old Li, come out quickly. Someone is here to take things from Qin Minghao's house, and they are ours. Aunt Li called out loudly. Li Guozhang emerged from the house, wearing a white tank top. Who dares to take them? Those belong to our family. It was a promise made by Qin Minghao. I'll take them, and let us see who dares to stop me. Dong Hongxia pushed Lin Weiwei aside and entered the house. Mom. At that moment, Qin Nunu woke up, got out of bed, and frightened, ran to Lin Weiwei's side. Lin Weiwei sat helplessly on the floor, holding Qin Nunu tightly, tears streaming down her face. She had anticipated such a day, yet she never expected it to arrive so soon. Owing a debt means others will come to claim belongings. This seemed entirely reasonable to the world. But deep within her heart, she found it hard to accept. Li Guozhang also entered the house, and he and Aunt Li began to tussle with Dong Hongxia over the television. In these times, a television still held significant value, whether for personal viewing or for resale. No one was willing to yield, and they began to unplug the device, preparing to take it away. Lin Weiwei could only hold on to Qin Nunu, tears flowing as she watched this scene. She had resigned herself to the situation. Once these individuals took away the belongings, she would formally file for divorce from Qin Minghao. What is happening? Suddenly, Qin Minghao's voice rang out from outside. The crowd turned to see him entering, looking weary and carrying a breakfast of tofu pudding. Dad! Qin Nunu exclaimed upon spotting Qin Minghao, struggling to rise and leaping into his arms. Qin Minghao, your timing is impeccable. Yesterday, you promised to give me these belongings. So why are people trying to steal them now? Aunt Li yelled in anger. Qin Minghao, you owe me over 400 yuan. Why should others take the belongings while I cannot? I want everything today, and then we will be even. Dong Hongxia added. Move things. Who authorized you to take anything? You owe a debt and refuse to repay it. Isn't it only natural for us to take the belongings? Qin Minghao felt a surge of anger at her words. I'm sorry, but today, no one is taking anything. Not taking anything. What do you mean? Are you trying to be unreasonable? You refuse to repay your debt? Exactly. You promised me yesterday that if you didn't repay, I could take the belongings. Why are you going back on your word today? Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei finally spoke. Her tears flowing as she sat on the ground, her expression devoid of emotion. What do you want? She asked. A man must keep his word. You owe money and expect others to help move your belongings. Shouldn't that be the least you can do? Have you forgotten what you said yesterday? I haven't. I said that if you don't repay the money within 2 days, she can come to move it. After speaking, Qin Minghao reached out to pull Lin Weiwei up. Get up, the ground is cold. Leave me alone. Lin Weiwei shook off Qin Minghao's hand, her voice filled with resentment. I thought that even a man without capability would at least keep his promises. You owe money, and now you plan to play tricks? What? Are you gathering your friends to intimidate others? Qin Minghao, how can you behave this way? Qin Minghao felt as if his throat was blocked. Either let her move the things, or repay the money. Do you even have any money? Didn't you say last night you were going out to make money? Where is it? Out drinking and gambling again. Lin Weiwei spoke in a voice tinged with despair, then continued, let them move. Once they're done, I will go with you to get a divorce. Do you really not trust me at all? Qin Minghao's heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. He didn't care how others viewed him. He only wished to make amends in Lin Weiwei's eyes. Since Lin Weiwei said to let them move, he would not hold back. After all, he had little money. The television is ours. Put it down. Qin Minghao's anger flared, and he shouted loudly, casually pulling out a stack of money and slapping it onto the table. Money? What is it but money? Look, what is this? Aunt Li glanced at it, her eyes widening in surprise. This thick stack must contain at least 700 or 800 yuan, a total of 232. Here's your money. Without hesitation, Qin Minghao handed the money to Aunt Li. Do you want to count it? With so many people around, I wouldn't want you to accuse me of shortchanging you. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, especially Lin Weiwei, who overlooked Qin Minghao's harsh words and stared blankly at the 800 yuan in his hand. Did he really earn money? How could this be? Has he changed? Aunt Li was taken aback, clutching the money in confusion. After handing her the cash, Qin Minghao calmly looked at her. Initially, I borrowed 200 from you, and now, less than half a year later, you demand 232. What are your intentions? I won't hold it against you, for I dug this pit myself. However, I'm still grateful that you could lend me money. Do I need your gratitude? Aunt Li glared fiercely at Qin Minghao, then turned and pulled Li Guizhong away. She had lent him money with the expectation of high interest, and hearing yesterday that she could help with the move had excited her. Now, although she received high interest, the items were not moved, which left her feeling a bit resentful, especially under the watchful eyes of the neighbors. Qin Minghao chose not to dwell on it. He understood that Aunt Li was not a good person, but these were the consequences of his own actions, and he must bear them. As numerous neighbors gazed at Qin Minghao, a sense of astonishment swept through them. His words were truly uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Lin Weiwei stared at him in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. Was this still the husband she remembered? Had he genuinely changed? Aunt, you gave me 400 yuan back then, which I acquired by stealing Lin Weiwei's earrings. By rights, you should have profited. Yet you persistently claim that those earrings are counterfeit. We were supposed to be even, but since you assert they are fake, return the earrings, and that 400 yuan will rightfully belong to you. Qin Minghao produced the 400 yuan and tossed it onto Dong Hongxia's table. She glanced at it, her lips quivering as she contemplated taking the money, but she was unwilling to part with the earrings. In this day and age, who adorns themselves with gold and silver? Those earrings were indeed fake, and I disposed of them long ago. Why would you want something that is not genuine? Hand over the money, and we shall settle our accounts. Are you being overly optimistic? Qin Minghao pointed at the cash on the table, raising an eyebrow. You declare them fake, yet refuse to return them? You may forget about taking this money. Return the items to me, and I might even offer you an additional 100. For they rightfully belong to Weiwei. Want the items back? Not a chance. You will eventually have to repay me. Dong Hongxia sensed that her hopes of moving her belongings today were dwindling. She turned to leave the room, muttering curses under her breath, adamant about not returning the fake items to Qin Minghao. In an instant, the room was emptied, and the onlookers outside gradually dispersed. Qin Minghao, where did you acquire this money? Lin Weiwei raised her head, her gaze vacant as she inquired, "What have you been secretly up to?" Chapter 6. Accusations arise. This is what I earned yesterday. The cotton spinning factory needed to update its equipment, and I sold off some cables. After I collected them, I sold them for this money. Qin Minghao's tone was gentle. He recognized that the arrival of creditors today had profoundly impacted Lin Weiwei, prompting him to offer soft reassurances. "Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lin Weiwei coldly retorted. Hearing her words stirred a pang of bitterness within Qin Minghao. Yet, he understood that she had not always been this way. Despite her previous stubbornness, she had once been warm and vivacious, radiating a certain brilliance. Over the years, having single-handedly sustained their family, coupled with Qin Minghao's alcoholism and gambling, which had led to a pattern of deceit and theft, had indelibly marred her perception of him. Her current sensitivity and irritability were entirely a consequence of his actions. "Have you been out stealing with those dubious companions again?" "Qin Minghao, let me make it clear. Theft is a crime." Lin Weiwei rose, tears welling in her eyes as she confronted him. "Weiwei, can you not trust me just this once? This money is the fruit of my labor. I have no need to deceive you. If you doubt me, I will take you with me tonight," Qin Minghao concluded. Unwilling to elaborate further, he was aware of Lin Weiwei's fragile state of mind and did not wish to provoke her further. "You should eat first. We can discuss this later. I am aware of your fondness for tofu pudding. I brought some home this morning." Qin Minghao placed breakfast on the table, retrieved chopsticks, and called for Qin Nuonyuo. "Here is 300 yuan. Take it." Qin Minghao extracted 300 yuan, stating, "You must have money on you. Otherwise, how will you get through this month? I will use the remaining money to settle some debts later, and the rest will be addressed in the next couple of days." Having finished speaking, Qin Minghao stuffed the money into Lin Weiwei's pocket. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. The last time Qin Minghao had given her money was during the early years of their marriage. "Let's eat first." Qin Minghao offered her the chopsticks. Lin Weiwei remained in a daze, her emotions quite complex. Earning over 800 in one night? Who would believe such a thing? Perhaps he truly did something untoward with that group of dubious friends. Yet, Qin Minghao's unwavering demeanor left her perplexed. She sensed a change in him, though she could not articulate what it was. After their meal, Lin Weiwei donned her work attire, glanced at Qin Minghao within the room, then turned and pushed open the door, stepping outside. The 300 yuan in her pocket left her feeling somewhat adrift. Following breakfast, Qin Minghao lifted Qin Nuonyuo and, together with Lin Weiwei, exited the tenement building. The previous evening, the 400-plus gene of cables had contained 200 gene of copper core. At the scrap price, red copper fetched 6 yuan and 8 jiao per gene, amounting to 1,360 yuan for the 200 gene. Additionally, the aluminum cores, totaling 243 gene, sold for 534 yuan and 6 jiao. Altogether, the earnings surpassed 1,800 yuan. After deducting the initial 1,000 owed to Zhang Jiqiang, Qin Minghao had indeed profited over 800. Having repaid 200 to Aunt Li San and given Lin Weiwei 300, he retained 300 yuan. This sum would first go towards settling part of his external debts, and with the cables available tonight, he could earn enough to celebrate Nuonyuo's birthday. Just as Qin Minghao stepped out of the tenement with the child in his arms, a young man in his 20s approached eagerly. "Minghao, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you. This is a substantial deal. Are you in? We can truly make a profit this time." Qin Minghao narrowed his eyes at Yin Bin, feeling an intense loathing. Over the years, his decline could be largely attributed to this man. He recalled how, before the incident involving Lin Weiwei and Nuonyuo in his past life, Yin Bin had led him into theft, only to later implicate him when things went awry. Had it not been for a fortunate encounter, Qin Minghao feared he might never have cleared his name. "If we managed to acquire a few spinning machines from the cotton mill's old equipment replacement, we could earn a fortune," Yin Bin whispered conspiratorially, grasping Qin Minghao's hand. "What do you say? With this deal, we could turn our fortunes around. Who would dare look down on us near the cotton mill then? Is that for real?" Qin Minghao feigned excitement, fully aware that Yin Bin was attempting to ensnare him. In a moment of foolishness in a previous life, I unwittingly jumped in, never anticipating that Yin Bin would seek me out again in this life. Of course, it is true. I have been preparing these past few days. And when the time comes, we shall proceed directly to our endeavor. I shall keep watch while you lead the way, and upon our return, you can sell the goods and reap the majority of the profits." Yin Bin enticed. "Agreed. It's a pact. Brother Bin, in the future, make sure to include me in such ventures." Qin Minghao responded. "Rest assured, there is absolutely no cause for concern." Yin Bin exclaimed joyfully, believing he had found a simpleton. As he reveled in his excitement, he boasted a little more before departing. Qin Minghao, with a cold smirk, had barely taken a few steps while cradling a child when he noticed a girl in a dress, her hair styled in 2 braids, carrying an olive green backpack. Glaring at him with indignation. Lin Yuyu. Aunt. Qin Minghao called out, extending her arms in hopes of being embraced by Lin Yuyu. In a fit of anger, Lin Yuyu turned away and dashed off. Qin Minghao was somewhat taken aback. Lin Yuyu, the younger sister of Lin Weiwei, should be in her senior year of high school this year and preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Why would she run away upon seeing him? With a heart full of rage, Lin Yuyu sprinted, not towards the school gate, but towards the entrance of the cotton mill. Sister. From a distance, Lin Yuyu spotted Lin Weiwei and hurried to catch up. Sister, guess what I just saw? That shameless Qin Minghao is once again associating with someone like Yin Bin. I wonder what they are plotting now. Is he about to cause trouble again? Just as Lin Weiwei was about to enter the factory, hearing Lin Yuyu mention Yin Bin made her face turn pale with fury. Initially, she had thought that Qin Minghao might have genuinely changed, but it seemed that a leopard could not change its spots. That 300 yuan in her pocket was undoubtedly acquired through some nefarious means with Yin Bin. All this talk of reform and earning money was nothing but deceit. You go to school first. I will confront him. Lin Weiwei seethed, turning on her heel and heading homeward, intent on throwing the 300 yuan in Qin Minghao's face to sever all ties with him. Chapter 7. The conflicts within the factory. At this moment, Qin Minghao had just emerged from the dealer's store. Qin Minghao held 2 pieces of candy in her hands. One still nestled in her mouth, her face a picture of shy happiness. Her slender arms were wrapped around Qin Minghao, as she felt that eating candy was the epitome of bliss. As they stepped outside, Qin Minghao realized that he had accrued over 100 yuan in debt at this dealer. In an era where the average monthly income barely exceeded 300 yuan, his establishment's debt was indeed a troubling concern. Qin Minghao. At this juncture, Lin Weiwei had rushed back, her gaze filled with loathing as she observed Qin Minghao holding Qin Minghao. Give me the child, and you are forbidden from ever touching her again. What's wrong? Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? How could you ask? Did you not tell me that you would no longer associate with those dubious friends? What are you doing now? Who were you just with? I once believed that you had truly changed, but it seems I was mistaken. Where did you acquire this money? Was it earned by your own efforts? You must have colluded with Yin Bin to steal something, haven't you? I, Lin Weiwei, would rather die of poverty or hunger than accept a single filthy penny from you. Lin Weiwei's emotions surged as she forcefully tossed the 300 yuan that Qin Minghao had given her back at him, snatching away Qin Nunu in the process. I do not wish for our child to have a father who has committed crimes. Henceforth, do not approach the child. Let us sever ties. The weight of those words struck Qin Minghao like a thunderclap, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Once the child's birthday has passed, I shall file for divorce. After uttering this, Lin Weiwei turned away, fighting back tears as she cradled Qin Nunu and walked toward the factory. Mommy, Daddy didn't lie to you. He even bought me candy. Please don't divorce Daddy, okay? Qin Nunu's lips quivered as tears brimmed in her eyes. Nunu, you have no idea what money he used to buy that candy. It's tainted. Be good and listen to your mother. Spit it out. If you want candy in the future, I will buy it for you. Lin Weiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qin Nunu pouted, reluctant to part with the treat. Weiwei. At that moment, Qin Minghao finally regained his senses and rushed to grab Lin Weiwei, but she flung his hand away, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his palm from the blisters formed while stripping cable insulation the previous night. The sting from Lin Weiwei's dismissal made his lips twitch in discomfort. With the child in her arms, Lin Weiwei walked away, leaving Qin Minghao standing there. A mix of anger and shame boiling within him. He finally comprehended why Lin Yuyu had hurried away. She had gone to report him. Surrounding onlookers whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances, while Qin Minghao remained motionless, his expression dazed. He felt unjustly accused by Lin Weiwei, and his irritation simmered. Yet, with so many witnesses, he refrained from arguing with her. Moreover, Lin Weiwei's current state was, in part, a consequence of his own actions. In their past life, it was indeed their quarrels that led to Lin Weiwei's demise. Thus, this lifetime's grievances could be viewed as a modicum of retribution. After steadying his emotions, Qin Minghao turned to leave. He would settle the debts today, and the rest could wait until nightfall. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei had entered the cotton mill with her child. Although it was a workplace, the discipline there was lax, and many employees brought their children along, as long as it did not interfere with their duties. Upon entering the workshop, Lin Weiwei attracted little attention, but her fears soon materialized. Lin Weiwei, why are you only just arriving now? A man in his 50s, clad in leather sandals and clean cotton trousers, with a loose-fitting long-sleeve shirt, confronted her. Do you have no sense of work ethic? Just look at what time it is. Do you truly consider this factory your home? Director Shui, I apologize. I was delayed by picking up my child, so I might be 1 or 2 minutes late. Lin Weiwei replied, her voice tinged with frustration. 1 minute late is still late. I'll tell you this. You've forfeited your full attendance for the month. And I will treat this as tardiness. Truly treating the factory as one's own home, making decisions unilaterally? Xue Changwei waved his hand dismissively. Director Xue, I implore you. Lin Weiwei felt her eyes sting upon hearing that her perfect attendance was revoked. I was merely a minute late, and others brought their children as well. Others can. But you cannot. Xue Changwei scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Weiwei. His tone softened slightly. Little Lin, some matters require personal reflection. The higher-ups have taken notice of you, which is a stroke of fortune. What does it signify that you are now associated with Qin Minghao? What of it? Serving as a secretary for the higher-ups does not negate your contributions to the factory, does it? Director Xue, please proceed with the penalty for my tardiness, Lin Weiwei responded, turning to cradle her child and retreating to her workstation. Stubborn and unyielding, she would inevitably yield in time. Xue Changwei grunted coldly, turning towards the office while instructing his subordinates. Today, increase Lin Weiwei's workload. Keep her busy. Not only was she late, but she also brought a child with her. The surrounding employees lowered their heads in unison, all too aware of the underlying circumstances, yet unwilling to expose the truth. Lin Weiwei was tall and strikingly beautiful. Among the many female workers at the cotton spinning factory, none could compare to her allure. Moreover, Lin Weiwei originally worked as a quality inspector in the office, not on the factory floor. Following the troubles faced by Qin Minghao, she too encountered misfortune. Now that the higher-ups intended to promote her, everyone understood the implications of such gestures. Unfortunately, Lin Weiwei possessed a fiercely independent spirit. She would rather endure hardship in the factory than accept such patronage. The cotton spinning factory was vast, employing nearly 2,000 workers. In such a large establishment, it was not only significant within the county but also in the city. The factory comprised 10 workshops, along with departments for procurement, sales, and logistics. Every action taken by the factory drew the scrutiny of many eyes, particularly with the recent replacement of both new and old equipment, which had sparked considerable gossip. Qin Minghao was aware that there would be leftover old cables today, so after settling debts, he spent the day resting at home. He prepared a meal for Lin Weiwei and then made his way to the factory gates. As the workday ended, the crowd was quite dense. Standing at the entrance, Qin Minghao attracted numerous glances. Despite the factory's size, being dismissed had created quite a stir. Several security personnel stationed at the gate monitored the departing workers, both to prevent them from pilfering factory property and to maintain order. At the gate, Qin Minghao spotted a familiar face, Feng Jianjun. They had entered the cotton spinning factory together. Qin Minghao, a graduate of a provincial normal school, was assigned there, while Feng Jianjun, having transitioned from the military, was placed in the factory's security department, eventually rising to the role of security supervisor. Their relationship had once been cordial, and even after Qin Minghao's departure, Feng Jianjun had looked after him. However, after several incidents where factory items went missing, allegedly linked to Qin Minghao, Feng Jianjun's impression of him took a sharp downer. At that moment, Qin Minghao appeared at the entrance of the cotton mill, causing Feng Jianjun's demeanor to turn noticeably frosty. Minghao, are you here to scout the place? Is it for future convenience? Chapter 8. Persuading divorced brother Feng. What do you mean by that? Do you truly regard me, Qin Minghao, as so unworthy? Qin Minghao was acutely aware that in Feng Jianjun's eyes, he was indeed perceived as such. Feng Jianjun snorted in disdain, fully cognizant of his own character. You forsake your job, and now you've stirred up such a significant commotion. I hesitate to even mention the things you've done in the past. Qin Minghao's face flushed slightly, understanding that Feng Jianjun, a man of integrity forged from his military background, was among the few friends who genuinely cared for him. Is there some trouble at home? Feng Jianjun inquired, furrowing his brow. Despite his disdain, he still spoke with concern. What trouble could there be? By the way, brother Feng, if you have no social engagements these days, it would be best for you to stay in the security department on duty. With the new equipment being installed, the factory needs personnel. Qin Minghao offered only this brief suggestion. Feng Jianjun huffed, refusing to even glance at Qin Minghao. Though he was well-meaning, he was reluctant to engage with someone he viewed as self-destructive. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Qin Minghao furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin Weiwei had yet to appear. He was actually waiting for Wei Laosen to emerge, but even as Wei Laosen was about to come out, Lin Weiwei was still absent. Soon enough, Wei Laosen did appear, riding a human-powered tricycle, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Qin Minghao glanced into the distance, still not spotting Lin Weiwei. Minghao, what's the deal? Same old price. Same old price. Same old price. Qin Minghao replied with a smile, though a pang of concern lingered in his heart. However, reassured by the fact that the cotton mill was a large establishment, he decided to accompany Wei Laosan towards the scrapyard in the west of the city. Feng Jianjun watched as several individuals departed with Qin Minghao, feeling a twinge of suspicion. Standing at the entrance, he furrowed his brow, pondering for quite a while without arriving at any conclusions. Just then, Lin Weiwei emerged from the factory, cradling a sleeping child, her face etched with fatigue. Feng Jianjun glanced at her, feeling somewhat helpless, yet still kindly remarked, "Lin Weiwei, your Qin Minghao was just here waiting for you at the entrance." Lin Weiwei paused, her emotions tumultuous. "Where is he?" "Oh, he just left, went off with Wei Laosan. It seems they are heading to the west of the city," Feng Jianjun informed her. "With Wei Laosan? I see. Thank you, Brother Feng." Lin Weiwei smiled faintly while holding the child, though her smile bore a hint of bitterness. She had faced considerable difficulty today, having been overwhelmed by work assigned by Xue Chonggui. It was only through a rush that she finally managed to leave the factory. Otherwise, she knew not when she might have been able to escape. Qin Minghao came to fetch her? The thought weighed heavily on Lin Weiwei's heart, especially recalling the quarrel with him earlier that morning in front of so many people, which left her feeling a pang of regret. Men are inherently concerned with their pride. And this is especially true for Qin Minghao, who has faced job loss and life's misfortunes in recent years. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Weiwei felt a twinge of regret. "Sister." At that moment, Lin Yu bounded over from a distance, calling out to Lin Weiwei as she quickened her pace. Lin Weiwei, exhausted, managed to muster a faint smile. "Sister, did you confront that scoundrel today?" The term scoundrel struck a nerve within Lin Weiwei, prompting her to respond, "You're still young, Yu. You don't understand these matters." "Young," Lin Yu exclaimed, taking the sleeping Qin Nuonyuo into her arms and making an exaggerated face. "What of it? I know very well what is right and what is wrong. Yan Bin is no ordinary man. He has been imprisoned thrice. How could he associate with such a person? Sooner or later, he will drag him into trouble." Listening to her sister's words, Lin Weiwei sighed deeply, guiding Lin Yu homeward. "Sister, I spoke with my teacher today, and she mentioned that women can hold their own nowadays. There is no need for you to remain with him. Divorce him if necessary." Lin Yu expressed her disdain vigorously. "He lounges at home, indulging in drinking and gambling. This is not what a man should be. You toil endlessly outside while he lives like a lord at home. Even preparing a meal for you would have been a sign of decency." As Lin Weiwei absorbed her sister's sentiments, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Nevertheless, she ascended the stairs and unlocked the door to her home. A person like him is better off divorced. It would merely reflect his disgrace. She resolved to discuss this with her parents that evening, suggesting that Yu should move back with them for a while, thus ensuring she had warm meals to eat. Just as Lin Yu began to speak, she was suddenly taken aback upon noticing 4 dishes and a bowl of warm soup laid out on the table. "Who prepared this?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It can't be him, can it?" "Perhaps it is," Lin Weiwei sighed, feeling a tumult of emotions. It seemed as if this man had indeed changed. At least he could cook now, a stark improvement from before. "Sister, do not fall for his schemes. He may simply be putting on a show for you. If you hesitate, he will surely revert to his true self." Lin Yu placed the child on the bed and scrutinized the meal on the table, surprisingly finding it quite aromatic. Lin Weiwei paused, contemplating the possibility, and let out a soft sigh. "Sister, if we want to eat it, it would be a shame to waste it. I've been in class all day and am quite famished." Lin Yu pleaded with her sister. "Very well, let us eat," Lin Weiwei conceded, feeling that consuming this meal was inconsequential. After all, she had prepared countless meals for Qin Minghao over the years. Perhaps this was a small recompense. Yet, the thought that Qin Minghao had yet to return made her uneasy, suspecting he was out gallivanting again. Feng Jianjun mentioned that Qin Minghao had left with Wei Laosan, and Lin Weiwei had also heard rumors of equipment replacements at the factory, with Wei Laosan engaging in selling scrap. It was likely he was collaborating with Qin Minghao to illicitly sell the factory's assets. As Lin Weiwei contemplated, the guilt she had just felt towards Qin Minghao swiftly dissipated. At that moment, Qin Minghao was drenched in sweat, diligently using pliers to peel back the outer layer of the cables. Zhang Jiqiang, rather cunningly, had intentionally lured Qin Minghao into the house, fully aware that if word of this got out, his own earnings would dwindle. Observing the abundance of discarded cables tonight, even more than the previous evening, Zhang Jiqiang was nearly overjoyed. Chapter 9. Branded a braggart indeed, the quantity of scrap cables was greater than yesterday, exceeding 100 pounds. While Zhang Jiqiang reveled in this, Qin Minghao felt a similar joy, albeit with the understanding that this was merely a one-time transaction. He He would not have the fortune of replacing equipment again. According to Wei Laosan, there could still be 7 or 8 truckloads of scrap cables, but they might not be available for a few days. That would likely be the final haul, and based on current earnings, Qin Minghao could only anticipate an additional profit of around 2,000 yuan. This sum was already the pinnacle of his expectations. Despite wearing gloves, the 2 blisters on Qin Minghao's hands had painfully multiplied to 5, resembling small peas. He dropped the pliers and, fatigued, sank to the ground, watching as Zhang Jiqiang and his wife weighed the cables. After a brief mental calculation, he realized they had earned over 1,200 yuan last night, a considerable sum indeed. With the money collected, Qin Minghao made his way out of the western part of the city, gazing at the faint light emerging in the distance. Pondering his daughter's upcoming birthday, he headed towards the finest restaurant in town. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei had risen, assisting Qin Nuonyuo in getting dressed, preparing to make breakfast. "Mom, where's Dad?" Qin Nuonyuo asked, her face filled with suspicion, as she had not seen Qin Minghao all night. "He must be out stealing. Your father is nothing but a thief." Lin Yuyu replied with a pout. "My dad is not a thief." Qin Nuonyuo turned away, displeased, tilting her head to one side. "Auntie, you're the bad person for speaking ill of my dad. Your father treated you all that way, and you still defend him? I won't take you back home in the future, and you'll have to face your father here, drinking the cold wind." Lin Yu huffed. Lin Weiwei shook her head and walked towards the kitchen. "My dad makes me delicious food and buys me candy. He wouldn't he let me drink the cold wind?" Qin Nuonyuo pouted in rebuttal. "Humph." Lin Yu scoffed, but just then, the door swung open, and Qin Minghao, looking utterly exhausted, walked in from outside, carrying breakfast that appeared to be tofu pudding. "Dad." Upon seeing Qin Minghao return, Qin Nuonyuo leaped up with a cheer and rushed towards him. "Good girl." Qin Minghao scooped Qin Nuonyuo into his arms and placed the breakfast on the table. "I bought breakfast, no need to cook. By the way, I reserved a private room at the Shunfeng restaurant for tomorrow night. We'll celebrate Nuonyuo's birthday with the family." "Shunfeng restaurant?" "Qin Minghao, how can you be so boastful? How much money do you have to book the Shunfeng restaurant?" Lin Yuyu interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. Qin Minghao smirked. "I don't have much, but it's sufficient." Lin Weiwei abruptly interrupted their exchange, turning her gaze toward Qin Minghao. "Is there any point in what you're doing? Booking the Shunfeng restaurant? What exactly are you trying to achieve? If you cannot fulfill those promises, do you really want to disappoint the child?" Qin Minghao was taken aback. "I am speaking the truth." "Uft. Do you even know how much a meal at the Shunfeng restaurant costs?" "I never realized you were such a braggart," Lin Yu scoffed, turning her head away. "Braggart? What am I boasting about?" Qin Minghao spread his hands. "If you doubt me, why not inquire for yourselves? Just go there tomorrow evening and ask. I've already ordered the dishes." Lin Weiwei picked up the child and turned to leave. Just the night before, she had thought that announcing her intention to divorce Qin Minghao in front of so many people was somewhat excessive. However, reflecting on it now, she realized that this man was still as deceitful as ever, even managing to mislead her daughter. "Mom, let us eat before we go." Qin Nuonyuo clung to Lin Weiwei's leg. "We can eat on the way," Lin Weiwei replied softly, lifting Qin Nuonyuo into her arms as she made her way toward the door. "Wait for me." Lin Yuyu quickly threw on her backpack and hurried after them, casting a defiant glance at Qin Minghao. "My sister will definitely divorce you." Qin Minghao stood frozen, as if turned to stone, a pang of pain striking his heart. He yearned to shout at Lin Weiwei, insisting that he was not lying, but considering the day's significance, he suppressed the impulse. For tonight, Lin Weiwei would take Nuonyuo back to her parents' home, just in time to be caught in the midnight downpour. From then on, they would be worlds apart. Having been given a second chance at life, Qin Minghao was determined not to repeat such mistakes. Even though Lin Weiwei's current demeanor soured his mood, he chose to endure it. After Lin Weiwei and Lin Yuyu departed, Qin Minghao could only turn and close the door, listening to the hushed whispers of the neighbors. Their gossip revolved around how Lin Weiwei had wasted her life with him, and that he would inevitably regret it. Particularly, Aunt Li peered through her door, a mocking smile on her face, clearly relishing the situation. Just the day before, Qin Minghao had nearly become the subject of ridicule thanks to her. And Aunt Li was certainly not one to forget such slights easily. Under normal circumstances, the neighbor's remarks would hold some truth. However, Qin Minghao had been reborn and was determined to ensure such events would not transpire again. Upon returning home, he splashed some water on his face, ate a little, and then collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. It was only in the afternoon that he finally awoke, stepping out of the building to find the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. This was the harbinger of the impending storm. In his previous life, Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuonyuo had perished in this very downpour. This time, Qin Minghao would take every precaution. "Tomorrow marks the birthday of my daughter, and naturally, Qin Minghao intends to purchase some gifts to celebrate. The child has not received any new clothes for several years, a fact that Qin Minghao is well aware of. Thus, he made his way to the mall, where he was greeted by a dazzling array of merchandise. After careful consideration, he selected a lovely floral dress. In this era, shopping centers were still quite sparse, as income was limited, and most people opted for the market instead. After acquiring the dress, Qin Minghao hesitated for a moment, glancing towards the women's section. It had been 3 years since Qin Minghao had received new clothes, and what about Lin Weiwei? Unable to dwell on this thought any longer, he resolutely approached the section. As dusk approached, a torrential downpour commenced. The employees of the cotton mill were leaving work just as the rain began to pour. Lin Weiwei shed her work uniform and draped it over herself and Qin Minghao, hastening her steps towards home. At that moment, she overheard some mocking remarks from passers-by, causing her to slow her pace, a chill running down her spine. They had already set plans for the evening, intending for Qin Minghao to lead a group into a theft. Should they be discovered, all blame would be placed squarely on Qin Minghao. Chapter 10. A return to the parental home. Lin Weiwei's countenance fell, her face devoid of color. Though she had shielded her head with her clothing and could not clearly see the speaker, the voice was unmistakable. Yan Bin. He was planning something grand, even larger than before, and she knew it could not bode well. Moreover, he intended to involve Qin Minghao, who seemed to have already acquiesced to the scheme. The mere thought ignited a fire of anger within her as she hurried home, cradling her child. The rain intensified, and water began to accumulate on the streets. Lin Weiwei's head felt heavy. After walking a mere few hundred meters, she spotted a man rushing towards her, an umbrella in hand. It was Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao would never forget this day, not even if he turned to ash. Given the deluge, he felt compelled to come and fetch Lin Weiwei. The umbrella sheltered Lin Weiwei's head as Qin Minghao, without uttering a word, immediately noticed her pallor and the chill in her demeanor. What's wrong? Is there trouble at the factory? Lin Weiwei remained silent, quickening her pace, while Qin Minghao eagerly extended her small arms and nestled into Qin Minghao's embrace. If you encounter any difficulties, you can confide in me. Upon entering the tenement building, Lin Weiwei struggled to contain her fury. She flung open the door and turned to glare coldly at Qin Minghao. What exactly are you planning with Yan Bin? He mentioned having important matters to discuss with you tonight. Tell me, what are you both scheming to steal? Qin Minghao. Has all the money you've earned in recent days been through collusion with Yan Bin? Absolutely not. Qin Minghao raised his hand, swearing earnestly, Weiwei, trust me. No matter what Yan Bin wants tonight, I shall not partake in it. From this day forth, I will sever all ties with him. Can I really trust your words? Lin Weiwei uttered in despair. You can. Qin Minghao, with a resolute demeanor, hastily suggested, let us dine first. We can discuss matters afterward. Just then, a series of knocks resounded from the door. Qin Minghao paused momentarily, while Lin Weiwei grew anxious, her gaze fixed intently on him, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. With a creak, Qin Minghao opened the door to reveal Yan Bin, standing outside with a gaunt face that seemed to harbor a sinister aura. Minghao, be prepared for tonight. I shall come to find you. Once we get through today, prosperity awaits us. Qin Minghao, you must not go. Lin Weiwei suddenly interjected. What's the matter? Can't you even manage your wife? Yan Bin sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Weiwei, while continuing to entice Qin Minghao. Men must not allow women to meddle in their affairs. Minghao, if you aspire to achieve greatness, do not let a woman hinder your progress. If you falter, not only will those around the cotton mill look down on you, but even our brothers will lose respect. Brother Bin is correct. I will not be ensnared by a woman. Qin Minghao replied with a faint smile, his expression resolute. Yan Bin was momentarily taken aback. Knowing Qin Minghao as penchant for pride, he expected him to chastise Lin Weiwei and assert his bravado. What was amiss today? Very well, I shall come for you later. Do not sleep too soundly, Yan Bin said suspiciously before turning to leave. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, and Qin Minghao let out a cold laugh before finally closing the door. Lin Weiwei stood behind him, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Qin Minghao. You claim you have no ties to him? Just moments ago, you vowed to sever all connections. Is this how you intend to do so? Listen to me. I know why Yan Bin seeks me, and I will not be deceived. Qin Minghao attempted to explain. What more is there to say? If you wish to go, then go alone. I have no time to accompany you. I will return to my parents' home with our child. You can pursue your path, and I shall tread mine. Let us part ways completely. Fuming, Lin Weiwei stormed into the bedroom and began to pack her belongings. Qin Minghao took a deep breath, memories flashing before his mind. In his past life, a similar confrontation had occurred after Yan Bin sought him out, leading to a quarrel with Lin Weiwei. That time, Intoxicated and swayed by Yin Bin's words, he had acted violently toward her. Although he refrained from such actions this time, the relentless wheel of history seemed to bear down upon him once more, leaving him breathless. Do you truly intend to leave? Lin Weiwei remained silent, absorbed in her task. Very well. If you are determined to depart, then I shall see you off. Qin Minghao unexpectedly acquiesced, fully aware that Yin Bin intended to ensnare him that night. And he had no intention of allowing Yin Bin to prevail. The enmity from his past life, coupled with the traps of this one, meant that even as a clay Buddha, he would not let Yin Bin escape unscathed. If Lin Weiwei wished to return to her family, Qin Minghao mused that he could oblige, but he felt compelled to accompany her for peace of mind. Upon hearing his words, Lin Weiwei's expression soured with anger. While their child, Qin Nuonyuo, watched the dispute unfold, her lips pursed and tears brimming in her eyes. Having gathered a few articles of clothing, Lin Weiwei cradled the child in her arms and turned to leave. You hold the umbrella, and I will carry the child. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Minghao took the child from her, feeling a twinge of guilt as he recalled that Yin Bin would be seeking him out tonight, rendering him somewhat culpable in Lin Weiwei's eyes. Thus, he chose to adopt a humble demeanor. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safe return. I have not lied to you. Observing Qin Minghao's attitude, Lin Weiwei felt a pang of sorrow within. She had already resolved that if he truly prevented her from departing, she would dramatically demonstrate her despair. As they stepped outside, the torrential rain poured down like a deluge. Let us take the main road, Qin Minghao urged, noticing Lin Weiwei's inclination toward the smaller path. He quickly grasped her sleeve, asserting, it matters not if we delay. The rain is too fierce, and the smaller route could pose great danger. Lin Weiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite her stubbornness, she acquiesced to Qin Minghao's counsel. Together, they braved the downpour, making their way toward the Lin family residence. From the dormitory to the Lin family's quarters, there were two pathways. The smaller route was shorter, taking approximately 20 minutes, yet it was fraught with peril. The main road was longer, requiring over half an hour. Qin Minghao vividly recalled that it was Lin Weiwei who had once traversed the smaller path with the child. The haunting image of two lifeless bodies being washed ashore would forever be etched in his memory, a thunderous shock that he could never forget. In her anger, Lin Weiwei walked briskly, nearly stumbling several times. Qin Minghao longed to steady her, but was rebuffed each time by her forceful gestures. In the distance, the lights of the Lin family home flickered like beacons in the stormy night. Qin Minghao paused outside the courtyard, softly saying, you should take the child inside. I will remain here to keep watch. You are eager to return and engage in grand undertakings with Yin Bin, are you not? Lin Weiwei shot him a scornful glance. From now on, there is no need for you to deceive me. I will no longer concern myself with your affairs. Do as you wish. Chapter 11. Digging a pit. Lin Weiwei, whatever I say now, you will not believe, will you? If that is the case, is there any point in my speaking? With those words, Qin Minghao turned away, stepping into the rain-soaked night. The weight of being disbelieved was truly disheartening. However, he understood that Lin Weiwei was inherently obstinate, and given her established perceptions of him, it would be challenging to alter her views in the short term. As for explanations, they were unnecessary. Now that Lin Weiwei had safely arrived home, Qin Minghao felt he had fulfilled a long-held aspiration since his rebirth. At the very least, he had spared her and their daughter from a tragic fate. A crack of thunder split the sky, and Qin Minghao took a step forward, entering the rain-laden darkness. Lin Weiwei turned to gaze at him, tears brimming in her eyes. Observing his solitary figure retreating into the storm, she suddenly realized that her earlier words had been excessively harsh. Yet, her recent emotional instability had rendered her unable to find the right words, leaving her at a loss. Watching Qin Minghao stagger through the rain, Lin Weiwei parted her lips, wishing to call him back, to extend the umbrella into his hands. Brother. At that moment, Lin Yuyu dashed out of the house, braving the torrential downpour. Why are you alone? Hurry inside, or you'll get drenched. Lin Weiwei responded, glancing back at the direction where Qin Minghao had disappeared. Come inside, Lin Yuyu urged, pushing open the door. Where's Qin Minghao? Why didn't he accompany you home? How could he let you walk back alone in such heavy rain? Weiwei, you came back on your own. Lin's mother had also gotten out of bed. Grandma, Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed, extending her arms. It was Dad who brought me back. Oh really? Your father brought you back? Lin Yuyu retorted. Yes, it was Dad. I knew you wouldn't believe me, which is why I don't like you. Because you don't trust me. Qin Nuonyuo pouted. Lin Weiwei was taken aback. She felt Lin Yuyu's tone mirrored her own from moments ago. Indeed, it was Qin Minghao who had brought them back, yet the Lin family would never believe it. Just as she herself was reluctant to believe in Qin Minghao. Mom, I'll go take a look. Lin Weiwei thought of this and hurriedly opened her umbrella, stepping outside. She wondered how Qin Minghao could have returned without an umbrella in such heavy rain. Would he catch a cold? However, once Lin Weiwei stepped outside, she found that Qin Minghao's figure had long since vanished, leaving her feeling uneasy and concerned about whether he might encounter any misfortune. At that very moment, Qin Minghao, drenched in rain and gasping for breath, arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the dormitory door, breaking the skin on his hand. Exhaling heavily, he released his pent-up frustration before finally turning to ascend the stairs. Minghao? Just as he entered the dormitory building, two figures emerged, one of whom was Yen Bin, clad in a raincoat. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you I'd come find you tonight? Do you still want to do this or not? What? If I don't want to, you can find someone else. Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, his tone unyielding. Sure. In this downpour, I'd rather be at home catching some sleep. Yen Bin was taken aback. Qin Minghao had always been obedient to him. So why was he speaking so defiantly today? Look, it's only because I couldn't find you that I was worried. Hurry home and change your clothes. Let us get going and make a fortune. Fine, wait for me. Qin Minghao retorted before turning back into the house. Bin, what is going on? Is he plotting against us? Yen Bin observed Qin Minghao's retreating figure, his expression darkening. Damn it, after tonight, I'll make you regret it. Dekai, keep an eye on him tonight. Make sure he doesn't slip away. Rest assured. Kai chuckled. Soon, Qin Minghao emerged from the house, dressed in fresh clothes. Here, a raincoat. Later, you follow Kai inside, and I'll keep watch outside for you. There are 5 or 6 brothers inside. We'll act according to the situation. As Yen Bin walked, he tossed the raincoat to Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao let out a cold laugh, uttering no further words as he donned his attire and followed the two individuals toward the cotton spinning factory. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the factory's outer wall. Qin Minghao was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? The wall of the factory had been smashed open, preventing cars from entering. Yet human-powered tricycles were able to exit. Minghao, go in with Kai. The others are waiting inside. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner we can enjoy a drink together. Yen Bin patted Qin Minghao on the shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Qin Minghao slipped into the factory alongside Kai. With a thunderous crack, a flash illuminated the interior of the cotton factory. From a distance, Qin Minghao spotted several figures lingering at the workshop entrance. Oh no! He clutched his stomach, his expression turning ghastly. Kai, I think I've upset my stomach. I need to take care of something first. What the hell are you doing? Qin Minghao, at such a critical moment, you choose to have a stomach issue? Kai bellowed in anger. I can't help it. You guys go ahead. I'll join you shortly. After speaking, Qin Minghao hastily turned and ran in the opposite direction. Get back here, you fool. Kai cursed. Yet knowing they were there to steal, he dared not raise his voice too loudly. After a few choice words, he grit his teeth and made his way inside the workshop. Having already distanced himself, Qin Minghao watched as Kai entered the workshop, feeling a pang of admiration. These rascals had such audacity. While he would only dare to pilfer some cables from the upgraded equipment, these individuals had set their sights on the antiquated machinery. They were not merely engaging in a petty crime. They were courting disaster. In his previous life, the accusation of stealing equipment had nearly fallen upon him. This time around, Qin Minghao resolved not to repeat such folly. With determination, he turned and sprinted toward the wall, climbing over it with agility. He focused intently on the rainy night and eventually discovered a small shop. In the early 1990s, such shops were plentiful, and most importantly, this one had a telephone. Bursting in, Qin Minghao quickly picked up the phone and dialed the security department's number. Beep, beep, beep. After the ringtone, Qin Minghao's heart sank. The call went unanswered. Chapter 12. A sudden realization. How could it be that no one was at the security department during such a critical situation? After hanging up, he took a deep breath and dialed again. He recalled that he had previously spoken to Feng Jianjun, urging him to be on duty at the security department in the coming days. Was Feng Jianjun not there? Hello? The call finally connected, and Qin Minghao felt a wave of relief. I'm looking for Feng Jianjun. He is out drinking. He should be back soon. Who is this? What do you need him for? You can tell me, and I'll relay it to him. Out drinking? Qin Minghao was momentarily stunned, muttering under his breath. You need to find Feng Jianjun immediately and tell him it's Qin Minghao. There are people stealing equipment from the second workshop. He must hurry over. Stealing equipment? Yes. Tell him to get there right away. Qin Minghao felt he had conveyed enough and quickly hung up the phone. After paying, he rushed out in haste. At this moment, he certainly could not return to the cotton mill, but he could secretly observe Yen Bin. The security personnel had also ended their call. Upon hearing Qin Minghao mention that someone was stealing equipment, they hurriedly rushed towards the door. However, as they pushed open the door to the security office, They were met with the sight of Feng Jianjun staggering back in, his umbrella barely holding up against the downpour. Feng Ku, your timing is impeccable. A certain Qin Minghao just called for you, claiming someone is stealing equipment in the second workshop and urging you to hurry over. Feng Jianjun paused momentarily, and upon hearing the name Qin Minghao, he let out a derisive snort. You say his name is Qin Minghao? Indeed, that is what he said. Xiao Lu, have you forgotten who Qin Minghao truly is? After finishing his words, Feng Jianjun scoffed as he stepped into the security office. This rascal had committed financial fraud and was expelled from the cotton mill. He had often pilfered items from our factory. Do you really think he is alerting me about someone stealing? I suspect he is the thief himself. Xiao Lu was taken aback. No wonder that name sounded so familiar. Humph. Feng Jianjun snorted coldly as he entered the room, removing his waterlogged leather shoes. Indeed, he is the one who was dismissed. Our cotton mill has expelled very few individuals over the years. And besides, does this scoundrel really possess such good intentions? Then Feng Ku. Should we not go and take a look? Xiao Lu inquired. Forget it, what is there to see? Feng Jianjun waved dismissively. In this heavy rain, it's better to check the perimeter wall. We wouldn't want any sections to collapse under the water. If you're not keen on moving, find a place to rest for a while. In this downpour, there's nothing pressing to attend to. Xiao Lu, upon hearing this, found merit in the reasoning. They were reluctant to venture out in such torrential rain, let alone those thieves. Thus, he heeded Feng Jianjun's words and found a spot to close his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao was hiding in the shadows, calculating the time. He felt that Feng Jianjun should have arrived by now, yet there was still no sign of activity. If he waited any longer, He Kai would surely emerge with his crew, and even if Feng Jianjun wanted to search, he would be unable to find anyone. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from a distance, causing Qin Minghao to quickly lift his head and look over, his heart racing. This must be the collapse of the wall on the west side of the cotton mill. He was aware of this event from his past life, which was indeed a consequence of the flooding. Accompanying the flood were the bodies of Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuonyuo from his previous life. Fortunately, Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuonyuo had safely reached the Lin family, alleviating Qin Minghao's worries. Crack! The sky roared with thunder as lightning flashed through the cotton mill. Qin Minghao observed clearly that He Kai had led his men, hastily pushing a rickshaw out. They're out. Where's Feng Jianjun? Qin Minghao felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated making another call, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the idea. The loss of the items was of no concern to him. Whether Feng Jianjun could apprehend anyone was of little importance. The wall of the cotton mill had collapsed, and both Qin Minghao and the security personnel were aware of it. Feng Jianjun was abruptly roused, exclaiming, "What is happening? I need to go and see." Xiao Lu hastily spoke as he donned his raincoat and pushed the door open to call for help. The cotton spinning factory was vast, housing 40 to 50 personnel in the security department alone, with 7 or 8 on duty at any given time. Feng Jianjun stood up, peering through the door at the pouring rain, his brow furrowing in unease. He sensed an ominous presence, as if something dire was unfolding, sending chills down his spine. Moments later, a distant sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Feng Ku, something terrible has happened. The wall has been breached. What did you say? Feng Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. He thought the sound indicated the wall had collapsed, not that it had been forcibly broken. Feng Ku, we just went to check the west wall, and before we could reach it, we discovered a large gap had been smashed open, and there were traces of a tricycle below, though they were quickly being washed away by the rain. Xiao Lu exclaimed urgently. Feng Jianjun's mind buzzed, and disregarding the torrential downpour, he dashed outside. The breach in the wall was undoubtedly a grave matter, and the traces of a tricycle hinted at potential theft. To the second workshop, an epiphany struck him, and he made his way toward the second workshop. A couple of individuals followed closely, hurriedly pushing open the workshop door and sweeping their flashlights inside. Feng Jianjun nearly fainted at the sight. What is happening? Xiao Lu stammered, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. I recall there should be 4 small machines here. Where have they gone? Chase! Feng Jianjun gritted his teeth and rushed out of the second workshop, filled with regret. How could he have doubted Qin Minghao after he had called? Was he not using his brain? If he had merely taken a glance earlier, everything would have been clear. Now that items were missing, could he, as the department head, retain his position? The group rushed to the breach in the wall, and indeed, Feng Jianjun spotted the gaping hole, his mind swirling. The effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier dissipating. This breach was clearly the result of force. Feng Ku. At that moment, several individuals approached, panting heavily. The west wall has collapsed, and water is flooding in from outside. You should call the higher-ups immediately, otherwise, the factory may suffer dire consequences. Suffer consequences? Feng Jianjun felt as if he were already enduring them. A fallen wall was a natural disaster, something the heavens would bear responsibility for. However, the loss of the factory's belongings was a human error, and everyone would blame the security department for not maintaining proper vigilance. Otherwise, how could items simply disappear? Quick! Feng Jianjun felt his throat grow parched. He needed to find Qin Minghao. He would surely know what to do. Chapter 13. The news spreads. Those present were bewildered by Feng Jianjun's words, but Xiao Lu understood. Qin Minghao had been the first to raise the alarm. Had they gone to inspect the situation then, this chaos would not have arisen. Wait, I will go personally. Xiao Lu, you go to the town to report this. And leave 2 people here to guard. The rest of you, go and search. Even if it costs us dearly today, we must recover those items. Feng Jianjun declared before hastily making his way toward the dormitory building. The factory's employees either resided in the family quarters or the dormitory building. Feng Jianjun was well aware that Qin Minghao had not been allocated a family residence, which is why he and Lin Weiwei continued to reside in the dormitory. At that moment, Qin Minghao was not present in the dormitory. After He Kai and his companions emerged, pushing a tricycle, they exchanged hushed words before departing in the direction of the town's outskirts. Qin Minghao trailed behind, his heart racing as he spotted the liberation truck parked outside the town. Memories flooded back. These individuals had loaded the equipment onto the truck, and then Yin Bin had departed alone, never to return for 3 long years. During that time, Yin Bin had consistently sent word back, spreading rumors that the cotton mill's equipment had been stolen by Qin Minghao and his associates. At that moment, Qin Minghao found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances. Wiping the rain from his face, he turned and headed back towards the dormitory. With so many individuals involved, he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Since the matter was no longer his concern, even if the police came knocking, he could merely state that he had alerted them and had not participated in the theft. The only regret Qin Minghao harbored was Yin Bin's departure. He had wished to see Yin Bin imprisoned, yet he had not anticipated Feng Jianjun's absence. Upon entering the dormitory and wiping his face once more, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Minghao? It's Feng Jianjun, your brother Feng. Feng Jianjun's voice was laced with urgency. Qin Minghao quickly opened the door. Witnessing a drenched Feng Jianjun rush inside, grasping Qin Minghao's hand tightly. Minghao, please save your brother Feng. Qin Minghao fell silent, lifting his gaze to scan Feng Jianjun's expression. Just tell me who stole those items, and I will pursue them without delay. Rest assured, I will never forget your kindness and will remember it for a lifetime. Feng Jianjun implored fervently. Brother Feng, time has passed. No. Feng Jianjun knew well that there was still time to chase after them. Minghao, I previously harbored many misconceptions about you, but you know what kind of person your brother Feng is, don't you? When you called tonight, I thought you were teasing me. Otherwise, I would have been to blame. Observing Feng Jianjun's current state, Qin Minghao felt a wave of sympathy. He recalled the memories from a past life when Feng Jianjun had been dismissed from his position as the head of security due to this very incident. Brother, Feng Jianjun exclaimed, raising his hand and striking his cheek with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed within the room. It's my fault for having had a few drinks, neglecting the brotherly bond we share. If you believe I can still be a confidant, please let me know. Qin Minghao pulled him up. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Do we need to resort to this? The items were stolen by Yin Bin and He Kai, and I just followed them. They were loading the truck outside the town. They are likely nearly finished now, and if you go, brother, your kindness is unspoken. When I return, I shall treat you to drinks. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianjun hurriedly dashed out, racing toward the town's outskirts. As he ran, he silently expressed his gratitude to Qin Minghao. Without him, his tenure as section chief would have surely come to an end. Certainly, while expressing gratitude towards Qin Minghao, there lingered a sense of self-reproach. Had he heeded Qin Minghao's counsel earlier, such circumstances could have been averted. Halt! Upon reaching the entrance of the true ultraviolet zone, Feng Jianjun bellowed in fury as he charged forward. He observed clearly that Yin Bin and his associates had closed the door of the liberation vehicle, preparing to make their escape. In that instant, the two factions collided, leading to a chaotic confrontation. Feng Jianjun, a retired veteran with genuine prowess, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, the security personnel, alerted by the commotion, began to converge on the scene. Unbeknownst to Qin Minghao, after Feng Jianjun departed, he succumbed to slumber upon his bed. Whether or not Yin Bin was apprehended seemed inconsequential to him. If it were to happen, splendid, but if not, so be it. The following morning, the sun ascended as it always did. The employees of the cotton spinning factory received word that the western wall had collapsed, rendering the adjacent path impassable. Those wishing to commute to work would need to take the eastern road. Upon hearing this news, Lin Weiwei momentarily froze, a sense of dread enveloping her. Had she not heeded Qin Minghao's warning the previous night, she would have surely taken the western path with her daughter, oblivious to the potential dangers that awaited. As she arrived at the factory, the influx of workers increased. Lin Weiwei had left her daughter at home under supervision, allowing for a notably more relaxed workday. Shortly after settling into her assigned task, Sister Zhang, seated opposite her, leaned in conspiratorially. Weiwei, have you heard? A significant incident occurred at our factory last night. What incident? Lin Weiwei asked, somewhat bewildered. Are you referring to the fallen wall? Is that what you consider significant? Everyone knows about that, Sister Zhang remarked, her voice dropping to a whisper. Last night, someone broke into the second workshop to steal something, and I heard that the mastermind was caught on the spot, apparently. His name is Yan Bin. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei sprang to her feet, her complexion paling. Sister Zhang, whom did you say? Yan Bin, why? Do you know him? Lin Weiwei's heart raced, her mind flooded with images of Yan Bin seeking out Qin Minghao the night before. She was certain that Qin Minghao had indeed been with Yan Bin. If Yan Bin was apprehended, what fate awaited Qin Minghao? Shui Changgui's reprimanding voice echoed from a distance. Lin Weiwei, why aren't you working? What are you daydreaming about? Oh, by the way, you're not worried about your Qin Minghao, are you? I heard that Yan Bin has been arrested. Has your Qin Minghao also been taken in? Shui Changgui's loud voice drew numerous gazes towards Lin Weiwei. The collective realization struck them that Yan Bin was notorious around the cotton spinning factory, and that Qin Minghao happened to be his acquaintance. If Yan Bin had run afoul of the law, could Qin Minghao possibly escape unscathed? Sister Zhang seemed to recognize her misstep, hastily bowing her head to resume her work. Is it not expected that Qin Minghao would be apprehended? Lin Weiwei, do you recall what I once told you? You insist on being with someone like Qin Minghao. Listening to these words, Lin Weiwei's eyes turned red as she strode out of the workshop. She was determined to confront Qin Minghao and ascertain whether his words from the previous night were mere fabrications. Chapter 14. Do you wish to rebel? Lin Weiwei, what are you doing? It's working hours. Where do you think you're going? Shui Changgui shouted angrily, hastily pursuing her. The female workers in the workshop whispered among themselves, and a few who were close to Lin Weiwei followed her outside, hoping to prevent her from making any rash decisions. What do you all intend to do? Are you planning to quit? Shui Changgui fumed, feeling his authority challenged. Shui, stop pretending to be a tyrant. If something has happened to Weiwei, we're going to check on her. We're all co-workers. Can we just stand by and do nothing? Indeed. Who could be so cold-hearted, like Zhou Ba Pai? Shui Changgui, infuriated, rushed after them, shouting, for your sake, you've disrupted the entire workshop. What do you want? Just because Qin Minghao has been arrested, you want to come to work? I'll deduct your wages, just you wait. As Lin Weiwei walked, she clenched her delicate fists, tears streaming down her face. Does that man's words still hold weight? Didn't he promise to sever ties with those people? Didn't he assure me that the money wasn't stolen? How could this have happened? Lin Weiwei, halt. Shui Changgui's commotion attracted the attention of nearly half the factory, all straining their necks to see what was unfolding. Lin Weiwei, feeling utterly humiliated, pressed on, indifferent to the stairs, her tears flowing as she made her way outside. Unsure of where to find Qin Minghao, she thought to check the workers' dormitory first, then the police station. Perhaps she might find him there. Sister. At that moment, Lin Yuyu's voice echoed at the entrance of the cotton mill. Sister, I just heard at school that Yan Bin has been arrested. Has Qin Minghao also been taken? When Lin Weiwei lifted her head, she realized it was not just Lin Yuyu who had arrived. Her mother was there too, holding Qin Nunu. I told you he was not a good person. I heard that Yan Bin and his gang stole equipment from the second workshop of the cotton mill. Lin Yuyu said as she approached. Lin Weiwei, Qin Minghao has indeed been arrested. Even if you go out and find him, what will you accomplish? I'll tell you. Qin Minghao is guilty, and as a relative, it would be no problem for me to expel you. Shui Changgu finally caught up, gasping for breath. His words caused the crowd around them to change their expressions in an instant. Expelled? That was a serious matter. Wasn't Qin Minghao also dismissed from the cotton mill? Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei felt a surge of anger and resentment towards Qin Minghao. At that moment, a Santana car pulled up at the entrance of the cotton mill. While the crowd continued to bicker, Qin Minghao surprisingly stepped out of the vehicle. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Qin Minghao supposed to have been apprehended? How did he come to be here? Qin Minghao, equally stunned, surveyed the assembly with a hint of confusion. Qin Minghao, how dare you show your face here? What did you do last night? I warn you, divorce my sister at once. A person like you is utterly unworthy of her. Lin Yuyu was the first to charge forward, demanding answers. Upon hearing her words, Qin Minghao's expression darkened. What did you do last night? Lin Weiwei, tears brimming in her eyes, queried. Is it true that you were responsible for the theft at the cotton mill? Is that even a question? Of course. It was him and Yin Bin working together. Qin Minghao, don't you dare run. I'll summon the security personnel to apprehend you. Shui Changwei, upon spotting Qin Minghao, hastily called for security. The crowd surged forward, encircling Qin Minghao to prevent his escape. As Qin Minghao glanced around, he beheld the furious Lin Yuyu, his mother-in-law with a troubled countenance, and his daughter with tear-streaked cheeks. Qin Minghao, how could you do this? How could you betray my trust? Do you intend for Nua to bear the stigma of having a criminal father for the rest of her life? Lin Weiwei exclaimed. Qin Minghao exhaled deeply, anguish evident in his voice. In your eyes, I am to blame for everything, am I not? I must be Yin Bin's accomplice. I must have committed theft. I must be a criminal, and I must betray my own daughter, right? Lin Weiwei stood frozen, at a loss for words. Seized Qin Minghao. Shui Changwei finally regained his wits and rushed forward to grab Qin Minghao's sleeve. What are you doing? A furious voice erupted from the crowd. Feng Jianjun pushed through the throng, glaring at everyone present. What is the meaning of this? Step aside. Captain Feng, Qin Minghao is here. Why aren't you apprehending him? Shui Changwei shouted. Apprehend him? Shui Changwei, are you out of your mind? Feng Jianjun retorted, his temper flaring. This morning, he had specifically sought out Qin Minghao at the police station to take a statement. Now, having just returned, he found himself surrounded. Captain Feng, I heard that Yin Bin was detained by your security team. Qin Minghao has been with Yin Bin all along. They could very well be in cahoots. Why aren't you apprehending him? Shui Changwei continued to explain. In cahoots? Who told you that? Feng Jianjun fumed, glaring at everyone present. Which of you has seen any evidence of a conspiracy between Qin Minghao and Yin Bin? Isn't it common knowledge? With Yin Bin arrested? Why isn't Qin Minghao being detained? Isn't he part of the scheme? Shui Changwei pointed accusingly at Qin Minghao. What is going on here? Why are you all outside during work hours? At that moment, the door of a Santana vehicle swung open, and a middle-aged man, nearly 50, donned in an old-fashioned suit, stepped out. Director He? The assembly recognized him. He was He Binglin, the deputy factory director responsible for overseeing production at the cotton mill. Shui Changwei, what on earth is happening? You are not in the workshop working alongside the laborers. What brings you here in such a commotion? He Bianglin's voice thundered. Having just returned from the police station with Feng Jianjun and Qin Minghao, to his astonishment, he was encircled by a crowd. Shui Changwei, upon recognizing He Bianglin, hastily interjected. Director He, the situation is as follows. Everyone has heard that Yin Bin has been apprehended, and Lin Weiwei could not remain idle. She has led a throng out of the workshop, and I suspect she intends to warn Qin Minghao. Director He, you may not be aware, but Qin Minghao shares a close bond with Yin Bin. They might have been together last night. You must swiftly detain Qin Minghao. And do not let Lin Weiwei escape either. Upon hearing this, He Bianglin's face turned ashen with anger. He was already well aware of the unfolding events. Yet he was taken aback by such accusations. What are you trying to achieve? Seized Qin Minghao. It seems you are bent on rebellion. Do you not realize the immense losses our cotton mill would have suffered without Qin Minghao's intervention last night? And now you wish to apprehend him, along with Lin Weiwei? It appears you are intent on sabotaging our operations. Isn't that so? Shui Changwei trembled at He Bianglin's words, stammering, Deputy Director. What are you stammering about? Do you still have the audacity to stand here? Have you accomplished the tasks assigned to you this quarter? He Bianglin berated, pointing at Shui Changwei's head. You have excelled in falsely accusing others, yet you cannot fulfill your duties. The onlookers gazed blankly at Qin Minghao, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Allow me to clarify for everyone present. Last night, our cotton mill was indeed targeted by thieves. Do you know why they were apprehended so swiftly? It was because Qin Minghao took the initiative to contact the security department, preventing the loss of our assets. He Bianglin proclaimed with resolute clarity before turning his gaze back to Shui Changwei. Shui Changwei, from this day forth, you shall set aside your position as workshop director. You may resume your duties only when you have rectified your shortcomings. Shui Changwei nearly fainted at this pronouncement. Although the workshop director's role was merely an interim position, it commanded the oversight of 100 or 200 individuals. He Bianglin, as the deputy director responsible for production, had effectively stripped him of his authority with that statement. Director He, Shui Changwei attempted to protest, but He Bianglin interrupted with a sharp, get back to your post. His anger caused his chest to heave. With his head bowed, Shui Changwei could muster no words, only able to stomp his foot in frustration as he turned away towards the workshop. It was only then that the crowd began to comprehend that Qin Minghao had not conspired with Yin Bin. Rather, he had bravely exposed Yin Bin's wrongdoing. This revelation sent a ripple of astonishment through those present. Particularly, Lin Yuyu stood agape, at a loss for words, while Lin Weiwei, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze on Qin Minghao, her mind swirling with confusion. She felt a pang of guilt wash over her. She had wronged Qin Minghao. A deep sense of remorse surged within her. And this must be Dong Hongmin, correct? He Binglin saw Qin Minghao's mother-in-law, suppressed his emotions, stepped forward, and smiled as he said, I remember you. You are old Lin's beloved. Minghao is your son-in-law. You have indeed found yourself a fine son-in-law, helping our cotton mill avoid such significant losses. The cotton mill is a large establishment. In the past, Dong Hongmin also worked here, and Lin Weiwei only entered the mill after taking over Dong Hongmin's position. Moreover, Qin Minghao's father-in-law, Lin Xiaoyang, is a large truck driver for the mill. Having served as an official here for over 10 years, He Binglin certainly knew Dong Hongmin. Upon hearing these words, Dong Hongmin's expression brightened considerably, and she hurriedly engaged in some small talk. He Binglin nodded and exchanged a few words, then turned his gaze towards Lin Weiwei, saying, Thanks to your family, Qin Minghao this time. If there are any issues at work in the future, feel free to discuss them with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei's eyes reddened, and she dared not respond, especially after learning the full context of the incident. She realized she had wronged Qin Minghao and almost confronted him in anger. Everyone present understood that although He Binglin's words were brief, they represented a significant favor. In essence, this was Qin Minghao advocating for her. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao was aware that He Binglin's generosity stemmed from his relationship with Feng Jianjun. Though Feng Jianjun was the head of the security department, he was privately He Binglin's brother-in-law. The matters regarding the police station were all handled smoothly by He Binglin. With such connections, after Qin Minghao lent a hand to Feng Jianjun, He Binglin felt obliged to show his appreciation. Lin Yuyu, upon hearing this, merely turned her head away, sulking, and said nothing more. At that moment, Qin Minghao had already taken Qin Nuonyuo into his arms, wiping away her tears, and smiling as he said, My little treasure. Why are you sad again? Daddy, they said you are a thief. I know you are not a thief. You are a good person, and they are the bad ones. Qin Nuonyuo said, wrapping her arms around Qin Minghao's neck. You believe in Daddy, right? Daddy, I believe in you. You must not be a bad person. Qin Minghao felt a surge of emotion, sighed deeply, and embraced his daughter tightly. Daddy is very happy. At least in this world, there is someone who believes in me. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei felt a pang in her heart, as if it had been sharply pierced. To believe in him? Qin Minghao had repeatedly asked her over the past few days for just a single moment of belief, yet Lin Weiwei had not granted him that once. Had it not been for He Binglin's timely intervention just now, what would she have done? Surely, she would have clashed with him again. Mom, I'll leave the child with you for now. Qin Minghao disregarded Lin Weiwei and Lin Yuyu, instead directing his attention to Dong Hongmin. Tonight is Nuonyuo's birthday. I've reserved a table at Shunfeng Restaurant. You all can head over together. Shunfeng Restaurant? Dong Hongmin was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the dishes are all ordered. Just go directly. I have some matters to attend to, but I will join you later. Qin Minghao gently patted his daughter before entrusting her to Dong Hongmin, then turned and departed with Feng Jianjun. Throughout this entire episode, Qin Minghao did not utter a single word to Lin Weiwei. Observing this scene, Lin Weiwei lifted her head, attempting to call out to Qin Minghao, only to find herself unable to utter a sound. The echoes of Qin Minghao's earlier words reverberated in her mind. There existed someone in this world who was willing to place such unwavering trust in him. That person was not herself, his wife, but rather their daughter, Qin Nunu. At that moment, Lin Weiwei felt a pang of sorrow and confusion. Boasting, is he? Who does he think he is, frequenting the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant? How much money does he truly have? Lin Yuyu felt unjustly wronged by Qin Minghao, and, unable to maintain her composure, emitted a disdainful huff. My father is not boasting. Auntie, I do not like you. Qin Nunu retorted, turning her head away. Enough. Dong Hongmin interjected hastily, speaking gently. If he is indeed boasting, wouldn't it be easy to find out? Lin Yuyu remained silent, still displeased. Since Minghao has done nothing wrong, we must acknowledge that we have misjudged him. You ought to be more mindful of your words. After all, he is your brother-in-law. Dong Hongmin, known for her amiable nature, spoke softly. Lin Weiwei, having inherited much of her mother's temperament, had become somewhat obstinate and irritable over the years due to her hardships. Weiwei, you heard it yourself. Even the vice director of the cotton mill expressed his gratitude. Noticing the tension between her daughter and son-in-law, Dong Hongmin gently consoled her. Every couple has their disagreements. Young couples often argue at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot. Do not let your temper flare so easily. Moreover, he is your husband. Not just any man. If you do not believe in him, who else can? I understand that you have endured much suffering over the years, but I know Minghao. He is not a bad person at heart. He has simply been disheartened and somewhat lost, but I believe he is beginning to find his way again. At these words, Lin Weiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back, especially stirred by Dong Hongmin's statement. He is your husband. If you do not believe in him, who else can? I will head home now. Yu, when you pass by the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant on your way back to school, go in and ask. Dong Hongmin said, embracing Qin Minghao as she exited the cotton mill. That inquiry would be futile. What grounds does someone like him have for belief? Lin Yu retorted, fuming. Then turned to Lin Weiwei, saying, Sister, our mother is simply too gentle. We cannot be like her. I am heading home. Lin Weiwei softly acknowledged her sister with a sound of agreement, watching as Lin Yu left the cotton mill. Her emotions a tumult of complexity as she turned back toward the workshop. Lin Yu raced out of the cotton mill, still contemplating whether she should indeed inquire at the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant. Chapter 16. My sister made a reservation on her way to school. Lin Yu fortuitously passed by the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant. Standing before its grandeur, she hesitated, gathering her courage to step inside. Her motivation was not merely curiosity. She yearned to expose the bluster of Qin Minghao, to regain some semblance of dignity. After all, he had made quite a spectacle today, preventing her sister from divorcing him. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu pushed open the door and stepped inside. Her heart racing as she beheld the elegantly tiled floor adorned with black and white porcelain tiles. She worried whether she might inadvertently damage such exquisite decor. Good evening. Whom are you looking for? A staff member inquired. Lin Yu summoned her courage and replied. I came to inquire if a reservation was made under the name Qin Minghao for dinner tonight. Qin Minghao? The server pondered briefly before responding. I'm afraid there is no such reservation. We have numerous bookings for this evening, but none under that name. Humph. Perhaps her words had been proven false. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger and turned to leave, but the thought of returning home and having others doubt her visit compelled her to ask once more. Excuse me, could you tell me who else has made reservations for tonight? The server hesitated, yet seeing that Lin Yu was merely a student, she chose not to withhold information. There is Mr. Cui Jinping, Ms. Wang Meili, Mr. Feng Jianjun from the cotton mill, and Ms. Lin Weiwei. You mentioned Lin Weiwei? Lin Yu's eyes widened as she hastily inquired, which Lin Weiwei? I'm not entirely sure, the server admitted. I only know they reserved a birthday banquet. A gentleman made the booking yesterday morning, stating it was for his child's birthday. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt utterly stunned. Although the server's words were brief, they sparked a realization. The person who made the reservation could very well be Qin Minghao, who had used his sister's name instead of his own. As she exited the Shunfeng restaurant, Lin Yu felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. In front of so many witnesses, she had dismissed Qin Minghao as a braggart, only to discover he had indeed secured a table. How would she explain this at home? Throughout her journey back to school, Lin Yu ruminated over the matter. Although she harbored a certain disdain for Qin Minghao, his reservation compelled her to inform her family. By the time school ended, her mood had soured, and she returned home in a pensive state. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from within. The moment she recognized the commotion, her heart sank. Her second aunt, Dong Hongxia, and her third aunt, Dong Hongying, had arrived. This truly is a stroke of luck for our family. They initially said the succession wouldn't be permitted, yet here we are, with Hong Yu stepping up. Isn't it evident that fortune smiles upon us? Lin Yu pushed the door open just in time to hear her third aunt utter these words, and she pursed her lips, reluctant to engage. Did they truly not know? Her third aunt's family had always been inept, failing at everything and leaving nothing behind. For years, they had clamored to gain entry into the cotton mill, yet lacked the connections. A few months prior, she had heard they scraped together 3,000 yuan just to secure a lead. And now, they fancied themselves capable? Is Yu back? Has she been rendered foolish by her studies? Her second aunt remarked, visibly displeased. How could she not study? With jobs no longer allowing succession, Yu has but one path, education. How many can claim the same good fortune as our Hong Yu? Dong Hongying countered. Are you really heading straight to the security department of the cotton spinning factory? This is a lifelong commitment, a permanent position. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger and turned away, refusing to engage. Well, I just came to inform you. Hong Yu is quite capable. Once he secures a position at the cotton spinning factory, we shall celebrate at the Shunmin Hotel. You all must attend. Dong Hongying spoke with pride, her face beaming. Let me tell you, the dishes at Shunmin are absolutely exquisite. Almost 50 varieties on a table, perfect to indulge your cravings. Who cares about that? We're heading to the Shunfeng Hotel tonight. Their offerings far exceed those of Shunmin. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, her disdain more directed at her second and third aunts than at Qin Minghao. Dong Hongying's sister was somewhat gentler, but both sisters had their flaws. One relished taking advantage, while the other loved to show off, neither being particularly admirable. Shunfeng Hotel? Dong Hongying scoffed. You're only in your third year of high school, and already bragging? That is not a good sign for your future marriage prospects. I'm not bragging. I just returned from Shunfeng, and their cuisine is indeed superior to that of Shunmin. Does our family really need to satisfy cravings at Shunmin? Lin Yu retorted with a pout. You've confirmed this? Your brother-in-law has truly reserved a table at Shunfeng? Dong Hongming inquired eagerly. Of course. Well, actually, it was my sister who made the reservation. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she declared, Mother, do prepare quickly. When my father and sister return from work, we shall head straight there. We don't need to settle for Shunmin. We should aim for the best. You child. Dong Hongming chided her. Eldest sister, what do you think about the matter I just mentioned? Dong Hongxia interrupted the conversation, a forced smile on her face. The deputy head of the sales department is quite a respectable individual, being the nephew of Deputy Factory Director Su. Just imagine, once Wei Wei is divorced and marries Su. Your family's life will surely improve. Let us set that aside for now. I must check on Nono. It's about time she wakes up. Dong Hongming waved her hand dismissively. I'll join you. Lin Yu followed suit. Dong Hongxia's face flushed with anger as she glared at the mother and daughter, spitting in disdain. They don't even know how to enjoy their blessings. They're truly foolish. What benefits could come from being with someone like Qin Minghao? Deputy Director Su personally approached me, and he doesn't mind her having a daughter. Their family is quite impressive. Indeed. Dong Hongying rolled her eyes and suddenly remarked. Second sister, do you truly believe they'll go to Shunfeng Hotel? Go. Nonsense. We'll follow them and see how she brags later. Dong Hongxia spat again, convinced that Lin Yu was merely boasting. At that moment, there was a stir at the door. Lin Xiaoyang had returned. Lin Xiaoyang, in his 50s, was robust and had a fiery temper. Over the years, although not a high-ranking official at the cotton spinning factory's transportation team, he had gained some respect due to his experience and tended to speak frankly. Seeing his two sisters-in-law at home, Lin Xiaoyang wore a frown. He was well aware of their unsavory characters. Dad, you're back. Hurry and wash up. Today is Nono's birthday, and we're heading to Shunfeng Hotel for dinner. Lin Yu quickly exclaimed. Shunfeng Hotel? Yes, my sister made the reservation under her name. Chapter 17. Sarcasm. Did your sister make the reservation? Lin Xiaoyang expressed his surprise. Aware of his daughter's gentle nature and frugal lifestyle, it was quite unexpected for her to think of booking a table at the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant. Of course, Lin Yu's gaze flickered. She was reluctant to admit that it was Qin Minghao who had made the reservation. Oh, I see. I'll tidy up. Lin Xiaoyang replied before turning to enter the house, casting a deliberately dismissive glance at his two sisters-in-law. Brother-in-law, Dong Hongxia, despite her usual competence, found herself utterly subdued in Lin Xiaoyang's presence. Dong Hongying was no exception, standing quietly to the side. After changing his clothes, Lin Xiaoyang emerged to find Qin Nuonyuo already awake. The child's cheeks were flushed from sleep, and her eyes sparkled at the mention of dining at the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant. Sis, the whole family is counting on you, Lin Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed to greet Lin Weiwei upon her return from work. Hurry and change your clothes. We're going to the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant for dinner. The Shunfeng Grand Restaurant? Did Qin Minghao really make a reservation? Lin Weiwei was taken aback. When Qin Minghao had initially mentioned it, she had been skeptical. At that moment, resentment had filled her heart, blaming him for making promises he could not keep. Yet, to her astonishment, the reservation had indeed been made. It wasn't Qin Minghao. It was you who made the reservation. After all, it's in your name. Lin Yu huffed playfully. I don't want to go, Lin Weiwei murmured, her emotions a tangled web. She truly wished to avoid the outing, not out of spite, but because of the discomfort stirred by Qin Minghao's earlier words. Why not? The reservation is already made, and today is Nuonyuo's birthday. If you don't go, how will she celebrate? Lin Yu pouted, longing to join the festivities. Very well. Lin Weiwei conceded with a nod, though her mind remained heavy with unspoken thoughts. Having changed into suitable attire, Lin Xiaoyang rejoined them, while Lin Weiwei also prepared herself. Meanwhile, Dong Hongxia and Dong Hongying observed the family dynamics with astonishment. Clearly, they were dressed for a banquet. Could it be that a reservation had indeed been made at the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant? That establishment was the most expensive in town. The dishes were commendable, but the prices were steep. How pretentious. Dong Hongying scoffed. Our Hongyu only booked at Shunmin after starting his job, and they think they can dine at Shunfeng for a child's birthday? What a show-off. Dong Hongxia echoed her sentiments. Aunt, second aunt, we're off to dinner. If you have no other plans, you may as well head home. Lin Yu said, her tone mischievous. Her words elicited an awkward smile from Dong Hongxia. If you haven't eaten yet, you might as well join us. Dong Hongmin suggested kindly. That sounds splendid. Today is Nuonyuo's birthday. We should all join in the celebration. Dong Hongxia, ever one to seize an opportunity, eagerly accepted the invitation. I'll go along as well. Dong Hongying chimed in, though her thoughts lingered on the exorbitance of it all. At that moment, it remained uncertain whether there would be any delectable offerings for the obedient ones. The family, all dressed neatly, made their way toward the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant. Passers-by cast curious glances and inquired about their destination, to which Lin Yu promptly responded that they were going out to dine. This revelation captured the attention of many, for in this era, those who could casually dine out were typically affluent individuals or leaders engaged in social gatherings. Although their family hailed from a working-class background with a steady income, they were far from affluent. Upon entering the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence. Having visited once earlier in the day and familiarized herself with the surroundings, after a brief inquiry from the server, they were escorted to the largest table in the first-floor hall. I wish to have champagne, Lin Yu declared, though this champagne was not of the kind known in future times, but rather produced by the local soda factory. Despite its modest reputation, it was remarkably delightful, earning the fondness of many. Mom, I want some too. Qin Nuonyuo chimed in, tugging at Lin Weiwei's sleeve, her voice bright and cheerful. Where's Dad? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Lin Weiwei's expression stiffened as she, too, was uncertain about Qin Minghao's whereabouts. What does Qin Minghao come here for? Dong Hongxia scoffed, unceremoniously taking a seat. Weiwei, now that you've moved back home, you should just part ways with Qin Minghao. We all know what kind of person he is. Earlier today, I mentioned to your mother that Section Chief Su is young and capable, and he is the nephew of Deputy Factory Director Su. He doesn't mind that you have a child. Enough. Lin Xiaoyang interjected with a disdainful grunt. Weiwei and Qin Minghao are not divorced yet. We shall discuss that only when the time comes. Divorce is merely a matter of time, isn't it? Besides, since Weiwei has returned home, isn't it just a formality to obtain that divorce certificate? Dong Hongxia murmured softly. Even Dong Hongying joined in with her remarks. Listening to their conversation, Lin Weiwei's heart raced. Although she had mentioned divorce several times, committing to such a decision required profound contemplation. Have you all arrived? At that moment, Qin Minghao's voice echoed from outside as he entered, burdened with bags of various sizes. Dad! Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed joyfully, leaping from her chair to rush toward Qin Minghao. Good girl. Qin Minghao chuckled, embracing Qin Nuonyuo before squatting down to ask, what has your father brought for you? He then opened a cake box, releasing a delightful aroma of cream that wafted through the room. How fragrant! Qin Nuonyuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she giggled. Thank you, Dad. Qin Minghao smiled warmly, rising to face Lin Xiaoyang and Dong Hongmin. Dad, Mom, how has your health been lately? Lin Xiaoyang grunted coldly, unwilling to even glance at Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao understood Lin Xiaoyang's disposition. He had always scorned what displeased him, and when provoked, he could be as volatile as a powder keg. The actions he had taken over the years had long since earned Lin Xiaoyang's disapproval, and it was already commendable that he managed to restrain his anger. Dad, this is the wine I brought for you. Mom, here are some fruits. After Qin Minghao organized the items and took his seat, he was greeted by the voice of Dong Hongxia, a timely occurrence indeed. The meal was served promptly, with ample free time now that he was no longer employed. It was rather effortless for him to come over. At this moment, Dong Hongying still supported her elder sister, but in truth, their family Hongyu could also enjoy such leisure, though he would soon return to work in a couple of days, and this tranquility would not last. Chapter 18. This is my reservation. The implication was clear. Qin Minghao was merely a slacker, while the children from their family were the true respectable individuals. This sentiment, though not explicitly stated, was nearly as piercing. Qin Minghao frowned, harboring disdain for these two individuals, and chose to sit beside his daughter. Returning to work was nothing to boast about. Lin Xiaoyang interjected, having harbored significant grievances against Qin Minghao over the past 2 years. Yet, he acknowledged the fact that this man was, after all, his son-in-law. Indeed, in today's society, one must possess a stable job. Or how would one manage sustenance in the future? Our Hongyu is also a diligent individual. Otherwise, he would never have secured a position at the cotton spinning factory, where he was even assigned to the security department. I find this child, Hongyu, rather commendable. Dong Hongxia praised insincerely. Lin Xiaoyang wore a stern expression, uncertain of how to respond. Although he could intervene, he was loath to maintain a perpetual scowl. Dong Hongmin was equally displeased, while Lin Yu turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei was somewhat better, subconsciously glancing at Qin Minghao, yet he offered no return gaze. Let us serve the dishes. Lin Qiaoyang interrupted, unwilling to allow Qin Minghao further embarrassment. Yes, indeed. Let us serve the dishes. I came here to see how the cuisine at Shunfeng was. As in a few days when Han Yu starts his job, we shall host a banquet. It will be interesting to see if it is Shunfeng or Shunmin. Dong Hongying cheerfully remarked, adding, in truth, having a job brings a sense of security for the future sustenance. Moreover, Han Yu is indeed capable. Now that he is in the security department, I shall inquire about their department head and perhaps even the factory manager, which may lead to future advancements. I concur. Dong Hongxiao agreed. I have made inquiries. Their department head is named Feng Jianjun. Perhaps I shall present him with a gift. Lin Qiaoyang felt a wave of nausea at the side, wishing to stand up and send them away immediately. Minghao? At that moment, at the entrance of Shunfeng restaurant, Feng Jianjun's voice rang out. I invite you for a drink. You mentioned family matters. Yet here you are. What is this? Do you look down upon your brother Feng? Qin Minghao was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet upon seeing Feng Jianjun approach with two companions. Oh, this is a family gathering. It was only halfway through his approach that Feng Jianjun noticed Lin Weiwei and her family, promptly smiling as he approached. Uncle Lin is here? Lin Qiaoyang, recognizing Feng Jianjun, quickly stood up, his expression softening. You are Feng Jianjun, the department head, are you not? Dong Hongying exclaimed, rising abruptly to grasp Feng Jianjun's hand. Oh my! Department head Feng, I was just looking for you. I am Dong Hongying. And my son's name is Wang Hongyu. Feng Jianjun paused, genuinely unfamiliar with Dong Hongying, though he had some recollection of Wang Hongyu. In a few days, my son will be heading to your security department. Oh, Feng Jianjun replied, unwilling to engage further with Dong Hongying, and instead cast a glance at Lin Qiaoyang, smilingly saying, Uncle Lin, I specifically came today to invite Minghao for a drink. I wasn't aware it was your family gathering. Had I known, I would have postponed my invitation. My brother-in-law is still upstairs waiting for Minghao. How about we let him go upstairs for a drink later? Lin Qiaoyang's body tensed. Having worked in the cotton mill for many years, he was well aware of the intricate relationships within, and he certainly recognized that Feng Jianjun's brother-in-law was none other than Deputy Factory Director He, who was in charge of production. Those nearby who overheard were momentarily taken aback, particularly Dong Hongying, who was also aware of this matter. All right, very well. Lin Qiaoyang responded with a smile. Great, then it's settled. Feng Jianjun remarked, turning to Qin Minghao, saying, Minghao, between brothers, there's no need for much talk. Just go upstairs later and don't let me lose face. Sure, I'll head up shortly. Qin Minghao nodded with a smile. Feng Jianjun chuckled, bidding farewell to everyone as he made his way upstairs. The upper floor was comprised of private rooms, while the lower floor served as the hall. Initially, Qin Minghao had considered reserving a private room, but by the time he arrived to book one, they were already fully booked. It seemed Feng Jianjun had managed to procure a room from someone else. Feng Jianjun indeed intended to treat Qin Minghao to a meal, but the latter had declined, as today was Qin Nunua's birthday. Minghao, do you know Officer Feng? Dong Hongying asked hurriedly after Feng Jianjun had left, instinctively inquiring. I heard him say he wanted to invite you for a drink. You must be quite close, right? Han Yu is about to join the security department. Could you perhaps say a few words to ensure he looks after him? You want me to say a few words? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. On what grounds? Dong Hongying was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing slightly. Aren't we all family? Auntie, Qin Minghao called out, stating, I am but a mere drifter, barely able to secure a meal. What words of wisdom could I possibly offer? Your Han Yu is so capable. I believe he can manage just fine without my assistance. Hearing this, Dong Hongying's expression soured, and she glared at Qin Minghao intensely. Qin Minghao, Dong Hongxiao interjected, appearing once again, saying, Your aunt merely asked you to say a few words. Must you be so obstinate? Furthermore, Officer Feng might just be making polite conversation. Do you truly believe you have any influence? If you were truly capable, would you rely on your wife for sustenance? Attending your daughter's birthday while expecting others to host you? Lin Weiwei made the reservation. Qin Minghao paused, turning to look at Lin Weiwei, who also appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu sheepishly turned her head away, remaining silent. What is the matter? No more words? Dong Hongxia scoffed, crossing her arms. Someone like you is worthy of our Weiwei? Weiwei has moved out, and yet you remain oblivious to the circumstances? You lounge about all day, and when your daughter has a birthday, you come over to feast. Do you have no shame? A gradual smile crept onto Qin Minghao's lips, signifying that a fire of indignation was kindling within him. Vivi, you haven't forgotten what I just told you, have you? That section chief Su is young and accomplished, unlike some individuals who only seek to exploit you. At least he doesn't expect you, as a woman, to pay for the meal, Dong Hongxia coldly scoffed. Sir, the dishes are about to be served. The waiter approached at this moment. Wait a moment. Qin Minghao raised his arm to halt the proceedings. May I inquire who originally reserved this table at your restaurant? The staff was taken aback. Wasn't it you who made the reservation? You mentioned it was for your wife, Lin Weiwei. Dong Hongxia was about to deliver another sarcastic remark when she heard the waiter's words, momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. I made the reservation? Qin Minghao confirmed, then turned to face Dong Hongxia. I apologize, but this table is indeed under my name. Dong Hongxia's expression darkened as she glared at Qin Minghao. So what if you reserved it? What difference does it make? Qin Minghao turned his head with a cold smirk, addressing the waiter. I reserved for 5 individuals, including a child. What is the situation with these 2 people? Is your establishment so careless as to allow others to occupy a guest's table? Chapter 19. Angering the deputy manager, the waiter hesitated, assuming that since these 2 individuals arrived together, they must know each other. However, it appeared from the conversation that they did not. Qin Minghao, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm irrelevant? Dong Hongxiao abruptly stood up, realizing that Qin Minghao was attempting to expel them. Why would I consider you at all? Qin Minghao remained unperturbed, seated casually with one leg crossed, coldly observing Dong Hongxia. Dong Hongxia's face turned pale with fury. Enough. It's just a family meal. Let us not be the subject of ridicule. Dong Hongmin, feeling uneasy, spoke up. Considering she was her sister. A family meal? What business do outsiders have here? Lin Qiuyang, already ill-tempered, slammed his hand on the table. Dong Hongmin hesitated. She was naturally gentle and had always let Lin Qiuyang take the lead. Although she felt frustrated, she couldn't voice it at that moment. Waiter. Qin Minghao chuckled, finding his father-in-law somewhat endearing. He quickly addressed the waiter. If these 2 are not asked to leave, then we won't be having our meal here. We'll just go home and eat. Please hold on a moment. I will call someone right away. The waiter discreetly glanced at Dong Hongxia and Dong Hongying, genuinely puzzled as to why they were still lingering there. Fine. Dong Hongxia gritted her teeth. I won't eat today. Qin Minghao, just wait. I will make you understand my power sooner or later. Like a shrew? Qin Minghao remained unfazed, still seated. He knew these 2 sisters did not regard him as a person. When he married Lin Weiwei, they had not treated him well, and even now, while he and Lin Weiwei were not divorced, Dong Hongxia was already trying to find her a new partner. You little wretch, just wait. I will make you pay. After leaving, Dong Hongxia spat on the ground in contempt and stormed off. Dong Hongying felt quite uncomfortable and cast a disdainful glance at the Shunfeng Grand Restaurant, believing it paled in comparison to Shunmin. After the 2 departed, the dishes were finally served. Lin Qiuyang stole a glance at Qin Minghao before directing his attention to Lin Yu, who, frightened, hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to breathe a word. She was acutely aware that their table reservation had been exposed, rendering her speechless. In this household, Lin Qiuyang was akin to a deity. While Lin Yu would dare to argue with Dong Hongmin, her gaze faltered in the presence of Lin Qiuyang. Father, please enjoy your drink. I shall take my leave for a moment. Qin Minghao, having eaten a little, stood up. Lin Qiuyang understood that they could not keep the guests waiting for too long, and simply nodded in response. Mother. Qin Minghao retrieved the bags he had brought, saying, over the years, I haven't purchased much for you. But with Nua Nua's birthday approaching, I bought some clothes for you and father, along with a dress for Nua Nua. You can take it home for her to wear tonight. Look at you, spending so much. You still have to manage your own life. Dong Hongmin hurriedly interjected. Qin Minghao remained silent, instead pulling out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and placing it beside Lin Weiwei. Having been living at home these days, some expenses are unavoidable. Take this 1,000 yuan for now, and let me know if you need more. Rest assured, this money is earned through my hard work and is entirely legitimate. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. When she looked up, Qin Minghao had already turned and ascended the stairs. 1,000 yuan. In these times, workers earned only 200 to 300 yuan. For him to casually toss down 1,000 yuan and mention needing more if it wasn't sufficient? Lin Weiwei's emotions were exceedingly complex, especially recalling Qin Minghao's final words about the money being entirely legitimate, which reminded her of her own comments made on the street that day. Was he not angry? She mused about the origins of this money. And Lin Yu pouted in discontent. Keep your comments to yourself. Dong Hongmin shot a glare at Lin Yu before turning to Lin Weiwei with a gentle expression. Weiwei, what has Minghao been up to lately? Why has he suddenly given so much money? I really don't know. Lin Weiwei replied despondently, genuinely unaware. Previously, Qin Minghao would at least explain things to her, but now he seemed devoid of any desire to communicate. This realization left Lin Weiwei with an inexplicable sadness. Surely, Qin Minghao must be upset? The others present noticed the tension between Qin Minghao and Lin Weiwei, sensing that something might be amiss. But it was not their place to intervene in the couple's affairs. Indeed, Qin Minghao was vexed. Otherwise, he would not have limited his words to Lin Weiwei. Yet, even in his anger, he could not bring himself to lack compassion for her. After all, it was Lin Weiwei who had tirelessly upheld their household over the years, laboring from dawn till dusk, bearing both achievements and hardships. Qin Minghao believed that as a man, he could accept a few complaints from Lin Weiwei, and his silence stemmed from lingering emotions within. As he pushed open the door to the private room, Feng Jianjun eagerly rose and greeted him with a smile. "We've been waiting for you. Why didn't you tell me about your child's birthday earlier? I should prepare a gift." With a smile, Qin Minghao sat down, glancing around to see He Binglin was indeed present, accompanied by 2 or 3 others, likely from the cotton spinning factory's office. "Come, Minghao, take a seat. Let us raise a glass." He Binglin waved his hand casually without standing up. Qin Minghao understood that He Binglin owed him nothing. Perhaps just a slight favor from Feng Jianjun. Moreover, He Binglin's remarks at the cotton spinning factory that morning had somewhat repaid that debt. Come. Allow me to pour you a drink." Feng Jianjun, full of enthusiasm, filled a glass and lifted it. "Minghao, I toast to you." The others around raised their glasses in unison, acknowledging the toast. After setting down his glass, He Binglin disregarded Qin Minghao, casually conversing with those nearby. "Currently, production efficiency remains low. It will improve once the equipment is upgraded. This matter cannot be rushed. You must pay attention to the arrangements. Indeed, this upgrade is crucial. Precisely. Post-upgrade, our production capacity will expand, and life will become easier." Qin Minghao slightly furrowed his brow and sighed, shaking his head. He knew that even with an equipment upgrade, the cotton spinning factory would see little benefit and suspected that this upgrade might have been a scam. "Brother, what does your shaking of the head signify?" Feng Jianjun, having had a few drinks, casually remarked, drawing the attention of those around to Qin Minghao. He Binglin frowned slightly, visibly displeased. "Minghao, what troubles you? Do you think my statements are inaccurate?" "Not at all," Qin Minghao quickly replied. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "Director I actually believe that an equipment upgrade may not necessarily be a boon." "Oh," He Binglin's expression soured. As the head of production at the factory, he had strongly advocated for the upgrade, and Qin Minghao's dissent displeased him greatly. "Then pray tell, why is it not advantageous?" At this, all eyes turned to Qin Minghao, and Feng Jianjun felt a bit anxious for him. Considering the current domestic situation, there is an oversupply of cotton products, with an abundance of cotton spinning factories, and countless closures, indicating a market saturated with capacity. Personally, I believe we should refrain from hasty decisions and observe the situation. Moreover, upgrading equipment is less beneficial than enhancing products. Qin Minghao spoke eloquently. A few attendees scoffed derisively, emitting dismissive snorts. He Binglin straightened his posture, his eyelids drooping in evident displeasure. "Additionally, I recently heard something that may relate to the equipment upgrades at the cotton spinning factory." Qin Minghao continued. "What is it?" He Binglin inquired. "Yesterday, while I was out, I happened to encounter 2 outsiders who mentioned hastily sending equipment away to avoid detection. If I am not mistaken, the cotton spinning factory's equipment will arrive in the coming days, right? Even if we are upgrading equipment, we must not be too hasty to avoid being deceived, resulting in more losses than gains," Qin Minghao asserted. "Nonsense." He Binglin could no longer endure the situation, slamming his hand on the table and nearly rising from his seat. What did Qin Minghao mean by that? Accusing him of being too eager and susceptible to deception? As the deputy director, having weathered countless storms, how could he be fooled here? Chapter 20. Internal conflicts. The faces of those present reflected discomfort, yet Qin Minghao remained seated, exuding an air of calm. Feng Jianjun hastily gestured towards Qin Minghao, aware that, despite He Binglin being his brother-in-law, publicly undermining his decisions in front of so many could indeed provoke discontent from someone so entrenched in power. "Qin Minghao, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You are negating the decisions of the higher-ups, sowing discord among the ranks, fabricating issues." He Binglin's fury was unabashed. The equipment upgrades had been a collective decision among the plant's leaders, a unified consensus. What right did he have to speak so indiscriminately? Qin Minghao lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Director my words are merely a reminder. Whether you believe them is entirely up to you. If you truly harbor dissenting opinions, we can engage in a more measured discussion." "Measured discussion? What right do you have to request that I engage in such dialogue with you?" "Qin Minghao, I initially thought you were a promising young man, but now I see you are utterly ineffectual. Out of respect for Jianjun, I shall refrain from further admonishment today, but you must refrain from undermining our morale in the future." With that, He Binglin turned and strode out. The others, witnessing his departure, followed suit, while Feng Jianjun quickly stood up to accompany him a few steps outside. Listening to this exchange, Qin Minghao could only shake his head in resignation. He had no intention of discussing the issues plaguing the cotton spinning factory. The conversation had merely escalated to this point. He could accept He Binglin's attitude, as his prior perception of him was one of stubbornness. Moreover, given He Binglin's current status, he felt he had no real standing to engage in a prolonged dialogue. "Brother." At that moment, Feng Jianjun entered the room, a wry smile upon his face. "At your age and with your experiences, how can you still speak so thoughtlessly?" Qin Minghao chuckled helplessly. "Brother Feng, do you believe what I said?" Feng Jianjun hesitated, scrutinizing Qin Minghao's eyes before asking, "Are you saying there truly is a scam?" Qin Minghao nodded affirmatively. Feng Jianjun straightened with renewed focus. "Minghao, as your brother, I do trust you. However, the implications of this matter are alarming. Furthermore, the procurement of equipment is overseen by Su Guanglin. I doubt he would be so foolish." Su Guanglin? Upon hearing this name, Qin Minghao's eyes narrowed. It was this very Su Guanglin, the deputy director, who had initially coerced him into misappropriating funds to fabricate accounts. The subsequent expulsion from the cotton spinning factory was undoubtedly linked to Su's machinations. The cotton spinning factory was vast, employing 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, and had 3 deputy directors. He Binglin was in charge of production, Su Guanglin handled procurement, and another was responsible for ideological development. With Feng Jianjun mentioning Su Guanglin, a flicker of insight ignited within Qin Minghao. The cotton spinning factory may not have been deceived by others. It is quite possible that it was misled by Su Guanglin. "Brother Feng." Qin Minghao suppressed his emotions, reasoning that regardless of the truth of the matter, it would soon be revealed through inquiry. Given the scale of our cotton spinning factory, it should not be a daunting task to trace the origin of the equipment and investigate the manufacturing company. Feng Jianjun considered this and agreed, stating that he would have someone look into it tomorrow. Perhaps there would indeed be results. However, the equipment was scheduled to arrive the next day, and he was uncertain whether they would have enough time. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively, feeling that the timing was of little consequence. If they managed to investigate in time, the factory could avert losses. If not, any incurred losses would ultimately be borne by those in higher positions. At the very least, He Binglin, who had been devoted to upgrading the equipment, would find himself in a predicament. As for Su Guanglin, he might even face dire consequences. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time before Qin Minghao and Feng Jianjun took their leave. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei and her family had also departed the first floor, appearing to have just left. Qin Minghao clicked his tongue as he exited the restaurant, lowering his head to inhale the fresh air outside, feeling remarkably uplifted. A little drink and then off to sleep. He now awaited a favorable wind to propel him to great heights, leaving behind a sky that belonged solely to him in this era. His aspirations were unmistakably clear. Given that fate had granted him a chance at rebirth, he would not squander it. He was determined to ignite a fervor that would compensate Lin Weiwei and their daughter in the process. On the following morning, the cotton spinning factory bustled with activity. The reason? It was the day the new equipment was set to arrive. From morning until noon, the factory workers eagerly anticipated the arrival of the much-discussed machinery. As the afternoon approached, their enthusiasm heightened further. Lin Weiwei stood at the workshop entrance, glancing outside and feeling a surge of excitement as she heard the rumbling sounds. The factory had been experiencing poor performance lately, and everyone believed it was due to outdated equipment. Now that new machinery was on the way, they were confident that productivity would improve. "It's here. It's here." Sister Zhang, known as Zhang Cuihua, the most vivacious person in the workshop, became animated as she spotted the delivery truck entering the factory. "I heard that this new equipment can replace 8 workers. Indeed, I have heard the same. Supposedly, this batch of new machinery is state-of-the-art, allowing us to avoid overtime and produce goods daily. Yes, it will be easier, and we will earn more." The workers chattered excitedly, their joy palpable. Lin Weiwei watched the truck enter the factory, feeling invigorated. However, at that moment, an unsettling voice echoed through the workshop. "Easier and more profitable?" Shui Changwei scoffed, eyeing the female workers. "Do you truly believe that?" "I might agree, but there are those who do not share this sentiment." "Director Shui, what do you mean by that?" Sister Zhang retorted. The female workers in the workshop turned their heads, intrigued by Shui Changwei's words. "What do you mean?" Shui Changwei let out a light snort, placing his hands behind his back as he gazed at Lin Weiwei. "I heard that someone dined with Director He yesterday, claiming that our cotton spinning factory's equipment upgrades are utterly pointless. They even suggested that should we proceed with the upgrades, we might end up being swindled, and that it would be best for us to refrain from acquiring new equipment. What do you think of such a person's intentions? At this, Lin Weiwei felt a jolt in her heart. She recalled that Qin Minghao had dined with He Binglin the previous evening. Could it be that Xue Changwei was referring to Qin Minghao? Who said that? I would tear their mouth apart, she exclaimed. Indeed, such nonsense. What are they even talking about? Do they wish for our operations to falter? The crowd murmured in disbelief. How can there be such malicious individuals in this world? Director Xue, if you reveal their identity, I shall stand at their doorstep and berate them for 3 days and nights. Seeing the crowd's outrage, Xue Changwei, with a forced smile, addressed Lin Weiwei. You must know the person who uttered these words, don't you? It is none other than your husband, Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei's complexion shifted, realizing that Xue Changwei was targeting her directly, and her face flushed crimson. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's name, the female workers at the cotton spinning factory fell silent, aware of Lin Weiwei's presence. Yet, some exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. What does he even know? Just a layabout, living off others, yet he thinks he understands such matters? Hasn't anyone noticed? He.S. just a meddler. And Lin Weiwei, how shameless. Managing both work and family, as if she.s. never encountered a man before. The women, indulging in gossip, mingled their remarks with scorn. Observing their reactions, Xue Changwei let out a cold laugh, turning to leave. Remember, everyone, we should distance ourselves from those who revel in our struggles. The female workers, in response, huffed in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Xue Changwei's words. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses approached the workshop's entrance. Director Xue, Deputy Factory Director Su has announced that the new equipment has arrived. He invites everyone to come and witness the dawn of our cotton spinning factory's prosperity. Oh, Deputy Director Su. Xue Changwei hurriedly approached, grasping Su Changjuan's hands. Even if you hadn't come, I intended to take them to see it. Such a significant event as an equipment upgrade certainly deserves our attention. Su Changjun nodded lightly, glancing inside and spotting the tall figure of Lin Weiwei. Weiwei? He quickly approached her with a smile. I came to fetch you. I heard you've been feeling discontent at work lately. Is there an issue at home? Not at all. Lin Weiwei replied coldly, turning to follow the majority of the female workers as they exited the workshop. Su Changjun frowned slightly, hastily trailing behind. I heard about the equipment theft in the second workshop the other night. I spoke with higher-ups about it. If your husband, Qin Minghao, is involved, perhaps he could help rectify the situation. My husband would never engage in such activities. Lin Weiwei, initially skeptical of Qin Minghao, found herself compelled to defend him in front of others. Oh, Su Changjun remarked, leisurely approaching her side with a smile. Indeed, he may not engage in such actions. But tarnishing the reputation of our cotton mills management is an undeniable fact. I heard that last night, in front of Deputy Factory Director He. He claimed that the equipment upgrades were utterly useless, asserting that such upgrades were merely a scam. This man knows nothing and speaks recklessly. Wouldn't you agree he is quite irrational? Lin Weiwei's expression darkened with anger as she quickened her pace. Su Changjun, the deputy head of the sales department, also held a more significant title as the nephew of Su Guanglin. Recently, Xue Changwei seemed to have received some orders to deliberately complicate matters for Lin Weiwei, insisting that she serve as a secretary to this so-called deputy director. Does a deputy director truly require a secretary? Lin Weiwei understood the implications, but resolutely declined. Yet, Su Changjun persisted in bothering her daily, often uttering rather unkind remarks. Weiwei, sometimes I genuinely feel sorry for you. Such a wonderful person like you is associating with someone as ungrateful as Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei hastened her steps, choosing to ignore him. As she approached the entrance of the second workshop, she spotted brand new equipment being unloaded from trucks and wheeled into the workshop. Just look at this. All brand new equipment, genuinely excellent merchandise. How could Qin Minghao say we are being scammed? Su Changjun scoffed, embellishing his words. Is he lacking in common sense? Lin Weiwei felt a pang of anxiety as she gazed at the pristine machinery, questioning Qin Minghao's erratic behavior. Yet, over the past few days, she sensed a change in him, leading her to suddenly contemplate whether there might indeed be an issue with the equipment. Perhaps her judgment was flawed as well. Lin Weiwei chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could she suspect problems with equipment that was evidently new? In the distance, He Binglin spotted Lin Weiwei, aware of her connection to Qin Minghao, and deliberately let out a cold grunt, turning his head aside. Feng Jianjun, witnessing this, sighed, uncertain of what to say. If Qin Minghao had not made those remarks yesterday, surely his brother-in-law would have smiled and nodded upon seeing Lin Weiwei. Jianjun, refrain from associating with Qin Minghao in the future. It will only lead to unnecessary loss of dignity. He Binglin did not intend to trouble Lin Weiwei, but he could advise Feng Jianjun. Look, the equipment is brand new. What could possibly be wrong? He simply spouts nonsense, believing he has some favor with you, and now he is showing off. Just a clown. Feng Jianjun hesitated. He was somewhat inclined to trust Qin Minghao. After returning home yesterday, he had called comrades in the south to investigate this equipment company. Unfortunately, he had yet to receive any news. Director Feng, telephone. A voice called out from a distance. In the depths of his heart, Feng Jianjun felt a sudden jolt of foreboding and hastily made his way to the security department. Upon arriving, he swiftly answered the phone, where an anxious voice conveyed alarming news. Jianjun, I have conducted an investigation regarding the Nanhua equipment factory you mentioned. It simply does not exist. They are merely a group of individuals engaged in the illicit trade of foreign equipment, purchasing obsolete machinery from abroad, repainting it, and selling it to domestic factories. The parts within those machines are warped, and the oil is problematic. The words struck Feng Jianjun like a thunderclap, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped the phone and bolted out of the security department. Jianjun, Jianjun. The voice on the line continued to shout, but Feng Jianjun had already dashed away. Meanwhile, the equipment from several trucks had been fully unloaded. The delivery personnel had boarded their vehicles and driven out of the cotton mill. He Binglin observed the brand new machines with satisfaction, especially encouraged by the joyful murmurs of the surrounding workers, which reinforced his conviction that the equipment upgrade was undoubtedly a sound decision. Everyone, He Binglin stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Do you see these new machines? They represent the hope of our factory's rise and are the guarantee of our success." A wave of applause erupted around him. Recently, I have heard whispers of doubt regarding the equipment, aimed at undermining our cotton mill's morale. Let me assure you, these are mere slanders. Do not be swayed by such nonsense. As long as you steadfastly follow the leadership of our factory, we shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. The applause swelled once more. Fueled by the excitement of the factory's leadership, Lin Weiwei listened to He Binglin's words, sensing the underlying message directed at Qin Minghao, which stirred discomfort within her. What do you think? If the factory director is saying this, doesn't it mean Qin Minghao is foolish? Su Changjun chuckled, eager to impress Lin Weiwei. Yet, as her eyes glistened with unshed tears, she found herself devoid of any resentment towards Qin Minghao. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Feng Jianjun's voice echoed from afar, neglecting to refer to He Binglin with his title. He Binglin frowned, disliking Feng Jianjun's casual address in such a setting. Normally composed, what had come over him today? Brother-in-law? Where are the people? Where are they? Feng Jianjun exclaimed. What people? He Binglin frowned, flustered. Brother-in-law, the individuals who delivered the equipment. They are frauds. They are deceivers. Feng Jianjun cried out in distress. What did you say? He Binglin's expression shifted dramatically. Feng Jianjun, what nonsense are you spouting? Can you take responsibility for such claims? Why wouldn't I be able to take responsibility? I just received a call. We must hurry and retrieve those people. Feng Jianjun, at a loss for how to explain, hastily pulled a screwdriver from the workshop. Retrieve what? They've already left, and the payment has been collected. Su Changjun remarked coldly. Feng, what do you intend to do with that screwdriver? Feng Jianjun remained silent, wielding a screwdriver as he directly engaged with the new equipment. Feng Jianjun, what exactly are you doing? He Binglin shouted. What am I doing? Feng Jianjun replied, removing the last screw and prying open the equipment cover. He pointed to the deformed components and the thick, dark oil within. Take a look for yourself and see what you think I'm doing. The onlookers turned their gazes towards him, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Chapter 22. Regret for the past. The components inside the equipment cover had long been worn and deformed, coated with a thick layer of black oil, clearly indicating they had been used before and were indeed of outdated quality. What is going on? He Binglin staggered, nearly fainting. What is going on? What else could it be? We've been deceived. We've been sold inferior goods, using obsolete equipment, and swindled out of our substantial payment. Feng Jianjun exclaimed in one breath. He Binglin's vision darkened, and he felt himself weakening. Deputy Factory Director. Deputy Factory Director. Su Changjun, who was closest, hurriedly supported He Binglin, his expression somewhat strained. Are they truly fraudsters? Have we genuinely been fooled? And they took our payment? Oh my goodness, we have indeed been deceived. What Qin Minghao said was true. We've been taken for a ride. The workers at the cotton spinning factory erupted in a frenzy upon hearing these revelations. They all understood that if they had been swindled, the prospect of upgrading the equipment would become a farcical joke. The hope of a more effortless and profitable future would be more elusive than a dream. Shui Changgui's lips trembled, rendering him speechless for a long time, while Lin Weiwei amidst the crowd stared blankly at the scene, her eyes void of life. Just moments ago, those around her had berated Qin Minghao multiple times, calling him brainless and meddlesome. Now, who was truly lacking in intellect? Who was truly meddling? It seemed that the higher-ups at the cotton spinning factory were the ones lacking foresight. Chase them. Immediately send someone to pursue. Shui Changgui nearly spewed blood in his fury, shouting at those surrounding him. The cotton spinning factory had vehicles, albeit only 3 Santanas, but surely they could catch up to the fleeing individuals. Yes, hurry and pursue. Su Changjun echoed, issuing commands to those around him. Let me tell you, if you can't catch up, don't even think about coming back. This is all your fault. The security personnel stood bewildered. What did this have to do with them? Feng Jianjun organized a group to pursue. Yet everyone understood that these individuals had come specifically to commit fraud. Once the money was secured, they would undoubtedly flee swiftly. Think you can chase them? It's not that simple. The crowd dispersed, with some cursing the incompetence of the factory leadership, others condemning the moral depravity of the fraudsters, and upon seeing Lin Weiwei, many instinctively fell silent, their faces a mix of crimson and pallor. The cotton spinning factory was already struggling. Having been deceived, once more raised questions about whether salaries could be paid next month. He Binglin regained his composure and noticed Lin Weiwei, slapping his thigh in frustration. Why didn't I listen to Minghao? I regret it deeply. The people around, upon hearing the discussion, regarded Qin Minghao with a sense of awe, casting envious glances at Lin Weiwei. Uncertain of what to say, Lin Weiwei chose to lower her head and walk towards the workshop. In truth, it was not just He Binglin who remained skeptical of Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei herself did not fully believe in him either. If she had, she would have rushed forward to have the group inspect the equipment immediately. Deputy Factory Director, let us return to the office, Su Changjun said with some discontent. Although Qin Minghao was not present today, he had managed to steal the limelight, which irked him greatly. He Binglin, however, had no desire to return to the office. He commanded, send someone to report to the police. I will wait at the security department. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Understood. Su Changjun nodded and proceeded to relay the orders. The crowd around began to murmur and point, their conversations laced with uncertainty. Everyone was acutely aware that if they hoped to receive their salaries next month, delays were inevitable. The equipment upgrade scam was no trivial matter, and its repercussions on the factory would be significant. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly everyone in the factory had learned of the issues with the new equipment and how a substantial sum of money had been swindled. Workers were filled with anxiety, unsure of how to proceed. Half an hour later, the security department received their first call, which conveyed a simple yet disheartening message. They had failed to catch up with the group of fraudsters. Upon hearing this, He Binglin felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. When Feng Jianjun rushed back, the sun was nearly setting. Yet no employee at the cotton spinning factory wished to leave. They all remained inside, awaiting news. Feng Jianjun, with a heavy heart, reported, we did not catch up. This revelation sent waves of panic through the factory. The workers felt as if the end of the world had arrived. How could you not catch them? They were driving a truck while you were in smaller vehicles. What were you doing? He Binglin roared in fury. Feng Jianjun had little to say. The fact remained that they had not caught up. I regret not heeding his words. He Binglin lamented. If only I had listened to Qin Minghao, we would not be in this predicament. The people around fell silent, as He Binglin continued to mutter Qin Minghao's name throughout the day. Su Changjun, observing from the side, smirked slyly and remarked, Deputy Director, do you think Qin Minghao could have foreseen this? Do you think he might know where those fraudsters fled? Indeed, indeed. He Binglin suddenly perked up, exclaiming, quick, fetch Qin Minghao, he must know. Feng Jianjun, realizing the urgency, promptly exited the security department and made his way towards the employees' dormitory. Su Changjun watched Feng Jianjun leave, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He did not believe that Qin Minghao possessed any knowledge of the fraudsters' whereabouts. His intent was to set a trap for Qin Minghao. After all, if the entire factory remembered him, how could he ever approach Lin Weiwei? Just as Feng Jianjun stepped outside, he encountered Lin Weiwei and hurriedly inquired, Lin Weiwei, where is your Qin Minghao? Do you know where he is? Our cotton spinning factory is in dire straits, and only he can assist us. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Perhaps he was in the staff dormitory? Quick, let us hasten to find him. He may be of assistance. Feng Jianjun urged, sprinting towards the staff quarters. Lin Weiwei followed closely behind, feeling somewhat disoriented. She could hardly believe that Qin Minghao, the slothful husband she knew, was the very person Feng Jianjun spoke of. In such a vast factory, was it truly only Qin Minghao who could provide salvation? Feng Jianjun, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His singular focus was on locating Qin Minghao, prompting him to move with great urgency. Upon arriving at the staff dormitory, He soon realized that Lin Weiwei had not kept pace with him. Unfazed, he rushed to Qin Minghao's door and knocked vigorously. Minghao? Minghao? After a prolonged silence. There was no response from within. At that moment, Lin Weiwei caught up, hastily producing her key to unlock the door, and Feng Jianjun immediately dashed inside. His gaze swept across the room, and his heart sank. Chapter 23. Who has the right to intervene? The room was impeccably tidy and well kept. Yet it was devoid of any occupants. Not here. Feng Jianjun thought uneasily, glancing at Lin Weiwei who had just entered. Is Minghao not at home? Lin Weiwei surveyed the empty space with a sigh. She too was unaware of Qin Minghao's whereabouts. Under normal circumstances, where else could he be at this hour? Perhaps out drinking? As this thought flickered through her mind, she quickly dismissed it. Sensing that Qin Minghao had changed in recent days and would likely not indulge in drinking or gambling. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Lin Weiwei shook her head, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. She truly did not know where Qin Minghao had ventured. Let us search further. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Jianjun exited the dormitory and knocked on the door of Aunt Li San, their neighbor. How would we know where Qin Minghao has gone? Aunt Li San rolled her eyes and slammed the door shut. Feng Jianjun felt a surge of frustration. But he restrained himself, inquiring around the vicinity, only to discover that no one had any information regarding Qin Minghao's location. The two of them, brows furrowed in worry, searched for over 10 minutes before ultimately returning to the cotton spinning factory. Not here. What is going on? Is he not at home? He Binglin felt a chill in his heart upon hearing that Qin Minghao was absent. We must find out where he has gone. Su Changjun, overhearing this, couldn't he help but smirk inwardly. It would be for the best if Qin Minghao vanished entirely, as this might sway Lin Weiwei back to him. Yet, the thought of Lin Weiwei's usual demeanor made Su Changjun want to spit in disgust and curse her as a wretched person. As Feng Jianjun exited the security office, He Binglin clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. The equipment had been compromised, and it seemed that Qin Minghao's words were coming to fruition. He could already foresee the bleakness of his future. Should the higher-ups pursue accountability for this matter, He Binglin would find himself in grave trouble indeed. Su Changjun, ever so attentive, awaited news of Qin Minghao, hoping to assert that perhaps the latter's fortune was merely a stroke of serendipity, a mere coincidence. He believed that with a few words, he could alleviate the repercussions of Qin Minghao's actions today. Alas, fate had other plans, as someone indeed knew of Qin Minghao's whereabouts. When Wei Laosan entered alongside Feng Jianjun, he immediately proclaimed that Qin Minghao had taken him to the scrap yard in the west of the city at noon, adding that he was unsure if Qin Minghao remained there. He sighed, and with a weary gesture, He Binglin instructed them to search. All right, exclaimed Wei Laosan, who had never encountered such a scene, and he dashed out of the security office. Observing He Binglin's frail condition, Feng Jianjun hurriedly poured a glass of water and placed it beside him. Brother-in-law, your health is paramount. I have no time to concern myself with my health at this moment. Jianjun, if we do not recover the funds for the equipment, I fear I shall find myself in dire straits. Feng Jianjun sighed, acknowledging the truth in He Binglin's words. If the funds for the equipment were not reclaimed, even if He Binglin managed to preserve his position, he would likely be removed from the role of deputy factory director. Go check outside and ensure there are no disturbances. He Binglin waved his hand dismissively. Feng Jianjun nodded and exited the security office, inwardly lamenting, had I known it would come to this. Why did I not heed Qin Minghao's advice? If I had listened to him earlier, we would not be entangled in this predicament. Wei Laosan raced to the scrap yard in the west, peering inside with a surge of elation. Minghao? Qin Minghao sat on a bench inside, diligently stripping cables. This was the very task Wei Laosan had brought him earlier that day. Initially, Qin Minghao intended to visit his parents, but upon Wei Laosan's arrival, he learned this was the last batch before the new equipment arrived at the factory. Thus, he chose not to forfeit this opportunity for profit. Minghao, is that red copper you have? Exclaimed Wei Laosan, his voice rising in excitement. Ah, I got lucky and stripped some red copper, what of it? Qin Minghao replied, lifting his eyelids without much interest. Minghao, you're being unreasonable. Isn't this red copper worth over 6 per unit? You're giving me 2.4. Qin Minghao chuckled. What's the matter? We exchanged goods for cash, a mutual agreement. How is that unreasonable? I've even given you 2.4. If you were to sell it to someone else, you'd be lucky to get 2.2. Do you still think I'm being unfair? Wei Laosan felt a pang in his jaw, but he knew Qin Minghao had a point. Listen, I came to you for a reason. Do you know that the factory's equipment upgrade has been sabotaged? The deputy factory director sent me to find you. To find me? Qin Minghao laughed. What use is that? Am I the one who has deceived him? Furthermore, what does the cotton spinning factory's affairs have to do with me, a man dismissed by you? Wei Laosan found it difficult to counter. As Qin Minghao continued to strip the cables, he said, "Just go back and learn from this experience. I'm busy here and cannot come over. You see, with the amount you brought today, if I can't strip at all, will I even have a chance to sleep tonight?" Wei Laosan's eyes darted around before he turned and made his way towards the cotton mill. Qin Minghao spoke the truth. Having been dismissed from the mill, what reason did he have to approach them? Upon returning to the security department, Wei Laosan candidly reported that he was still at the recycling station in the western part of the city, but mentioned he was too busy to meet. He Binglin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. Brother-in-law, he is no longer an employee of the cotton mill. Even as the deputy director, you have no authority to summon him. Moreover, he had warned us beforehand, showing his goodwill. It is our disbelief that has led us to this situation, sighed Feng Jianjun. He Binglin, recognizing the validity of Feng Jianjun's words, sighed heavily. Jianjun, I will personally inquire about any leads he might have. Perhaps I should go instead, Feng Jianjun suggested, having intended to do so earlier but hesitated due to He Binglin's poor health. Very well, Jianjun. When you go, please tell him I misjudged him. He Binglin lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. The notion of a deputy director apologizing to Qin Minghao indicated a potential turning point, and Feng Jianjun hurriedly left the security department, noting that the night had fully descended. Many employees of the cotton mill lingered, awaiting updates. Feng Jianjun sighed. Is Lin Weiwei here? If she is, please ask her to accompany me to find Qin Minghao. I am here. Lin Weiwei stepped forward. All right, let us go. Feng Jianjun responded, walking towards the car. Lin Weiwei, as a fellow employee, could you possibly speak a few words in our favor? If Minghao agrees, we might just have a chance to save the cotton mill. Chapter 24. The misjudgment unveiled. Lin Weiwei stared in disbelief, unsure of Feng Jianjun's reasoning, yet naively nodded her head. Little did she anticipate that the cotton mill would one day find itself beseeching Qin Minghao for assistance. Once they entered the Santana, they drove off. The western part of the city was not far, and within a few minutes, they arrived. Feng Jianjun exited the car, followed by Lin Weiwei, who scrutinized their surroundings with a hint of suspicion. Why was Qin Minghao here? As she glanced around the recycling station, Lin Weiwei froze, her mind buzzing as she beheld the figure within. Qin Minghao sat on a bench, bare-chested and clad in shorts, sweat cascading down his chin, each drop plummeting to the ground. The room was illuminated, and due to the stifling heat, the door was ajar, allowing insects to swarm around the light bulb, creating a chaotic dance. Occasionally, a few mosquitoes landed on Qin Minghao, yet he remained oblivious, laboriously stripping cables. Witnessing this scene, Lin Weiwei's tears began to flow. Was this truly Qin Minghao, the man she had once regarded as nothing more than a hedonistic husband? Lin Weiwei felt a sense of disorientation, only now truly realizing that the man laboriously peeling the cable casing before her was indeed her husband, the very person she had once held a certain disdain for. In this moment, Lin Weiwei finally comprehended that Qin Minghao's fortune was genuinely earned. Every word he had spoken was the truth. She had wronged him. Reflecting on her actions over the past few days, Lin Weiwei felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. On that day, when Qin Minghao repaid his debts and left behind the items they had purchased for their wedding, she had questioned him, suspecting the money to be ill-gotten. That day, when Qin Minghao had handed her 300 yuan, she had thrown it back at him, declaring that she would not touch tainted money. He had tried to explain that this money was earned from selling cables, yet she had never believed him. Suppressing her tears, Lin Weiwei now found herself at a loss for words in front of Qin Minghao. She acknowledged that she had indeed endured some grievances over the years and had contributed to their household. Yet she also recognized that she should not have doubted him to such an extent or spoken so harshly. Feng Jianjun had just closed the car door and was taken aback by Lin Weiwei's sudden change in demeanor. What was going on? Brother Feng, I'm sorry, but I can no longer assist you, Lin Weiwei uttered, turning and dashing toward the factory. She was uncertain how to approach Qin Minghao now, having spent the last few days questioning him, and yet, faced with the truth, she felt overwhelmed. Feng Jianjun, bewildered by her unexpected tears and hasty departure, could only muster the courage to enter the house, thinking to himself, Brother, I truly did not mean to intrude. Qin Minghao looked up with a bittersweet smile, fully aware that Feng Jianjun would come to see him, yet he found it difficult to refuse outright. Come back with me, and perhaps we can think of a solution. There might still be a chance to salvage this, Feng Jianjun assured him. Rest assured, I will never forget your help, Brother Feng. Qin Minghao sighed and rose to his feet. To be honest, going there now may not be of any use. But if you insist, then I shall go. Brother, do not worry. Regardless of the outcome, Brother Feng will always remember your kindness, Feng Jianjun declared, patting his chest. All right, wait for me a moment. I shall change my clothes. Qin Minghao replied. Feng Jianjun nodded eagerly, feeling a surge of hope that Qin Minghao's visit to the cotton mill might yield some clues. At that moment, Lin Weiwei had already returned to the cotton mill, her heart a tumult of emotions, filled with a bittersweet ache that left her feeling lightheaded and drained. The workers at the mill were all waiting for Qin Minghao, and upon seeing Lin Weiwei arrive alone, they exchanged puzzled glances. What happened? Yes, what is going on? Wasn't Lin Weiwei out looking for Qin Minghao? The onlookers whispered among themselves, yet none knew the specifics of what had transpired. However, they all witnessed Lin Weiwei walking alone to the workshop. After a moment, she changed her clothes and headed in the direction of her home. The crowd was somewhat perplexed. While in the distance, Su Changjun furrowed his brows, staring for quite some time without grasping the situation. At this moment, Feng Jianjun drove back with Qin Minghao. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Qin Minghao was startled by the number of people present. He had not anticipated such a gathering. This was entirely due to He Binglin, who had prevented the workers from visiting the so-called new equipment, thereby ensuring that many did not notice anything amiss and congregated here after work. Among the crowd, Su Changjun spotted Qin Minghao, his expression darkening significantly. He had not expected Qin Minghao to arrive, and so promptly at that. But what difference would it make? Could he truly apprehend anyone? If he could catch someone, I might as well resign. Who could argue otherwise? Director Xue snorted coldly. It seems he merely came to put on a show. If he truly had the capability, where had he been all this time? Su Changjun coldly huffed, harboring resentment towards Qin Minghao. This individual ought not to be here. What right does someone dismissed by the factory have to show up so frequently? Indeed, Xue Changgue echoed. Qin Minghao had already entered the security department, and He Binglin hurriedly rose, his face flushed with shame. Two individuals in police uniforms arrived, likely responding to a report to understand the situation at the cotton mill. Minghao, please sit here, He Binglin exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm, a look of embarrassment washing over him. This incident was my oversight, resulting in such a significant issue. I summoned you to inquire if you heard anything else when those two outsiders were speaking. Nothing more. Qin Minghao shook his head. At this point, it is far too difficult to salvage the situation. I did not clearly hear everything. I only grasped the general content. Upon hearing this, He Binglin felt a twinge of disappointment but remained warm towards Qin Minghao. Please take a seat. I must sincerely thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would still be unaware of when I could have discovered this. Allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Yang from our county police department. This is Qin Minghao. Is this related to the case? Yang Lei shot a glance at Qin Minghao, his displeasure evident. Deputy Factory Director given the current situation, do you still have time to introduce such an inconsequential person? He Binglin was taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward. Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, sensing that this Officer Yang had quite the temper. Just then, the telephone on the table rang. Feng Jianjun answered it, spoke a few hurried words, then hung up and turned to He Binglin. Deputy Factory Director Su said he would return tomorrow morning. The factory is still in a learning phase, and he cannot return immediately. He Binglin nodded. Qin Minghao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of emotion. Was it possible that He Binglin had also offended someone in the past? Clearly, someone was trying to undermine him. The factory director and the two deputy directors were absent, leaving He Binglin alone in the cotton spinning factory. Should any issues arise, it would be He Binglin who would be held responsible for the equipment. Well, we have gathered all necessary information. Now, you shall await further news. Two police officers rose and turned to exit. He Binglin hastily followed, wishing to see them off. However, Qin Minghao suddenly inquired, have you checked the train station? The train station? Why check the train station? Yang Lei paused, glancing at He Binglin. Old He, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we bring in someone to oversee the operation? Chapter 25. The con artist captured Comrade Yang. Please don't be angry. The youth lacks understanding and may speak without coherence. He Binglin interjected, aiding Qin Minghao in his defense. While youth may be inexperienced, it does not grant them license to speak indiscriminately, Yang Lei retorted, somewhat disdainfully, believing that after years of service, he could not allow others to dictate terms here. My suggestion to inspect the train station stems from the belief that these deceivers must have planned an escape route in advance. Earlier on the train, Brother Feng mentioned that they had pursued the trucks without success. I suspect those trucks never left and may still be hidden within the county. As for those who receive the payment, they will undoubtedly be eager to flee, either by train or bus. Based on the timeline, the bus has already departed. But there is still a freight train passing through the county at 8 o'clock tonight. I believe it warrants investigation, Qin Minghao articulated persuasively. He Binglin was taken aback, his eyes brightening. Comrade Yang, I believe that is an excellent idea. Let us first check the train station. Indeed, to the train station, Feng Jianjun affirmed. If it is inconvenient for you, I can take the security personnel over. There may still be time. Yang Lei, upon hearing this, grew displeased. I need to return and organize the case. I do not have time to investigate the train station. Jianjun, take your team to the train station. If you spot that group, apprehend them immediately. He Binglin disregarded Yang Lei's sentiments, as this matter profoundly affected his future and required thorough investigation. Understood. Feng Jianjun nodded. Qin Minghao, upon hearing this, smiled nonchalantly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have some work to attend to. Minghao, you are still busy. Regardless of the outcome, I owe you a favor. He Binglin insisted, personally escorting Qin Minghao out of the security department. Yang Lei and his associate observed the personnel from the cotton spinning factory eager to capture the suspects and decided to depart with their team. After Qin Minghao left, he glanced around the crowd, unable to spot Lin Weiwei. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Weiwei had already returned home, her emotions quite complex. Not long after, Qin Minghao turned and headed to the scrap yard in the west of the city, where he proceeded to strip cables. This time, Wei Laosan had delivered a substantial amount, totaling over 1,000 pounds. Qin Minghao calculated that this batch would yield over 2,000 yuan, a significant income. It was not until after 3 in the morning that Qin Minghao finally returned home, collapsing onto his bed. In the early morning, Qin Minghao tidied up briefly before embarking on his journey home. After his rebirth, he had yet to see his parents, and he felt a pang of longing for them. Previously, with little money to his name, returning home would have been futile. However, with over 2,000 in his pocket now, he could indeed pay a visit to his elderly parents. Meanwhile, the Lin family was also stirring. Lin Xiaoyang returned late the previous night, having arrived at the factory just after 8 due to his driving. Upon hearing of the equipment upgrade that had gone awry, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. The bond that the lifelong workers had with the cotton mill was profound and beyond the comprehension of most. Hurry up, get dressed and come eat. Lin Yuyu had already risen and, after helping Qin Nuonyuo into her little dress, stormed out in a huff. She had realized that on that fateful night, Qin Minghao had brought numerous gifts, some for the children, some for Lin Weiwei, and others for their parents. Yet she had received nothing. Lin Yuyu was somewhat indignant, feeling a sense of discomfort that she could not shake off. Lin Weiwei had also risen, her expression not particularly cheerful. Beside her, Dong Hongmin glanced over and sighed. I heard yesterday that Minghao had warned He Binglin, but he didn't believe him, which led to this predicament. Lin Weiwei remained silent, her head bowed, while Lin Xiaoyang raised his, inquiring, what did Qin Minghao warn about? He mentioned that there were issues with the equipment, but He Binglin was skeptical, leading to this debacle. Dong Hongmin replied. Lin Yuyu scoffed in discontent. What good does a warning do? What is the difference if he hadn't warned at all? I heard that people from the cotton mill sought Qin Minghao to help catch the fraudsters. What could someone like him possibly do? Let us not speak ill of him. Dong Hongmin urged. Well, I'm just saying. Lin Yuyu retorted, twisting her face. A classmate's father works in security and said Qin Minghao sent them to the train station at night to catch someone. The fraudsters already have their money. They've driven away in a truck. What is Qin Minghao thinking? Mind your tone. You'll provoke your father, and then see how he deals with you. Dong Hongmin admonished. I'm just speaking the truth. Ask my sister. Hey, sis, do you think Qin Minghao has what it takes to catch thieves? Lin Yu huffed, feeling confident she would win this argument. Lin Weiwei remained silent, sipping her porridge, her thoughts elsewhere. The more the family discussed Qin Minghao, the more she recalled the scene from the scrap station in the west of the city the previous night. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Old Lin. Are you home? A man in his 50s rushed into Lin Xiaoyang's house. Old Lin, great news. I heard that the group of fraudsters was caught last night. Really? Lin Xiaoyang sprang to his feet, astonished. Absolutely. You wouldn't believe how perilous it was last night. If those fraudsters hadn't been apprehended, our factory would have faced significant trouble. Tian, he exclaimed, animatedly. The substantial loss incurred from the equipment is regrettable. These are merely obsolete items. Are we not to face the consequences? Can you guess where that gang of fraudsters was apprehended? Where? Lin Xiaoyang casually inquired. And suddenly the words train station sprang to his mind. Lin Yuyu lifted her head, feeling an ominous sense that her fair visage was once again destined for torment. Dong Hongmin gazed attentively, while Lin Weiwei had ceased her actions. Although her head remained lowered, her entire focus was riveted on Tian He, absorbing every word he uttered with keen interest. The train station. Tian He exclaimed, almost exuberantly. I heard from those who were present that the con artist was even in disguise. If it weren't for the exceptional skills of the security personnel, they might have escaped by now. By the way, I also heard that it was your son-in-law who provided the crucial tip yesterday. Where is he? I truly must express my gratitude to him in person. He is indeed a benefactor to our cotton spinning factory. Chapter 26. What qualification to tremble? Oh, is that so? Lin Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu pouted, her face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, she had been mocking Qin Minghao, claiming he lacked the ability to catch thieves. Yet now, it was indeed his commendable efforts that had brought them this recognition, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Old Tian, have they been caught? Dong Hongmin inquired from the side. It is said they were apprehended. They have been taken to the police station. The factory leadership is currently in a meeting, insisting that your son-in-law should not labor in vain. They are determined to present him with a commendation banner. The more Tian he spoke, the more animated he became, asserting that soon everyone would know your son-in-law had saved our cotton spinning factory. By the way, where is he? The expressions of the Lin family grew somewhat uneasy, particularly Lin Yuyu, who hastily took a few bites of her meal before rushing out. Dad, Mom, I'm off to school. Oh, and don't forget about the parent-teacher meeting I mentioned yesterday. You must attend. Lin Xiaoyang and Dong Hongmin had no time to attend to Lin Yuyu, as they continued their conversation with Tian He. In this era, people valued these honors even more than their own lives. As Tian He extolled the virtues of his son-in-law, how could they not feel pleased? Even Lin Xiaoyang's stubborn countenance gradually softened into a smile, while Dong Hongmin busied herself with serving tea. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei, while eating, couldn't help but have her thoughts consumed by Qin Minghao's face. She had initially assumed this man would bring disgrace to her daughter, but unexpectedly, he had turned around to bestow honor. I must head to work, Lin Weiwei announced, rising from her seat. Tian He could not restrain his curiosity. Weiwei, where is your son-in-law? He has been busy these past few days. Lin Weiwei replied hastily, suddenly recalling how Qin Minghao had been toiling at the recycling station the previous evening. She wondered how late he had worked and whether he had returned home to rest or had breakfast that morning. Weiwei, please tell Minghao to come back for dinner tonight. How can he stay there alone while his wife and child are here? Lin Xiaoyang huffed. Oh, Lin Weiwei responded with a soft acknowledgement and hurried away from the table, making her way towards the cotton spinning factory. The news of Qin Minghao's assistance in apprehending a fraudster had spread, so on her journey to work, she was frequently stopped by acquaintances inquiring about her well-being, casually remarking on how she had found a good husband and secured a commendable family. Lin Weiwei felt a tumult of emotions inside her. Initially, she had contemplated divorcing Qin Minghao, yet now she was being spoken of as having secured a fine partner. Lost in thought, she inadvertently wandered to the dormitory. Hesitating, she ascended the stairs and unlocked the door, only to find no trace of Qin Minghao inside. For a moment, she stood frozen, a pang of bitterness settling in her heart. Previously, it was common for days to pass without seeing him, and in those times, she had harbored a deep resentment for this irresponsible man. Yet now, his absence left her feeling oddly hollow. Upon returning to the cotton factory, as Lin Weiwei entered, she spotted Su Changjun and Shui Changwei conversing in hushed tones from a distance. Su Changjun noticed Lin Weiwei as well, and his previously sullen expression quickly transformed into a smile as he approached her. Lin Weiwei kept her head down, hastily making her way into the workshop. What on earth? Su Changjun cursed under his breath, his face darkening. Originally, Qin Minghao had been a scoundrel, but now he had become a great benefactor for their factory. And Lin Weiwei seemed to be basking in that glory. Shui Changwei echoed the sentiment, questioning her right to such recognition. Su Changjuan's mood soured further as he recalled how, the previous night, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Qin Minghao. Xiao Su, do not be disheartened. Shui Changwei chuckled slyly, suggesting, in a few days, we will have our mid-autumn festival gala, and I can help you bring her out. Su Changjuan's eyes brightened at this prospect. Are you serious? He asked eagerly. Absolutely. Although I have been stripped of my position as workshop director, I will still host the gala, just follow my lead. Shui Changwei whispered a few plans into Su Changjuan's ear. As Su Changjun listened, his spirits lifted. Old Shui, you truly have a knack for this. He Binglin is utterly oblivious to your capabilities. Once my uncle returns, you shall rise again. Elated, Shui Changwei reveled in the thought. Having courted Su Changjuan's favor with the hope of advancing his own position as workshop director with Su Guanglin's backing, the two continued to exchange words, primarily cursing Qin Minghao and attributing his luck in capturing the fraudster to sheer coincidence. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao had already departed the town early in the morning, meandering back to Taoyuan village, his place of origin. He had left for the cotton factory after being accepted into a provincial financial vocational school, while his family remained in the village below the town. Breathing in the fresh morning air as he approached the village entrance, Qin Minghao embraced the rural tranquility. Aware that the villagers were already up early, ready to tackle their agricultural tasks awaiting them. During the daytime, one could venture into the town to seek out some odd jobs, thereby augmenting their income. Qin Minghao's father managed to raise such a large family and ensured that Qin Minghao received an education. Upon entering the village, some individuals spotted Qin Minghao from a distance. "Minghao, is that you back?" Greetings were exchanged, and Qin Minghao responded with a smile and a nod, occasionally engaging in brief conversation. However, as he walked past, their voices hushed, and they began to gossip amongst themselves. Qin Minghao returned early this morning. Could it be that he quarreled with his wife? Perhaps he was cast out? It must be so. Otherwise, why would he return so soon? Look at his eyes, seemingly bloodshot. He must have been thrown out by his wife. I heard that he was dismissed from the cotton mill, and now his wife wants a divorce. Indeed, I heard that too. Such a beautiful woman deserves better than to be with him. The village women, often gathered together, indulged in such gossip. Moreover, Qin Minghao's recent behavior had given them ample reason to chatter. Once a man of considerable stature, he now faced their scorn. It was deserved, they thought. You cannot imagine. When he worked at the cotton mill, he was so proud that he hardly spoke to anyone. Indeed, it serves him right to be cast out. When his wife leaves him, he will be back here, scraping for a living. Chapter 27. I am here to help you. The crowd rolled their eyes, revealing their disdain, as they secretly relished in the misfortunes of others. A few with kinder hearts might exchange a few pleasantries with Qin Minghao, but the majority took joy in his plight. Whispering behind his back, Qin Minghao, well aware of their gossip, chose not to dwell on their words at that moment. Is that Qin Minghao? At that moment, a woman in her 30s emerged, clad in a denim skirt and a button-up shirt tied at her waist. With lipstick applied early in the morning, she appeared strikingly out of place in this era. Indeed, who else could it be? We just spoke with him, yet he was so indifferent. Qin Yu, do you really think he believes he still holds some status after being ousted from the cotton mill? Aunt Zhang huffed indignantly. Is that so? Qin Yu scoffed. He likely still fancies himself as someone important, sheltered from the elements in an office. What is he pretending for in front of us? Just wait. I shall have a word with him. The crowd chuckled, encouraging her, for they knew that despite being Qin Minghao's cousin, Qin Yu had always disapproved of him. Particularly in recent years, as Qin Minghao faced hardship, Qin Yu's family had thrived, earning smiles and greetings from the villagers. Minghao, in a bid to showcase her own prowess, Qin Yu called out eagerly. Minghao, why are you back so early? You're wasting the day? Have you not found a job yet? Qin Yu approached him with a feigned cheerfulness. In my opinion, after being dismissed from the cotton mill, what are you still being so choosy about? Did you really think you were still a vocational student? Qin Minghao felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, his brows furrowing in contemplation. The cotton spinning factory's wall has collapsed these past few days, and your brother-in-law has just taken the contract. I will inform him tonight. And you can go there tomorrow to help with the construction. But let me be clear, no slacking off. Even though we are family, if you don't put in the work, the factory can dismiss you, and so can I. Qin Yu declared with a sense of superiority, secretly relishing the situation. As cousins, she had always been irked by Qin Minghao's apparent advantages, and now that he had fallen from grace, she felt compelled to step on him a few times to elevate her own status. No, thank you. I have some matters to attend to these days. I'll discuss it once I'm done, Qin Minghao retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware that Qin Yu wasn't genuinely offering assistance. She merely sought to showcase her own importance while belittling him. Moreover, he knew the true character of her and her husband. Their talent for ingratiating themselves with superiors was unparalleled, while their ability to exploit those beneath them was equally notorious. Over the years, how many wages had the construction team withheld? In a different era, such actions would likely lead to severe repercussions. Busy? What could you possibly be busy with? Minghao, I'm trying to help you here. You don't even have a penny to your name. Whether or not I have money is my business. Qin Minghao interrupted, his displeasure evident. I have my own affairs, and you have your own projects. We should each attend to our own matters, and I do not require your assistance. How ungrateful can you be? I am offering my help out of familial concern. Otherwise, do you think I would bother with you? Qin Yu's irritation was palpable. Qin Minghao shot her a glance before turning away towards home. Help? He couldn't believe that Qin Yu genuinely intended to assist him. Upon seeing him walk away, she felt her pride wounded, and those around her quickly chimed in to console her. Don't stoop to his level, Qin Yu. What is he to you? Just a dog that has been cast out, hardly your equal. Exactly. He yes nothing but discarded goods from the cotton factory. You shouldn't even consider him, right? If you take him on, what if he brings down your construction team later? Their words, though supportive, did little to quell the anger simmering within Qin Yu. Having been pampered for so long, the sting of Qin Minghao's refusal was particularly hard to bear. Just wait, she snapped, turning on her heel and heading home. If she couldn't manage it alone, she would enlist help. After all, the construction team was short on laborers these days. And dragging Qin Minghao into some hard work would give him a taste of her strength. Unbeknownst to Qin Minghao, who had already made his way to a nearby farmhouse at the foot of the mountain, he pushed open the door just as a middle-aged woman emerged, carrying a bucket of dirty water. "Mom," Qin Minghao called out, stepping closer to his mother's familiar face. "What are you back for?" "I have no money left," Du Yue huffed, not even glancing at Qin Minghao as she continued on her way with the bucket. Qin Minghao offered an awkward smile, refraining from saying much more. Is this truly my mother? Deep down, he understood that his misdeeds over the years had driven a wedge between him and his family. They likely regarded him with indifference. Qin Donglai emerged from the house, draped in a worn Zhongshan suit, his posture considerably stooped, and his face lined with numerous wrinkles. Upon seeing Qin Minghao's return, he displayed little warmth. Brother, a boy, around 13 or 14, peeked cautiously from inside, only to hastily retract his head. Qin Minghao nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. As the eldest son of the family, aside from a younger sister studying in the provincial city, he had only this teenage brother at home. Due to the choices he had made in recent years, the family had grown distant. And the fact that they still called him brother was merely a testament to their upbringing. Otherwise, they would have been too indifferent to address him at all. "Where's Nuo?" he replied. "She's at her grandmother's house." "Then why are you back?" Qin Donglai scoffed, turning to re-enter the house. Qin Minghao smiled faintly, thinking that this was indeed his father, a man who seemed more affectionate towards his children than himself, a proponent of strict discipline, and a staunch upholder of family authority. In his previous life, after Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuo had met with misfortune, his father had chased him down the street for 3 blocks, nearly breaking him. In this life, however, Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuo were both safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to step through the threshold of this home. Minghao, there's little left at home. Du Yue had returned, placing a bucket of dirty water in the yard, and sighed, urging, "Your father and I lack the means. But we strive to ensure you can complete your studies. That's our utmost effort. We may not have wealth, but we have strength. Losing a job is no tragedy. As long as we are willing to work hard, there is no reason for us to go hungry. What's wrong with tilling the land? We stand upright and proud, and we won't let anyone look down on us." "Indeed," Qin Minghao replied with a half-smile, recognizing that although his mother lacked formal education, her words held considerable wisdom. Qin Donglai cast a sidelong glance at Qin Minghao, rolling a cigarette in his hand, sensing something odd about his son today. Why was he so compliant? "Uncle, are you home?" At that moment, a voice called from outside, followed by the distinct sound of a motorcycle revving. Qin Donglai rose, watching as the gate swung open to reveal Qi Changfa and Qin Yu entering. "Uncle, are you here?" "Changfa." Qin Donglai smiled, embodying the grace of an elder. "Come in and sit." "No need." Qi Changfa waved his hand and spoke directly. "I heard Minghao has returned. I just happened to be busy with a project on my end. Since he's idling at home, why not come work with me? Every little bit helps. Having money in his pocket will certainly make him feel more secure." "Exactly. This is family, after all. I don't concern myself with outsiders." Qin Yu rolled her eyes, crossing her arms with a haughty demeanor. "Indeed, my spouse and I, motivated by a desire to see our family thrive rather than languish, have finally spoken up." Qi Changfa, feigning concern, gazed into the room. "Minghao, if all is well, do come over tomorrow. I shall introduce you to the leaders of the cotton spinning factory. It will undoubtedly benefit your future." "Humph." Qin Yu rolled her eyes. She had devised a scheme, eagerly anticipating Minghao's arrival so she could accompany him to the construction site, where she intended to assign him the most laborious tasks, exhausting him thoroughly before returning to the village, ready to humiliate him in earnest. Upon hearing this, Qin Donglai frowned. He actually hoped Minghao would find work, but he sincerely wished it would not be under the supervision of this couple. "What's this?" Qin Minghao emerged from the house, clutching 2 jujubes. "Are you two still resorting to conscription? Surely, your workers aren't all recruited in such a manner." "What are you saying, Minghao? Clean up your language. I am merely trying to help you earn some money. Is this how you speak to me? You were expelled from the cotton factory and have been left with nothing but empty pockets. Are you so oblivious to your own situation? Here you are, biting the hand that feeds you. With a worthless attitude like yours, I wouldn't even consider you." Qin Yu suddenly exploded, realizing that many of the workers at their site had indeed been lured there under false pretenses. "Oh." The coldness in Qin Minghao's expression deepened. "Then what kind of worthless individual do you seek? Someone like you?" Or perhaps like your younger brother. Watch how I tear your mouth apart. When Qi Changfa had previously failed to pay wages, they had no choice but to engage the entire family in labor, including his brother and wife, Qin Yu. They ended up covered in dirt and humiliation, only finishing the project after 2 months of toil, which became a source of ridicule for quite some time. Hearing Mingho's words now, Qin Yu could hardly bear it and was immediately incensed, rushing to confront him. Come on. Mingho widened his eyes, seizing an axe from beneath the eaves. Years of brawling had imbued him with a certain ferocity, which caused Qin Yu to hesitate in her advance. I am genuinely trying to help you earn a living, and look at you. Who among the neighbors doesn't know that you, Qin Minghao, were expelled? You have nowhere to earn money. Besides, returning so early in the morning likely means your wife tossed you out. I pity you and wish to offer you a chance to earn. Though Qin Yu was too frightened to approach, she did not hold back her tongue, shouting loudly enough to attract the attention of the surrounding neighbors. What is happening here? It appears that Qin Yu is attempting to guide Qin Minghao towards earning money. But he is too lazy to comply. Indeed, who is Qin Minghao? His usual demeanor hardly qualified as industrious. The neighbors buzzed with speculation, particularly after Aunt Zhang arrived, further fanning the flames of gossip about Minghao. Everyone listen. I have no good deed unpunished. I offer him a chance to earn, yet he refuses. However, Qin Minghao simply pulled up a chair and sat in the courtyard. Qin Yu, if you want me to earn, I must indeed go and earn. You have reached an age where you should understand that mutual consent is essential in all matters. Is it not enough that you cannot accompany me, but you must bring others to my home to create a disturbance? Those around began to nod in agreement. In this era, fairness is paramount, and everything hinges on mutual willingness. How can one resort to coercion? The glances directed at Qin Yu bore a hint of hostility, particularly from this couple. Though they have gained some success in recent years, their reputation has remained rather poor. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu exclaimed in haste, "You are speaking nonsense. I am doing this for your own good. Look at you, thrown out by your wife. Not even a penny to your name. I am offering you an opportunity, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude. Who told you I am devoid of money?" Qin Mingho's expression turned icy. Who does not know that Qin Minghao has been expelled from the cotton spinning factory and now relies on his wife for sustenance? If you had money, would I seek you out? Apologies, but I do indeed possess some. Qin Minghao sat in the courtyard, casually crossing his legs, and produced a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. 100 yuan. Since the issuance of the 100 yuan bill in 87, how many years has it been? Among those present, how many have even laid eyes on such currency? With a mere 100 yuan in your pocket, what are you attempting to portray? Qin Minghao sneered, pulling out another bill to reveal a total of 200 yuan. Is this all you can think of? Just 200 yuan? Qin Yu berated him. Is this the extent of your insight, Qin Yu? Only 200 yuan. After speaking, Qin Minghao retrieved yet another bill, bringing the total to 300. Is this Lin Weiwei's salary that you deceived her out of? Surely, it amounts to no more than this 300? How can you call it deception between a couple? Qin Minghao continued, pulling out 4 more bills, thus accumulating 700 yuan in his hand. 700 yuan. In these times, a rural dweller might earn only 1,000 or 1,800 in a year. Yet Qin Minghao produced such a sum effortlessly. With gritted teeth, Qin Yu declared, I refuse to believe you can produce any more. If you can, I shall call you father. Qin Minghao paused, thinking she believed he had exhausted his funds, merely putting on a brave front. If you truly can produce more, I will call you father. Very well. Qin Minghao responded with resolve, pulling out all the money from his pocket in one swift motion. A total of over 2,500 yuan, forming a thick bundle in his grasp. 2005. Those watching from outside found the spectacle thrilling, as they had not anticipated Qin Minghao could summon such wealth so suddenly. Call you father? You believe that having this little sum makes you impressive? Qin Minghao retorted without flinching. I completed a project that earned me over 3,000. Qin Yu was unwilling to lose face, shouting defiantly. Over 3,000? I recall you mentioning suffering losses on your last project and admonishing your subordinates to demand less from you. Qin Minghao chuckled. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, froze for a moment, quickly realizing her blunder. Frivolous woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Qi Changfa, hearing this, grew anxious. As he relied on this excuse to justify paying his subordinates less, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted into whispers and speculation. Qin Yu's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling. She felt that among so many cousins, she was the one living the best life. The sudden revelation of such a large sum of money by Qin Minghao left her in disbelief. Standing firm, holding the 2,500 in his hand, Qin Minghao coldly remarked, Qin Yu, that over 3,000 you have was earned from a project. Do you know how long it took me to earn this 2,500? One day, I made this much in just one night. I could work at your construction site too. If you pay me 2,500 a day, I would gladly do it. Can you afford that? The surrounding crowd erupted in disbelief. Is it true that you earned so much in one night? Come on, Qin Minghao, stop bragging. Who can earn over 2,000 in just one night? Qin Yu was furious. Your inability to do so does not mean that others cannot. Just because you are useless does not imply that everyone else is. Qin Minghao retorted coldly, you can't even guarantee a wage of $5 a day for others. Yet you expect me to work for you? Are you capable of that? Qin Yu was infuriated. She considered herself the most fortunate among her cousins. Let me tell you, even if you have some money, you are nothing but a dog cast out from the cotton mill. Our family has status there, and you will never measure up. Chapter 29. Parents hearing this, Qin Minghao's eyes narrowed. Qin Yu. Qin Donglai could no longer listen. After all, he was his son. And how could they speak to each other like that? Cousins? Who considers him a cousin? If he doesn't want to work with me, then let him fend for himself, and wait for the day when you regret it. Qin Yu declared, pulling Qi Changfa away. She felt humiliated today. Just a few years ago, Qin Minghao had graduated from a vocational school and worked at the cotton mill, surpassing her in status. Fortunately, he was dismissed 3 years ago, and Qin Yu had relished in his downfall since then. With Qi Changfa's growing capabilities, she felt superior to Qin Minghao, but now, the sudden display of his wealth made her resent him deeply. As the crowd dispersed, they exchanged awkward smiles before returning home. Such occurrences were common in rural areas. But the sight of Qin Minghao suddenly producing 2,500 was indeed astonishing. Once everyone had left, Qin Donglai's expression turned serious. Where did that money come from? I earned it, Qin Minghao replied, momentarily taken aback as he tucked the money back into his pocket and headed inside. Nonsense. How can you earn 2,500 in one night? If you don't explain, I swear I will beat you, Qin Donglai roared. Well aware of his son's circumstances over the years, that 2,500 could very well have come from some illicit activity. Dad, don't act rashly. Du Yue quickly intervened. Qin Minghao suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, Dad, this is truly a windfall. The cotton spinning factory has recently upgraded its equipment, and the old machinery is being retired. I collected the cables and resold them. Qin Donglai had already picked up an axe, causing Qin Minghao to dive into the house, shouting in terror. It was only at this moment that Qin Minghao realized how much he missed Lin Weiwei. Self-doubt was merely an inquiry tinged with tears, unlike his father, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. The thought of Lin Weiwei brought a pang of longing. He found himself yearning for her, the fiery gaze, the graceful figure, the woman who seemed ready to bite him in anger. Dad, I swear it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask at the scrap station in the west of the city. Qin Minghao cried out, finally managing to restrain Qin Donglai with the help of Du Yue. He hastened to explain, I'm not here to ask for money. I'm bringing you funds. These past few years, I haven't worked much. And I know it hasn't been easy for you. Qin Hong is still in school, and Ming Lei is growing. I'm giving you 1,000. Father, stop. He said he is giving us money. Du Yue firmly held on to Qin Donglai. Panting with rage, Qin Donglai glared at Qin Minghao. Did you really earn this money yourself? Or did you do something else? I truly earned it, Qin Minghao declared earnestly, fearful that if Qin Donglai lost control, the axe would come crashing down. Minghao can make money now. What are you doing? Du Yue snatched the axe from him and hurled it into the yard. Although Qin Donglai remained skeptical, his fury had diminished considerably. Qin Minglei trotted over, peering into the house, then swiftly ran off with his backpack. He dared not linger while his father was in a foul mood, knowing that any trouble could implicate him as well. This child, doesn't he know how to eat? Du Yue sighed, hurriedly setting the table and bringing out dishes. She glared at Qin Donglai. Minghao earned this money. Why do you have such a sour face? If he hadn't earned anything, would you be pleased? Qin Donglai remained silent, serving himself a bowl of rice. Qin Minghao sheepishly approached the table, cautiously lifting his rice bowl. He then pulled out 1,000 yuan and placed it on the table, saying, I have some matters to attend to. So I'm giving you this 1,000 for now. If it's not enough, just ask me. Qin Donglai grunted dismissively, still silent. Minghao, take this money. Your father and I don't need it. Du Yue truly embodied the spirit of a loving mother at that moment. Go buy some meat and vegetables for Weiwei and Nua Nua. You're a grown man now. You can't always rely on your wife to support the family. Can you? Earning money isn't easy. Just keep it. Qin Minghao smiled, pushing the money back toward her. Initially, he felt indifferent, but upon reflection, he recognized the stark contrast between his father's stern discipline and his mother's gentle care, which truly depicted the essence of their generation. How many families saw the men toiling silently, yet when it came to educating their children, they were vibrant and full of life. Minghao Mom. Qin Minghao. with a lingering tone, remarked, "Do not concern yourselves with Wei Wei and Nuonyuo. Can I truly make them suffer any further? I acknowledge that my past actions were misguided, unbecoming of a man, and have caused both Wei Wei and Nuonyuo considerable distress, leading you to worry as well. However, I have come to a realization. A true man must stand tall and cannot continue in such a manner indefinitely." Upon hearing these words, Dui Wei gazed at Qin Minghao in a daze for a considerable time, before rubbing her eyes, tears glistening in their corners. Qin Donglai scoffed, and though still dissatisfied, he felt that Qin Minghao had finally spoken some sense. The family of three sat together for dinner, and unexpectedly, Qin Minghao accompanied Qin Donglai to the fields. They toiled until nightfall before returning home. After washing up, Qin Minghao left without having dinner, leaving Qin Donglai and his wife anxiously watching his retreating figure. "Do you think he has gotten into some trouble?" Qin Donglai remained silent, his expression stern, puffing on his pipe, feeling that there was something peculiar about Qin Minghao's behavior today. "Should I visit my mother-in-law? I had no intention of keeping that 1,000 yuan he gave me. After all, Wei Wei has endured hardships these past years. Perhaps I should take this money to her?" Dui Wei suggested tentatively. "Fine, bring a chicken with you." Qin Donglai tossed aside his pipe, responding casually, "All right, I shall go at once." Dui Wei nodded and hurried towards the chicken coop. As dusk approached, Dui Wei made her way towards the town. Upon arriving, she coincidentally encountered the workers leaving the cotton mill. She scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Wei Wei, but as the crowd dispersed, she saw no sign of her. Yu. Though she did not find Lin Wei Wei, she spotted Lin Yu exiting the cotton mill. "Are you just getting out of school?" "Yes, just finished," Lin Yu replied, somewhat disinterested, as she harbored a dislike for Qin Minghao. "Is your sister still at work? By the way, I came to inquire about what your brother-in-law has been up to lately. He gave me 1,000 yuan this morning, and I thought to pass the same amount to your sister. He just gave my sister 1,000 yuan 2 days ago. Where could he have gotten that money?" Lin Yu responded, astonished. Their conversation, unguarded, caught the attention of several passers-by, including Xue Changwei, who had just exited the cotton mill. Upon hearing their words, a thought struck him. Where did Qin Minghao acquire such a sum? Could it be stolen? The more he pondered, the more he felt this possibility was plausible. He turned and dashed back toward the mill. At that moment, he resolved to find Su Changjun, urging him to report to the authorities that Qin Minghao had stolen something. Let the police apprehend him. How could he still aspire to claim accolades from the cotton mill? He thought bitterly, fueled by impatience. After a grueling day of menial tasks at the mill, he felt that if he could bring down Qin Minghao, he might just reclaim his position as workshop director. Upon reaching the entrance of the sales department, Xue Changwei pushed the door open and found Su Changjun, the deputy section chief, preparing to leave for the day. Su paused momentarily upon seeing Xue return, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. "What brings you here?" "Something significant," Xue Changwei replied, his face brimming with joy. He glanced around the room and then moderated his tone. "It concerns Qin Minghao." Let's discuss this outside," Su Changjun suggested, understanding that the presence of others could complicate matters. Once outside the office, Xue Changwei began, "I overheard something at the factory gate that I believe you should know. Recently, Qin Minghao has given Lin Wei Wei 1,000 yuan and has also taken another 1,000 home. How does a good-for-nothing like him, without a steady job, come into such substantial funds? Could it be that he has stolen something that has yet to be discovered?" Su Changjun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt," Xue assured him. "Wait a moment," Su said, pacing thoughtfully before lowering his voice. "I will send someone to investigate the truth of this matter. If it is indeed the case, I will report it to the police immediately. Su, if we report it, we lack evidence. How about this? You investigate while I return to the workshop to hide some of our valuable items. When the time comes, we can pin it all on Qin Minghao." Xue Changwei proposed, his scheme darkening in nature. "Brilliant." Su Changjun regained his composure and gave Xue a thumbs up. With a sly grin, Xue Changwei turned and headed back to his workshop, while Su exited the cotton spinning factory, reflecting on Qin Minghao's home circumstances, and promptly dispatched someone to Jianyuan village for further inquiries. 20 minutes later, Su received some news that left him elated. Qin Minghao possessed a staggering sum of 2,500 yuan. As the deputy section chief, Su barely earned 350 a month. How could Qin Minghao have amassed such wealth? Su was convinced that Xue Changwei's information was accurate, and it seemed that Qin Minghao had indeed engaged in some form of theft. All that remained was for Xue to execute his plan effectively, and they could easily tarnish Qin Minghao's reputation at the police station. Meanwhile, Xue Changwei exited the workshop, cradling some items in his arms. He contemplated that while framing Qin Minghao, it would be prudent to hide the items directly at his home. This way, if discovered later, He would not need to offer explanations, and by hiding them at his own residence, it would appear as though Qin Minghao was inadvertently taking the fall while Shui reaped the benefits. Though the workshop contained few valuable items, there were still a couple of sets of spinning needles. As Shui stealthily acquired the needles, he also took the attendance records of the workers. Once those were lost, who would remember how many extra shifts anyone had worked? In that scenario, Shui, the former workshop director, would have the leverage to manipulate the situation to his advantage, while disregarding any shifts that Lin Weiwei had taken. Who? As Shui Changwei stepped out of the workshop, he was startled by a sudden exclamation from outside. Upon focusing his gaze, a wave of anger surged within him. Zhang Cuihua, why are you still here after work? What business do you have lingering around? Just then, Zhang Cuihua emerged after changing her clothes. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, she turned to leave. However, her eyes instinctively darted towards Shui Changwei's protruding belly, prompting her to fall silent in indignation. This scoundrel was up to no good. Shui Changwei shot her a glare and hastily exited the cotton mill, coincidentally encountering Su Changjun. How did it go? All set. Shui Changwei's eyes flickered with certainty. Excellent. Su Changjun gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring, let us go to the police station. Tonight, he shall meet his end. Let us move. Shui Changwei snorted disdainfully, intending to return home first, to stow away his belongings, before joining Su at the police station. Zhang Cuihua followed them out, observing their furtive behavior, and muttered a few curses. Being a seasoned worker herself, she recognized their illicit actions, but had no intention of intervening, opting instead to head straight home. Such occurrences were hardly uncommon, and given that Shui Changwei and Su Changjun held a modicum of power, all she could do was silently scold them. The reason for her late departure was that Lin Weiwei had left early, necessitating her stay to complete the remaining tasks. Lin Weiwei had left early because Lin Xiaoyang mentioned that Qin Minghao was to return for dinner that evening, which also explained why Du Yui had not seen her. However, upon arriving back at the dormitory, Lin Weiwei found no sign of Qin Minghao. Gazing at the tidy room, her emotions surged turbulently. She truly felt the transformation in Qin Minghao. Previously, upon returning home, the place had been a chaotic mess, but now it was pristine and orderly, entirely unlike the way Qin Minghao used to inhabit it. Over the past few days, Lin Weiwei's emotional state had been akin to a roller coaster, particularly after realizing her unjust suspicions towards Qin Minghao, leaving her with a lingering sense of shame and self-reproach. In light of recent adjustments, she understood that it was time to express her sentiments to Qin Minghao. An apology. This thought resonated within her, and true to her passionate nature, she would not hesitate to confront him, as evidenced by her earlier actions in public. With a heart that loved fiercely yet despised openly, Lin Weiwei resolved to set aside her pride and offer a sincere apology to Qin Minghao. Yet, little did she know that this wait would extend to over an hour. As darkness enveloped the sky outside, Qin Minghao still had not returned. Lin Weiwei felt a surge of anxiety, her dissatisfaction gradually overshadowing her heart. The absence of Qin Minghao ignited her inherent stubbornness, compelling her to wait. Clenching her delicate fists, she grappled with the dual emotions of nervousness before the apology and the grievance of waiting in vain, a complex turmoil that was almost unimaginable. While Lin Weiwei awaited Qin Minghao, Du Yui sat at the Lin residence, waiting for her return. As the night descended, Du Yui began to feel restless, frequently glancing at the time. It was rather late. Where was Weiwei? No matter, this morning her father had asked her to bring Minghao home in the evening, so he was likely awaiting his return. Dong Hongmin chimed in, her smile betraying an underlying concern. Perhaps Qin Minghao had gone drinking again? Lin Yu scoffed, asserting that a person like him should never be sought after by her sister. What nonsense, Dong Hongmin admonished. Du Yui managed a nervous smile. Indeed, her son had not been performing well these past 2 years. She could tolerate a bit of complaining, but the hour was getting late, making it inconvenient to return home. Mother-in-law, may I inquire what our Minghao has been up to these past few days? This morning, he gave me 1,000 yuan. Do you know how he earned this money? He gave you 1,000 too? Dong Hongmin's heart skipped a beat, recalling that he had given Weiwei the same amount just days prior. What? Du Yui's jaw dropped in astonishment. Qin Minghao had just given Lin Weiwei 1,000 and now another to her. How much money did he possess? Who knows what he has been up to? Lin Yu interjected. Du Yui's heart sank. Without a job, how could he earn such money? Surely, it couldn't have come from illicit means? Chapter 31. A visit. I see you are asking for a beating. Dong Hongmin raised her hand, ready to strike. Lin Yu, frightened, quickly raised her arms and fled outside. Pouting as she exclaimed, isn't it obvious? Earning money is not that easy. He is no deity. Mother-in-law, I have spoiled him. Dong Hongmin hastily added, grasping Du Yui's hand. Let me tell you, Mingho has made quite an impression lately. The cotton mill recently upgraded its equipment and almost fell victim to a scam. If it weren't for Mingho, those swindlers would have vanished by now. Du Yue felt somewhat dazed, but, sensing from Dong Hongmin's tone that Qin Minghao had likely not engaged in any dubious activities recently, she felt considerably relieved. I have heard that the cotton mill plans to present Mingho with a banner. I just wonder when. Really? Du Yue's heart soared. She nearly lost her composure. She had merely come to inquire about Qin Minghao's recent endeavors while intending to give Lin Weiwei the 1,000 yuan, but unexpectedly, this delightful news brightened her spirits. A banner? Lin Yuyu pouted outside, thinking the leaders of the cotton mill must have lost their minds to consider rewarding Qin Minghao. Just then, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. Is Lin Xiaoyang home? A loud voice boomed as several individuals pushed the door open and entered. Du Yue, startled by the sight, quickly rose to her feet, for the newcomers wore large caps and police uniforms. Where is Lin Xiaoyang? We are from the town police station, here to gather some information. Does anyone know where Qin Minghao is? Yang Lei, accompanied by several individuals, had already entered the room. Upon hearing inquiries about Qin Minghao, both Du Yue and Qin were suddenly struck with a sense of dread, their bodies stiffening in place. What do you want with Qin Minghao? Dong Hongmin was the first to respond. Items have gone missing from the cotton mill, and we suspect Qin Minghao is involved. As his family, you must disclose his whereabouts immediately. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. What? Du Yue was taken aback, her vision darkening as she staggered. That money, wasn't it a bonus? Wasn't it the cotton mill's reward for Qin Minghao? A bonus? Our cotton mill has never awarded anyone such rewards. Xue Changgue, blending into the crowd, added ominously. If Qin Minghao is in possession of unexplained cash, it could very well be stolen goods from the mill that he intends to sell. Dong Hongmin rushed forward. Comrades, you must be mistaken. My son-in-law has just saved the cotton mill. How could he possibly steal from it? Apologies. But we received a report about missing items from the cotton mill, and Qin Minghao is found with a substantial amount of questionable cash. Please cooperate and tell me his whereabouts immediately. Oh my heavens. Du Yue burst into tears. I knew it. That money must have an unclear source. Lin Yuyu exclaimed outside, her frustration directed at Qin Minghao, declaring that his affairs were of no concern to her family. Yang Lei paused, furrowing his brow as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Yuyu. A child of such an age should not speak falsely, should they? I'm sorry, but Minghao has yet to return. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. When he comes back, I will inquire, Dong Hongmin said, supporting Du Yue. Yang Lei narrowed his eyes at Dong Hongmin. You will question him? Let me tell you, when Qin Minghao returns, he must turn himself in at the police station, where he shall face the consequences. Now move. With that, the group turned and left. How could this happen? Du Yue wept as she watched them depart. He told me he earned that money from reselling cables. I never believed it. Dong Hongmin's heart was in turmoil. The cotton mill was about to present a commendation. And now, in the blink of an eye, it had all turned upside down. What is going on? At that moment, Lin Xiaoyang rushed in, taken aback by the scene of weeping individuals. What is happening? Old Lin, let me explain. Dong Hongmin attempted to suppress the situation. What more is there to say? Lin Yuyu replied, fuming. Qin Minghao has stolen from the cotton mill, and the police are looking for him. What did you say? Lin Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. He had been in high spirits earlier, as his colleagues at work were praising Qin Minghao for saving the cotton mill, regarding him as a great benefactor. Now, how had the narrative shifted to portray him as a thief? Where is he? We don't know yet, Dong Hongmin responded, trying to restrain Lin Xiaoyang. I shall seek that little scoundrel and make him pay dearly. Lin Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and strode out of the room. Father, where are you going? Dong Hongmin hurried after him. I will accompany you. Du Yue wiped her tears and turned to leave. Mother, wait for me. Dong Hongmin rushed to catch up, turning to Lin Yuyu and instructing, stay here and watch over Nua, who is still asleep. Do not disturb her. Humph. Lin Yuyu huffed in dissatisfaction. Dong Hongmin had no time to address her grievances and hastily followed the others. Lin Xiaoyang led the way, uncertain of Qin Minghao's whereabouts. However, having spent many years at the cotton mill, he knew many people and began to inquire around as soon as they left the courtyard. To his surprise, someone actually knew Qin Minghao's location. He's drinking in the county? Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiaoyang's anger flared. Let us head to the county. A group of people, upon hearing this, rushed towards the county. In truth, Jiangyuan town was merely a 20-minute journey from the county, making it quite easy to reach. The crowd marched forth with a fierce determination. Just as they departed, Lin Weiwei hurried back. Sister, Yuyu, where have our parents gone? She exclaimed upon entering the house and not finding her parents. What else could they be doing? Qin Minghao has stolen from the cotton mill, and they have gone to confront him. Lin Yuyu replied, her voice filled with resentment. In my opinion, you should divorce Qin Minghao. He does nothing but steal. Who told you that Qin Minghao is a thief? Lin Weiwei's anger ignited. Where do you think he got that money? It must have come from selling stolen goods. Lin Yuyu retorted, sister, let me tell you, such a person, silence. Lin Weiwei admonished loudly, disappointment evident in her gaze as she looked at Lin Yuyu. Did you see with your own eyes that the money came from stolen goods? Chapter 32. Drinking in the county, although I did not witness it. I know it to be true. If you did not see it, why make such claims? Lin Weiwei's frustration grew. She did not wish to blame Lin Yuyu. Yet the impression Qin Minghao had left was indeed dubious. Yuyu, I must tell you, some things must be seen to be believed. It is not simply as you wish it to be. Now tell me, where have our parents gone? Lin Yuyu, sensing the reproach in Lin Weiwei's tone, felt a pang of hurt and her eyes misted with tears. They went to the county to look for him. What else could Qin Minghao be doing? He has gone off to drink. With that, Lin Yuyu dashed into the room and collapsed onto her bed, weeping. Lin Weiwei glanced back, her heart heavy. But she turned and ran towards the county. She understood Lin Yuyu's feelings of unfairness, but she had little time to dwell on it. Earlier, while in the employee dormitory, Shui Changwei had arrived with the police. Despite her attempts to defend Qin Minghao, no one was willing to believe her, which is why she rushed back. Little did she know, their parents had indeed gone to the county, and, as fate would have it, Qin Minghao was there, truly indulging in drink. Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. Qin Minghao had initially intended to head back to his dormitory, but was intercepted by Feng Jianjun. Feng had deliberately awaited Qin, and after nearly a day of searching, he hurriedly stepped out of his vehicle, jesting, "You rascal, I've been looking for you all day. Do you have any idea? I was supposed to present you with a banner today, but I couldn't find you. My brother-in-law mentioned that there's a banquet in the county tonight. If you don't attend, he'll come knocking at your door tomorrow." Qin Minghao chuckled helplessly, already aware that the group of swindlers had been apprehended. With this turn of events, He Binglin was freed from his predicament, and it was only fitting to celebrate with a drink. The two of them then traveled to the county VIP building. This establishment was renowned as the finest restaurant in Mengjiang County, typically reserved for hosting esteemed guests. Following the decline in the standards of the guest house, the VIP building had ascended to become the premier venue. Qin Minghao understood that the business here would continue to thrive for some time, only to decline once the entire northern economy fell behind. For the moment, it was indeed quite upscale. Upon their arrival, Feng Jianjun ushered Qin Minghao out of the car, where He Binglin personally came to greet them. "Minghao, I owe you a great debt." He Binglin's exuberance was entirely due to the preservation of his career, and his gratitude towards Qin Minghao was heartfelt. "If it weren't for you yesterday, my life would have been irrevocably altered." "You flatter me, Deputy Factory Director He." Qin Minghao laughed heartily. "Let us go inside." He Binglin wasted no time, and quickly led Qin to an upstairs private room. Once they entered the room, the smile on Qin Minghao's face faltered. Su Guanglin was among the 3 or 4 individuals present. Old grudges and new resentments surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. It was this very person who had coerced Qin Minghao into falsifying accounts to embezzle funds. After Qin had refused, Su had kicked him out of the cotton mill. "Minghao, I just returned this morning and have already heard of your monumental contributions to our cotton mill." Su Guanglin, slender and seemingly shrewd, was dressed in a crisp white shirt that exuded sophistication. Qin Minghao steadied his emotions and replied coldly, "What contributions do I have to my name? The cotton mill still relies on you, Deputy Factory Director Su. With you at the helm, surely the mill will prosper?" Su Guanglin's smile was insincere. "Of course. Minghao, come. Sit over here." He Binglin guided Qin Minghao to a seat beside him, cheerfully introducing the others present. "The individuals here are not strangers. You already know old Su. This is Deputy Chief Tan Song from the county police station. Thanks to his assistance, we were able to swiftly apprehend those fraudsters." "Deputy Chief Tan, it's a pleasure." Qin Minghao stood and extended his hands in greeting. Tan Song beamed broadly, exuding a cheerful demeanor. "Don't listen to old He. I owe you my thanks. After he reported the case, I had little to go on. Yet, within just 4 hours, we managed to capture the fraudsters, all thanks to your insights." Qin Minghao smiled. In truth, the apprehension of the fraudster was indeed beneficial for Tan Song. Allowing him to visit was entirely reasonable. "Come, Minghao. This is my beloved, Feng Rui, the sister of Jianjun and the vice principal of number 11 middle school." He Bingshan gestured towards the only woman present, beaming as he spoke. "Principal Feng, greetings." "Greetings." Qin Minghao extended his hands once more. "Minghao, please, no need for formality. I've heard from Jianjun about your assistance during this period. Not just to him, but also to our family. I truly remain at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Feng Rui bore a resemblance to her brother Jianjun, though her glasses lent her an air of intellect. There is no need for thanks. I share a certain affinity with Feng Ge. Qin Minghao chuckled as he settled into his seat. Sit down, everyone. He Bingshan energetically orchestrated the gathering, urging Feng Rui to pour drinks for everyone. Today, my primary purpose is to express my gratitude to Minghao. I have fought battles my entire life, and this time I nearly lost my eye. Had it not been for Minghao, I fear many of you would have had to visit me behind bars. Laughter erupted among the group. Qin Minghao surveyed the room and smiled in agreement. To suggest a visit to jail was somewhat exaggerated. Even without Qin Minghao's intervention, the matter would have resulted in nothing more than a dereliction of duty. Future promotions would likely be out of the question, yet imprisonment was unlikely. Now, let us raise our glasses. I toast to Minghao, in gratitude and in hope for the continued prosperity of our cotton spinning factory. He Bingshan lifted his glass and downed its contents in one go. Qin Minghao mirrored the action, aware that while the gratitude might be genuine, the notion of the factory flourishing was perhaps nothing more than a fanciful dream. Although the factory had narrowly escaped disaster this time, recovering only half of the funds, the other half, which had been prepaid, had long since fallen into the hands of the con artist, leaving any hope of recovery uncertain. While this loss did not gravely wound the factory, it nevertheless hindered its progress. After everyone had finished their drinks, the conversation flowed freely, revolving predominantly around topics pertinent to the cotton spinning factory, given that most present had connections to it. Qin Minghao observed keenly. Su Guanglin was compelled to attend, as Qin Minghao had aided the factory, despite his lack of personal ties with He Bingshan. As for Director Tan, he appeared to have a good rapport with He Bingshan, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. Minghao. As discussions ensued, Su Guanglin raised his glass to Qin Minghao. How have you been lately? I heard you were rather despondent after leaving the factory. That shouldn't be the case. Young people ought to be spirited and not let setbacks defeat them. Qin Minghao narrowed his eyes, fixing Su Guanglin with an intense gaze, resentment boiling within. Rest assured, Vice Principal Su, I am not easily defeated by setbacks. A period of despondency serves merely to accumulate strength, enabling me to vanquish my adversaries. Wouldn't you agree? Su Guanglin paused, responding coolly. Adversaries? Do you truly have enemies? Young man, be cautious not to make foes. It's not beneficial for you. Not a concern. I, too, harbor no desire to create enemies. Yet there are individuals who take pleasure in sabotaging others' livelihoods. I cannot simply allow such transgressions to go unchallenged, can I? Besides, when bitten by a dog, one cannot feel at ease without retaliating, can they? Qin Minghao spoke with an air of nonchalance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Vice Factory Manager Su, let us take our time. Although I am still unclear about the misappropriation of public funds, I shall undoubtedly find a way to bring you down. Su Guanglin's countenance darkened instantly, his narrowed eyes fixed upon Qin Minghao. Unperturbed, Qin Minghao turned his gaze toward He Binglin, who was engaged in conversation with Tan Song, discussing the failure of the cotton spinning factory's equipment upgrade and the likely deterioration of its profitability. Vice Manager He, if my memory serves me correctly, our cotton spinning factory has some defective products, does it not? This batch of substandard goods failed inspection, yet remains piled in the warehouse. If I were to assist you in selling this batch, would it not improve the factory's profitability? Qin Minghao inquired, wine glass in hand. Are you serious? He Binglin's eyes brightened with interest. Absolutely. Qin Minghao chuckled, fully aware that the batch of defective goods had essentially no market and had been gathering dust in the warehouse for years. Ah, Minghao, if that is the case, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. He Binglin replied with a smile, rising from his seat. The gathering within the room buzzed with animated discussions. While outside the VIP building, Lin Xiaoyang had arrived. Several individuals gazed at the grand facade of the establishment, Lin Xiaoyang feeling a surge of irritation. How could Qin Minghao choose such a venue for drinking? Come with me. Let us investigate. Lin Xiaoyang boldly led the way, while Dong Hongmin attempted to restrain him, hoping to instill some sense of reason, but was unable to hold him back. With a resounding bang, Lin Xiaoyang kicked open the private room's door and strode in. The occupants momentarily taken aback, particularly Qin Minghao, who, upon seeing Lin Xiaoyang, expressed mild surprise. Father, what brings you here? And how dare you even question me? Lin Xiaoyang seethed, his anger boiling over. Qin Minghao, you have committed a grave offense by stealing from the cotton spinning factory, and now the police are at our doorstep. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Qin Minghao faltered slightly, his brow furrowed in confusion. Father, when did I ever steal from the cotton spinning factory? You still refuse to admit it? Lin Qiang thundered. Father. Dong Hongmin had just entered the room. Do not impede me. I wish to confront him, Lin Qiang retorted, pointing at Qin Minghao. Now explain yourself. Old Lin, what are you doing? At this moment, He Binglin rose, vociferously admonishing, What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qiang was taken aback. In his haste to enter, he had overlooked the other occupants of the room and now noticed He Binglin, momentarily bewildered. Du Yue also entered, her gaze fixed upon Qin Minghao. Vice Manager He. Lin Qiang regained his composure, speaking urgently. Do not hinder me. The police have come, claiming that Qin Minghao has stolen something and are currently searching the entire city for him. The police have arrived? He Binglin paused, glancing back at Tan Song. These are legitimate officers. Old Lin, you must clarify this matter. If you cannot provide clarity, do not think I will spare you just because Minghao is your son-in-law. Lin Qiang was momentarily stunned, quickly finding his voice to recount the events. Meanwhile, Yang Lei, accompanied by his men, had indeed arrived at the entrance of the VIP building. Qin Minghao was inside, and Yang Lei had thoroughly uncovered this fact. How could he possess such audacity to come here? Shui Changwei stood at the doorway, muttering a curse, declaring that he would ensure Qin Minghao would regret it soon enough. Su Changjun, standing to the side, also harbored a cold smirk, signaling to Shui Changwei. Shui Changwei would approach, but he would remain outside, maintaining control over the situation. Move, Yang Lei commanded, striding forward. Inside the private room, He Binglin had finished listening to the entire account and turned to Qin Minghao, seemingly awaiting his response. I haven't stolen anything, Qin Minghao exclaimed, spreading his hands wide. Dad, previously Wei Wei didn't believe me, and now you don't either? Lin Qiang stood rooted, his anger still simmering. Step aside. At that moment, Yang Lei arrived, pushing the door open. Is Qin Minghao here? Seize him. What are you doing, Yang Lei? He Binglin's anger flared. He had been reluctant the previous night at the train station, and now he was directly coming to apprehend someone. Arresting someone requires evidence. How can you apprehend him without it? Deputy Director He, our cotton mill has lost something. And we all know who Qin Minghao is, Shui Changwei interjected. Let's take him back for questioning. What is there to fear? Director Shui, are you serious? Su Guanglin immediately stood up, asserting that if it were true, they should take him back. After all, if he were innocent, he had nothing to fear from others' opinions. Take him. Yang Lei waved his hand, ready to move in, but as he stepped halfway, he felt a sudden heaviness in his steps. Tan Song. The presence of this big shot was unexpected. Let us see who dares to take him. Feng Jianjun, who had remained silent until now, stood firmly beside Qin Minghao, declaring loudly, I am the head of the security department at the cotton mill. Do you think I wouldn't know whether Qin Minghao stole something? If you wish to take him, you must provide a valid reason. Without one, who among you has the authority to apprehend him? Yang Lei. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? I have interacted with you during your service, and if you truly attempt to confront me today. With a resounding crash, Feng Jianjun slammed his palm on the table, shattering 2 dishes in the process. Yang Lei's expression shifted dramatically. Minghao, how do you feel about this? At that moment, Tan Song discerned that He Binglin and Feng Jianjun were resolutely defending Qin Minghao. Moreover, with Tan Song's astute perception, he sensed that there was indeed something amiss with this situation. Me? Qin Minghao lifted his head, a mocking expression adorning his face. Rest assured, Minghao, regardless of the circumstances today, as the Deputy Chief of the County Police Department, I will provide you with an explanation. Tan Song recognized that it was time to return a favor to Qin Minghao, especially after the swift apprehension of the suspect last night, which had earned him merit. Chapter 34. Passionate rebuke. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Yang Lei was taken aback, unable to fathom how closely Qin Minghao and Tan Song were intertwined. Moreover, it appeared that Tan Song intended to advocate for Qin Minghao's cause. Lin Qiang stood in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend that this fiery individual would receive support from the Deputy Chief of Police for his son-in-law. Du Yue and Dong Hongmin were elated, sensing that the situation harbored some intrigue. In contrast, Shui Changwei quietly felt uneasy, for he understood that this entire affair was nothing but a carefully orchestrated trap. Excellent, Qin Minghao remarked, casting a cold glare at Yang Lei. What has been lost from the cotton mill that you suspect me? Who among you witnessed me committing theft? Who reported to you that I was under suspicion? Let us clarify everything today. Otherwise, do you truly believe that I, Qin Minghao, am merely a lifeless statue? Yang Lei found himself momentarily bewildered by this barrage of inquiries. Brother Feng, do you have time this week? If so, let us journey to the provincial capital together. A classmate of mine is a reporter for the provincial weekly. If this matter remains unresolved, I would like to inquire whether our country still upholds the law, possesses integrity. or maintains fairness? Qin Minghao exclaimed passionately. His fervent words astonished not only Yang Lei but even Tan Song, who had initially planned to extend a favor to Qin Minghao. Even if Qin Minghao were truly a thief, he believed he could manage the situation. However, with Qin Minghao invoking the name of a provincial reporter, Tan Song felt a twinge of anxiety. In these times, what is the most fearsome entity? It is undoubtedly the reporters wielding microphones, who instill trepidation even in the most powerful figures of a county, let alone the individuals present here. Qin Minghao, cease your pretense. We are missing a spinning needle from the workshop, and you are highly suspect. Furthermore, where did all this money originate? If you hadn't stolen something, how could you possess such wealth? Shui Changwei, brimming with malice, stepped forward, realizing that Qin Minghao was gaining the upper hand, and he needed to reverse the tide. Money? Qin Minghao retorted with a cold laugh, producing a wad of cash and tossing it onto the table. Is this what you mean? Over 1,500, all laid out here. In these times, a meal could be had for a mere few dozen, and tonight, He Bingling's banquet cost only a little over 100. The assembly gazed at the money in astonishment. Indeed, where did this money come from? Shui Changwei hurriedly demanded, raising his voice. Did you steal from the cotton mill and sell the goods for profit? Do you think you can simply declare theft? Qin Minghao rebuked him loudly, surveying the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, though I, Qin Minghao, may not possess much talent, I have always earned my money honestly. The cash on this table is derived from the old cables I salvaged from the cotton mill, which fortuitously contained copper wire, allowing me to profit from the price difference. This money is earned in a clean and upright manner. After Qin Minghao finished speaking, he slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Shui Changwei, you maliciously frame others, sow discord, and wrongfully accuse the innocent. How dare you? You claim you have made a profit, but where is your evidence? Shui Changwei stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Evidence? You seek evidence? Very well. I shall provide it today. Concerning the matter of trafficking cables, first, you may inquire with Wei Laosan. All the cables I obtained were retrieved from his hands at the price of 2. 4. Secondly, you may question Zhang Jiqiang from the west of the city. All cables were delivered to the scrap station there, which I personally dismantled and sold for 6. 8. You wanted evidence, didn't you? Call these 2 individuals here to testify on my behalf. I refuse to believe that justice will not prevail and that the innocent can be wronged. Yet, you Shui Changwei, brought the police to my door, abusing public authority for personal vendetta. Do you not fear divine retribution? Shui Changwei opened his mouth to argue, but could only stammer. This is impossible. Impossible? Qin Minghao's voice rose, revealing his open palm. Shui Changwei, open your eyes and behold. What do you see? These blisters on my hand are the result of dismantling cables. You claim it is impossible, yet here is the proof. Brother Feng, summon Wei Laosan and Zhang Jiqiang. I wish to witness how this scoundrel, accompanied by a band of useless sycophants, dares to wrong me in broad daylight. The crowd's attention turned to Qin Minghao's palm, which bore a multitude of blisters, over a dozen in total. The sight of those blisters was enough to evoke sympathy from onlookers. Everyone present was taken aback, including Lin Weiwei outside the room, who was slightly swaying. She had arrived earlier, when Qin Minghao had questioned Lin Xiaoyang with the words, "If Lin Weiwei does not believe me, how can you?" She was already there. However, upon hearing that statement, she hesitated to enter, and now, seeing the blisters on Qin Minghao's hand from afar, her heart felt as if it had been cruelly twisted. Shui Changwei, left speechless, sensed the gravity of the situation but still clung to a glimmer of hope. Bring Wei Laosan. Tan Song had grasped the situation, realizing it was likely a frame-up. Since clarity was elusive, it was time to take decisive action. And Zhang Jiqiang, bring him as well. Feng Jianjun stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I can testify for Minghao. When I visited the West City scrap station last night, he was indeed dismantling cables. There is no doubt about it. Excellent. Bring everyone here. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the truth today. Tan Song slammed the table, enraged. The situation had become abundantly clear. Yet Tan Song wished to afford Qin Minghao some dignity, necessitating a proper resolution. Shui Changwei's head buzzed. He felt the events had strayed from his expectations. Had Qin Minghao truly earned that money from trafficking cables? Director Tan, I will go bring them immediately. Yang Lei sensed the suffocating tension in the air and spoke hastily. Who told you to go bring them? Do you think you are not implicated in this matter? Tan Song bellowed sternly, his gaze fixed on Yang Lei, exuding an air of grave seriousness. Extending a favor to Qin Minghao was one matter. However, the connection to that classmate from the provincial newspaper was an entirely different issue. If this situation was not handled appropriately, it could very well make headlines, and Tan Song would find himself in a precarious position. Upon hearing these words, Yang Lei felt a chill of despair. He could already foresee that Qin Minghao might indeed be wrongfully accused, while he himself had become a pawn manipulated by Xue Changwei and Su Changjun. In the depths of Yang Lei's heart, he harbored a profound resentment towards Su Changjun and Xue Changwei. Director Tan, how do we address this slander? Qin Minghao raised his head, his expression cold as he regarded Tan's song. I, Qin Minghao, am indifferent to whatever labels you affix to me. Even if accused of murder and arson, I remain unfazed. However, I have a daughter, and I cannot allow her to bear the burden of my defamation. It would be utterly unjust for a child. If this matter lacks resolution, I shall make it known far and wide. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this incident. Tan Song felt a momentary panic, casting a fierce glare at Xue Changwei, for he had clearly heard that Xue Changwei was likely the one behind the slander. This situation held the potential to escalate significantly, and if it did, he would undoubtedly struggle to regain control. Xue Changwei's pupils constricted, a wave of weakness washing over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. He had initially planned to frame Qin Minghao and curry favor with Su Changjun to reclaim his position as workshop director. But now, the directorship was out of the question. He might even face legal repercussions and incarceration. Lin Chaiyang stood at a distance, gazing blankly at the unfolding scene. From Qin Minghao's impassioned rebuke to Xue Changwei's evasive demeanor, he realized that something had gone awry. The thought filled him with regret, particularly as he had spoken so boldly in front of so many leaders just moments ago. After a mere 10 minutes, footsteps echoed from outside. Someone was coming. At that moment, Feng Jianjun's voice resonated from beyond the door. Wei Laosan has arrived. Chapter 35. The truth revealed. Wei Laosan has arrived. Xue Changwei hastily turned his head, witnessing Wei Laosan being escorted into the room, his heart racing with unease. His intention had merely been to frame Qin Minghao, yet now that Wei Laosan was truly present, an ominous feeling settled over him. Wei Laosan. He Binglin was the first to step forward, inquiring loudly, I wish to ask you, regarding the recent upgrades at the cotton spinning factory. To whom did you sell the discarded cables? Wei Laosan appeared bewildered, uncertain of the situation at hand. He only knew that he had been dining at home when he was abruptly brought here, surrounded by such prominent figures. Do not be alarmed. I am Tan Song, Deputy Chief of the County Police Station. As long as you speak the truth, no one shall impede you. Tan Song added reassuringly from the side. Wei Laosan, drenched in cold sweat, turned his gaze towards Qin Minghao and stammered, I did indeed sell them to Qin Minghao. He offered me 2 yuan and 4 jiao per kilogram. I confess I profited a bit, but I did not disclose this to the factory personnel. This is not the time to inquire whether you profited. He Binglin thundered. I ask you, did you sell those discarded cables to Qin Minghao? Yes. I certainly sold them to Qin Minghao. This is absolutely true. Wei Laosan nodded urgently as he spoke. Zhang Jiqiang has also arrived. At that moment, someone outside called out loudly. Indeed, Zhang Jiqiang and his wife were brought in. This couple had been wandering aimlessly, fleeing from the family planning policies in Ludo. Upon entering and seeing so many people, their first thought was that they had been discovered. Zhang Jiqiang, I must ask you, has Qin Minghao been involved in the illicit trade of a batch of discarded cables, making a substantial profit from you? Tan Song inquired directly. Zhang Jiqiang and his wife stared blankly at Qin Minghao, struggling to respond. Yes. That batch of discarded cables was indeed sold by Qin Minghao. We made about 3,000 in profit, but it was just a small business. We couldn't earn much. Qin Minghao extracted copper from it, and we only received the copper. We didn't profit much. Most of it went to Qin Minghao. The truth began to surface. All the money Qin Minghao possessed was earned through his own efforts, and no one had witnessed him committing any wrongdoing at the cotton mill. Thus, it could be affirmed that the loss at the cotton mill had nothing to do with Qin Minghao. Xue Changwei, what do you have to say for yourself? Qin Minghao shouted, pointing at Xue Changwei. Upon hearing this, Xue Changwei staggered back a few steps, barely able to maintain his footing. What more is there to say? The facts were laid bare before them, with witnesses on Qin Minghao's side. Even if Xue Changwei spoke eloquently, he would have no words left to utter. Yang Lei clenched his fists, turning back to glare at Xue Changwei, his eyes blazing with fury that could engulf the entire establishment. The situation had become clear. Tan Song said coldly, Minghao, rest assured, someone has deliberately wronged you today. I see it quite clearly, and I will hold certain individuals accountable for this matter. I will ensure justice is served. Thank you, Deputy Director Tan. Qin Minghao strode forward confidently, addressing Deputy Factory Director He. Although we have a good personal relationship, we must separate public affairs from private ones. The cotton mill has suffered a loss,
Yet you have unjustly implicated me. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to file a lawsuit against the cotton mill tomorrow. Minghao, this is unacceptable, He Binglin exclaimed, startled. Xue Changwei is Xue Changwei, and the cotton mill is the cotton mill. After all, Xue Changwei was the workshop director at the cotton mill, and Qin Minghao's retort was direct and cutting. He Binglin instantly understood Qin Minghao's intention and declared loudly, from today onwards, Xue Changwei will no longer exist in the cotton mill. I will convene a leadership meeting tomorrow to ensure this scoundrel is expelled from the cotton mill. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud thud echoed through the room. Xue Changwei fell heavily to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Deputy Factory Director, please. I have elders above and children below. My entire family relies on me. I cannot leave the cotton mill. Get out. Feng Jianjun stepped forward and kicked Xue Changwei aside. Do you really think we are unaware of the things you've done over the years? You must know how everyone speaks of you behind your back. Deputy Factory Director. Deputy Factory Director. Xue Changwei howled loudly, noticing that He Binglin paid him little heed and instead turned his attention to Su Guanglin. Deputy Factory Director Su. You must help me. I am merely aiding Chang Jun. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to such actions. Xue Changwei. Su Guanglin reprimanded sharply, taken aback by Xue's foolishness. He had always perceived him as clever. What are you trying to do? I never imagined you could be such a person. What more do you have to say? I suggest you remain silent and accept the consequences. A sudden thought struck Xue Changwei, yet his apprehension lingered. Deputy Factory Director Su, please assist me. Step aside. Su Guanglin kicked Xue Changwei away and turned his gaze to He Binglin. Old He, let us deliberate this matter thoroughly. I shall address it in tomorrow's meeting. He Binglin maintained a stoic expression, offering no comment. That is a matter for your cotton spinning factory. Qin Minghao, still standing firm, spoke coldly. Filing false reports and slandering others. This is intolerable. Xue Changwei, prepare to be apprehended. Xue Changwei trembled at the threat, hastily looking to Qin Minghao, hoping to plead for leniency. How could Qin Minghao ever forgive him? He ignored Xue and directed his attention to Yang Lei. Comrade Yang, if your investigative methods are this simplistic, I truly question your qualifications to don that uniform. Next time, ensure you are well informed before making arrests, lest you embarrass yourself in this attire. Yang Lei's face burned with indignation as he struggled to contain his rage. Yang Lei, take Xue Changwei away. Tansong commanded without hesitation. Submit a reflection by tomorrow. And you have 1 day to locate that badge from the cotton spinning factory. If you fail, be prepared to address it in the meeting. Fine. Yang Lei, seething with frustration, realized he had been used as a pawn and had no choice but to comply. After delivering his remarks, Qin Minghao turned to leave. The meal had reached a point where none of the attendees retained their appetite. Just as Qin Minghao took a few steps, he encountered Lin Zhaoyang and Du Yue, along with Lin Weiwei standing at the door. Chapter 36. Not a petty person. Lin Zhaoyang, having witnessed the entire episode, recognized that Xue Changwei had wronged Qin Minghao and realized that his earlier fury had been misdirected. In this moment of regret, unsure of how to articulate his feelings, Qin Minghao had already exited. Minghao, your father is also confused. Dong Hongmin was the first to step forward, pulling Lin Zhaoyang back, signaling him to remain silent. Qin Minghao. To everyone's surprise, Lin Weiwei positioned herself in front of Lin Zhaoyang, meeting Qin Minghao's gaze. This cannot be blamed on my father. It was I who spoke to him. Your money's origins are unclear. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at me. Lin Weiwei. Qin Minghao's expression hardened as he locked his gaze onto her glistening eyes, exclaiming, do you truly think so little of me? Have I ever suggested that we blame our father? Lin Weiwei opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Minghao shot a glare at Lin Weiwei before turning to stride towards the exit, not uttering a word even as he passed by Du Yue. That little rascal. Du Yue's expression soured with anger as she glared at Qin Minghao, swiftly grasping Lin Weiwei's hand. Weiwei, why bother explaining anything to him? You claim you're not petty. Yet if he weren't, he wouldn't even call his own mother. Ignore him. I believe he has just grown wings and is seeking trouble here. Lin Weiwei's eyes brimmed with tears. Had there not been so many people around, she would have confronted Qin Minghao. Let us go home. We needn't concern ourselves with that scoundrel. Let him go to ruin wherever he pleases. Du Yue held great affection for Lin Weiwei, particularly in recent years, often feeling that her son had wronged this young woman, leading her to be especially devoted. As they descended the stairs, Qin Minghao had already exited the VIP building. Brother Feng, could you please do me a favor and ensure my mother and mother-in-law get home? It's quite dark, and I worry about their safety. Qin Minghao spoke up. Rest assured, the company vehicles are on their way, and someone will take care of them. Feng Jianjun replied. intentionally closing the gap between himself and Qin Minghao. Minghao, if you haven't had enough to drink, let's South find another place later for us to enjoy a few more rounds. Qin Minghao smiled and shook his head. His enthusiasm for the evening had waned, and he had no intention of drinking more. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyang and the others also made their way downstairs, but He Binglin followed closely behind, imparting wisdom as they walked. Old Lin, it's not for me to say, but how can you, being such a grown man, believe everything others say? Minghao is your son-in-law. Surely you know his character? I could see from the very beginning that this was a frame-up, yet you choose not to trust your own family. Lin Xiaoyang's lips quivered. He was well aware of the kind of person Qin Minghao had become over the past 2 years, which had led to the events of this evening. Now he found himself being lectured by He Binglin. Think it over upon your return. I'm not saying this to scold you, but you should temper your temper and use your brain more. He Binglin's words were remarkably straightforward. Lin Xiaoyang recognized that his actions tonight had been somewhat excessive, leaving him unable to respond appropriately. Let us head back. If anything arises in the future, feel free to come directly to my office. No need to act so rashly. He Binglin waved his hand, effectively ushering Lin Xiaoyang to the car. As Lin Xiaoyang departed, his face was still flushed, particularly from the sting of being reprimanded. Qin Minghao, however, chuckled to himself, thinking it quite amusing that his old father-in-law would find himself in such a position. Once He Binglin had seen Lin Xiaoyang and the others off, he turned back to seek out Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao had been keeping an eye on the situation, and upon seeing Lin Xiaoyang board the vehicle, he noticed Lin Weiwei hesitating, casting a glance in his direction as if she had something to say. Qin Minghao restrained himself, knowing that it was not the right moment to engage with Lin Weiwei. They still lacked sufficient time to ease the tension. They needed to wait a while longer. Minghao, today's events have been quite something. After Lin Xiaoyang and the others had left, He Binglin spoke, a hint of apology in his tone. Let us plan for another day. I'll find a nice hotel, and we can enjoy a proper drink together. Sounds good. Qin Minghao replied, smiling and nodding. Minghao, regarding the injustice you have suffered, I will entrust this matter to Tan Song. Simply await the good news. Tan Song approached to bid farewell. Qin Minghao smiled and exchanged a few words with Tan Song, nodding as he saw him off. He Binglin remained in place, and even his wife, Feng Rui, had not departed. Minghao, there is something I still wish to discuss with you. Do you have any means to help me dispose of the defective products from the cotton mill? This should not pose a problem. I will visit the mill tomorrow morning, and we can discuss it in person. Qin Minghao nodded. He Binglin was overjoyed, hastily grasping Qin Minghao's hand, feeling a newfound warmth in their interaction. Feng Rui also expressed her gratitude to Qin Minghao, engaging in small talk, suggesting that he visit their home sometime in the future. Such exchanges are often mere formalities, yet Qin Minghao could discern the sincerity in Feng Rui's words. After all, he had salvaged the futures of the 2 men in their family. Once the group had departed, Feng Jianjun signaled for a vehicle. As they climbed into the car, Qin Minghao pondered briefly before speaking. Brother Feng, although I have worked at the cotton mill for several years, my interactions with Shui Changwei have been rather limited. What do you think is going on with today's incident? Feng Jianjun paused momentarily at this remark, before responding, Brother, you are not aware? A look of confusion crossed Qin Minghao's face. Aware of what? Feng Jianjun sighed, saying, Shui Changwei is the workshop director for Lin Weiwei, and I have heard that he has been tasked with suppressing her lately. It appears that Vice Section Chief Su has been pressuring Lin Weiwei to serve as his secretary, and she has consistently refused. A sudden realization flashed through Qin Minghao's mind. He recalled that the last time he saw Dong Hongxia, she had intended to introduce Lin Weiwei to someone, presumably Vice Section Chief Su. When Yin Bin was apprehended, there were rumors that you had also been caught, and Shui Changwei was the one spreading those tales most fervently. It was only after my brother-in-law confronted him and had him removed from his position as workshop director that he may have harbored some animosity towards you. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao understood. All of this was indeed connected to Lin Weiwei. Brother, most people in the factory are aware of this situation, and Su Changjun is the nephew of Vice Factory Director Su. Ah, I see. Qin Minghao nodded, mentally chiding himself for his ignorance. How could he have been oblivious to such a significant matter? It seems that Lin Weiwei must be enduring considerable pressure at the factory every day. Reflecting on his recent treatment of her, Qin Minghao felt a pang of self-reproach. He had vowed to make amends for the wrongs he had done in his previous life. Yet what had he done in recent days? With narrowed eyes and his chest heaving, he felt an overwhelming urge to see Lin Weiwei. And as for Vice Section Chief Su, he cursed inwardly. Qin Minghao had made his decision, given that Su was also the nephew of Su Guanglin. He could not let this transgression go unpunished. Brother Feng, please take me to the family quarters. I need to check on my father-in-law. Of course. Feng Jianjun nodded and instructed the driver. Meanwhile, Su Changjun had just exited the VIP hall. He was still unaware of the unfolding events. Yet he observed that Qin Minghao had not been captured at all. Rather, he had left alongside Feng Jianjun. As for Yonglei, he appeared to be hastily departing with Xue Changwei, which further perplexed Su Changjun. As Su Guanglin finally emerged, Su Changjun hurriedly approached him. Uncle, what are you doing here? How did you arrive? Su Guanglin looked slightly surprised. Uncle, I had Xue Changwei take people to apprehend Qin Minghao, but I did not see him being caught. Was it your doing? Su Guanglin responded in astonishment. Indeed. Uncle, I didn't have any ulterior motives. I thought it a waste for someone like Lin Weiwei to follow Qin Minghao. Wouldn't it be better if she could serve as your secretary or something of the sort? Su Changjun hurriedly explained. Su Guanglin paused, momentarily captivated by the thought of Lin Weiwei's charming visage, his heart warming at the idea. However, he knew that haste was not advisable. Strategy was required. What strategy? Chapter 37. The younger sister-in-law gets beaten. Su Guanglin pondered for a moment and said, We must not rush. Qin Minghao has joined forces with that old dog, He Binglin. For now, we should remain steady. Lin Weiwei, if she wishes to persist in the factory, will inevitably have to heed our wishes. By the way, I instructed you to keep an eye on things at home these past few days. What have you observed? How did Qin Minghao learn about the equipment issues? I'm not sure either. I only know that Qin Minghao alerted He Binglin. Otherwise, He Binglin would surely have suffered this time. Su Changjun gritted his teeth in frustration. Su Guanglin's face darkened as he muttered a curse. Once again, it was Qin Minghao. We'll need to assess the situation first. Contact the equipment factory at your earliest convenience. We have already prepaid half of the invoice, and they cannot monopolize the situation. Understood. Su Changjun nodded, following Su Guanglin, yet he could not restrain himself from asking, Uncle, what about Lin Weiwei? Just wait. I won't allow that couple to have it easy. If I can kick one person out, I can certainly expel two. I am quite eager to see how they cope when they find themselves without sustenance. Su Guanglin snorted coldly, striding toward home. The two were deliberating how to ensnare Qin Minghao and Lin Weiwei, while at that moment, Qin Minghao was en route to Lin Weiwei's residence. As for Lin Weiwei and her family, they had already returned home. Lin Choyang, his face flushed with shame, was the first to enter. The scene at the VIP hall today left him feeling mortified, rendering him speechless when he dropped Du Yue off earlier. Upon entering the house, he saw Lin Yu spring up. Dad, what happened? Was Qin Minghao captured? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang's anger flared. Not caught. How could he have escaped? He stole from the cotton spinning factory. What will we do if he isn't apprehended? Lin Yu exclaimed loudly. Capture, capture, capture. All you ever think about is capturing. What do you understand about these matters? Why are you meddling? Lin Xiaoyang snapped in fury. Lin Yu was taken aback. Having already felt wronged after being chastised by Lin Weiwei, she now faced further reprimand from Lin Xiaoyang. Consequently, she retorted, Shouldn't we take action? Are you aware of what your esteemed son-in-law has been up to outside? If we don't intervene, and he gets caught, how will we maintain our dignity? You may not care, but I do. How can I attend school when others point fingers at me? I think you're itching for a fight. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't feel right. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyang picked up a broom and aimed a strike at Lin Yu's backside. What are you doing? What is going on here? Dong Hongmin rushed in, eager to restrain Lin Xiaoyang. Feeling humiliated, especially by Lin Yu's words, thoughts he himself harbored, he was enraged. Hold her down and pull her pants down. Let me see if I don't teach her a lesson. Lin Xiaoyang's fury was uncontrollable. How old is she now, and you still want to pull her pants down? Dong Hongmin implored, trying to intervene. Lin Weiwei entered the room, quickly grasping Lin Xiaoyang's arm. Dad, let us discuss this calmly. Don't resort to violence. If I don't teach her a lesson today, I won't bear the Lin surname. Lin Xiaoyang's temper was beyond containment. Hearing this, Lin Yu fled outside, tears streaming down her face. You stay outside. You're not allowed back in tonight. Lin Xiaoyang bellowed from within. In the yard, Lin Yu glared back at her father, tears falling like rain. She felt she hadn't done anything wrong. Why was she being punished? Was it such a crime to urge him to apprehend Qin Minghao? Why shouldn't he act? As she pondered this, her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her resentment towards Qin Minghao deepened. At that moment, Qin Minghao was just outside the courtyard, hesitating to knock on the door upon hearing the commotion inside. What kind of temper did Lin Xiaoyang possess? He would explode at the slightest provocation. While Qin Donglai was known for his strict discipline toward his children, he remained relatively amiable towards outsiders. Lin Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was volatile with everyone. Once his temper flared, no one could placate him. After eavesdropping for a while, Qin Minghao decided it was best to leave. He could always return to seek Lin Weiwei another day. Today was clearly not the right time. As he walked towards the dormitory, he passed by the dealership and decided to step inside. Retrieving a phone book from his pocket, he quickly dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a weary voice greeted him. "Is this Li Ziming?" Qin Minghao inquired tentatively. "It's Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao, you finally decided to call me. How have you been? Do you want to come visit the provincial city? I must tell you, 2 new barbecue places have opened here, and they're quite delightful." Qin Minghao smiled, nostalgia washing over him. Li Ziming was a classmate from his time at the provincial vocational school, and despite graduating and being assigned to a daily necessities factory, their friendship had endured. In his previous life, Qin Minghao wielded control over an immense commercial empire, largely owing to the contributions of Li Ziming. "Ziming, I sought you out to inquire whether your factory accepts defective cotton textiles. I recall that you manufacture mops, utilizing cotton textiles. Should you be interested? I have approximately 100 tons at my disposal." "Defective cotton textiles? What price are we discussing?" "I must inform you that our factory is currently in need of mop cloths." "How did you come by this information? Did someone deliberately leak it?" "That's excellent. The price is negotiable. If you have time tomorrow, it would be prudent for you to visit me." With that, Qin Minghao abruptly ended the call. The cost of the call was rather steep, particularly considering Li Ziming's propensity for lengthy conversations, which Qin Minghao could hardly afford. As for how he knew, it was, of course, due to his reincarnation. He was also aware that the defective goods from the cotton factory were ideally suited for Li Ziming's unit, and he had indeed utilized a considerable amount in his past life. Upon leaving the dealership, Qin Minghao returned to his dormitory, where he lay on his bed, calculating that his favorable turn of fortune was imminent. Once Li Ziming arrived, he could embark on various ventures to amass wealth at an accelerated pace. The following morning, Qin Minghao rose late, well past the sun's zenith. After freshening up and partaking in a modest breakfast, he set off towards the cotton factory. The previous night, he had already conferred with He Binglin regarding a visit to his office to discuss the batch of defective cotton textiles. As he approached the entrance of the cotton factory, he encountered Qin Yu, adorned in a floral dress, striding out with an air of arrogance. Upon spotting Qin Minghao, she let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, isn't this Qin Minghao? What brings you here? Did you mistakenly believe you still worked here, or are you simply lost?" "What I am doing here is none of your concern," Qin Minghao retorted, raising an eyebrow, surprised to see Qin Yu in this locale. This suggested that the collapsed wall at the cotton factory was soon to be addressed. Qin Yu crossed her arms, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Indeed, it is not within my purview, but I could certainly report you. You, a person dismissed from employment, do not seriously think you can return to the cotton factory, do you?" "You guessed correctly." Qin Minghao shrugged, casting a sidelong glance as he made his way inside. "What qualifications do you have to enter?" Qin Yu's demeanor grew defensive at his attitude. "Everyone, come and witness this." Qin Minghao, expelled from the cotton factory, still harbors aspirations of re-entering. Can you believe such shamelessness? Chapter 38. Unwanted interference. In a moment of disagreement, she resorts to calling for assistance. Qin Minghao's expression soured at the sight of Qin Yu. Many onlookers had gathered, for the factory workers had already begun their shifts, with the entrance predominantly occupied by business people and those accompanying Qin Yu. Most of this group hailed from Taoyuan village and were well aware of Qin Minghao's expulsion from the cotton factory. Moreover, they worked under Qin Yu and typically heeded her commands. Observing her obstructing Qin Minghao, they aligned themselves behind her. Indeed, how could this be? He has been cast out, yet he dares to return here. As Qin Yu listened to the words of those around her, her demeanor suddenly transformed, brimming with arrogance. "Qin Minghao, do you truly believe this is your backyard? You think you can come and go as you please? If you can enter, why should I be denied? My entrance is justified, as we are here to assist the cotton spinning factory by constructing a wall. What contribution have you made? On what grounds do you presume to enter?" She rolled her eyes dismissively. "Am I really not allowed in?" Qin Minghao inquired tentatively. "Of course not. We are employed by the cotton spinning factory, contributing our efforts. You certainly cannot enter." Qin Yu scoffed, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, take note. Let us not allow certain individuals to masquerade as part of our engineering team and infiltrate the cotton spinning factory. Otherwise, we would be in grave trouble." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, effectively blocking Qin Minghao's path. The security personnel were pushed aside, and Xiao Lu emerged from within. "What is going on, Brother Lu?" Qin Yu exclaimed, rushing toward Xiao Lu with a smile, pointing at Qin Minghao. "This person is trying to sneak into the cotton spinning factory. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, he might have made it inside. I tell you, there are all sorts of people these days. If something goes missing from the factory, your security team will be the laughingstock." Xiao Lu's face flushed slightly. He recognized Qin Minghao and was aware of his recent frequent visits to the factory. Notably, Feng Jianjun had been particularly cordial towards Qin Minghao. Who were these people to obstruct him? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, too disinterested to respond. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Lu, perplexed, opted to remain silent and watch the unfolding situation. Still planning to enter? Qin Minghao, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Perhaps you aim to scout the place? Rest assured, as long as I'm here, you shall not pass through that door today, Qin Yu proclaimed boldly. Her fervor almost convincing enough to make one believe she was a champion of justice. Qin Minghao lifted his chin defiantly. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. You will not enter today? Qin Yu retorted with a haughty snort. Very well. Qin Yu, I shall not enter the cotton spinning factory today. With a cold snort, Qin Yu watched as Qin Minghao, visibly frustrated, turned to leave, her spirits soaring with triumph. She felt victorious in this encounter. The fact that Qin Minghao could not enter the factory brought her immense satisfaction. He deserved it. He had refused to work alongside me. And now he wishes to enter the factory? With a scoff, Qin Yu turned to re-enter the factory, only to spot Feng Jianjun emerging from the distant office. Earlier that morning, he had attended a meeting regarding the dismissal of Xue Changwei. The decision had been made. Xue Changwei was to be expelled. The directive would be issued in the coming days, and an announcement would be made throughout the factory. Feng Jianjun felt a sense of elation. He had long disapproved of Xue Changwei, and now he could seize the opportunity to aid Qin Minghao in avenging himself. Feng's mood was decidedly buoyant. Qin Yu hurriedly approached, eager to take credit, saying, just now, someone attempted to force their way into the cotton spinning factory, and I promptly drove him out. I believe that since we have undertaken the project at the cotton spinning factory, we ought to contribute to its security, don't you agree? Feng Jianjun merely nodded in acknowledgement, feeling that very few dared to intrude upon the factory in his presence. Director Feng, I specifically came to find you. Our engineering team needs to enter the premises daily. Perhaps you could issue some sort of pass? Feng Jianjun considered this to be a reasonable request, casting a glance at Xiao Lu, only to notice her ashen complexion. He furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it? She just drove away Qin Minghao. Xiao Lu said with a pained expression. What did you say? Feng Jianjun was taken aback. Just moments ago, He Binglin had reminded him to escort Qin Minghao to the office as soon as he arrived. How could it be that he had been turned away? Director Feng, I indeed drove away Qin Minghao. Qin Yu proclaimed, her smile feigning pride. You might not know, but I am actually related to him. When he got accepted into the provincial vocational school, he looked down on everyone in the village. I say it was right for the cotton spinning factory to expel him. Such a person should have been dismissed long ago. If I hadn't been here to block him this morning, who knows, he might have slipped in. Feng Jianjun was incensed, pointing a finger at Qin Yu, rendered speechless by the sheer folly of this woman. Director Feng, one could say I am contributing to the cotton spinning factory. Qin Yu continued to boast. Excellent contribution indeed. Feng Jianjun trembled with rage, exclaiming, what audacity! Does such a vast cotton spinning factory truly require your assistance? What assistance have you rendered? Who asked you to intervene? I demand to know, where is Qin Minghao? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, confused by Feng Jianjun's sudden fury. He left, she replied. He left? Feng Jianjun's anger surged. Xiao Lu, ensure these individuals are monitored. I will now inquire with the factory leadership about who brought in such a construction team that has undermined the work of the security department. Hearing this, Qin Yu froze in place, sensing the fury in Feng Jianjun's tone. A number of onlookers observed the scene, bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? Why is it not resolved yet? At that moment, Qi Changfa rode up on his motorcycle. What are you all doing standing around? Aren't you supposed to be working? Qin Yu, why are you just standing there? Take your team and get to work. Otherwise, how will you get paid? Only then did Qin Yu come to her senses, feeling a pang of fear and wishing to leave. I apologize, everyone. Xiao Lu stepped forward, blocking everyone's path. Without directives from above, I fear no one will be able to leave today. You meddled in affairs and drove away our benefactor from the cotton spinning factory. This matter will soon be addressed. Chapter 39. Retrieve the individual. Qin Yu, being a woman, was left speechless upon hearing these words. What is going on? Who is this benefactor? What about Qin Minghao? Qi Changfa was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Lu, you are merely an employee, while I have secured the contract for the cotton spinning factory's project, contributing significantly to its operations. Are you truly willing to impede my affairs? If this delays me, can you bear the consequences? Enough with your threats. If I demand that you stay here, then you shall remain. Xiao Lu retorted, visibly infuriated. I must inform you, Xiao Lu, that I recently had a drink with Deputy Factory Director Su. If you dare to cause a scene, I can ensure you face repercussions. Qi Changfa's ability to secure the contract was undoubtedly linked to his connections with the factory leadership. Having long ago allied himself with the influential Su Guanglin. You cannot intimidate me. Xiao Lu scoffed coldly. Qin Yu, go find factory director Su and see if I am merely bluffing. Qi Changfa commanded, his intent to instill fear evident. Qin Yu, rolling her eyes, proceeded to the office. Xiao Lu's expression shifted. Offending a deputy director would not bode well for him. What is the matter? Are you afraid now? Qi Changfa sneered. It is too late. To me, you are no more than a gatekeeper, akin to a dog. What pretense is this? Xiao Lu clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, Feng Jianjun arrived with He Binglin and a sizable entourage. Qi Changfa recognized He Binglin, though their rapport was not as solid as with Su Guanglin. Deputy Director He. Qi Changfa called from afar, approaching with feigned humility. I was just about to take the workers to commence their tasks. But this wretched gatekeeper refuses to issue the necessary permits. I am eager to contribute to our cotton spinning factory, yet certain individuals resist. Was it you who drove away Qin Minghao? He Binglin's countenance darkened as he coldly interrogated. What Qin Minghao? I know nothing of him. Besides, if he was dismissed, so be it. The priority is our project. Qi Changfa continued to smile. Dismissed, you say? Who granted you the authority for such a decision? He Binglin's fury escalated, and he raised his hand, delivering a swift and forceful slap to Qi Changfa's face. The impact was rapid and brutal. Qi Changfa was taken aback. Deputy Director He. What is the meaning of this? Do you believe Qi Changfa is easily bullied? I assure you, I have backing. Backing? Show me who stands behind you, He Binglin demanded, his anger causing his hands to tremble. If you cannot articulate your reasoning, let us see how I shall spare you today. Who strikes whom? On what grounds do you resort to violence? At that moment, Qin Yu returned, accompanied by Su Guanglin. Upon seeing Qi Changfa being struck, she rushed forward, ready to confront He Binglin. Old He, violence is not commendable, Su Guanglin interjected with a cold snort. And what of it? What can be done about my actions? He Binglin retorted loudly. He comes to the factory to work, yet he presumes to expel Qin Minghao? Does he not understand that we rely on Qin Minghao to sell off those defective goods? If you, Su, possess the ability, sell those inferior products yourself, and I, He Binglin, will have him punished. Su Guanglin listened to the words, his face turning pale with distress. As the head of procurement, selling the items was an arduous task, especially since they had languished in the warehouse for 2 or 3 years, and no one possessed the capability to sell them. What is the matter? Su, the deputy factory director, has fallen silent? He Binglin's voice rose, questioning when the personnel from the cotton spinning factory had become subject to the whims of those in construction. You, Deputy Director Su, are in charge of the projects. But have you also granted the authority to dismiss people? Today, you expel Qin Minghao. Tomorrow, will you cast me, He Binglin, aside as well? Su Guanglin was taken aback. He did not anticipate He Binglin's fury. Old Lin, if he has been dismissed, then so be it. You claim he has been removed. So what of the defective goods in the warehouse? Deputy Director Su, why don't you sell them for me? He Binglin pointed coldly at the warehouse. Why do you keep bringing up those defective items? Su Guanglin was infuriated, rendered speechless, sensing that He Binglin's mood was particularly volatile today. Qin Yu and Qi Changfa had been relying on Su Guanglin to speak up, and now, with his silence, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Deputy Director Su, why are you silent? He Binglin's anger had yet to subside as he turned to Qin Yu and Qi Changfa, barking out. What does this have to do with you? Focus on your work and earn your wages. Is that too much to ask? Has your mind been devoured by a dog to act in such a manner? Qin Yu felt utterly humiliated, standing there in shock, unsure of what to do. It was only then that Qi Changfa realized that it was Qin Minghao who had been expelled at Qin Yu's behest. What a wasteful woman. What have you done? I tell you, either bring him back today, or you can leave immediately. Do you still want the project? Not even a dog would grant you that. He Binglin was truly furious, shouting at Qi Changfa before turning to leave. Old Su, if you wish to protect them, so be it. Either they stay and you sell the defective goods, or I, He Binglin, will pack my things and leave. Choose for yourself. As He Binglin departed, his voice echoed in the air. Su Guanglin was so enraged that his face turned ashen, squinting at He Binglin's retreating figure, his chest heaving. Deputy Director Su, what are we to do? Qi Changfa's voice quivered with anxiety. Qin Yu, terrified, felt tears welling up. She was merely a rural woman, feeling awkward in the presence of authority, especially after being publicly berated for so long. Bring him back, or you will have to deal with the consequences. Su Guanglin threw down this ultimatum and turned to leave. Qi Changfa's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that within a mere 10 minutes, such chaos would ensue. Wasteful woman, look at the trouble you've caused. Qin Yu finally burst into tears. Crying? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and find him. Qi Changfa shouted furiously, knowing that if Qin Minghao was not retrieved, he could forget about the cotton spinning factory project, and not just this one, but potentially all future projects as well. Feng Jianjun observed the scene with a disdainful snort and addressed Xiao Lu, instructing him to expel all the construction workers. If they cannot locate Qin Minghao, then none shall be permitted entry. Xiao Lu, feeling a surge of satisfaction after being incensed by these individuals, swiftly ushered the workers out. They gathered at the entrance of the cotton mill, whispering amongst themselves. Their empathy was limited. After all, losing a project was merely a matter of switching to another team, as opportunities for work were plentiful. Qin Yu, however, was in a dire situation. With a woeful expression, she exited the cotton mill and retraced her steps towards Qin Minghao's dormitory. Initially, she believed that by driving Qin Minghao away, she would emerge as the ultimate victor. Yet now, she found herself in the humiliating position of having to plead for his return. What recourse did she have? Without Qin Minghao, their prospects of earning would be bleak. Finally reaching the upper floor, Qin Yu knocked on Qin Minghao's door. When he opened it, he regarded her with an icy stare. Qin Minghao, I cannot fathom your stroke of luck. The leaders of the cotton mill are seeking you. I am merely here to relay a message. Whether you choose to go or not is up to you. Chapter 40. I have no time, oh? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow and chuckled derisively. You can inform the leaders at the cotton mill that I am currently unavailable. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door, dismissing her entirely. At that moment, Qin Yu had once blocked the entrance like a dog, and now it was clear that the cotton mill personnel must have blamed her. Or else why would she have come knocking? Moreover, it was evident that this woman lacked sense. Even in such dire straits, she was still playing mind games. Did she expect Qin Minghao to come running to her? One could only surmise that her thoughts were as foul as refuse. Fuming with rage, Qin Yu's face paled as she turned to descend the stairs. What now? Qi Changfa awaited her at the bottom, his expression one of anticipation. He said he wouldn't go? I see that as a death wish. Qin Yu, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much profit can be made from this project at the cotton mill? He refuses to go, and you just accept it? What use is your brain if not for this? Qi Changfa exploded in anger. Why should I beg him? Qin Yu retorted, feeling that her presence was already a significant favor to Qin Minghao. If he failed to appreciate it and chose not to go, what did that have to do with her? You. Qi Changfa was so enraged that he raised his hands, nearly ready to strike Qin Yu. You must drag him to the cotton mill, or I swear I will make you regret it. Qin Yu felt a wave of indignation rise within her, tears threatening to spill. Yet, the sight of Qi Changfa's fury instilled fear in her. She understood that if she did not comply, he was capable of anything. With a swift turn, Qin Yu ascended the stairs once more. This time, she composed herself, ensuring her emotions were in check and that they would not affect her demeanor. Before rapping gently on Qin Minghao's door, when he opened it, he inquired tersely, "What is it?" A surge of anger welled within Qin Yu, yet she restrained herself, forcing a smile as she replied, "Minghao, the leaders from the cotton mill truly wish to see you. I believe that if you were to visit, it might prove beneficial. Perhaps you should consider going." Qin Yu, are you truly lacking in sense? Did I not instruct you to inform the cotton mill leaders that I have no time? He retorted, his voice laced with disdain. Did you not hear me? Or is there something wrong with your hearing? Fury ignited within Qin Yu. Get lost. Qin Minghao slammed the door with a resounding thud. Trembling with rage, she reflected on how, in recent years, she had seldom been provoked to such a degree. Yet, Qin Minghao's words had struck a nerve, igniting her ire. But what could she do if he steadfastly refused to go? Descending the stairs, she muttered curses under her breath. You little wretch, just wait until I secure this project. I shall see how I deal with you. What is happening? Qi Changfa approached her. What do you think is happening? Qi Changfa, if you have the capability, why don't you confront him yourself? Why must you ask me, a woman, to expose myself? Qin Yu was incensed. Even if Qi Changfa were to retaliate, she had no intention of seeking out Qin Minghao again. Qi Changfa seethed with anger. And now you claim to be just a woman? When you were dismissing me, did you not consider yourself a woman then? Wait a moment, I must call Su Guanglin. Fuming, Qi Changfa realized the crowd made it difficult to engage Qin Yu in an argument, so he stormed into a nearby dealership. The dealership had a telephone, and Qi Changfa quickly dialed Su Guanglin's number. Director Su, Qin Minghao is adamant about opposing the cotton mill. I've tried every argument to persuade him, but he refuses to listen. Not only is he unwilling to go, but he is also disparaging the factory leaders, calling them fools and claiming he has no desire to meet them. Qi Changfa. Su Guanglin's cold snort echoed through the receiver. I won't concern myself with anything else. He Binglin is causing a stir this time, as you've seen. If you cannot bring him back, do not bother returning yourself. With a sharp click, the call ended. Qi Changfa stood in shock, gritting his teeth as he slammed the phone down, paying for his call before storming out in fury. What is going on? Why has Su Guanglin turned his back on me? What is happening? What is happening? What the hell? He exclaimed, glaring at Qin Yu. You foolish woman. If you fail to make a profit this time, do you still expect to spend money on your brother? I'll tell you, there will be not a penny. Qi Changfa shouted, hands on his hips, breathing heavily. Qin Yu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. The two exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak, when, to their surprise, half an hour later, Qin Minghao descended the stairs voluntarily. He is coming down. He is coming down. Qin Yu exclaimed with unexpected delight, urgently pulling Qi Changfa along. Qi Changfa, equally elated, hurried forward. Minghao, are you preparing to head to the cotton mill? The leadership of the cotton mill has shown remarkable interest in you, and it is quite possible that they will invite you back to work. Just imagine, if you truly return to the cotton mill, who would dare to mock you? Qin Yu gazed at Qin Minghao with eager anticipation, yet internally, she was cursing him. This scoundrel has finally descended, has he? He genuinely intends to return to the cotton mill, does he? Such a grand temptation, can he truly resist? Once he secures a project at the cotton mill, the time for retribution will surely come. Who said I am going to the cotton mill? Qin Minghao looked at the two of them in astonishment. Why would I go to the cotton mill? Did you not say that someone like me, dismissed by the mill, has no right to return? Qi Changfa was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Then where do you intend to go? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. Qi Changfa muttered a curse under his breath, but still approached with a smile. Minghao, tell me where you wish to go. I have a motorcycle. And I can take you. No need. I can take a bus, replied Qin Minghao, extending his hand to hail a tricycle. Such vehicles are scarce in the town. But fortunately, a few remain near the cotton mill's entrance. Qin Minghao boarded the tricycle, heading straight to the county. This descent was not meant for the cotton mill, but rather for the train station. Li Ziming should be arriving. Qi Changfa watched Qin Minghao depart, bemused, as he headed towards the county. What could he possibly be up to? Is he not going to the cotton mill? Qin Yu followed up with a question. To the cotton mill? To your cotton mill? He is going to the county, can't you see? Qi Changfa, infuriated, raised his hand and slapped Qin Yu. You useless spendthrift, what good are you to me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu grew frantic. She dashed in front of the tricycle. Qin Minghao, what do you mean by this? Don't push your luck. I told you to go to the cotton mill, and you refuse? What is the matter? Qin Minghao's expression darkened. Just because you, Qin Yu, urged me to come out. I must comply? You think yourself so important? You and I have no relation. Today, you will go whether you want to or not. Qin Yu shouted, determined to create a scene. Otherwise, if Qin Minghao left, the project would surely be doomed. Are you certain? Qin Minghao's face remained stern, his eyes blazing with intensity. If you two truly possess the capability, let us engage in a contest. 3 of us with blades, the first to fall shall perish, and the survivor shall depart. What do you say? Qin Yu was taken aback. Over the years, Qin Minghao had engaged in numerous brawls, and the two of them were hardly a match. What nonsense! Qin Minghao spat, signaling the tricycle to move forward. Unable to contain herself, Qin Yu collapsed onto the ground, weeping as she shouted, Qi Changfa, where are your abilities? If you had any, you would take him to the cotton mill. What has happened to your prowess? Are you still a man? Am I not a man? Let me show you whether I am. Qi Changfa, equally enraged, struck her with a slap. The sound of the slap echoed around, leaving Qin Yu momentarily stunned. Qi Changfa, you scoundrel, what gives you the right to strike me when you lack any capability? If you were truly of any worth, would you need to seek out Qin Minghao? Qin Yue, consumed by anger, lunged at Qi Changfa. You wretched woman, if it weren't for you, would this project have been jeopardized? Qi Changfa, seething with rage, retaliated with a fierce slap directed at Qin Yue. In full view of the onlookers, the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Unbeknownst to Qin Minghao, who would have surely delayed his departure to witness the spectacle, the altercation unfolded. His prior impressions of both individuals had been unfavorable, and in this lifetime, his disdain had only deepened. Furthermore, he was aware of their grim fates. Over the past few years, Qi Changfa had amassed wealth, supporting another woman who bore him a son. Ultimately, she compelled him to divorce Qin Yue, leading to his union with her, only for him to be swindled of his entire fortune and subjected to infidelity. Judging by the timeline, the individual Qi Changfa was currently supporting likely resided in the county. He mused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as the tricycle entered the town. Under normal circumstances, a train was expected to arrive around this time, and Qin Minghao had confirmed the schedule. Standing at the exit, He waited for over 20 minutes until a distant wailing sound broke the air. The train had arrived. Moments later, a throng of passengers surged from the station. Qin Minghao observed keenly, finally spotting an unkempt figure clad in an oversized gray suit emerging from the station. "Minghao!" Li Ziming exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to deliver a playful punch. "I knew you'd come to fetch me. By the way, where's your wife? I brought gifts for you both. Do you remember that duckhead shop behind our school? I brought something special from there. Let's go?" Qin Minghao was all too aware of Li Ziming's loquacious nature. "Let us go," he replied, as Li Ziming hopped onto the tricycle, chatter incessantly filling the air. "What exactly are those inferior cotton products you mentioned? I must tell you, while our factory is performing well, using cotton products for mopping the floor is something we need to discuss. I've already contacted the factory leadership, and while they're open to viewing, the final decision rests with them." I understand. Qin Minghao hastily interjected. "But nobody knows about your visit here, right? Nobody knows. Aside from Mingxiang, I haven't informed anyone. You know me, I generally prefer not to engage in excessive chatter. I told Mingxiang because we're classmates. Besides, enough." Qin Minghao exclaimed, smacking Li Ziming's head. "I should have anticipated this chatterbox nature. If I had known, I would have cautioned you last night. What's the matter? Minghao, let me be frank. Mingxiang has likely moved on from you. It's been years since we graduated, and she's now a reporter at the provincial newspaper. Mingling with influential figures, surely, one or two must have caught her eye. Moreover, you are already married, so she should have let you go," Li Ziming asserted, puffing out his chest. Qin Minghao let out a sigh deep within, his mind awash with memories of Chun Ming, a woman he was reluctant to recall. This woman had indelibly marked Qin Minghao's life, particularly in his previous existence. Had it not been for Qin Ming, he might still be languishing in despair after the calamity that befell him. Their connection had blossomed during their school days, a tender sentiment budding in their innocent interactions. Eventually, after graduation, Qin Minghao returned to the cotton mill and wed Lin Weiwei, while Chun Ming continued to keep a watchful eye on him, especially in his past life. After Lin Weiwei's tragic accident, it was Chun Ming who first rushed to Qin Minghao's side, aiding him in navigating through his tribulations and ultimately helping him forge a vast commercial empire. Logically, there should have been potential for something more between them. Yet Qin Minghao remained burdened by guilt towards Lin Weiwei, relegating Chun Ming to the status of a benefactor in his life. Despite this, they never married. "Let me tell you, Minghao, if it weren't for Mengxiang's interview assignment, she would have likely come along with me," Li Ziming chattered on. Qin Minghao's attention, however, had drifted beyond him, focusing instead on the entrance of the cotton mill. Outside the mill, Qin Yu and Qi Chongfa emerged with a group, cursing as they left. The project had ultimately failed, leading to Qi Chongfa's deep resentment, while Qin Yu could hardly accept the turn of events. What was once a sure thing had now fallen through due to Qin Minghao, and in her heart, Qin Yu had cursed him countless times. "When I get home, I intend to ask my uncle why our family, instead of lending support, is dragging us down." Qin Yu gritted her teeth as she climbed onto Qi Chongfa's motorcycle. "I refuse to believe that a dog expelled from the cotton mill can outmatch me." Qi Chongfa remained silent, riding toward Taoyuan village. This couple had meticulously plotted their course, determined not to let Qin Minghao go unscathed. After disembarking from his vehicle, Qin Minghao noticed the crowd had dispersed and smiled slightly. As for Qin Yu's remarks, he paid them no heed. No matter her ruckus, he could manage everything with ease. Xiao Lu stood at the entrance of the cotton mill, quickly approaching upon seeing Qin Minghao. "I'm going in to find Deputy Director He. There's something I need to discuss." "Brother Minghao, Deputy Director He has been waiting for you since early this morning." Xiao Lu beamed. Qin Minghao returned the smile, leading Li Ziming into the mill. "Minghao, I heard you were dismissed from the cotton mill. If we go in now, let us say, less talk, more action." Qin Minghao swiftly interrupted this chatterbox and hurried into the office building, making his way to He Binglin's office. "Come in." Upon hearing He Binglin's voice, Qin Minghao pushed the door open, only to discover another presence within. Su Changjun adjusted his glasses upon seeing Qin Minghao enter and unabashedly remarked, "Deputy Director He, I believe selling defective goods is rather frivolous. The recent equipment upgrade is a prime example. If this time we were not deceived by others, but rather misled by certain individuals who have been dismissed, wouldn't we suffer more than we gain?" Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao realized that this fellow was indeed targeting him. "Moreover, we in the sales department have made numerous attempts. I believe selling defective products is utterly impossible. Nowadays, one may know a person's face but not their heart, under the guise of caring for the factory. Who can say what treacherous deeds they might undertake?" Chapter 42. More rumors. Qin Minghao cast a few glances at Su Changjun, noting that he was not very familiar. Deputy Section Chief Su. I am aware of this matter and will choose wisely. He Binglin gestured dismissively. Yet, Su Changjun remained anxious, stating, Deputy Factory Director He. This issue pertains to the future of our factory. If we make a misstep and allow certain individuals to sell our defective products as if they were fine goods, our factory's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Deputy Section Chief? Suddenly, Qin Minghao recalled that this must be the Su Changjun that Feng Jianjun had mentioned. Understood. You may return for now. He Binglin waved his hand. Su Changjun rose, casting a malevolent glance at Qin Minghao before turning to leave. Deputy Factory Director. Are these the inept individuals from the sales department? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, unabashedly. Given the poor performance of the cotton spinning factory, the sales department certainly played a significant role. What are you saying? Su Changjun retorted, somewhat incensed. What I am saying is quite clear, don't you think? Qin Minghao scoffed, moving to sit down on the sofa beside He Binglin without reservation. Deputy Section Chief Su, if you have no further business, you may take your leave. He Binglin said with a furrowed brow. Su Changjun snorted coldly and turned to exit. Having failed to undermine Qin Minghao the previous night, his anger was already simmering. And witnessing Qin Minghao's defiance only fueled his displeasure further. Minghao, do not let him bother you. The factory's performance is paramount. If he cannot deliver results, he cannot blame me for being unkind. He Binglin's words were blunt. Qin Minghao was slightly taken aback, sensing the gravity and even a hint of anger in He Binglin's tone. Upon reflection, he began to understand the situation. The matter of equipment upgrades was, in truth, a trap, with only 2 of the 3 deputy factory directors present and the factory director away for training. He Binglin was the only one left to oversee the equipment reception. Should any issues arise with the equipment, He Binglin would bear the brunt of the blame, especially since he had strongly advocated for the upgrade. He could not extricate himself from the predicament. He Binglin was not foolish. He must have contemplated this over the past few days and sensed that the others were plotting against him. Deputy Factory Director, this is Li Ziming, my classmate from vocational school, who works for a trading company, Qin Minghao introduced, gesturing towards Li Ziming. Recently, their company is looking to acquire a batch of defective cotton spinning products, and I brought him here to take a look. Li Ziming appeared momentarily bewildered. Minghao, your factory actually utilizes a fair amount of defective cotton spinning products, does it not? Qin Minghao chuckled, then shot a glare at the fellow. Ah, is that so? He Binglin was filled with excitement. If they could indeed sell those defective cotton products, it would be beneficial for the cotton mill. Li, please, have a seat. We can discuss this matter in detail. Deputy Factory Manager He, there is no need for extensive discussion. Just take him to the warehouse for a quick look and let him take a few samples back to discuss with his superiors. If all goes well, we can proceed with the shipment. Qin Minghao abruptly stood up. He Binglin was somewhat bewildered. Could business truly be conducted in such a straightforward manner? Just a few exchanges. And that was it. Li Ziming was equally perplexed. He felt he had many questions left unasked, yet they were already about to view the samples. Qin Minghao, however, paid little mind to the two, for he understood that in this era, business dealings often transpired over a drink. Salespeople traversed the world seeking orders, and the quantity of orders one could secure depended largely on one's capacity for alcohol. Their mindset was entrenched in this reality, unlike the future where the internet flourished, allowing one to dispatch goods with merely a message. He had neither the time nor the energy for such formalities. He needed to sell that batch of defective products swiftly to reap some profit. The 3 descended the stairs and made their way to the warehouse. As Qin Minghao gazed upon the towering piles of substandard cotton products, a surge of fervor coursed through him. These items were a result of outdated equipment that failed to meet national standards. As He Binglin walked and explained, he had someone unwrap a package, pulling out a piece of patterned cotton fabric. Li, take a look. Li Ziming cast a glance, feeling somewhat hesitant. After all, these items could never meet the required standards. I don't see any issue with it, Qin Minghao declared with a sweeping gesture. Ziming, take a few samples back to show your superiors. If we consider the time, you should be able to catch the midday truck. Li Ziming was truly taken aback. They had just arrived, and he hadn't even settled in yet. Yet he was being sent away. More importantly, he hadn't seen Minghao in years, and there was so much left unsaid. Is it really so urgent? He Binglin was surprised as well. If that's the case, I'll have you take a few more samples. Indeed, being from a trading company in the provincial capital, they must be a bit anxious. Qin Minghao replied directly on Li Ziming's behalf, pulling him toward the exit. Li Ziming felt as if he were in a daze. No, Minghao, we've only just met. I believe we should sit together this evening. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Just take the samples back for now. Additionally, I have a few matters to discuss with you, Qin Minghao said with a smile, turning to He Binglin and adding, Deputy Factory Manager He. There's no issue on Ziming's end. When the meeting occurs, set the price. If it's reasonable, I believe his trading company will place an order. Very well. He Binglin nodded vigorously, watching as Qin Minghao led Li Ziming away, feeling a swell of emotion within. Qin Minghao is truly remarkable. We are fortunate to have him. Meeting adjourned. After seeing Qin Minghao leave, He Binglin quickly uttered a remark before turning back toward the office. Meanwhile, gossip spread like wildfire among the factory leaders in the midst of their meeting. Qin Minghao, accompanied by a group, arrived at the cotton spinning factory to purchase defective products. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire factory. Initially, many viewed it as a promising opportunity. After all, selling defective goods still generated revenue, instilling a sense of hope within the workforce. However, another report soon emerged from the office, suggesting that Qin Minghao intended to sabotage the cotton spinning factory. Confusion ensued among the employees, but some speculated that he planned to sell the factory's defective products as if they were of good quality, ultimately tarnishing the factory's brand reputation. This revelation unsettled the workers, prompting animated discussions throughout the shop floor. Lin Weiwei, too, caught wind of this unsettling news, particularly from the surrounding female workers who vehemently portrayed Qin Minghao as a schemer intent on undermining the factory. Zhang Zuihua, upon hearing these murmurs, hurried to Lin Weiwei's side, asking, Weiwei, is it true that your Qin Minghao means to harm our factory? Chapter 43. The bewildered Li Ziming. Lin Weiwei was entirely unaware of Qin Minghao's recent activities, leaving her incapable of providing an answer. If he truly intends to sell our factory's defective products as finished goods, will we really be subjected to scorn? Can decades of hard-earned reputation be so easily destroyed? Zhang Zuihua quietly inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Weiwei. Zhang Jia, where did you hear this? Lin Weiwei replied, slightly perturbed. Yet, inexplicably, her intuition urged her to believe that Qin Minghao would not stoop to such a level. Tell those people that Qin Minghao would never act in such a manner. Really? Indeed. Lin Weiwei asserted before turning away. Zhang Zuihua observed Lin Weiwei's demeanor with uncertainty. Could it be that this was merely a baseless rumor? Lin Weiwei felt a tumult of emotions. Although she was beginning to trust Qin Minghao, the fervent discussions surrounding the issue, coupled with reports of his actual presence at the cotton spinning factory, ignited her concern. Were it not for her work obligations, she would have eagerly sought out Qin Minghao to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao was preoccupied with escorting Li Ziming to the station. Noticing Li Ziming's hesitance, he patted his shoulder and said, Ziming, I understand you have many questions, but I cannot provide extensive explanations at this moment. Minghao, I still don't grasp what is going on. Didn't you say those cotton products were for our unit? Why has it turned into a trading company? Furthermore, our superiors haven't even reviewed them yet. How can you be certain they will approve? Li Ziming expressed his confusion. Qin Minghao interrupted him softly. The matter regarding the trading company is something you will handle. Take my ID and rent a storefront in the provincial city. Put up a sign reading Howei Trading Company. I will contact you regarding the remaining details. What? You intend to create a fake company to deceive people? Li Ziming exclaimed. Taken aback, Qin Minghao chuckled. Though the company may be fictitious, my intentions are sincere. Follow my instructions, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. Here is 1,000 yuan for you to take. If it proves insufficient, you shall devise a solution in due time. Upon your return tonight, present the cotton spinning factory samples to your superior, informing him that the price is negotiable. It is imperative that you convey to your leader the necessity of prompt payment upon delivery, with no allowances for delays. How can you be certain our superior will acquiesce? Li Ziming expressed his reluctance, lacking confidence. Rest assured, I have faith in you. Qin Minghao waved his hand, already bidding farewell to Li Ziming as the train approached. Li Ziming walked towards the ticket gate in a daze, feeling as though he had accomplished nothing during this whirlwind visit. He sensed an urgency to communicate much more with Qin Minghao, but was abruptly sent off by the latter's train ticket. From a distance, Qin Minghao waved, convinced that Li Ziming's superior would indeed agree. In a previous life, an accident befell Lin Weiwei, prompting Li Ziming and Chun Meng to visit together. As a provincial reporter, Chun Meng garnered significant attention from the cotton spinning factory's management during their reception. During that encounter, they discussed the issue of defective products, and Chun Meng suggested that Li Ziming return with samples, which subsequently caught the eye of Li Ziming's superior. During that period, the cotton spinning factory managed to navigate through its crisis. What Qin Minghao endeavored to do now was to leverage this opportunity, as he perceived a lucrative prospect. The defective products, totaling around 100 to 80 tons, could easily be repurposed into mops. If Qin Minghao orchestrated it well, he could secure an income of tens of thousands, if not more. This income represented a significant turning point for him. His urgency in sending Chun Ziming back stemmed from the recollection of an impending major event, anticipated to unfold by the end of this month. Qin Minghao sought to ride this favorable wind to achieve a complete resurgence. After bidding farewell to Li Ziming, Qin Minghao turned towards the county. A journey of approximately 20 minutes from the county to Jianyuan town. He ambled along, taking over half an hour to arrive. As he neared the town, he paused, gazing at the distant soda factory, immersed in the memories of his past life. If his recollections were accurate, this factory was on the brink of closure, and Qin Minghao intended to seize this moment to establish his foothold. The beverage industry possesses remarkable profit potential, particularly in 2 years when the shocking acquisition of the 8 major soda brands by foreign capital transformed the domestic market into a lucrative haven for external investors. Although Qin Minghao had never ventured into this industry in his previous life, he recognized its worthiness of exploration. At that moment, a few individuals exited the soda factory. Qin Minghao glanced over and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Dong Hongxiao among the crowd. It dawned on him that she was indeed an employee of this factory. When the factory ultimately collapsed, Dong Hongxiao lost her job, frequently visiting Lin Qiayang's home during that tumultuous time. In the words of Dong Hongxiao at the time, she claimed to be visiting her sister, yet behind the scenes, she had not refrained from taking items from Lin Qiayang's household. After observing for a while, Qin Minghao turned and made his way back to the dormitory. The closure of the soda factory was merely a matter of time. Qin Minghao aimed to seize the opportunity to amass his first fortune and subsequently acquire the factory. This was to serve as a stepping stone for him, enabling the better execution of his plans. Upon returning to the dormitory, with nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Minghao turned on the television. As he watched the drama Desire, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. According to his recollection, the year 1993 was expected to herald a surge in domestic television dramas. The enduring popularity of The Legend of the White Snake and the rich martial arts flavor brought by The Legend of the Condor Heroes had captivated the nation. After switching off the television, Qin Minghao lay down in bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the cotton spinning factory, rumors swirled uncontrollably. Wherever Lin Weiwei went, she drew the attention of all, and as she passed, a group would eagerly commence their whispers. The subject of their gossip revolved around Qin Minghao's alleged machinations against the cotton factory. After enduring her shift, Lin Weiwei finally made her way out of the factory, intending to inquire about Qin Minghao, only to encounter Dong Hongmin and Dong Hongxiao at the entrance. Dong Hongmin, cradling Qin Nuonyuo, rushed over as soon as she spotted Lin Weiwei. "Mom," Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed, extending her arms. "Weiwei, your third aunt has reserved a banquet at Shunmin Restaurant to celebrate Hong Yu starting work. Hurry home and change your clothes. We are just about to head over." Dong Hongmin exclaimed, then quickly added, "Where's Minghao? Call him to come with us." "Why should we call Qin Minghao?" Dong Hongxiao interjected, rolling her eyes. "Weiwei, this is a family gathering. Why invite him? I've already invited Deputy Section Chief Su, and he will be here shortly. You can go together then." Su Changjun. Lin Weiwei was taken aback, not expecting Dong Hongxiao to have invited him. "Indeed, you should know him. When you meet Deputy Section Chief Su later, be sure to make a good impression," Dong Hongxiao encouraged. Chapter 44. A dispute arises on Route 8. I am not yet divorced from Qin Minghao, and I do not wish to engage with anyone else at the moment. Divorce is merely a matter of time. I assent it. Dong Hongxiao chuckled, pulling Lin Weiwei along. "Besides, what is wrong with Deputy Section Chief Su? He is quite handsome, well-educated, and he doesn't even mind that you have a child." Aunt Dong. At that moment, Su Changjun happened to emerge from the factory, initially casting a smile at Dong Hongxiao. "Ah, wonderful, wonderful." Dong Hongxiao beamed, unable to contain her joy. Lin Weiwei, however, wore a displeased expression. Taking the child in her arms, she turned to Dong Hongmin and said, "Mom, you go ahead. I won't be joining. I've been feeling unwell these past few days, and I'll take Nuonyuo home first." "Weiwei, what are you doing?" Dong Hongxiao grasped Lin Weiwei's arm. "Everyone is here. You can't just leave. I must say, today Deputy Section Chief Su specifically attended this banquet for you. Typically, he is quite busy, though not overwhelmingly so." Su Changjun cautiously initiated the conversation, remarking with a smile, "There are recent sales issues at the factory that might lead to complications. If the higher-ups do not handle it properly, we could face deception." "Deception?" Dong Hongxiao exclaimed, astonished. How could such a large factory be deceived? At this point, Lin Weiwei felt a jolt in her heart. It was all due to Qin Minghao. I wonder from where he found someone to sell the factory's defective products. Do you think those faulty goods can actually be sold? If he manages to pass them off as quality items, it would tarnish the factory's reputation. Su Changjun wore an expression of helplessness and, after speaking, deliberately directed his gaze towards Lin Weiwei. Qin Minghao, how dare he deceive the cotton spinning factory? He must be tired of living. Dong Hongxia fumed. Weiwei, why are you still associating with such a person? I'm sorry, that's my affair. Lin Weiwei replied, her face pale, as she turned and walked towards home. Weiwei? Dong Hongmin, uncertain of the situation, felt that Su Changjun's mention of Qin Minghao was excessive. Seeing Lin Weiwei leave, she hurriedly followed. Eldest sister, what are you doing? Dong Hongxia, noticing both of them departing, felt a surge of anxiety. Su Changjun watched this scene with a quiet resentment. His fists clenched. He had merely broached the subject tentatively in front of Lin Weiwei, yet her reaction was so intense. Why does Qin Minghao hold such significance in Lin Weiwei's heart? Today, Sanzi is hosting a banquet. Why are you leaving already? Dong Hongxia caught up, grabbing Dong Hongmin. Eldest sister, you need to take care of your children. Look at how they've turned out. Everyone knows about the things Qin Minghao has done. If you're worried about what others might say, then he should not be doing them in the first place. Second aunt, I want to go home. You'd better step aside. Lin Weiwei felt an unusual surge of anger within her. Weiwei, Hongyu has to go to work. Shouldn't you at least extend your congratulations? Dong Hongxia hurriedly suggested. Observing Lin Weiwei's still grim expression, she quickly added, I understand you still have feelings for Qin Minghao and cannot accept Section Chief Su right now. I'll arrange for Su to be in another area so he won't disturb you. Lin Weiwei remained obstinate, clutching her child and preparing to leave. Eldest sister, please say something. If you leave like this, it will be embarrassing for Sanzi. Dong Hongxia nudged Dong Hongmin. Dong Hongmin also felt that leaving at this moment would be rather inappropriate. She turned to Lin Weiwei and said, Weiwei, let us just sit for a while and then we'll leave. If you truly dislike it, Mother won't force you. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei felt a bit embarrassed to continue her objections, especially since her mother had said so. It would be difficult for Dong Hongmin to back down if she persisted. Let us go, let us go? Dong Hongxia, noticing Lin Weiwei wavering, swiftly grasped her wrist. We will just sit for a bit. But Weiwei, I must say a word or two. What kind of person is Qin Minghao? In this lifetime, it appears that this is all that can be expected of him. Will he ever achieve great success? The young and capable Deputy Section Chief Su is 1,000 times more outstanding than Qin Minghao. Lin Weiwei stood up, exclaiming, all right. I shall say no more. Dong Hongxia quickly fell silent, yet inwardly she cursed. Had she not already promised Su Changjun to assist him in creating an opportunity this evening, she would not have bothered with Lin Weiwei at all. Su Changjun observed with a cold gaze, his expression darkening significantly. The previous scene had left him somewhat embarrassed, caught between the dilemma of staying or leaving. Just wait, I shall see how to deal with you. Muttering under his breath, he turned to walk towards Shunmin. At that moment, Feng Jianjun happened to exit the security department and, from a distance, noticed Lin Weiwei walking alongside Su Changjun, his brow furrowing deeply. What is going on? Feng Jianjun hesitated briefly before stepping out of the factory, gazing towards the direction Lin Weiwei and the others had departed. He felt a surge of confusion in his impression. Lin Weiwei was a commendable woman, diligent and sensible. So how could she be associating with someone like Su Changjun? As he pondered this, he considered whether to inform Qin Minghao. Feng's section chief, Liu, a colleague, rushed up from behind, saying, Deputy Factory Director, he wants you to go over. He mentioned you should find Qin Minghao. A call has come in from the Provincial Commerce Company regarding that batch of defective goods being deemed acceptable. Really? Feng Jianjun felt a wave of joy and hurried towards the office. At this moment, Qin Minghao had just awoken. He opened the window and noticed the sun was nearly setting. After a moment's hesitation, he dressed and descended the stairs. This timing coincided with the end of the workday for the employees of the cotton spinning factory. Observing the sparse crowd, Qin Minghao felt it was appropriate to pay a visit to Lin Jiayang's home, partly because he wished to alleviate the awkwardness from the previous night, and partly because he found himself missing Qin Nunu. He decided to go see his daughter. With this thought in mind, Qin Minghao purchased some groceries and turned towards Lin Jiayang's home. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei and her companions had already arrived at the Shunmin Grand Hotel. Jianyuan Town boasts two prominent restaurants, Shunfeng Grand Hotel and Shunmin Grand Hotel. Dining in such establishments is not considered inexpensive, and ordinary residents of Jianyuan Town seldom visit. Typically, patrons are from government agencies or the cotton spinning factory. Otherwise, these two grand hotels could not sustain themselves. Lin Weiwei had previously been to Shunfeng, and returning to Shunmin this time felt less daunting. Cradling her child, she observed 3 tables occupied in the distance, among which was Dong Hongying. Lin Weiwei and Dong Hongmin hurried over, while Dong Hongxia held back Su Changjun, cheerfully stating, Deputy Section Chief Su, I will find you an opportunity shortly. What happens next will depend on you. Rest assured, as long as you provide me with the opportunity, I shall handle the rest. Su Changjun replied with a grim smile, clenching his fists. Soon, he intended to make Lin Weiwei understand the meaning of being unable to clear one's name even after jumping into the Yellow River. Chapter 45, A Violent Confrontation with Dong Hongxia. For many years, Su Changjun had been notorious in the cotton spinning factory. With the privilege of being the deputy factory director's nephew, few female workers could escape his grasp once he set his sights on them. Lin Weiwei had managed to withstand his advances for quite some time, but this evening, Su Changjun was determined to undertake an unexpected course of action. Otherwise, given Lin Weiwei's temperament, she would never yield. Unbeknownst to her, Su Changjun had already fixed his gaze upon her. She was currently with Dong Hongmin, cradling a child. As they approached Dong Hongying's table, "Oh dear, sister, do you really think Hong Yu's mere attendance at work warrants such a commotion? The entire family is here." Dong Hongying feigned a smile that nearly blossomed on her face. "Please, have a seat. I had no idea you would come, so I didn't reserve any seats for you." Dong Hongmin glanced around, sighed, and shook her head. This sister of hers had many admirable qualities, yet she possessed an overwhelming desire to show off. If they had not come today, who knew what would have been said behind their backs? "Please sit here." Dong Hongying pulled out chairs for Dong Hongmin and Lin Weiwei, cheerfully adding, "Weiwei, from now on, you and Hong Yu will be working at the same factory. If you need anything, don't hesitate to seek out your cousin. He is in the security department and will surely look out for you." Lin Weiwei remained silent, merely tending to the child. "Today isn't anything significant. I didn't inform anyone, which is why I only reserved 3 tables." Dong Hongying noticed that the table was not fully occupied and forced a smile, saying, "Even though I didn't notify anyone, my neighbors and friends will be arriving, so it might get a bit noisy once the seats are filled." "That's fine, you carry on." Dong Hongmin replied nonchalantly. "Third sister, come quickly, see who I've brought for you." Dong Hongxiao approached, eager to take credit. "Deputy Section Chief Su." Dong Hongying exclaimed with delight, surprised by Su Changjun's presence. "Deputy Section Chief, what brings you here? You should have mentioned your arrival. I would have reserved a table just for you. Our Hong Yu is counting on you at the cotton spinning factory. You must take care of him. Hong Yu, come out quickly. Deputy Section Chief Su is here." Everyone at the table turned their attention to Su Changjun, their expressions a mix of astonishment at his youth. Su Changjun beamed with pride, even stealing a glance in Lin Weiwei's direction. A young man in his early 20s emerged, his attire consisting of a crisp shirt and newly bought trousers. Making a beeline for Su Changjun's table, Dong Hongmin sighed quietly. Chi Hong Yu had failed to acknowledge his aunt, choosing instead to greet the deputy section chief. "Mom, let us just sit for a while and then leave." Lin Weiwei expressed her discomfort to Dong Hongmin. Nodding in agreement, Dong Hongmin remained silent. Deputy Section Chief Su is the nephew of the factory's deputy director. Dong Hongying interjected from the other side, smiling as she addressed the surrounding guests. "Such capability at such a young age is truly remarkable. I never expected him to come. Our Hong Yu just started working. And if he fosters a good relationship with Deputy Section Chief Su, he'll surely excel at the cotton spinning factory." Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with envy as they regarded Su Changjun. Su Changjun basked in the glow of admiration, relishing the envious glances cast his way. Indeed, he was a paragon among men. "Ah, this is what it means to be exceptional." The praises echoed around him, with many standing up, eager to engage in conversation with Su, who was deemed as a remarkable deputy section chief. Despite his brilliance, some still failed to appreciate him. Dong Hongxia, seated beside Lin Weiwei, remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Weiwei, you are so stubborn. Just look at Deputy Section Chief Su, so radiant in public. Wouldn't it be far better to associate with him than with that useless Qin Minghao?" Lin Weiwei abruptly rose, clutching her child, intending to leave. Dong Hongxia, flustered by repeated retorts from Weiwei, felt her temper flare. "Weiwei, are you so ungrateful? I am your aunt, and this is how you treat me? Am I not looking out for your best interests? What can Qin Minghao possibly compare to Deputy Section Chief Su? You keep wanting to leave. Is this how you honor your elders?" The clamor of Dong's voice drew the attention of those present, all eyes now upon Lin Weiwei. Her face flushed with humiliation, feeling the sting of Dong Hongxia's words in front of so many. "What is the matter, Aunt Dong?" Su Changjun inquired, rising with concern. "There have been some rumors at the factory regarding Qin Minghao, and it is understandable that Weiwei is feeling unsettled. As an elder, please show her some care. Just because she is in a bad mood, does she have the right to treat her elders this way? Does she have any respect left for us?" Dong Hongxia angrily retorted. Apologize to Aunt Dong, Weiwei. I understand that you are troubled by Qin Minghao's actions affecting the factory. Su Changjun feigned concern, deliberately belittling Qin Minghao and revealing the latter's supposed threat to the cotton mill. Su Changjun. Lin Weiwei's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. My husband would never harm the factory. You need not spread such baseless accusations here. Control your emotions, Weiwei. Su Changjun rushed forward, attempting to grasp her. Let go. Lin Weiwei forcefully shook him off. Lin Weiwei, you are truly ungrateful. Deputy Section Chief Su is showing you concern. How can you behave like this? It seems you lack proper education. If I don't discipline you today, you will become unruly. Dong Hongxia raised her hand, striking Lin Weiwei across the cheek with a sharp slap. A resounding crack echoed through the hall. Lin Weiwei stood stunned, feeling no pain, while Dong Hongxia stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Qin Minghao. Suddenly, the crowd realized he had appeared beside Lin Weiwei, shielding her protectively. The slap just delivered was his retaliation against Dong Hongxia. Qin Minghao, how dare you strike me? Dong Hongxia scrambled to her feet, furious, lunging at him with wild gestures. Qin Minghao lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Dong Hongxia's abdomen, propelling her several meters away and toppling a row of chairs with a cacophonous crash. So I struck you? And what of it? Chapter 46. An explanation. The onlookers were nearly in an uproar. Dong Hongxia was not only an elder but also a woman. Could Qin Minghao's aggressive actions be justified? How dare you strike someone? I shall call the police. Dong Hongxia seethed, having risen to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Minghao. You scoundrel. Today you have harmed me, and this is far from over. Just wait. The police will be here shortly. Qin Minghao, do you even comprehend the gravity of this situation? You dare to resort to violence? Su Changjun reprimanded loudly. Dong Hongying, witnessing the altercation, was equally incensed. What is the meaning of this? We are hosting a banquet. And you come here to brawl? Do you not regard me as your third aunt? Third aunt. Qin Minghao grasped Lin Weiwei's hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. He had caught snippets of conversation and could sense Lin Weiwei's underlying resentment. Why should I regard you as my third aunt? What are you to me? At that moment, the crowd erupted in shock. Everyone was aware that Dong Hongying was indeed Lin Weiwei's third aunt, and Qin Minghao's words were laden with implications. Regardless of your familial ties, even if it were the king himself, if you harm my wife, I shall not acknowledge you. Qin Minghao declared emphatically, his eyes radiating defiance as he surveyed the assembled guests. Spare me your pretentiousness about elder status. If you have wronged Lin Weiwei, it matters not who you are. If I do not disturb your household peace, then I am not Qin Minghao. He has returned. The Qin Minghao who once engaged in brawls has resurfaced. Lin Weiwei, listening to his words, held back tears, feeling a warmth envelop her heart. Though she had previously disdained Qin Minghao's penchant for fighting, in this moment, his defense of her made her realize that sometimes, fighting could indeed serve a purpose. At least in this instance, she felt assured that the man she had chosen was, after all, dependable. Let us go, Qin Minghao declared, already lifting Qin Nuonyuo into his arms, having missed the child during their days apart. Attempt to leave? Dong Hongxia fumed. No one is going anywhere. I have already summoned the police. Qin Minghao, you have struck me, and you think you can simply walk away? Lin Weiwei's anxiety surged, tightening her grip on Qin Minghao's arm. Su Changjun, observing the scene, wore a face etched with jealousy, unable to believe that Qin Minghao could leave after having committed such an act of violence. When the police arrived, he would relish in Qin Minghao's despair. Sister, how do you propose we handle this? Our Hong Yu has work to attend to, yet your Qin Minghao chooses to cause a ruckus here, as if we are of no consequence to you. If that is the case, then we shall cease our interactions. Dong Hongying's anger was palpable. Cease interactions? So be it. Dong Hongming was no fool. Although she possessed a gentle disposition, she had observed the unfolding events. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Minghao had already intervened. Sister, do you truly indulge this child? Very well. Given the circumstances, let us sever all ties henceforth, shall we? Dong Hongying scoffed. Dong Hongmin remained silent. Even if we cease our interactions, you owe me an explanation today. Dong Hongxia pointed at Qin Minghao. Explanation? Qin Minghao's expression hardened. He had no intention of offering anyone an explanation. Cradling his child in one arm and holding Lin Weiwei with the other, he made his way toward the door. Qin Minghao, you assaulted someone and still intend to leave. Do you not respect the law? Su Changjun stepped forward, having come here today with the hope of stirring some rumors between him and Lin Weiwei to solidify his ambitions. Little did he know that Qin Minghao's arrival would present an unexpected opportunity, especially after the altercation. Let us send Qin Minghao away. At that point, what could Lin Weiwei possibly do? You wish to obstruct my path? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow, holding Qin Nonyuo close. Su Changjun, if you still consider yourself a man, then stand before me and voice your words. Hiding behind others like a coward can hardly bring you joy, can it? Su Changjun was left speechless with anger. Yet he dared not confront Qin Minghao directly. Either face me or be gone. Qin Minghao sneered, clutching his child as he proceeded to exit. He felt no fear. Altercations were commonplace in this era, and even if the police were to arrive, they would merely offer a reprimand. Moreover, with Tan Song around, there was little to worry about. Qin Minghao, Dong Hongxia seethed, watching as Qin Minghao's family departed, cursing vehemently, her teeth clenched in frustration. Qin Minghao remained indifferent. And after Dong Hongying spat a few more insults, she cheerfully gathered those around her, saying, "Please, have a seat. Such ruffians will inevitably attract the attention of the police. Su Vice Section Chief, please sit here." Su Changjun snorted and turned to leave. With Lin Weiwei gone, his plans had crumbled. What reason remained for him to linger here? Dong Hongxia, observing this, hurriedly followed, smiling as she said, "Su Vice Section Chief, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving?" Su Changjun responded coldly, "Dong Hongxia, do you recall what you promised me? Let me remind you, I can arrange for Qi Hongyu to enter the cotton mill, and I can just as easily ensure his exit. You had best come up with a solution." Hearing this, Dong Hongxia's expression stiffened. When Qi Hongyu sought employment, Dong Hongying had given her 3,000 yuan, which she retained before approaching Su Changjun. Su Changjun had made no further demands, merely requesting her assistance in securing Lin Weiwei for him, ensuring Qi Hongyu's employment was secured. Now that Qi Hongyu's position was established, yet Lin Weiwei remained elusive. Su Changjun was incensed and issued a warning to Dong Hongxia before striding away. Dong Hongxia seethed with resentment, mentally cursing Qin Minghao countless times, still feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao had already made his way toward the family quarters, holding his child close. Lin Weiwei felt considerably better, though some worry lingered, particularly concerning the police's visit, which unsettled her. "It's all right." Qin Minghao chuckled softly, intending to exchange a few more words with Lin Weiwei, when he noticed Feng Jianjun approaching him. "Minghao, there's a call from the provincial capital. The samples have passed, and Deputy Factory Director, he wants you to come over to discuss pricing." Listening to this, Qin Minghao couldn't help but admire Li Ziming's efficiency, yet a trace of melancholy crept into his heart. He was acutely aware that now was the opportune moment to mend his relationship with Lin Weiwei. However, Feng Jianjun was looking at him with eager anticipation. "Minghao, work is of utmost importance. You should go with Feng Ku, and I can head home with Weiwei without any issue." Dong Hongmin interjected hastily. "All right, you go ahead." Lin Weiwei, despite having many questions, graciously nodded at Qin Minghao, demonstrating her understanding. Qin Minghao felt somewhat helpless, but recognized the importance of the matter at hand. He followed Feng Jianjun toward the cotton spinning factory. "Brother, may I ask you something?" Once Lin Weiwei had departed, Feng Jianjun lowered his voice and inquired. "People in the factory are saying that you plan to misrepresent the cotton spinning factory's products. Is there any truth to that?" Chapter 47, Pricing Feng Gu. "Do you trust me?" Qin Minghao asked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Am I the kind of person who would deceive you or Deputy Factory Director he?" Feng Jianjun was taken aback for a moment, but then burst into laughter. "If even you can't be trusted, who else can I rely on?" Qin Minghao smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and entered the cotton spinning factory with Feng Jianjun. As for whether the products would be misrepresented, Qin Minghao certainly had his own thoughts. Having returned with a second chance at life, he held numerous opportunities in his hands, and there was no way he would tarnish his reputation with such actions. Upon entering the office, He Binglin emerged and exclaimed, "Let us go eat first, then we can sit down and discuss." "Indeed, let us dine first, and then talk." Feng Jianjun chimed in. Qin Minghao glanced at the time, wishing he could return to deepen his bond with Lin Weiwei, but he found himself delayed yet again. Today, he had played the role of a protector for her, and it seemed such a splendid opportunity was slipping away. "Let us go to Shunfeng Restaurant," He Binglin urged, leading Qin Minghao downstairs and into his car. He Binglin had a dedicated vehicle at the factory. Although it was an outdated Santana, it was sufficient to signify his standing. The three of them drove to Shunfeng Restaurant, where He Binglin had already reserved a private room, inviting Qin Minghao inside. Now, He Binglin regarded Qin Minghao with a warmth that surpassed even that of a father. For the ability to sell these subpar cotton spinning products had elevated Qin Minghao's status immensely in He Binglin's eyes. "Minghao, I must tell you, I received a call from the provincial capital this afternoon. They are quite satisfied with our samples, but I am now troubled. What price do you think I should set to sell these goods?" After taking his seat, He Binglin pulled Qin Minghao into a discussion. as although a meeting had been held the previous day, opinions had varied widely. Some argued that since there was demand, it was only natural to raise the price. Some have remarked that these are merely defective products, and if priced too high, they fear it might drive customers away. Deputy Factory Director He, what do you think? Qin Minghao inquired in response. He Binglin hesitated, finding it difficult to propose a price. In my opinion, the price should not be exorbitant. Yet it shouldn't be too low either. I believe it should be at least over 500 yuan per ton. Qin Minghao nearly spat out his drink. What's wrong? Is that too high? If it is, 450 is also acceptable. He Binglin quickly interjected. Qin Minghao almost chuckled. Deputy Factory Director He. I believe we might raise the price further, perhaps to 800 per ton? Really? He Binglin exclaimed with delight. Certainly, but if possible, we should expedite the shipment. That indeed poses a problem. He Binglin nodded thoughtfully. If we are to ship, it would be best to send a salesperson to establish contact with the other party. There's no need to worry. If you're concerned, I can go myself. Qin Minghao volunteered, although my position is somewhat sensitive. It would be preferable if Brother Feng accompanied me to the provincial capital. Once the goods are dispatched and payment received, we can rest easy. He Binglin hesitated. As Qin Minghao was not affiliated with the cotton spinning factory, and while Feng Jianjun was part of the factory, he was not in the sales department. What sort of situation would that create? Deputy Factory Director He, let me ask you this. If you truly sought someone from the sales department, would you be able to find a reliable person? Qin Minghao inquired, observing He Binglin with a knowing smile. He Binglin fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. It's impossible to find anyone. Minghao, I want to hide this from you. The cotton spinning factory may appear decent, but there are far too many intrigues within. The sales personnel are closely aligned with Su Guanglin. Qin Minghao nodded, recognizing the dynamics at play, considering Su Changjun was indeed in the sales department. It was only natural for the personnel to gravitate towards Su Guanglin. In that case, why not permit me and Brother Feng to make the trip? All right. He Binglin pondered. In any case, selling these defective products would be a significant accomplishment for the cotton spinning factory, and such credit cannot be attributed to others. Come, Minghao. Let me toast to you. Without your assistance, I might have fallen prey to those rascals. He Binglin raised his glass, expressing his gratitude. Qin Minghao smiled, understanding that He Binglin had recognized the situation, thus he needed to offer less guidance. The group drank heartily, and He Binglin, invigorated by the moment, embraced the grandeur of his position and the social engagements that came with it. That rascal Su Guanglin nearly ensnared me this time. Just wait until I find my opportunity. As the wine flowed, He Binglin spoke more freely, saying, Minghao, wherever you are, should you encounter difficulties, just inform your brother He, and I will certainly be there. Qin Minghao had consumed quite a bit as well, yet retained his composure, clinking glasses with He Binglin before downing another drink. The group continued to drink until after 9 in the evening, finally emerging from the Shunfeng restaurant. First, He Binglin was taken back to the county, followed by Qin Minghao, who was escorted back to his dormitory. Feng Jianjun alighted from the vehicle, grasped Qin Minghao's arm, and uttered a few inebriated remarks. I'll come to fetch you tomorrow morning. All right. Qin Minghao waved his hand, ascending the stairs alone. At that moment, Li San and his wife returned from outside. Upon seeing Qin Minghao in such a state, Li San scoffed. Out gallivanting again? Who knows which ruffian he was drinking with? Such a person should really drink himself to death. Day after day of boozing and gambling, his life is as good as over. Li Guozhang remained silent, watching as Qin Minghao entered his home, before leading Li San inside as well. Oblivious to the scorn behind him, Qin Minghao washed his face upon returning, then collapsed onto his bed and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Qin Minghao rose early. As dawn broke, Feng Jianjun's voice echoed from downstairs. After changing his clothes, he hurried down, for he was to accompany Feng Jianjun to the provincial city, not to return for at least 2 or 3 days. Have you eaten? I brought something for you. Eat it on the way. Feng Jianjun remarked. You drank too much last night. I overslept today. Let us hurry to the station, or we'll truly miss the train. Qin Minghao accepted the food without a word and promptly boarded the vehicle. As soon as the car pulled away, a police car halted in front of the dormitory. Yang Lei, accompanied by a group, disembarked and glanced up at the dormitory building, signaling swiftly, move quickly, apprehend him inside. Yes. Several officers acted with alacrity, racing upstairs. Yang Lei exchanged glances with his companions before hastily knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding knocks reverberated through the corridor. However, after a prolonged effort, no one answered the door. With a creak, Li San opened the door, and upon seeing the multitude of police officers, she trembled in fear. Have you seen Qin Minghao? Realizing the gravity of the situation, She understood that Qin Minghao must have done something wrong. Otherwise, why would so many officers be at their door? Chapter 48. Old classmates know, I haven't seen him. Yang Lei replied, his face stern as he turned to descend the stairs. He had visited once the previous night, only to find Qin Minghao absent. And now he returned to discover he was still not home. After receiving a report of a brawl, Yang Lei had taken note, but given the nature of the incident, it hardly qualified as a serious matter, leaving him unable to pursue arrests indiscriminately. What should we do, Leigo? Let us head back for now. Yang Lei waved his hand, making his way back to the police station. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao had just exited the dealership, taking a couple of bites from the steamed bun Feng Jianjun had brought. As he was heading to the provincial city, he knew he must inform Li Ziming. Otherwise, that chatterbox would be unprepared, leading to potential complications. As the train approached the station, Qin Minghao gathered his belongings and followed Feng Jianjun into the carriage. The train, adorned in a uniform green hue, featured windows that could be opened. The carriage bustled with a diverse crowd, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. As Qin Minghao settled into his seat, Feng Jianjun tugged at his hand, urging him to glance into the distance. A scrawny individual, known as Monkey San, accompanied by 2 or 3 others, boarded the train, casting a cursory gaze inside before descending again. Qin Minghao paused, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled the nature of this Monkey San. Near the county bus station, there exists a group of individuals who thrive on thievery. In this era, such characters are not uncommon, lacking legitimate employment and resorting to petty crimes. Had Qin Minghao not experienced a profound awakening in his previous life, he might have found himself akin to Monkey San. He shared a decent rapport with Yan Bin, seemingly even sworn brothers. If news of your last escapade were to leak, Monkey San would surely cause trouble, Feng Jianjun whispered, suppressing his voice. Qin Minghao nodded subtly, yet he regarded Monkey San with indifference. As the train commenced its journey, Qin Minghao withdrew his gaze, having discerned that Monkey San's earlier inspection was likely an attempt to identify any well-dressed passengers on board. Fortunately, there were none. Brother Feng, how do you recognize these individuals? What are they involved in? Feng Jianjun chuckled. In this county, I can recognize practically anyone with a criminal record. Qin Minghao admired Feng Jianjun's keen insight. Such individuals would prove invaluable on his future endeavors. However, he refrained from revealing his intentions, knowing that when the time was ripe, he would undoubtedly recruit Feng Jianjun. The journey from Mengjiang County to the provincial capital lasted merely a morning. Qin Minghao was reminded of the meaning of a slow train. Thankfully, the distance was not particularly great, and he found his seat relatively comfortable. Upon disembarking, he spotted Li Ziming in the distance. Li Ziming retained his previous attire, exuding the air of a budding success. Qin Minghao pondered how, on that day, Li Ziming had managed to evade Monkey San's scrutiny. Minghao, he called, waving his hand as he approached alongside Feng Jianjun. Ziming, this is Brother Feng. Just call him that from now on. By the way, where's the car? Let us head to the commercial company first. Sure, Li Ziming replied, ushering his companions into the vehicle, continuing to chatter. You won't believe how busy I've been these past few days. If it weren't for your suggestion, I'd be on vacation right now. By the way, do you want me to contact our classmates? I heard there's an interview assignment in Mengxiang today. If it wraps up, they might join us. Let us go to the commercial company first, Qin Minghao interjected, feeling a bit exasperated by Li Ziming's incessant chatter. For now, he could only gaze out the window, taking in the landscape of the provincial capital. In truth, the sights of the current provincial capital were not particularly remarkable, at least not in comparison to what it would become decades later. The urban planning was still quite rudimentary, yet the vibrancy of life was palpably stronger. Going to the company sounds good, Li Ziming said sheepishly, instructing the driver to commence their journey. Whenever the trading company is mentioned, Li Ziming becomes notably reticent. For the company itself is nothing but a facade. There is no genuine enterprise. It merely consists of a temporarily rented space where he has invited 2 friends to feign an office environment. As the vehicle traverses the provincial city, Qin Minghao experiences a tinge of nostalgia. Upon arrival, he is momentarily taken aback. This is not the kind of office building or business center one might envision. It is entirely a commercial edifice in the provincial capital. Li Ziming has done well. After alighting from the car, Qin Minghao feels a sense of relief. The place appears quite commendable. Moreover, he has intentionally brought Feng Jianjun along instead of the sales department staff, ensuring that even if a minor slip occurs, it will not pose any significant issue. The group ascends the building and enters the office of the commercial complex. Feng, please take a seat, Li Ziming says, already aware of Feng Jianjun's position and motions for tea to be served. As Qin Minghao surveys the surroundings, He hears the sound of heels clicking against the floor. A woman clad in a gray business suit approaches with tea. Qin Minghao's eyes widen in disbelief. He never anticipated her presence here. Wasn't she supposed to be on an interview assignment? Feng, enjoy your tea. Qin, with her cascading waves, resembles a star from Hong Kong or Macau, exuding an air of professional courtesy as she smiles. Wasn't she assigned a task? Qin Minghao steps back, exiting the makeshift office to confront Li Ziming. She instructed me to say that. What can I do? Minghao, what should we do next? I have no experience in this area. Li Ziming spreads his hands in exasperation. Don't worry, just follow my lead. By the way, did your superior mention the price? Qin Minghao inquires in a hushed tone. 1,800 is the absolute limit. If you aren't in a hurry for the money, 2,000 could be feasible. Hearing this, Qin Minghao nods. 1,800 it is. The funds must be counted in person. Call your superior immediately and have the accountant prepare the money. If all goes well, 20 tons will arrive tonight. Tonight? Li Ziming is taken aback, feeling that everything is unfolding too rapidly. Yes, tonight. Just do as I say, and we will head to the restaurant. Qin Minghao whispers, emphasizing the importance of executing the plan flawlessly. Old classmate, what is this? Not even a greeting? Qin Ming's voice resonates behind Qin Minghao, eliciting a wry smile from him. If possible, he would prefer to avoid facing Qin Ming, especially in such a moment. Chapter 49. No effort required. Is marriage so daunting that you lack the courage to speak with women? Qin Ming gazes at Qin Minghao with a teasing smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. I've met your wife. She doesn't strike me as unreasonable. How is it that she manages you so strictly? Not at all. Qin Minghao chuckles awkwardly, hastily extricating himself. Let us find some who can drink, and then we'll simply intoxicate him. The rest will be much easier. Agreed. Li Ziming nodded, intentionally glancing inside. The restaurant had been arranged, and they could head over shortly. Qin Minghao nodded in agreement before turning to enter the temporary office. Qin Ming pouted, watching Qin Minghao's departing figure, feeling a tinge of anger. This man, after such a long absence, didn't he even offer a greeting? Now that she had taken the initiative to speak, he was being evasive. Qin Ming, what did I tell you? I warned you that Minghao is married. Silence. You could suffocate in 3 minutes without speaking. Qin Ming shot a glare at Li Ziming and also returned to the temporary office. Li Ziming stood there, bewildered, unsure of what he had done to offend anyone. Why did these two always urge him to be quiet? Brother Feng, it's already noon. Hao Wei has prepared a meal for us. Shall we eat first? Qin Minghao said as he called out to Feng Jianjun. Huh. Oh, sure. Feng Jianjun, who had never been in sales, was unfamiliar with the intricacies involved, but he had heard from the sales department that business discussions should take place over a meal. Good food and drink were essential for successful negotiations. The group descended the stairs and found a rather decent restaurant. Once seated, Feng Jianjun filled their glasses, ready to commence the drinking. Qin Minghao found it amusing. He knew Feng Jianjun was anxious that Li Ziming might refuse their goods, which was why he was so eager to ingratiate himself with the drinking ritual. Brother Feng, before we start drinking, I believe we should clarify our terms. After all, we didn't come here just to drink, did we? Qin Minghao said with a smile. I just inquired. They are ready to take delivery today. I think we should call the factory for confirmation. What? Today? Feng Jianjun was taken aback. It was already noon, and if they were to request goods now, even if they loaded immediately from the cotton mill, it would likely be dark by the time they reached the provincial city. Ah, indeed. Li Ziming suddenly realized, laughing. Look at me forgetting the leader's words. The leader stated 800 per ton, payment upon delivery, and it's best if we bring it over immediately. By the way, if you're concerned, our leader mentioned we could prepay 3,000 as a deposit. Prepay 3,000? Feng Jianjun had been hesitant, worrying about potential fraud. But hearing about the prepayment alleviated many of his concerns. Brother Feng, take the money. Li Ziming had already pulled out 3,000, but you must provide a receipt. Oh, sure. Feng Jianjun nodded eagerly, quickly retrieving a pen and writing out the receipt. I need to step out to make a call. If all goes well, they should dispatch the goods. All right. Li Ziming stood up to see Feng Jianjun out the door. With Feng Jianjun gone, only Qin Minghao and Qin Ming remained in the private room. Qin Ming fixed her gaze on Qin Minghao, a pleasant smile gracing her lips. What exactly are you plotting? Are you intending to sell those defective products to Ziming's factory and pocket the difference? Just how much do you expect to earn from that? A secret, Qin Minghao replied with a smile. Not even I am allowed to know. Qin Ming observed Qin Minghao's demeanor and smirked, yet her expression bore a hint of amusement. Tell me, if you truly strike it rich this time, how do you intend to express your gratitude? It was I who assisted you in securing this makeshift office. Do you honestly believe that Ziming could have arranged everything so swiftly? Having been classmates for years, she added, "One day, I shall take you home, and my wife will prepare a delightful meal for you." Qin Minghao chuckled in response. "You think it is that easy?" Chen Ming replied with a touch of melancholy. Feng Jianjun had returned, and after making a phone call, he learned that He Binglin had received the news and was currently organizing the loading of goods. If all went well, the shipment would arrive that evening. However, Feng Jianjun couldn't shake the feeling that everything was unfolding a bit too smoothly. Had he truly done nothing and merely sold the goods? Was sales really that straightforward? "Come, brother Feng, let us raise a glass in gratitude to Ziming and the others." Qin Minghao quickly interjected, sensing Feng Jianjun's doubts. He understood that Feng Jianjun was a sincere man and felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to proceed in this manner, lest he miss out on benefits for himself, making the future even more difficult. His only hope was to prosper and share the wealth with Feng Jianjun later. Otherwise, it would be indefensible. Indeed, let us express our gratitude to Ziming. This time, it is all thanks to him. I shall drink to that, with a heart full of gratitude. Feng Jianjun clinked glasses with Li Ziming and downed his drink in one go. Qin Minghao watched and raised his glass as well. Cheers. Chun Ming and Qin Minghao clinked their glasses and took a sip, wincing slightly at the spiciness. "Ziming, let us have another." Feng Jianjun lifted his glass again, which amused Qin Minghao, who was intent on getting him inebriated. There's no need for that. He will get drunk on his own. Indeed, less than an hour later, Feng Jianjun was already intoxicated. Although he had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, the frequency of his drinking made it quite a feat for him to last an hour. Qin Minghao, with a flushed complexion, had consumed less and was still able to maintain his composure. "Ensure he is taken to the guest house. You stay attentive to the phone. If there is any news, call me immediately," Qin Minghao declared, his steps somewhat unsteady as he exited. Li Ziming had also nearly reached his limit, but retained his wits enough to have someone assist Feng Jianjun out the door and directly to the guest house. "Let us head to your factory." Qin Minghao bypassed the guest house, making a beeline for Li Ziming's establishment. Based on his calculations, the 20 tons of goods should be en route now, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive after dark. "Should we find a place to sober up?" Chen Ming suggested. "Absolutely not." Qin Minghao understood the gravity of the situation. He needed to oversee everything personally to feel at ease. If this venture were to fail, not only would profits be elusive, but he might not even be able to enter the cotton mill again. "Let us go," Li Ziming chimed in, opening the car door and getting in. This vehicle had been borrowed from Chen Ming, and it belonged to a provincial newspaper unit, all in the effort to assist Qin Minghao in his ruse. "Ziming." As Qin Minghao entered the vehicle, his eyes reddened slightly. "In a few days, someone from the cotton spinning factory would undoubtedly reach out to you. That individual is likely named Su Changjun. If he indeed contacts you, ensure you keep him steady." Chapter 50. The first step of transformation steady? Rest assured, isn't it merely about keeping things steady? When have I, Li Ziming, ever caused a ruckus in my endeavors? Moreover, do you find this matter inappropriate? Do not underestimate my ability to maintain composure, whether it's one person or even 100. I, Li Ziming, am more than capable. Qin Minghao chuckled, and as he listened to this loquacious individual, inspiration struck him. What he desired was not merely stability, but a grand spectacle, a performance dedicated exclusively to Su Changjun. Having conveyed these instructions, Qin Minghao promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chen Ming, seated in the passenger seat, turned to glance at Qin Minghao, her crescent-shaped eyes twinkling with amusement. When Qin Minghao finally awoke, it was already evening, and darkness was settling in. "What time is it?" Qin Minghao turned to check, realizing he was still in the car. Had the cotton spinning factory personnel arrived? "They are on their way. I just received a page. I've sent someone to meet them." Li Ziming, while sipping water, mumbled, "Minghao, what shall we do when they arrive? Our accountant hasn't tea left yet. Should I go find him?" "Go find him. Additionally, instruct someone to drive over. Once it's dark, let them enter the factory," Qin Minghao said, pushing open the car door. The space in the vehicle was too cramped, making it somewhat uncomfortable to rest. "Where's Chen Ming?" She returned, stating she would come to see you in the morning. Li Ziming tossed out a remark before turning to enter the office building. Qin Minghao sighed. He truly wished to minimize his interactions with Chen Ming. In his previous life, he owed her so much that he was at a loss as to how to repay her. He did not wish to return in this life, having resolved his guilt towards Lin Weiwei, only to incur yet another debt of gratitude towards Chen Ming. Soon, Li Ziming returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 50s. Qin Minghao hurried forward, warmly shaking the man's hand. "You must be Accountant Feng. I am the general manager of Haowei. It is indeed my honor to meet you." "Oh." Fong Ronglai was somewhat perplexed by Qin Minghao's exuberance. Minghao, the personnel from the purchasing department will be arriving shortly. That is splendid. Qin Minghao feigned surprise. For establishing a good rapport with the purchasing department would ensure our collaboration endures. Fong Ronglai smiled, exhibiting a sense of maturity and composure. At that moment, a cacophony of engines roared from outside the factory. The first vehicle had arrived and entered the premises, its bright headlights illuminating the factory in a ghostly glow. Qin Minghao smiled, watching as truck after truck entered through the gates, finally feeling a sense of reassurance. Our section chief has arrived, Li Ziming exclaimed, quickly moving closer to engage in conversation, and Qin Minghao followed suit, discovering that Li Ziming's section chief was, in fact, a woman in her 40s. Chief Yao. Qin Minghao extended his hand, gripping the red envelope within his palm, as he shook hands with Yao Meiyan. I am genuinely pleased about our collaboration this time. Yao Meiyan was slightly taken aback, discreetly withdrawing her hand along with the red envelope. I have heard from Li Ziming that you are a person of great ambition. In the future, should you require anything, you may certainly seek my assistance. Director Yao, you are too gracious. After this concludes, we must enjoy a drink together. Qin Minghao smiled with great delight. Yao Meiyan also smiled, somewhat astonished that the relatively young Qin Minghao possessed such considerable insight. Generally, who would rise early for procurement if there were no benefits to gain? I shall go summon someone to unload the truck. Minghao, please wait here. I shall return shortly. Qin Minghao watched as Li Ziming led the team to the warehouse with the delivery truck, feeling a sense of reassurance. The matters of unloading and weighing could actually be handled without him. Once the tonnage was determined, he would simply converse with the procurement personnel and collect the payment from the finance department. At that point, the task would be considered accomplished. As trucks departed from the daily necessities factory, Lin Xiaoyang sat in one of the vehicles, staring blankly into the distance. Just a moment ago, when the headlights flickered, he thought he had spotted Qin Minghao, but the urgency of the moment left him unable to see clearly. As the convoy moved away, Qin Minghao cast a glance back and turned to Yao Meiyan. Director Yao, shall we depart? Yes. Yao Meiyan nodded, feeling that this young man truly understood much. The red envelope and the meal had certainly been beneficial to her. The group exited the factory, accompanied by the accountant from the daily necessities factory, and found a fine restaurant. After a sumptuous meal, Qin Minghao respectfully bade farewell to Yao Meiyan, then exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It was accomplished. Feeling the 36,000 yuan tucked under his arm, Qin Minghao realized he had ascended to a new level. Minghao, does this mean you earned 20,000? This sum can accomplish so many things. Should we call Chunming and celebrate? I know a barbecue place with excellent flavors. Let us enjoy some drinks tonight and have a good chat. It has been so many years since we graduated. We haven't spent time together in ages. Ziming. Qin Minghao clapped Li Ziming on the shoulder, exclaiming, this is not merely my gain, but ours. Remember, I intend to transform this 20,000 into 200,000. Then 2 million, then 20 million. Li Ziming's mouth fell open in astonishment, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with Qin Minghao. Ziming, we are individuals destined for great endeavors. Do not be so surprised. Keep this 20,000. After deducting your 3,000, the remainder should be invested in a trading company in the provincial capital, ensuring that the accounts are processed through them. Naturally, they must be compensated for their efforts. Finding a trading company? It's not that simple. Li Ziming was incredulous. Think of a solution, otherwise, what shall we do? We cannot allow the money within reach to slip away. Qin Minghao chuckled, tossing the 20,000 into Li Ziming's hands. Establishing a company now requires actual paid-in capital, and the registration process is quite cumbersome. Otherwise, Qin Minghao would have registered a company himself, facilitating smoother accounting. This is too difficult. Difficulties can be overcome. Qin Minghao smiled, adding, if it truly cannot be achieved, then how will your factory handle the procurement invoices? You might wonder why Yao Meiyan did not bring up this matter tonight. Perhaps she has discerned something. Li Ziming was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he believed it was merely a fictitious company, requiring the cotton spinning factory to issue invoices and the like. However, it now appeared that Qin Minghao intended to handle it himself, seeking to profit from the price difference. Naturally, Qin Minghao aimed to secure that profit, and he entrusted Li Ziming with a task he believed he was fully capable of accomplishing, for he possessed the requisite ability, as history has shown. Moreover, Qin Minghao was aware that Li Ziming's mother was exceedingly wealthy, reportedly involved in coal mining with his uncle in the northern mountains. Under such circumstances, it was likely that there were connections with trading companies that could facilitate completion of the task. Though Qin Minghao appeared nonchalant, every step he took was meticulously calculated. From his alliance with Feng Jianjun to the salvation of the cotton spinning factory, and now with the sale of this batch of defective cotton products. Each step taken revealed his unwavering intent to harness the momentum of the cotton spinning factory to catalyze his own transformation. Upon returning to the guest house and observing Feng Jianjun still in slumber, Qin Minghao casually tossed the remaining 13,000 yuan beside Feng Jianjun's pillow and succumbed to a deep sleep. Minghao. The next morning, Feng Jianjun exclaimed, "What happened? Did we sell the goods from our factory? Is this 13,000 the payment?" "Indeed. After deducting the 3,000 prepaid, here lies the sum of 13,000. Qin Minghao replied languidly, burying his head beneath the covers once more. Feng Jianjun, momentarily stunned, reflected that during his outing, it seemed he had accomplished nothing more than enjoying a drink, yet the task had been completed. How utterly unbelievable. Chapter 51. The items brought back according to He Binglin's quoted price of 800 per ton, the 20 tons amounted to 16,000 yuan. The 13,000 here, combined with the 3,000 in his pocket, totaled precisely 16,000. Feng Jianjun raised his head in bewilderment, finding the sunlight outside somewhat blinding. He could never have anticipated that these defective products would sell for a staggering 36,000. Gazing at the still, slumbering Qin Minghao, Feng Jianjun quickly donned his shoes and hurried to the guest house's front desk. He picked up the phone and directly dialed He Binglin's office number. "Brother-in-law, the money has arrived." "So soon?" Feng Jianjun was taken aback, feeling it was rather swift. "I'm not entirely certain." After a moment's thought, he added, "Last night, Minghao managed everything alone, and he was the one who brought back the money." "Understood," He Binglin replied, then somewhat anxiously inquired, "Do you know which company purchased our goods and their intentions?" "Not yet clear," Feng Jianjun responded. "All right, if you can find out, that would be best. If not, then let it be," He Binglin advised before ending the call. The sale of that batch of defective products was a positive development for He Binglin. However, the recent rumors circulating within the factory were becoming increasingly difficult for him to manage. He Binglin held the signboard of the cotton spinning factory in high regard, fearing that Qin Minghao might pass off inferior products as quality goods, thereby tarnishing the factory's reputation. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. "Come in." Su Changjun entered, glancing at He Binglin and hurriedly saying, "Deputy Factory Director He, when can the second workshop commence production? The sales department has already contacted the wholesale market in the south, and they are ready to receive shipments immediately. How much do they want?" He Binglin inquired eagerly. 3 tons. However, they stated that if the goods are received, they will remit payment within a month at the latest. Su Changjun replied with a hint of pride. He Binglin's expression darkened. 3 tons of goods still require the second workshop to resume production? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I understand. You may leave now. He Binglin coldly dismissed him. Offering no further words, Su Changjun turned to leave, still frowning. 3 tons was not an insignificant amount. It was indeed an achievement. Why was He Binglin reacting this way? Deputy Su. At that moment, someone from downstairs approached, exclaiming upon seeing Su Changjun, "The news is spread. Everyone knows you sold 3 tons this morning. You are becoming a sales star for our factory. Moreover, you sold genuine products, which won't harm our factory's reputation. Is that so?" Su Changjun replied with a faint smile. "That's merely standard," he added, "and make sure to inform others to say that inferior products have entered the market. It wouldn't reflect well on our sales department." Understood. Su Changjun watched the person leave, feeling quite pleased as he descended the stairs, his gaze falling upon the entrance of the cotton spinning factory. It was peak working hours, and the area was bustling with people, including Lin Weiwei, Lin Xiaoyang, and Lin Yuyu. As the trio arrived at the factory entrance, bystanders cast them strange glances. Some lowered their heads and murmured among themselves, while others openly discussed the matter without restraint. Qin Minghao has indeed passed off inferior goods as quality ones, jeopardizing our cotton spinning factory. Indeed, I heard the goods were dispatched yesterday. Now, the factory's reputation is in shambles. Lin Weiwei listened quietly, while Lin Yuyu, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed, "Sister, can you believe the trouble Qin Minghao has caused? I've heard about it at school these past few days." "Weiwei, is Minghao in the provincial capital? I saw him last night. Was it really him?" Lin Xiaoyang inquired. Lin Weiwei was uncertain, merely walking with her head down. "Father, it must be him. He is ruining the cotton spinning factory, making it impossible for our family to hold our heads high here." Lin Yuyu clenched her small fists, trembling with anger. "Enough," Lin Weiwei interjected, turning to walk into the factory. Lin Xiaoyang glanced back, a fire igniting within him. However, having learned restraint from previous events, he decided it best to wait until Qin Minghao returned to address the matter. The individuals from the cotton spinning factory, observing the Lin family's silence. Were increasingly convinced that Qin Minghao was merely offering subpar goods, intent on deceiving the factory. Consequently, their voices grew louder. The three members of the Lin family felt like mere pariahs, utterly powerless to counter their claims. Meanwhile, far away in the provincial capital, Qin Minghao remained unaware of the unfolding events at the cotton spinning factory. However, he had already caught wind of some rumors prior to his arrival. Around 9 in the morning, Qin Minghao finally opened his eyes to find Feng Jianjun puffing away on cigarettes. With a smile, Qin Minghao remarked, "Brother Feng, are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all." Feng Jianjun quickly waved his hands and replied with a grin, "I am quite pleased, as everything is proceeding remarkably smoothly. By the way, when shall we head back?" "The train at noon," Qin Minghao casually responded while getting out of bed to freshen up. "Minghao, I believe it would be prudent for us to split up on our return," Feng Jianjun suggested, casting a glance at the 16,000 yuan. "It would be best to divide the money as well, lest we encounter any issues later on." After completing his morning routine, Qin Minghao recognized the wisdom in this advice. This era was not comparable to 2 or 3 decades hence, and should they cross paths with unscrupulous individuals, it would indeed pose a dilemma. In this time, 16,000 yuan represented a considerable fortune, a sum that epitomized affluence, far surpassing the status of a mere 10,000 yuan household. Should they lose this amount, both would find themselves in dire straits. "Very well," Qin Minghao nodded in agreement. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Li Ziming entered, carrying 2 mops. "Minghao, as per your request, I have prepared these." Li Ziming leaned the mops against the wall, puzzled. "What on earth do you need these for so early in the morning? Are you planning to take them back with you? If you truly wish to use them, I could easily bring you a couple more. It seems rather absurd to come all this way to the provincial capital and return with nothing but mops. What is your purpose with these?" Feng Jianjun also inquired, equally baffled. "Silence." Qin Minghao interjected playfully, pulling one of the mops closer. He then turned to Feng Jianjun and asked, "Brother Feng, can you not see the unique quality of these mops?" Feng Jianjun was taken aback. What difference could there possibly be? Wait, this one indeed. These are from that batch of defective cotton products. They may not meet national standards for clothing or bedding, but they are perfectly suitable for mops. Qin Minghao chuckled. "So, do you still believe I have tarnished the reputation of the cotton spinning factory?" Feng Jianjun suddenly sprang to his feet, his expression shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated that cotton products could be repurposed as mops. Previously, he had only associated cotton with clothing and bedding, never considering this alternative use. This lapse in thinking had allowed these substandard cotton products to languish in the storeroom for years. "Let us go for a meal. Afterward, Brother Feng and I must take our leave," Qin Minghao declared, rising to his feet and turning to exit. "Let us go?" After Li Ziming finished speaking, he had already caught up with Qin Minghao. "Minghao, won't you stay a couple of days longer? It has been quite some time since our classmates have gathered. And Liang Lei is still in the provincial capital. I simply can't afford the time," Qin Minghao sighed. Having exited the guest house, he found a cozy little restaurant and ushered the two inside. He yearned to remain here, to reunite with his classmates, particularly Liang Lei, whom he believed would prove invaluable. "I'm in a hurry to return, and don't forget the matters I entrusted to you. Be sure to offer them some benefits." "Understood," Li Ziming replied, pouring wine. "Next time you come, bring your wife and child along, and enjoy a few days here. Rest assured, I will bring them," Qin Minghao mused, his gaze flickering for a moment before raising his glass. When he brought Lin Weiwei and Qin Nuonyuo with him, it essentially meant relocating the entire family. As the meal concluded, midday was drawing near. Qin Minghao bid farewell to Li Ziming and, alongside Feng Jianjun, headed towards the train station. "Let us part ways here. I will take the train, and you should take the bus," Feng Jianjun suggested, believing caution was prudent. "All right," Qin Minghao agreed, considering that it would not hurt to be safe. After escorting Feng Jianjun to the train station, he made his way to the bus station alone. Upon arriving at the bus station and purchasing his ticket, Qin Minghao felt there was little left to do. He decided to buy a few gifts and then settled in the waiting area, anticipating his departure. When the time arrived, he boarded the bus, clutching 2 mop heads, and let out a sigh of relief. He was unsure why he felt this sense of relief. Perhaps it was not merely the 8,000 yuan in his possession, but rather the fact that the woman had not sought him out today. Qin Minghao was aware that he found it difficult to confront Qin Ming. Regardless of the past or present, he felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards her. Perhaps it would be best if she simply refrained from coming. One cannot continue to owe from one lifetime into the next, can they? The bus jolted out of the station, and initially, Qin Minghao managed to remain alert. However, as the vehicle swayed, and after having consumed a couple of drinks at noon, he succumbed to sleep. Clattering sounds jolted him awake after an indeterminate time. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed rain falling outside the window. What is going on? Why has the bus stopped? Let us get moving. Passengers within the bus began to shout, seemingly bewildered by the situation. The road ahead is blocked, a flash flood has occurred, and we cannot proceed for the time being. The driver announced loudly, attempting to quell the growing unrest. Please remain calm, passengers. The ticket collector is assessing the situation, and we may be able to resume shortly. Peering through the window, Qin Minghao craned his neck to observe the long queue ahead. Given the circumstances, it appeared highly unlikely that they would be able to pass anytime soon. If they were to wait, it was uncertain how long it might take. Based on Qin Minghao's calculations, it was possible that they might not be able to travel through until evening. Such was the nature of bus travel in these times, with poor road conditions often leading to prolonged delays, whereas trains generally fared better. Feng Jianjun, on the other hand, enjoyed a smooth journey aboard the train and arrived in Mengjiang County by evening. Upon disembarking the train, Feng Jianjun did not hesitate and promptly boarded a human-powered tricycle, heading directly towards the cotton spinning factory. The factory was bustling as employees were finishing their shifts. After a day of unfolding events, the entire workforce was aware that Qin Minghao had sold defective products, passing them off as fine quality. Those who usually associated closely with Lin Weiwei, upon hearing the news, subtly altered their expressions as they regarded her. After all, they were all employees of the factory, and if its reputation suffered, their interests would inevitably be compromised. The factory's reputation was tarnished, and it was understandable that they could not remain passive. Lin Weiwei spent the entire day in torment, and as she walked towards the exit at the end of her shift, the surrounding murmurs grew louder. Lin Weiwei, are you colluding with your husband, Qin Minghao, to ruin our cotton factory? Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves and boldly confronted her at the factory's entrance. Countless gazes converged upon Lin Weiwei. Some spectators were merely curious, while others shared the same doubts, eager to see what response she would provide. Lin Weiwei remained composed and chose to ignore the commotion. Walking straight ahead, Lin Weiwei, I'm speaking to you. What do you mean by this? The speaker, Yang Xiaolan, positioned herself directly in front of Lin Weiwei, demanding, are you too cowardly to acknowledge your actions? This factory belongs to all of us. Have you consulted anyone before tarnishing its name? If you cannot provide an explanation today, what gives you the right to leave? Exactly. We demand an explanation. Another voice chimed in. He isn't even one of us. Why should he be involved in our sales? Moreover, our sales department is quite proficient. Just this morning, Deputy Section Chief Su sold 3 tons. Are you unaware of that? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of accusations, encircling Lin Weiwei in their fervor. From a distance, Su Changjun observed the scene with a cold smile. This confrontation was orchestrated by him, and Yang Xiaolan was in cahoots with him, all aimed at isolating Lin Weiwei. I refuse to provide any explanation to anyone, Lin Weiwei declared with a stern expression, pushing through the throng. Until a conclusion was reached, she was unwilling to offer any justification. Deep down, she believed that Qin Minghao was incapable of such wrongdoing, and her perception of him had undeniably shifted. Lin Weiwei, just wait. You and your husband will not escape unscathed for ruining our factory. The crowd shouted vehemently. Lin Weiwei had already exited the factory when Lin Yuyu approached, her face pale with anger as she witnessed the crowd's hostility towards her sister. Sister, did you hear the horrible things they're saying? Why aren't you explaining yourself? Tell them you have nothing to do with Qin Minghao. Chapter 53. Escalating tensions. Yuyu. I cannot ascertain whether he is responsible for those actions, but I must tell you that Qin Minghao and I are married, and that cannot be changed. Lin Weiwei shook her head resolutely and turned to head home. Sister, do you still believe in him? Have you not paid attention to the whispers among the workers in this factory? Lin Yuyu exclaimed, chasing after Lin Weiwei. Why are you behaving this way? Lin Weiwei remained silent, merely quickening her pace. The employees surrounding the cotton mill continued their hushed discussions. Some rolled their eyes at the spot Lin Weiwei had just traversed, while others muttered curses, and a few even spat in disdain. Just then, Feng Jianjun, looking weary from his travels, entered the premises. Upon witnessing the scene, he paused momentarily, perplexed by the unfolding events. His primary concern was to locate He Binglin promptly, for there were numerous matters to discuss. Upon entering the office, Feng Jianjun opened the door and inquired, Brother-in-law, has Minghao returned yet? Not yet. Wasn't he supposed to come back with you? How is it that you have returned without him? He Binglin replied, somewhat astonished. Still not back? Feng Jianjun mused, slightly taken aback. I took a different vehicle from him. I had a significant amount of cash on me, and fearing theft, I suggested he take the bus while I returned by train. Logically, he should have arrived by now. What could be taking so long? He Binglin shared the confusion, pondering. Perhaps he was delayed on the road. How did your trip go? Quite smoothly. Here is the payment. Feng Jianjun revealed 8,000 yuan, placing it on the table. Additionally, there is another 8,000 in Qin Minghao's possession. I have gathered sufficient information. Huawei Trading has sold our defective products to the mop factory, and our reputation remains intact. He Binglin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected revelation. The sale of defective goods to the mop factory was indeed a novel approach. Qin Minghao also brought back samples. They should be on his bus. Very well, I understand. He Binglin nodded. Let us wait a while. Perhaps Minghao will arrive soon. Feng Jianjun nodded and settled onto He Binglin's sofa, taking a brief respite. However, as the clock struck 9 in the evening, it became evident that Qin Minghao was still absent. At this point, both men found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. The entire factory was aware of Feng Jianjun's return, and everyone anticipated some positive news. Yet, Feng Jianjun entered He Binglin's office and did not emerge. Jianjun, what do you think is happening? He Binglin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he looked at Feng Jianjun with concern. It must be a delay on the road. Feng Jianjun asserted confidently. Indeed. He Binglin nodded, sharing the sentiment. Yet as the deputy factory manager, he felt compelled to consider additional possibilities. With half of the payment in Qin Minghao's possession, could it be that he had absconded with that 8,000 yuan? If that were the case, He Binglin would likely face inquiries from higher-ups. News of Feng Jianjun's return spread, while the mystery of Qin Minghao's absence also piqued curiosity, especially when the workers returned to the cotton mill the following day. Almost everyone was aware that Feng Jianjun had brought back half of the payment, while Qin Minghao had seemingly vanished. Initially, there were suspicions that Qin Minghao might have attempted to substitute inferior goods to tarnish the factory's reputation. Now, however, he had gone missing entirely. Most importantly, half of the payment for the substandard cotton products remains in the hands of Qin Minghao. Upon receiving this news, Su Changjun began to fervently spread the word, particularly about how Qin Minghao not only tarnished the reputation of the cotton mill, but also absconded with the funds. The narrative was so vivid that the entire cotton mill soon found itself engulfed in a wave of condemnation directed at Qin Minghao. When Lin Weiwei arrived at work that morning, she was already aware of the situation, yet her intuition insisted that Qin Minghao would never act in such a manner. Something must have gone awry. As afternoon approached, the rumors intensified, and even those close to Lin Weiwei began to harbor doubts about her. Zhang Zuohua's demeanor also shifted. Though she remained silent, her gaze towards Lin Weiwei had taken on a different tone. How could a person be so despicable, ruining our reputation and absconding with our funds? What kind of individual is this? Indeed, Zhang Zuohua listened to the chatter around her and glanced at Lin Weiwei, whispering, Do you know, just a few days ago, I saw Xue Changgui leaving late. I suspect he might have taken something. Reflecting on it now, what could Xue Changgui have possibly taken that would amount to much? Yet Qin Minghao, without a sound, has made off with half the funds. Yes, it's truly astonishing. Lin Weiwei listened without responding, finally enduring until the end of her shift. She tidied her workspace, changed her clothes, and prepared to leave. The whispers around her had grown louder, with some even sneering audibly. At the entrance of the cotton mill, Yang Xiaolan stood with a group of people awaiting her arrival. Lin Weiwei. Yang Xiaolan called out mockingly as she spotted Lin Weiwei approaching. Just yesterday, I thought your Qin Minghao merely tarnished his reputation, but it turns out he is quite ruthless. Not only has he sullied the cotton mill's name, but he has also made off with its funds. Indeed, Lin Weiwei, your Qin Minghao is truly remarkable. Others chimed in. It's hard to discern a person's true nature. You, Lin Weiwei, seem so diligent at work, yet you have such a husband? The derisive remarks continued to echo around her as Lin Weiwei walked on with a stoic expression. Stop! Yang Xiaolan interjected, blocking Lin Weiwei's path and pointing at her. Shouldn't you say something? Your husband has taken the cotton mill's money. How can you still bear to stay here? Exactly. Not only has he tarnished the cotton mill's reputation, but he has also absconded with the money. Who witnessed him taking the funds? Lin Weiwei stood her ground, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry from the unfairness of it all. Yet, she understood that she could not shed a single tear at this moment. Was there any doubt about her husband's actions that ruined the cotton mill's reputation? It was evident that he had sold substandard products. Moreover, he left with Feng Ku, and Feng Ku has returned. Why hasn't he? If he hasn't taken the money, then what has he done? Lin Weiwei stood firm, suppressing her tears, and declared loudly. Indeed, my husband has sold the defective cotton products, but how can you be so certain that he sold them under false pretenses? He has indeed not returned. But how can you be certain that he absconded with the funds? Chapter 54. Outside the cotton spinning factory, Lin Weiwei was being vehemently berated. Stop being so obstinate. I believe you conspired with Qin Minghao. Indeed, it could very well be that you too have taken the money. What are you doing? At that moment, a scream echoed from a distance as Lin Yuyu rushed over, forcefully pushing through the crowd surrounding Lin Weiwei. Who gave you the right to encircle my sister? On what grounds do you act this way? On the grounds that her husband absconded with the funds. Exactly. On the grounds that her husband has tarnished the reputation of the cotton spinning factory. You possess no evidence. What basis do you have for such accusations? Lin Weiwei, filled with indignation, retorted loudly. You treat mere speculation as truth. Do not say that there is no evidence now. Even if you had it, I, Lin Weiwei, am still here. How much money did he abscond with? I will deduct it from my wages, and when it is settled, I shall reclaim my salary. Deduct from your wages? And what about the damage to the reputation of the cotton spinning factory? How do you account for that? Yang Xiaolan questioned loudly. Yes, the factory's reputation is the very foundation of our profitability. How will you compensate for that? Lin Weiwei, upon hearing this, staggered slightly, uncertain of how to counter their claims. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance swirling within her, her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness, tears threatening to spill. How will you compensate? At that moment, a voice filled with rage echoed from afar. Who dares demand compensation from me? Step forward and let me see you. As the words fell, Qin Minghao, covered in mud and carrying a tattered bag, pushed through the crowd and strode into their midst. Qin Minghao. It's Qin Minghao. Quickly apprehend him. Yes. Seize him and take him to the police station. Who dares? Qin Minghao glared fiercely, brandishing a mop towards the onlookers. You demand compensation from me. What right do you have? Who do you think you are? You claim I have sullied your factory's reputation? With what evidence? Yes, I sold defective goods. But when did I ever pass them off as quality? I sold to a trading company, and they resold to a mop factory. They requested such items. How could that possibly tarnish your factory's name? As he finished speaking, Qin Minghao forcefully threw the mop to the ground. The sound of it hitting the floor reverberated, and for a moment, the crowd stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. It was only at this moment that they realized Qin Minghao had sold those defective items as mops and had never misrepresented them, nor had he harmed their reputation. Who demands compensation? Which one of you dares to step forward? Qin Minghao's fury intensified, having been delayed a day on the road, and upon returning from the station. He did not expect to witness such a scene. Do you even deserve it? Reflect on your own conscience. You scoundrels from the cotton spinning factory. Do you think you are worthy? I have toiled for your benefit, striving to enhance your profitability and expose traps. Yet what have you done? You are ungrateful. Surrounding my wife, and you dare to speak? The entire cotton mill is filled with beasts, lower than swine. The individuals present, upon hearing these words, felt their faces flush with indignation. Many wished to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. They believed that Qin Minghao had wronged the cotton mill, unaware that he was genuinely devoted to its welfare. Yang Xiaolan. Qin Minghao's fury unabated. He pointed at Yang Xiaolan, demanding, come forth. Stand before me and inquire whether I shall compensate you. Yang Xiaolan felt a surge of anger at Qin Minghao's repeated address, yet she dared not utter a single word. What are you to demand compensation from me? You accuse me of substituting inferior goods and tarnishing your mill's reputation. Have I done so? He then revealed the sum of over 8,000 from his pocket. I assisted you lot, and now I feel humiliated. Your funds lie here. Take them. With a resounding declaration, Qin Minghao cast the money into the air. The sound of bills fluttering filled the air as they landed on the ground. Yet none from the cotton mill dared to move. They felt utterly shamed, wishing for a hole to hide within. Yang Xiaolan's face turned pale, speechless. Just moments ago, she had been defiant, yet now she found herself unable to respond. She had anticipated that not only had Qin Minghao not tarnished the mill's name, but he had also not absconded with their funds. From this day forth, your fate, be it life or death, holds no relation to me, Qin Minghao. Your misfortune in equipment upgrades is your own doing. Your substandard products languishing in the warehouse is a testament to your incompetence in producing such goods. Retain them. Having spoken, Qin Minghao grasped Lin Weiwei's hand and made his way toward the mill's exit. Stand aside. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall face my wrath. The crowd parted in haste. Outside, Feng Jianjun rushed over, his expression laden with guilt as he looked at Qin Minghao. Minghao, I just learned of this matter. Look, brother Feng. Qin Minghao's chest heaved as he struggled to contain his voice. Do you know why I returned late? There was a landslide on the road. I nearly lost my life. I risked everything for the cotton mill, yet how has it treated me? Surrounding my wife and demanding explanations? What explanations do you seek? Minghao. Feng Jianjun hastily interjected, This matter is my oversight. I should have monitored things more closely these past few days. Qin Minghao turned to leave, not enraged with Feng Jianjun, but rather with He Binglin. He had indeed profited from selling defective cotton products, but He Binglin was the primary benefactor. He achieved success within the factory and provided the cotton mill with much-needed circulating funds. Yet, how had He Binglin acted? Did he remain unaware of today's events? Yang Xiaolan. He Binglin's voice finally broke through, having lingered nearby for some time, yet he found no opportunity to interject. Just moments ago, the harsh words uttered by Qin Minghao were clearly heard by He Binglin, occupying the position of deputy factory director. He Binglin was well aware of the substantial assistance Qin Minghao had rendered this time. However, with Qin Minghao's prolonged absence, he could not ascertain whether Qin Minghao had absconded with the funds. Now that Qin Minghao had returned, He Binglin found himself in a precarious position. When Yang Xiaolan heard He Binglin calling her, she trembled in fright and quickly turned to face him. You have been spreading rumors and provoking discord, undermining the unity and stability of the cotton spinning factory. He Binglin took a deep breath, understanding that he must provide an explanation to Qin Minghao at this juncture. Otherwise, Qin Minghao's ire would not abate. From tomorrow onwards, you need not come to work. What? Yang Xiaolan gasped, her body shaking as she let out a loud wail. Vice Director this matter has nothing to do with me. And whose responsibility is it then? Qin Minghao demanded, raising his voice. Is someone inciting you from behind the scenes? Qin Minghao, cease your slander. Su Changjun, standing outside the crowd, was quick to react upon hearing Qin Minghao's words. Stepping forward to shout, am I slandering? What about this group of people? Qin Minghao pointed at everyone present, coldly regarding Su Changjun, knowing full well that he was the one orchestrating the turmoil. However, to blame Su Changjun here was futile. The trap he had laid for him was already in motion. The workers were merely passionate about the cotton spinning factory, which was understandable as it pertained to both personal and collective interests. Shouldn't there be any room for doubt? Su Changjun retorted cunningly. Enough, He Binglin exclaimed sternly. Su Changjun, everyone is well aware of your actions behind the scenes. If you wish to confront me openly, so be it. You and your nephew can take over the management of the cotton spinning factory, and we shall withdraw. Su Changjun's expression shifted slightly, his mouth opening and closing as if he could not find the words to respond. Vice Director please have mercy. I had no idea things were like this. Grant me another chance. Yang Xiaolan cried out desperately. Another chance for someone like you? What merit do you have to remain in the cotton spinning factory? He Binglin rebuked loudly, then turned to address everyone present. I advise you all to think more about contributing to the factory and less about sowing discord behind the scenes. Otherwise, the fate of Yang Xiaolan shall serve as a warning to you all. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaolan felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground. She realized that since He Binglin had made such a declaration, her fate was sealed, her job was irreparably lost, and she would not need to return to work the following day. The thought overwhelmed her, and she burst into inconsolable tears. Qin Minghao cast a cold glance at those present, taking Lin Weiwei by the hand as they walked toward the exit of the cotton spinning factory. With matters having reached this point, the situation was already determined, and he could do little more to alleviate Lin Weiwei's grievances. He Binglin intended to say something further, but upon seeing Qin Minghao leave, he too turned and headed toward his office. The potential dismissal of Yang Xiaolan would, in fact, be beneficial for He Binglin, as it would effectively diminish Su Changjun's influence. He has now severed ties with Su Guanglin, leaving him with no reservations. Such circumstances conveniently provide Qin Minghao with an explanation. And how could He Binglin possibly refrain from acting? With Qin Minghao gone, He Binglin too departed, while Feng Jianjun, accompanied by personnel from the security department, gathered the scattered money on the ground and began dispersing the crowd. Yang Xiaolan, reduced to tears, knelt on the ground. In this era, employment was indeed a secure position. Being dismissed was a grave matter. Now that Yang Xiaolan had lost her job, it felt as if her heart had shattered. Stop crying. With me here, what do you have to fear? Su Changjun scoffed. Once the commotion subsides, I'll have my uncle reinstate you. What is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaolan's sobs diminished significantly. Go home for now. If any issues arise, I will notify you, Su Changjun remarked, turning to glance at the mop on the ground, picking it up before heading back to the office. Upon entering the office building, Su Changjun directly knocked on Su Guanglin's office door. Su Guanglin's expression was equally frosty as he looked up at Su Changjun and said, He Binglin is ready to turn against us. In a few days, the factory director will return. Let's find an opportunity to ignite a fire under He Binglin. All right. Su Changjun nodded. Uncle, have you seen this? Qin Minghao actually sold the goods to a trading company, then turned them into mops. This kid has some wits about him. Su Guanglin snorted. He can think this through? I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. Uncle, what I mean is, if he can sell to the trading company, why can't we? Besides, you know I am the deputy director of the sales department. I want to inquire at the transport team to see if those drivers know who Qin Minghao sold the defective goods to. If I find out, we can go directly and reclaim this business. Su Changjun's mind was quite agile. Sounds good. Go ask those drivers first. If there's no news, we can devise another plan. Su Guanglin nodded. Great. Su Changjun felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly ran out. He knew that there were still dozens of tons of defective goods in the warehouse. If he managed to sell them all, the credit would belong to him. What did it matter that Qin Minghao had found a market? It would ultimately depend on who sold more and who sold better. Su Changjun made his way to the transport team, while at that moment, Qin Minghao was leading Lin Weiwei towards the Lin family home. Lin Weiwei, holding back her tears at the cotton spinning factory, could not contain her emotions any longer as she was pulled by Qin Minghao, tears streaming down her face. She was unsure of the reason. Perhaps this was a normal release of emotions, or perhaps she finally felt a sense of security from Qin Minghao. Still crying? Qin Minghao turned back, a smile on his face as he gently wiped away her tears. I know you've been wronged, but I don't wish for this either. Stop crying. If you keep it up, you won't look pretty anymore. Lin Weiwei's face flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. Qin Minghao chuckled, and as he glanced around, he noticed Lin Yuyu glaring at him with indignation. Regarding this sister-in-law, Qin Minghao knows her all too well. In his previous life, during university, this sister-in-law was quite the troublemaker. Lin Yuyu is indeed quite beautiful, but her personality bears some resemblance to Lin Xiaoyang's. She possesses a somewhat simplistic mind and a volatile temperament. This trait renders her rather unlikable. Daddy. As they reached the entrance of Lin Xiaoyang's home, Qin Nuonyuo dashed out from the courtyard, arms outstretched, yearning for Qin Minghao to embrace her. Qin Minghao bent down and lifted Qin Nuonyuo into his arms, while Lin Yuyu emitted a disdainful huff. I know you dislike me. Qin Minghao initiated the conversation, addressing Lin Yuyu. But I am indifferent to your feelings because I dislike you as well. What gives you the right to dislike me? Lin Yuyu retorted, stamping her foot in indignation and tugging at Lin Weiwei's hand. Sister, look at him. Auntie, I don't care either, because I dislike you too. Qin Nuonyuo pouted, unexpectedly chiming in. Ha ha. Qin Minghao laughed heartily, holding his daughter close. Indeed, she was his little darling. Qin Minghao. Lin Yuyu fumed, glaring fiercely at him. I'm home now. You should leave and stop being a nuisance. Ignoring her, Qin Minghao continued to cradle Qin Nuonyuo and turned to head toward the dealership. Sister, let him go. I can't stand him. Why should he come to our home? Lin Yuyu shouted, standing in the courtyard. If he goes inside, I will leave. Lin Weiwei glanced at Qin Minghao without acknowledging Lin Yuyu's words, instead proceeding directly into the courtyard. Lin Yuyu glared at Qin Minghao's back in frustration before following suit. Qin Minghao arrived at the dealership, partly because he hadn't seen Qin Nuonyuo for a while and wanted to buy her some candy. Additionally, he felt the need to contact Li Ziming, as he sensed that Su Changjun had taken the bait, perhaps within the next couple of days. Su Changjun would indeed reveal himself. Chapter 56. No one remembers Su Changjun was agitated, as he believed that Qin Minghao had become increasingly audacious during this time. This was unacceptable to Su Changjun. According to his original plan, Qin Minghao should have engaged in some outrageous behavior, leaving Lin Weiwei vulnerable, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. Little did he know that in just a few days, Qin Minghao had transformed from a drunken gambler into a prominent figure at the cotton mill, quickly becoming a trusted confidant of He Binglin. If this continued, how could Lin Weiwei ever become vulnerable? This posed a significant challenge to Su Changjun's scheme. Upon exiting Su Guanglin's office, Su Changjun hurried towards the vehicle team. The team's schedule deviated from that of regular workers, as their tasks often lacked a definitive completion time. When Su Changjun arrived, the team members were already engaged in a work summary meeting. Once the meeting concluded, they would be able to leave for the day. Team leader Wang Difu stood at the front of the crowd, speaking loudly, emphasizing the importance of completing their tasks diligently and not disappointing the cotton mill's investment in them. Su Changjun stood to the side, observing as Wang Difu concluded his remarks before approaching him. Captain Wang, there are a few inquiries I wish to make. Deputy Chief Su, why such formality? If you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak directly, Wang Difu replied with a simple smile. Fully aware of Su Changjun's esteemed position as the captain of the convoy, it's nothing of great import. I merely wish to ask about the delivery made by the convoy to the provincial city the night before last. Does anyone recall the precise location to which the goods were delivered? Upon hearing this, Wang Difu quickly turned to the group. Those who were dispatched that night. Please step forward. Deputy Chief Su seeks to know where you delivered the goods. Speak up if you know. 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward, including Lin Xiaoyang. Captain Wang. I truly cannot recall. It was dark by the time we set out, and we were simply following the lead vehicle. I can't remember the location, he said. Indeed. It was quite dark, and the roads in the provincial city are so intricate. How could one possibly remember? Others echoed. Precisely, it is beyond recall. They insisted. Su Changjun furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of irritation. You can't remember at all? Not at all. They replied, and Wang Difu, observing their collective demeanor, felt his expression darken. What are you all doing? You went out to deliver goods, and cannot even remember the route. Wang Difu admonished them before turning awkwardly to Su Changjun. Deputy Chief Su, I apologize for this mess. These fellows seem to lack common sense. Has this caused you any inconvenience? Not at all. Su Changjun waved his hand dismissively, though he felt a twinge of displeasure within. He did not let it show as he turned to exit the convoy yard. He had expected to gain clarity upon arriving here. Yet none among them could provide any answers. What should I do if no one knows? Su Changjun frowned as he made his way to Su Guangling's office. He pushed the door open and said, Second uncle, that bunch of drivers is utterly clueless. They are truly lacking in intelligence. Clueless? Su Guangling responded, slightly taken aback. With a serious expression, he continued, whether they know or not is irrelevant. He Binglin has received the payment today and will certainly report to the factory director. You should return for now. I will call the director shortly, and by tomorrow morning, I will have news for you. Then you can head straight to the provincial city. Understood. Su Changjun nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and exited Su Guangling's office. Most of the employees at the cotton spinning factory had returned home by this time. Su Changjun emerged from the factory, his face stern as he entered the distribution store and deftly dialed Yang Xiaolan's home number. I'll be over for dinner shortly. He stated succinctly before hanging up, indifferent to who had answered the call. As long as his message was conveyed, Yang Xiaolan would be expected to wait for him. Humming a tune, he made his way to the staff dormitory, cheerfully ascending the stairs, just as he spotted a man in his 30s descending from above. The man appeared rather honest, his gaze evasive and shifty. Upon encountering Su Changjun, he leaned to one side. Su Changjun wore a smirk as he ascended the stairs. Fully aware that the man he had just seen was Yang Xiaolan's husband, yet he remained unfazed. Even if he were to step into Yang Xiaolan's home, that man would have to make room for him. This was the essence of Su Changjun, a testament to the influence he had wielded over the years under the name Su Guangling. Upon entering Yang Xiaolan's home, she had already laid out the dishes. Su Changjun, noticing her in her nightwear, swiftly pulled her close. Don't be troublesome. Let us eat first. Eat what? I crave you. Su Changjun chuckled seductively. Yang Xiaolan pushed him away. Her eyes slightly reddened. I was just kicked out today. Did I not tell you? I will bring you back, sooner or later. Do you not trust me? Is there anything in this cotton mill that Su Changjun cannot accomplish? Su Changjun sneered, his hand already slipping beneath Yang Xiaolan's clothing. Do not be ridiculous. She shot him a glare, surrendering to his advances. I am already with someone. How can you still act this way? What I desire is exactly a woman who belongs to another. Do you not understand? Su Changjun laughed, unaware of when his taste for married women had begun. While there were many unmarried women at the factory, he scarcely gave them a glance, harboring a peculiar affection for those already wed. Upon meeting Lin Weiwei, he felt an irresistible pull. Inside the room, their muffled whispers filled the air while Yang Xiaolan's husband stood downstairs, gazing at the lights of his own home. Fists clenched and teeth gritted, his eyes bloodshot. When he had first discovered the situation, he had rushed in front of Su Changjun, intent on confronting the scoundrel. However, Su Changjun had warned him that should even a single hair fall from his body that night, neither he nor Yang Xiaolan would remain at the cotton mill. Who would wish to forsake such a secure position? Who possessed the audacity to do so? The wisdom of the ancients echoed, the arm cannot twist the thigh. How could they not comprehend this? While Su Changjun continued his revelry in Yang Xiaolan's home, Qin Minghao had returned to the Lin residence. After reflecting on the situation, he felt reassured, believing there were no flaws in his plan. The trap had been set. He merely awaited Su Changjun's descent into it. Just as Qin Minghao entered with Qin Nuonyuo in his arms, he heard Lin Yuyu emit a disdainful huff, turning her head away, clearly displeased with him. Chapter 57. The younger sister-in-law is meant to be teased. Qin Minghao paid her no mind. Instead, he settled beside Lin Yuyu, still holding Qin Nuonyuo. Qin Minghao, what are you doing? Lin Yuyu sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. In such a spacious area, why sit next to me? My apologies. Had you not spoken, I might not have noticed your presence. Qin Minghao replied nonchalantly, showing no inclination to rise. Are you blind? Can you not see? Lin Yuyu was infuriated, shouting in exasperation. What's happening? What's going on? Dong Hongmin hurried into the room, casting an admonishing glare at Lin Yuyu. Dinner is about to be served. What are you making a fuss about? Why does he sit on my side? Lin Yuyu pointed at Qin Minghao. Can't you just change places? Qin Minghao, with an innocent expression, replied, I'm holding the child. It's inconvenient for me to get up. Is it really necessary for you, as an aunt, to be so petty? Petty? Lin Yuyu's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this. Just then, a cough from Lin Xiaoyang echoed from outside, as if he had just entered the yard and deliberately made his presence known upon hearing the commotion between Qin Minghao and Lin Yuyu. Dad, you're back? How was your day? Are you tired? Qin Minghao quickly stood up. Although there had been some unpleasantness with his father-in-law a few days ago, he reminded himself that this was, after all, his father-in-law. Moreover, given the passage of time, he felt it was time to act with a bit more magnanimity. Ah, you're here. Please, have a seat. Lin Xiaoyang feigned nonchalance as he spoke to Qin Minghao, although he found it increasingly difficult to read this son-in-law. When Lin Weiwei had first married, Lin Xiaoyang was filled with joy and found him quite likable. However, during a troubling period, his feelings shifted to disdain. Now, after a few days, he sensed that perhaps this son-in-law had undergone some transformation. Dad, where should I sit? Just now, when I sat down, you said my spot was wrong, and I wasn't sure where to sit. Qin Minghao chuckled, still cradling Qin Nuonyuo. Is that so? Anywhere is fine. Lin Xiaoyang's face darkened upon hearing this, and he shot a fierce glare at Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu, feeling as if she might explode with anger, was infuriated. She despised Qin Minghao, and now he seemed to be complaining about her. Was there no justice left? Qin Minghao, I see you're just bullying me, she exclaimed, her fury boiling over. Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback, feigning innocence, though deep down he was surprised. Enough already. You haven't even left the ground. But your intelligence has already taken the high ground. Bullying you? That is quite apparent. Yuyu, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoyang's eyes widened. I'm not eating anymore. Lin Yuyu stomped her foot and dashed back into the house, tears streaming down her face. Qin Minghao chuckled softly. Nowadays, girls are all about dieting. Not eating is fine. Dad, shall we eat first? Let us eat. Lin Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had never heard of anyone dieting. Inside the room, Lin Yuyu heard this and flung herself onto the bed, pounding her fists into the comforter in frustration, tears still flowing abundantly. Qin Minghao, you scoundrel, just wait. You're bullying me. These words were only for her own ears. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare speak them aloud. Lin Weiwei emerged from the kitchen, noticing Lin Yuyu's absence from the table, and was momentarily surprised. Dad, I went to the provincial capital a few days ago and brought you 2 bottles of wine. They aren't anything special, about 50 or 60 a bottle, Qin Minghao said as he pulled out the bottles from his pocket. Oh, what did you go to the provincial capital for? Lin Xiaoyang asked, though he was secretly pleased and quickly took the bottles to examine them. I also brought 2 silk scarves for Mom and Weiwei, and I got Nuonyuo a set of clothes. Qin Minghao continued, already revealing his purchases. Minghao, what is the purpose of purchasing these items? How much will this cost? Dong Hongmin expressed her delight, while Lin Weiwei remained silent. However, Lin Yuyu, from the adjacent room, overheard the conversation and felt a familiar pang of envy. Once again, it appeared that everyone in the family had received something, except for her. Frustrated, Lin Yuyu's tears streamed down her cheeks as her small fists pounded fiercely against the blanket. She felt a deep sense of injustice. Why was it that everyone else was included, yet she was left out? Qin Minghao seemed to enjoy playing favorites, deliberately excluding her. After venting her frustration, she pouted and gazed out the window, resolutely deciding that she would not accept anything from Qin Minghao in the future. Qin Minghao, of course, was fully aware of his actions. After all, wasn't it customary to tease one's sister-in-law? Dad, if you have to deliver goods to the provincial capital in the coming days, please try to avoid it if possible, Qin Minghao abruptly stated, then naturally took Lin Weiwei's hand. Her face flushed instantly. She struggled briefly but did not break free, opting instead to avert her gaze from him. A flicker of joy ignited within Qin Minghao. He sensed that Lin Weiwei had begun to change her perception of him, which was a promising development. Yet, he knew patience was key. One must tread carefully, savoring each step. Why not go? Lin Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. It's nothing, you'll understand later, Qin Minghao replied evasively, picking up his bowl to begin his meal. After dinner, Qin Minghao refrained from engaging in much conversation with Lin Weiwei and left in an open manner, which left the Lin family puzzled about his intentions. Only Lin Yuyu, watching his departing figure, seethed with resentment before storming into the kitchen. The following morning, Su Changjun rose early and arrived at the cotton spinning factory ahead of schedule. Su Guanglin was already there and had the information Su Changjun sought. Howei Trading Company. With these words, Su Changjun realized that today's task revolved around this trading firm. After a brief tour of the factory, he headed directly to the bus station. He intended to visit the provincial capital, meet with the company, and retrieve the defective goods order from Qin Minghao. Once successful, Su Changjun would earn significant accolades, while Qin Minghao would surely be ousted. Seated on the bus, Su Changjun envisioned how he would be praised upon his return to the factory after achieving this feat. By midday, he finally arrived in the provincial capital, and thanks to Su Guanglin's assistance, he learned the precise location of the firm, commercial building. It seemed only fitting for a trading company to be housed within a commercial edifice. Having navigated through the bustling establishment, Su Changjun entered confidently and inquired, "Excuse me, is this Howei Trading Company? Who might you be?" A lady in the room stood up in surprise, gazing at Su Changjun with curiosity. "I am the deputy head of the sales department at the first cotton spinning factory in Mengjiang County. My name is Su Changjun," he declared as he stepped further inside. Scanning the room, convinced that he had indeed arrived at Howei Trading Company. It appears that the company is relatively small, consisting of merely 2 or 3 offices, yet the number of individuals within is quite substantial. May I inquire about your purpose here? My visit is to discuss a batch of defective cotton products from our spinning factory. I wonder if your manager is available? If so, I would like to meet with them, as I have quite a significant quantity, at least 100 to 180 tons. Su Changjun glanced towards the inner office, feeling that, as a deputy section chief of a cotton spinning factory employed at a state-owned enterprise, he should not be receiving such treatment from a mere receptionist. Is that so? Allow me to check with our manager. Excellent. Su Changjun nodded, his gaze continuing to assess the bustling trade company. Although the space was modest, it seemed to be abuzz with activity. The incessant ringing of telephones filled the air, and he could overhear conversations primarily revolving around orders and mop factories. He felt a surge of optimism, realizing he had indeed come to the right place. As long as he could meet their manager, there was hope for this endeavor. After all, he was the sales chief of the cotton spinning factory, and his words should carry as much weight as those of Qin Minghao. If Qin Minghao could succeed in sales, why could he not? He was confident that he could surpass Qin Minghao's sales figures, and with better quality. Deputy Section Chief Su. Our manager requests your presence. Very well. Su Changjun nodded, feeling a sense of calm rather than exuberance. As a deputy section chief, he believed the manager should receive him with due respect. Manager Liang, this is Deputy Section Chief Su Changjun. Greetings. Su Changjun hurried forward, extending his hand. Were it not for his desire to overshadow Qin Minghao, he would not have been so obsequious. The first cotton spinning factory? I recall that we recently had a collaboration. Manager Liang, portly and adorned in a suit with a gold ring on his finger, presented the appearance of someone who had recently come into wealth. A nouveau riche. Su Changjun's immediate impression categorized Manager Liang as such. Indeed, just a few days ago, our factory sold a batch of defective cotton products. However, the individual who handled the sale was not from our factory. I have come to represent our factory directly and discuss pricing with you. Oh, is that so? Liang stared at Su Changjun in surprise, stating, do you find our price unsatisfactory? 1,000 yuan per ton is already quite generous. As expected, Su Changjun had suspected that Qin Minghao was profiting from the price difference. Now, it seemed that he was indeed making a 200 yuan profit per ton. 20 tons would amount to a gain of 4,000. How could that scoundrel pocket such a sum in one go? It is not that high. Our factory's ex-factory price is merely around 900 yuan. I believe 900 would suffice in your hands. Su Changjun swiftly shook his head, smiling at Liang. I am uncertain whether you are in need of goods. If so, I can offer all of them, thus preventing certain individuals from taking advantage of the situation. Manager Liang pondered, seemingly deep in thought. As the sound of knocking echoed, Li Ziming entered the room, holding a report. Manager Liang, the last batch of goods has been shipped out. The profit wasn't substantial, but the payment has been received. Upon seeing Li Ziming, Su Changjun's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was the place. Although Li Ziming had only visited the cotton spinning factory for less than 2 hours previously, Su Changjun had taken note of him, recalling that he was a classmate of Qin Minghao. It appeared he had not erred. This was indeed the right company. Oh, splendid. Just place it here, Liang Lei remarked indifferently, before watching Li Ziming exit. He then turned to Su Changjun, saying, Deputy Section Chief Su, we are actually short on stock. And we have been for some time. However, our current funds are limited, so we can only afford to purchase less and sell more. If it's 100 tons, I cannot manage that much. 80 tons is already the limit. 80 tons. Su Changjuan's heart sank in relief upon hearing this. Initially, he had feared encountering a scammer, but now he pondered, what kind of fraudster would admit to being unable to handle such a volume of goods? Manager Liang, since it's already noon, why don't we find a place to eat and discuss further? Su Changjun proposed, knowing that as long as he could get this individual to the dining table, the deal was almost secured. All right then, Liang Lei replied as he stood up. The two descended the stairs, and Su Changjun selected a high-end restaurant, ordering an extravagant meal costing over 300 yuan, and they engaged in conversation as they dined. 2 hours later, Su Changjun and Liang Lei emerged from the establishment, their shoulders casually draped over one another. Rest assured, that fellow named Qin Minghao is nothing to worry about. You can confidently deliver the goods tomorrow, and I will transfer the payment on the spot. As you heard today, the last batch has already been sold, and the payment has been received, Liang Lei said, his gaze slightly unfocused from drink. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Liang. I will call back immediately to expedite the shipment, Su Changjun replied, escorting Liang Lei back to the commercial building. Gradually, the drunken demeanor faded from his face, replaced by a hint of disdain. A manager of a nouveau riche. Su Changjun found him hardly impressive. Once back at the guest house, Su Changjun eagerly dialed the office of Su Guanglin. Second uncle, I have uncovered the truth. That scoundrel sold to Howei Trading, and I made contact with their manager today at noon. They require the goods tomorrow and can take 80 tons in one go. Really? Su Guanglin responded, his spirits lifted. Of course it's true. Second uncle, how much stock is left at the factory? Have them load the trucks by tomorrow morning. It should arrive in the provincial capital by evening. I will be waiting there. Once the delivery is made, the deal will be finalized. Su Changjun exclaimed joyfully. All right, I will send 80 tons tomorrow. You wait in the provincial capital, Su Guanglin said before abruptly hanging up the phone, exhaling deeply, feeling invigorated. The reason he had been under He Binglin's thumb recently was due to the latter discovering issues with the equipment, as well as selling inferior products. But now, what lay ahead? Su Guanglin has also sold out, and even more than expected. It seems that it is now his turn to overshadow He Binglin, does it not? He Binglin scoffed softly, rising from his seat and striding towards the door. Chapter 59. A visit that afternoon, a meeting was convened at the cotton spinning factory. Defective products from the warehouse had been sold off, a staggering 80 tons at once, with further sales anticipated. The individual responsible for these transactions was none other than Su, the deputy head of the sales department. Su Guanglin spoke of this matter with great pride, lavishing praise upon Su Changjun during the meeting. As He Binglin listened to these words, he felt as though he might snap the pen in his grasp. His eyes burned with fury. This achievement should have been credited to him, yet it had been brazenly usurped by Su Guanglin. Consequently, He Binglin's influence had diminished significantly. After the meeting, He Binglin returned to his office with a grim expression. Lighting a cigarette, he had barely taken 2 puffs when Feng Jianjun entered. Brother-in-law, was what was discussed in the meeting true? What do you think? He Binglin retorted, they are shipping tomorrow. What could possibly be false? If we could take the initiative to sell those products, Su Guanglin can certainly do the same. Feng Jianjun abruptly stood, snorting disdainfully. Is he stealing our methods and claiming all the credit? How can Su Guanglin still have any shame? Has Su Guanglin ever cared about shame in these years? He Binglin scoffed, rising to pace the office. He finally sighed. Go and ask Qin Minghao if he has time tonight. If he does, I wish to invite him out for a chat. Feng Jianjun glanced at He Binglin, remaining still. In truth, He Binglin should have met with Qin Minghao when he returned yesterday, but due to Lin Weiwei being cornered at the entrance, He Binglin had refrained from stepping out, leading to an awkward encounter with Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao had lambasted He Binglin for an extended period at the factory entrance, leaving He Binglin with little face to seek him out. How to approach him? Feng Jianjun understood that he, too, felt somewhat guilty towards Qin Minghao. Even if he were to go, it would be difficult to swallow his pride. I shall go, He Binglin sighed. By the way, have we delivered the banner to Qin Minghao that we discussed some time ago? Not yet. Bring the banner. We shall go find Qin Minghao. He Binglin pondered, believing that presenting the banner at this juncture might help to ease the tension between them. Very well, Feng Jianjun replied, turning to exit He Binglin's office. Having agreed to visit Qin Minghao, their actions became more purposeful. Descending the stairs, they hopped into the car and headed straight for the employee dormitories where Qin Minghao resided. Outside the dormitory, a throng of employees and their families gathered in the shade, engaging in casual conversation. Aunt Li San, the most loquacious among them, exclaimed, I even saw the police come knocking, looking for Qin Minghao. Who knows what mischief he has gotten into this time? Indeed, just a few days ago, I observed him returning home late at night after indulging in spirits. In my opinion, He is far from a virtuous individual. At such a tender age, he shuns work and lives off his wife. How can someone like that even exist? And Lin Weiwei, too, is utterly shameless, insisting on supporting such a worthless being. Frankly, neither of them possesses any redeeming qualities. Aunt Lee Sin scoffed, her demeanor haughty. At that moment, He Binglin Santana arrived. As the vice director of the cotton spinning factory, every worker and their family members recognized him. Who could possibly be unaware of his esteemed position? Upon witnessing He Binglin alight from his vehicle, everyone promptly stood up. Vice Director He, I spotted you from afar. What brings you here? Aunt Lee Sand, ever observant, was the first to rise, her face alight with warmth. Oh, I came to see Qin Minghao. Is he at home? He Binglin casually remarked. Looking for Qin Minghao? What could you possibly want with him? Aunt Lee Sand was momentarily taken aback. He Binglin furrowed his brow, not wishing to engage further. Feng Jianjun had already exited the vehicle, striding directly upstairs. Familiar with the place, he knew well where Qin Minghao resided. Thus he chose to ignore the prattling gossipers and ascended the stairs first. He Binglin followed suit. His mind preoccupied, uninterested in conversing with the crowd. Searching for Qin Minghao? Perhaps he has been up to some mischief again, Aunt Lee San remarked with a sardonic tone. I'm certain of it. Undoubtedly so. A few individuals huddled together, chattering animatedly, yet their eyes frequently darted upstairs, eagerly awaiting any commotion from Qin Minghao's direction. Ascending the stairs, He Binglin and Feng Jianjun reached the door. Feng Jianjun rapped sharply on the door. Creaking open, the door revealed Qin Minghao, who appeared slightly surprised to see Feng Jianjun, and upon noticing He Binglin standing behind him, the implications of their visit became clear to him. Minghao, are you busy? Feng Jianjun, a straightforward man, felt a twinge of guilt over the previous incident, rendering his speech somewhat awkward. Qin Minghao replied absent-mindedly. Minghao, as this is my first visit, I haven't brought any gifts. He Binglin approached with a broad smile, presenting the banner he held. Regarding the recent equipment upgrade, you were instrumental in assisting me. This is a token of appreciation from the factory leadership, along with a bonus of 500 yuan. 500 yuan. That's nearly equivalent to a leader's salary, isn't it? Such generosity is hardly meager. Minghao, I must take responsibility for the events that transpired last night at the factory gate. It is inevitable for employees to engage in rivalry. However, obstructing the exit after work should never have occurred, especially towards an exemplary employee like Lin Weiwei. I failed to provide adequate protection. If you harbor any grievances towards me, feel free to express them openly. He Binglin's demeanor was sincere, his gaze towards Qin Minghao earnest. Qin Minghao offered a slight smile. Vice Director He, you need not bear the blame. If anyone is at fault, it is I for meddling in affairs that do not concern me. Upon hearing this, He Binglin realized that Qin Minghao still harbored grievances. He boldly stated, Minghao, speak your mind. What must he do to truly put your heart at ease? Indeed, I have fallen short this time, and I sincerely apologize. I have come to you without concealment. Su Guanglin intends to sell off those defective products, and should he succeed, it may not bode well for me. If you can set aside past grievances and offer your assistance, consider it another favor owed to you by He Ge. Listening to He Binglin's words, Qin Minghao could not help but silently curse. How many individuals in such positions are truly foolish? At the very least, He Binglin is not. While he may be somewhat obstinate, he is quick to rectify his mistakes once they are recognized. This was evident during the last equipment upgrade incident, and it is the same in this current debacle. Minghao, do you have time? If so, shall we go out for a chat? If you truly have grievances, it could serve as my apology to you. What do you think? Chapter 60. A narrow perspective. Qin Minghao has always believed that for a person to achieve success, two essential qualities must be possessed: a thick skin and a ruthless heart. Although He Binglin has yet to demonstrate the latter, the former is already apparent. As the deputy factory director, publicly offering apologies is not something just anyone can do. To be able to rise and fall with grace is the mark of a true leader. Minghao, yesterday, Brother Feng also acted incorrectly. Come. Brother Feng wishes to apologize to you. If you do not go today, Brother Feng's face will be lost. Feng Jianjun grasped Qin Minghao's arm and turned to leave. Qin Minghao furrowed his brows. He had initially been reluctant to go, but he sensed that while He Binglin might not be entirely sincere, Feng Jianjun genuinely sought to make amends. Thus, it would be ill-advised not to attend. The three descended the stairs, with Feng Jianjun continuing to express his apologies, while He Binglin walked ahead with a smile, speaking to Qin Minghao in a tone that had become quite familiar. As they reached the ground floor, they attracted countless curious gazes. Aunt Lee San hurriedly stood up, eager to approach, but was taken aback to see He Binglin holding the car door open for Qin Minghao. This unexpected gesture left her momentarily speechless. What is happening? He Binglin is opening the car door for Qin Minghao? Surely, I cannot be mistaken. The surrounding crowd quickly began to murmur, their gazes following the departing Santana. Humph. I wonder what trick he used to deceive He Binglin. How could He Binglin be fooled by someone like Qin Minghao? Aunt Li San remarked sourly. Indeed. What is Qin Minghao anyway? He Binglin must not be thinking straight. You all know nothing. Came a rebuttal. Just a few days ago, I heard my daughter mention that Qin Minghao lent significant assistance to the cotton mill. He is regarded as their benefactor. Is that so? Aunt Li San widened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief as she remarked, Your daughter must be lacking in judgment, perhaps confusing the situation. Moreover, there are plenty of people with the same name. How can you be certain it refers to Qin Minghao? Who does not know what kind of person Qin Minghao is? Does he possess such capabilities? The crowd echoed her sentiments, expressing their collective skepticism about Qin Minghao, while pondering the mental acuity of He Binglin. If He Binglin were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. The trio climbed into a vehicle, heading directly to the county's VIP lounge. It was here that they had dined previously, during which Xue Changwei had slandered Qin Minghao, accusing him of stealing from the cotton mill, a meal that had left a bitter taste for all involved. The mere thought of Xue Changwei caused Qin Minghao's brow to furrow slightly. He was uncertain of that old dog's current situation. He had contemplated legal action, but had been so preoccupied lately that it had slipped his mind. Please, have a seat. He Binglin pulled out a chair with utmost politeness. Minghao, I've discussed this matter with you. What do you believe should be done? Done about what? Qin Minghao inquired, his expression one of confusion. About the issue of the defective products. Su Changjun has gone to the provincial capital and has already sold them. Haven't you considered alternative solutions? He Binglin pressed on. Deputy Factory Director, do you regard this situation as significant? Qin Minghao countered with a question of his own. He Binglin blinked in surprise, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Qin Minghao continued, I wish to inquire, do you believe that selling these defective products will salvage the cotton mill? The present state of the mill is evident, and I trust you are well aware of it. Selling off those defective goods is merely a temporary relief, a mere band-aid that fails to address the fundamental issues. He Binglin frowned, unsure of how to respond. Recently, he had been considering upgrading the equipment, but Qin Minghao maintained that it was not a prudent course of action. If you truly wish to see the cotton mill prosper, I personally believe that upgrading the industry is far more advantageous than merely upgrading the equipment, Qin Minghao asserted. Upgrading the industry? He Binglin felt momentarily bewildered. He had approached Qin Minghao to resolve the issue with Su Changjun, yet Qin Minghao had diverted the conversation entirely. Minghao, the complexities of industry upgrades are extensive, and I may not have the authority to make such decisions. I simply wish to ascertain whether you have any means to counter Su Guanglin's recent maneuvers. I have no solutions. Qin Minghao shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. He found He Binglin's perspective to be rather myopic, fixating solely on the sale of a few defective products without a vision for the long term. Oh, He Binglin's expression shifted to one of disappointment, his smile waning significantly. Let us drink. Let us drink. Feng Jianjun quickly raised his glass. Minghao, among brothers, let us not speak of anything else. Let us simply drink. Very well. Qin Minghao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, He Binglin, clearly disinterested in the prospect of drinking, merely feigned enthusiasm. After all, Qin Minghao had indeed assisted him in the past, and it would be somewhat unreasonable for him to ignore him now. However, the matter concerning Su Changjun remained a thorn in He Binglin's heart, something he found difficult to bear. The three of them continued to drink until after 9 o'clock in the evening before dispersing. Once Qin Minghao was dropped off at the dormitory, he slipped into the dealership and dialed the number for Li Ziming's home. Minghao? Upon seeing the caller ID, Li Ziming immediately recognized it was Qin Minghao. He quickly replied, Liang Lei has finalized the deal with Deputy Section Chief Su. The shipment of goods will arrive tomorrow night, totaling a staggering 80 tons. I've arranged for a temporary warehouse. We'll receive the goods directly tomorrow night. Great. Qin Minghao acknowledged, offering a few words of advice before hanging up. So the shipment was going out tomorrow? No wonder He Binglin had such an attitude. It was uncertain what He Binglin would think once the goods were dispatched. The following morning, joyous news swept through the cotton spinning factory. Deputy Section Chief Su had successfully sold 80 tons of defective products in the provincial capital, significantly benefiting the factory. With enthusiastic support from the sales department, Su Changjun ascended to the status of the factory's greatest benefactor, becoming a highly sought-after individual. The sales department held their heads high, praising their deputy chief. Indeed, our Deputy Section Chief Su is unparalleled. Absolutely. Who can compare to Deputy Section Chief Su? With a single move, he sold 80 tons. I bet the warehouse is nearly empty now. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Su Guanglin stood outside the warehouse. Buoyed by the sight of workers loading the goods, he began to calculate how he would deal with He Binglin once this batch of goods was sold. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Goods. Be careful. Be careful. Su Guanglin observed the workers loading the trucks, supervising from the side. Though the products were defective, they still needed to be handled with care. Let us not take a break at noon. It's best if we finish loading everything so we can ship it out this afternoon. Despite some grumbling among the workers, they dared not voice their complaints. Su Guanglin, satisfied with the progress, returned to his office and called the factory director to share the good news. After the call, he was beaming, sitting in his chair and humming a cheerful tune. By the afternoon, the defective products were leaving the cotton spinning factory. Qin Minghao stood outside, watching truckloads of goods depart, mentally calculating the profits. At a rate of 1,800 per ton, 20 tons would yield 36,000. How much would 80 tons bring? A total of 144,000. That should be sufficient, right? In an era where 10,000 yuan households were considered wealthy, over 100,000 was undeniably a considerable sum, enabling Qin Minghao to undertake numerous ventures. However, this substantial amount was merely a temporary allocation. How much would actually reach the cotton spinning factory would depend on the success of Qin Minghao's plans. As he watched the trucks leave, he turned and returned to his dormitory. Su Guanglin and He Binglin also watched as the trucks departed. Su Guanglin was in high spirits, a fact that needed no elaboration, while He Binglin wore a grim expression, as if frozen in time. The sale of 80 tons of goods had solidified Su Guanglin's position once more, garnering the admiration of the employees below him. He Binglin felt like a fool, after painstakingly paving the way for Qin Minghao. It was Su Guanglin who had reaped the benefits. This sensation, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, was profoundly unsettling. As the workday drew to a close, Qin Minghao returned to the entrance of the cotton spinning factory, observing throngs of people departing, eagerly scanning for a familiar figure. After a lengthy wait, he finally caught sight of Lin Weiwei. When Lin Weiwei emerged, she was surrounded by several individuals, including Zhang Zuohua, who worked in close proximity, making their companionship seem perfectly natural. However, the presence of others alongside Lin Weiwei appeared somewhat out of place, especially when certain employees, upon seeing her, remarked with veiled sarcasm. Deputy Section Chief Su is truly impressive, isn't she? Securing 80 tons in one go certainly eclipses some others. Indeed, selling 80 tons so swiftly, our factory must be thriving. Another chimed in. Unlike certain husbands who, with a mere 20 tons sold, are puffed up with pride, berating everyone in our factory. Lin Weiwei's countenance darkened upon hearing these comments, yet she held her head high as she walked toward the exit. What an attitude! Someone scoffed. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Weiwei's demeanor, wore expressions of disdain and were poised to hurl further jibes when they noticed Qin Minghao stepping out from the side. Instantly, their expressions shifted, and they averted their gazes, retreating into the distance. The memory of Qin Minghao's tirade against the cotton spinning factory from the previous night was still fresh in their minds, prompting them to instinctively steer clear. How was your day at work? Were you tired? Qin Minghao inquired, finally seizing Lin Weiwei's wrist after the others had departed. Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed as she instinctively struggled. There were still others around, after all. What's there to fear? We have our credentials, Qin Minghao replied, his grip firm as he drew her closer. Gazing at her slightly blushing cheeks, he felt an unexpected flutter within. Though clad in work attire, Lin Weiwei possessed a statuesque figure, perfectly proportioned, full where it mattered and slender elsewhere. Were she to don professional attire, she would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. The intimacy of their interaction caught the attention of those nearby, especially in this conservative era. Their actions were rather conspicuous. Not far from them, Lin Yuyu, just out of school, glared at Qin Minghao holding Lin Weiwei's hand, turning her head away in annoyance. Where's Dad? Isn't he supposed to be on duty this afternoon? Lin Weiwei suddenly paused, recalling that Qin Minghao had mentioned the night before that Lin Zhaoyang would not be going out. Did he accompany you to the provincial capital today? Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Lin Weiwei responded quickly, her eyes darting to Qin Minghao. Is Dad in danger? Not at all. Qin Minghao smiled lightly, not wishing to cause Lin Weiwei any concern. He preferred to keep Lin Xiaoyang uninvolved in this matter. After all, Lin Xiaoyang had already been here once, and he hoped there would be no further slip-ups. However, since the situation had developed, it was prudent to offer a reminder. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyang was nearing the provincial capital. He had set out in the afternoon, initially intending not to come, but upon learning that a colleague had taken leave, he felt it was permissible to join the convoy heading to the city. As he entered the provincial capital, darkness had already fallen. The group was uncertain about their route, but fortunately, news arrived indicating that, as before, a vehicle would come to retrieve them. After waiting until nightfall, a small car finally approached. The drivers hurriedly followed, anxious not to fall behind. This time, they were more vigilant, eager to discern the path for future reference, so that they would not need to rely on someone else to escort them. Yet, the further they traveled, the more peculiar it felt, especially for an experienced driver like Lin Chaoyang. They sensed they were being led on a detour. Just as confusion began to set in, they arrived at their destination, a warehouse within an urban area which appeared to have seen better days. Once Lin Chaoyang parked the vehicle and stepped out, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling something was amiss. The last time he visited, it had not appeared in this condition. As soon as Su Changjun spotted his truck's arrival, he broke into a hearty laugh and approached. "Let's unload, Manager Liang." Liang Lei also smiled, his round cheeks glowing with enthusiasm as he called everyone to begin the unloading process. "Excellent," came a shout from afar as individuals emerged from the warehouse. "Drive the truck into the warehouse, hurry," Su Changjun called out, waving to Lin Chaoyang and the others. Lin Chaoyang hesitated, wishing to caution Su Changjun, but after hearing his voice, decided it was best to drive the truck in first. "Manager Liang, do keep an eye on this. It weighs a full 80 tons. Su Changjun remarked with satisfaction as he watched the truck enter the warehouse. "What do you think? My deputy sales manager has some prowess, doesn't he? Impressive. Truly impressive." Liang Lei laughed heartily. "Deputy Manager Su, now that the goods have arrived, let your team handle the unloading. Shall we step out for a drink? Once the workers finish, we will settle the payment with you." "Absolutely. No problem." Su Changjun hesitated momentarily at the mention of drinking, but upon reflecting on recent events, he felt assured and agreed readily. As the two exited, Lin Chaoyang stepped out of the warehouse, watching their departing figures, and couldn't he help but call out, "Deputy Manager Su?" Chapter 62. The mystery unveiled. His voice rang out clearly, though the noise of the truck entering the warehouse was considerable. Su Changjun had already linked arms with Liang Lei as they left the warehouse and drove away. Lin Chaoyang pondered for a moment. Since he was already here, it was possible that the goods Su Changjun sold were not from the same source as last time. Thus his suspicions gradually began to dissipate. Not far from the warehouse, Li Ziming felt a sudden shock in his heart. Earlier in the afternoon, he had received a call from Qin Minghao, instructing them to deliberately divert Su Changjun. Otherwise, it could have led to serious complications. The group was unloading the truck, while Liang Lei had already escorted Su Changjun into a restaurant. This establishment was quite respectable, boasting a diverse array of dishes. Having spent years in sales, Su Changjun could easily discern the restaurant's caliber. Upon entering, he smiled and remarked, "Manager Liang, you are truly being too kind this time. Collaboration leads to mutual profit. There is no need for formality." Liang Lei replied with a grin as he summoned the waiter and ordered 8 dishes in one go. Following their previous drinking session, Liang Lei had come to understand Su Changjun's character. He preferred to spend lavishly rather than sparingly. This tendency was common among most state-owned enterprises. After all, they could always reimburse their expenses upon returning. Some individuals took advantage of business trips to indulge in leisure across the vast expanse of the country. Deputy Section Chief Su, "Come, let us raise a glass," Liang Lei said, lifting his cup as the dishes were served, and downed it in one gulp. Su Changjun followed suit, raising his glass and then smiling as he said, "Manager Liang, our collaboration has been quite delightful. Do not forget to settle the payment later. Rest assured." "Do you doubt me, Brother Su?" Liang Lei replied, slightly displeased. "Once the goods are unloaded, I shall have the accountant come over, and we will settle the payment face to face. I trust you, of course. If I do not trust anyone, I must trust Manager Liang." Su Changjun replied with a smile, raising his glass once more. Liang Lei also smiled, though there was an oddity in his expression. "Brother, let us drink to that. Come, cheers." Su Changjun lifted his cup again. As they indulged in their libations, the atmosphere grew increasingly intoxicating. Su Changjun began to sense something amiss, for he noticed that Liang Lei's drinking capacity had significantly improved since their last encounter. After downing a full jean of baijiu, Liang Lei appeared unfazed, which piqued Su Changjun's curiosity. They continued drinking until the early hours of the morning, at which point the restaurant ceased operations, and they staggered back. "Manager Liang." "About the payment," Su Changjun began, but Liang Lei interjected, "Do not worry. The cargo is likely still being unloaded. Once it is, the accountant will surely come to find us. Brother, if you are concerned about the payment, how about Liang Gu accompanies you tonight?" Liang Lei laughed heartily, draping an arm around Su Changjun's shoulder. "That is not the issue," Su Changjun responded, feeling a surge of goodwill at Liang Lei's words. "I am not worried. It's just that it will be late, And won't your accountant have trouble locating us? Fear not, they know you are staying at the guest house. I will accompany you there. And we can continue drinking. Liang Lei insisted, wrapping his arm around Su Changjun and leading him towards the guest house without hesitation. His robust physique overshadowed the somewhat slender Su Changjun, leaving him with little room to resist. Upon hearing that Liang Lei would accompany him to the guest house, Su Changjun felt a sense of relief. After all, with Liang Lei by his side at the guest house, what was there to fear? Once inside, they ordered 2 cases of beer, tore open a bag of peanuts, and continued drinking until the early hours of the night. The revelry extended into the early hours of dawn, with Su Changjun intoxicated and elated, believing he had successfully usurped Qin Minghao's business. Although the money had yet to materialize, he was certain that it was merely a matter of time. The 2 men continued their drinking until after 3 in the morning, at which point Su Changjun was thoroughly inebriated, repeatedly calling for the payment. Liang Lei, having discarded his shirt and rolled up his sleeves, cast a cold glance at the inebriated Su Changjun, smirked, and turned to leave the guest house. Alone in the guest house, Su Changjun slept until the following afternoon, only rousing from his stupor to find himself disoriented and nursing a severe hangover. Where was Liang Lei? As he surveyed the empty guest house, a sudden clarity washed over him. At that moment, his pager buzzed. Picking it up, he hastily donned his clothes and rushed to the front desk of the guest house. He grabbed the phone and immediately returned the call, only to be met with his uncle Su Guanglin's irate voice. What have you been doing? How is the matter progressing? Why has there been no word from you until now? Su Changjun replied earnestly, last night, after unloading the goods. I had a few drinks with Manager Liang and just woke up. I'm heading to find him now. I'll get the money and might just catch the evening bus. You'd better hurry back. The factory manager returns tonight, and if you make it, I can help you gain some favor. If not, the benefits will be diminished, his uncle warned. Don't worry, I will definitely return tonight. Su Changjun reassured him before hanging up and dashing out of the guest house. The weather in the provincial capital felt stifling, as if a storm were imminent. Su Changjun shook his head, dismissing any thoughts of the weather, and hastily hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head to the commercial building. Having indulged in drinks until that hour the previous night, Su Changjun felt a sense of foreboding, especially in Liang Lei's absence, which gnawed at him. After all, he was no stranger to deceitful characters, and this inexplicable situation left him with an unsettling feeling. Upon arriving at the commercial building, Su Changjun exited the taxi and hurried up the stairs. Not a swindler. Impossible. He reassured himself. How could Manager Liang be a fraud? Didn't Qin Minghao sell to him, as well? Moreover, one of Qin Minghao's classmates is still here. How could it be a scam? Engaged in self-talk, he ascended the stairs, but upon reaching the 2 offices of Haowei Trading, his heart sank. Both doors were locked, as if no one had ever been there. Su Changjun licked his lips and approached, knocking on both doors. No response. Excuse me, where are the people in this office? At that moment, someone happened to walk by, and Su Changjun quickly grabbed their arm, inquiring with concern, Isn't there a Haowei Trading company here? Where are they? Haowei Trading? I'm not sure. These 2 offices belong to our commercial building, and they were just rented out a few days ago. Just rented out? Upon hearing those words, Su Changjun's mind erupted with the force of a thunderclap. Chapter 63. Deceiving for a moment is still deceiving. Just rented out. Since it was just rented out, there could only be one possibility. The Haowei Trading Company is a sham, most likely a deceitful scheme. The absence of people here suggests that they may have vanished. Su Changjun's head buzzed, and he staggered back a couple of steps, feeling a disorienting lightness in his head and feet. Comrade, are you all right? Su Changjun hurriedly brushed aside the hand of the approaching individual, striving to regain his composure. At that moment, he heard the beeping of his pager. Picking it up, he glanced at the device and felt as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Guanglin called again. Comrade, are you all right? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? No need. Su Changjun steadied himself, wiped the corner of his mouth, and unsteadily made his way downstairs. He realized he could not afford to panic. Certain matters needed resolution before he could extricate himself from this perilous situation. Upon descending from the trading building, Su Changjun found a phone booth and hurriedly dialed Su Guanglin's number. Second uncle, you were looking for me? What is the situation? Su Guanglin inquired eagerly. I am on my way to the trading company. I just spoke with them, and they are preparing the funds. I should be able to collect it. Su Changjun quickly regained his composure. Well, that's good. When you return tonight, I shall celebrate your success. Su Guanglin concluded before abruptly hanging up. Su Changjun's expression shifted dramatically. After placing the receiver down, he gritted his teeth and headed towards the police station. He had to report this. Perhaps by doing so, he could apprehend those fraudsters. Meanwhile, At the police station, Qin Minghao was hesitantly making a phone call. Minghao, this fellow is quite audacious, isn't he? Daring to challenge Grandpa. Who could teach him a lesson in no time? Liang Lei laughed heartily, filled with delight. When will you come to the provincial city? Let us share a drink, brother. In a few days, Qin Minghao replied, knowing he could not outdrink Liang Lei. Pass the phone to Ziming. I have something to discuss with him. All right, Minghao. The voice of Li Ziming crackled through the receiver. Minghao, do you think our little deception will land us in trouble? If this gets out, it would be classified as fraud. Fraud. Qin Minghao chuckled. This hardly qualifies as fraud. Fraud involves stealing money, and we haven't taken any money. How could this be considered fraud? Haven't taken any money? Li Ziming expressed concern. Minghao, I must tell you, the government is cracking down very hard. If we get caught, losing our jobs would be the least of our worries. It's the fear of imprisonment that truly concerns me. That won't happen, I assure you. We haven't stolen anything. Qin Minghao asserted, then added, you should maintain contact with Yao Meiyin over the next few days. Inform her that this batch of goods has arrived, and then find an opportunity to transfer it to your factory. In due time, a few days later, it will be claimed that the goods have been recovered, and I shall return every penny owed to the cotton spinning factory. Therefore, this cannot be deemed fraud. Li Ziming believes that Qin Minghao is somewhat shifting the concepts. You need not dwell on this matter. Simply focus on completing the final tasks and ensuring the goods are promptly delivered to your factory. Then, I will have them transferred via the trading company, and I will find an opportunity to repay the cotton spinning factory. Repay the cotton spinning factory? Why should we return what we have worked so hard to acquire to that wretched factory? Minghao, they dismissed you. Consider this an act of compensation, Liang Lei shouted vehemently. Qin Minghao chuckled softly, aware of Liang Lei's character, which has reached the pinnacle of deception. Nevertheless, despite his unscrupulous nature, he possesses a certain streetwise charm. Often espousing notions of honor among thieves, targeting not the elderly or children, but rather the foolishly wealthy. In his previous life, this individual behaved similarly, boasting that fortune merely eluded him, claiming that a project that could turn water into oil should rightfully have been his. Qin Minghao had attempted to dissuade him, and although Liang Lei exhibited some restraint, he ultimately ended up in prison. Qin Minghao wished to avoid a repeat of this situation, choosing to refrain from further engagement with him. After careful consideration, he concluded that there were no significant flaws in the plan and subsequently ended the call. This episode was clearly an intentional trap set for Su Changjun. Throughout this affair, Qin Minghao never intended to harm the cotton spinning factory, nor would he. Had it not been for Su Changjun's provocation, he would not have taken such measures. He possesses countless avenues for profit and would not resort to such tactics. This was merely about pushing Su Changjun off a cliff while conveniently pocketing a sum exceeding 100,000. Exiting the dealership, Qin Minghao lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the cotton spinning factory. Two vehicles entered the factory premises in succession, the lead vehicle being an Audi 100. In contemporary times, this car undoubtedly symbolizes power and status, far surpassing He Binglin Santana. Qin Minghao recognized that the individual within was none other than Liu Yang, the current factory director of the cotton spinning factory. Liu Yang has held this position for several years, at least 6 or 7. Qin Minghao began his career at the cotton spinning factory under Liu Yang's directorship and is well aware of the man's limited capabilities. Coupled with a rather unpleasant disposition, stubborn and autocratic, this very individual has successfully led the factory from its peak to its eventual bankruptcy. With Liu Yang's return, the cotton spinning factory became lively. Su Guanglin was the first to stand at the foot of the building, eagerly watching as Liu Yang alighted from the vehicle. Hastily approaching him, He Binglin also intended to join, but arrived a moment too late, allowing Su Guanglin to take the lead. Has anything significant occurred at the factory recently? Liu Yang, in his 50s and clad in a well-tailored suit, appeared quite robust. Significant? I am unsure if it qualifies as such, Su Guanglin replied with an awkward smile, appearing somewhat hesitant. Liu Yang paused, his expression turning cold. What has transpired? Well, how should I put it, said Su Guanglin, the workshop director, after dismissing an employee. He hesitated, as if contemplating whether to reveal more. What was going on? Was it so simple to dismiss workers at the cotton spinning factory? Who had the authority to decide such matters? Was there no sense of collective responsibility? Liu Yang's expression darkened as he entered the office building. Director, the situation is as follows. Xue Changwei has been spreading rumors, and Yang Xiaolan has been sowing discord, both detrimental to the unity of our factory. Hence, I convened a meeting and decided to terminate their employment. He Binglin understood that it was unwise for Su Guanglin to monopolize the narrative. It could backfire on him. Deputy Director He, what rumors did Xue Changwei spread? And how did Yang Xiaolan incite discord? Do not evade the crucial points. Xue Changwei, despite questioning Qin Minghao, did so from the factory's perspective. What is wrong with that? As for Yang Xiaolan, wasn't she merely concerned about the factory's finances? Shouldn't that be commendable? Su Guanglin retorted coldly. Which Qin Minghao? Lu Yang paused, taken aback. He is the one who falsified the accounts and was nominated for dismissal by me. Recently, he has been seen frequently associating with Deputy Director He, seemingly attempting to return. Nonsense. Lu Yang exploded in anger. What right does he have to come back? Chapter 64. The arbitrary rule of Director Lu. Upon hearing this, Su Guanglin let out a faint, cold laugh, casting a meaningful glance at He Binglin. Indeed, Qin Minghao had been of assistance to the factory recently, but no one wished for his return. He Binglin hastily interjected. He had to speak up, or Su Guanglin would tarnish his reputation, making it impossible to defend himself. Deputy Director He, just because no one wants him back doesn't mean he doesn't wish to return. Su Guanglin continued, following Lu Yang upstairs. Qin Minghao has indeed contributed to our cotton spinning factory on 2 occasions. But have you considered his motives? Is it altruism or boundless love? Everyone has their own interests. It may not be as you perceive. Listening to this, Lu Yang found some merit in Su Guanglin's words. Thus he let out a disdainful snort and pushed open the door to his office. Having been away for just a few days, the factory had descended into such chaos, which left Lu Yang feeling discontent. In such a large cotton spinning factory, any misstep could lead to dire consequences, especially since a person who had been dismissed for falsifying accounts was now contemplating a return. Lu Yang despised such individuals. How could he possibly allow their return? Deputy Director Su, this matter may not be as you think. He Binglin spoke again. Enough, old He, cease your words. Lu Yang waved his hand, visibly irritated. Find someone to send him a message, and let him abandon this notion. Does he truly believe that anyone can come and go as they please in our cotton spinning factory? Very well, I shall arrange for someone to handle it shortly. Su Guanglin responded quickly, his demeanor softening. Good, ensure it is managed properly. Lu Yang nodded, then continued. Now, explain precisely how Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan were dismissed. The situation is as follows, Su Guanglin interjected, recounting the entire affair in detail. Though he did not embellish the truth, once the narrative's standpoint was compromised, the focus inevitably shifted towards Qin Minghao. In Su Guanglin's narrative, Xue Changwei misinterpreted Qin Minghao's actions out of concern for the potential theft of factory goods, while Yang Xiaolan, driven by her worry over the factory's finances, bravely questioned Lin Weiwei. Lu Yang, having listened to the entire account, cast a stern glance at He Binglin and remarked, Old He, at your age, how can you act so thoughtlessly? True, Qin Minghao's sale of defective goods did assist our factory. But does that mean the staff cannot voice their concerns? You dismiss any hint of dissent with a termination? Does this reflect a leader's demeanor? The situation at that time was indeed peculiar, He Binglin interjected, though his words seemed somewhat feeble. Is there truly nothing unacceptable about this? His assistance was minimal. Can it even be deemed a favor? Su Guanglin replied nonchalantly, then continued, Qin Minghao's efforts in selling our products were not entirely altruistic. He merely sought to regain his position. And did his sales genuinely constitute help? I must be candid. Qin Minghao did sell 20 tons of defective goods. Yet our sales department is no novice. I just spoke with Chang Jun. Do you know how much he sold? 80 tons. Almost half of our warehouse has been cleared out. Oh, Lu Yang's expression brightened considerably upon hearing this. I know Chang Jun. He's quite capable and composed. If we actually recover this payment, a reward is certainly in order. He Binglin, listening intently, felt a tumult within. Indeed, Su Changjun had sold 80 tons. But that was due to following in Qin Minghao's footsteps. The reason Qin Minghao initially sold 20 tons was due to his exploratory intentions, which led him to limit his inventory. Is the comparison merely about quantity sold? It is about the strategy behind the sales. Could Qin Minghao conceive of selling to a trading company, which would then supply the mop factory? Could Chang Jun have envisioned that? If he could, he would have done so much earlier. I propose we forego the reward. Chang Jun should remain steady. If he receives too much recognition, I fear it may lead to impatience and subsequent issues. Su Changjun politely interjected, rewards should still be given. Find out when he is returning. If we have a precise time, I shall personally welcome him. Lu Yang waved his hand grandly, speaking with authority. He should arrive this evening. This evening? Excellent. Then notify the heads of various departments to gather at Shunfeng restaurant tonight to properly welcome Changjun. Lu Yang decisively arranged the matter, then added, as for the decision to dismiss Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan, let us retract that for now and deliberate after tomorrow morning's working group meeting. Understood. I will notify them immediately. Su Guanglin nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, He Binglin felt a surge of disbelief. As a deputy factory manager, how could he retract a dismissal? If word of this spread, what would remain of He Binglin's authority? What authority does this deputy factory manager possess? Very well, if there are no pressing matters. You two may take your leave. Lu Yong waved his hand, already extracting the documents. Excellent. We shall not impose further. Please continue with your work, Director. Su Changjun rose from his seat and turned to exit. He Binglin's mind buzzed, as Lu Yang's voice left him in a state of uncertainty. Are they truly considering reinstating those who have been dismissed? If so, what purpose does his role as deputy factory manager serve? Old He, do you have any further matters? None. I shall take my leave. He Binglin pulled himself from his thoughts, exhaling heavily as he turned toward the door. Yet, as he departed, he appeared somewhat feeble. Upon returning to his office, He Binglin sank into his chair, lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed deeply. Brother-in-law. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Feng Jianjun hurriedly entered, inquiring, I heard that Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan have not been dismissed? He Binglin took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and replied with a cold chuckle, the director's intentions. They have already been dismissed. Now to reinstate them, what does that signify? Feng Jianjun, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, Brother-in-law, I also heard that there's a welcoming dinner for Su Changjun tonight. If that is indeed the case, I, Feng Jianjun, will not attend. He Binglin raised his gaze slightly to regard Feng Jianjun. Do you no longer wish to work here? Feng Jianjun's face remained stern. Despite hearing the question, he exhibited little change. The factory is shrouded in turmoil. What is the point of continuing? Had I known it would come to this, I would never have chosen this place. With those words, Feng Jianjun turned and exited. He Binglin furrowed his brow, understanding Feng Jianjun's straightforward nature. He was not one to hold back his opinions. The dismissal of Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan was decidedly advantageous for the cotton spinning factory. Yet Lu Yang's perspective on the matter left Feng Jianjun disgruntled. With the proliferation of intrigue and scheming, the atmosphere inevitably became oppressive. As Feng Jianjun left the office building, his expression was dark. The rumors he had heard were already circulating among the factory workers, stemming from the moment Lu Yang suggested retracting the dismissal. Su Guanglin had ensured the news spread quickly, significantly impacting He Binglin's morale. The workers had swiftly learned that Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan might return to the cotton spinning factory. Now, all eyes were on Lin Weiwei. After all, Yang Xiaolan had departed from the factory due to her connection with Lin Weiwei, and with Yang Xiaolan's potential return, everyone was eager to observe any changes in Lin Weiwei. Regrettably, Lin Weiwei remained engrossed in her work, paying no heed to the unfolding rumors. The return of Xue Changwei could spell trouble for Lin Weiwei, as he was known for his oppressive demeanor, while Yang Xiaolan was merely a subtle troublemaker, posing little threat to Lin Weiwei. Are you not the least bit concerned? Zhang Cuihua gazed at Lin Weiwei with a hint of astonishment. Let me tell you, if Yang Xiaolan returns, she will be the first to settle accounts with you. Have you not considered that she is as unruly as a shrew? What mischief could she not conjure? No worries, I shall mind my own business, as I have no dealings with her. Lin Weiwei nonchalantly brushed her hair aside, seemingly indifferent to the warning. Zhang Cuihua sighed at this scene. Oh, Lin Weiwei, you truly are thick-headed. Do you not realize that Yang Xiaolan and Su Changjun are in cahoots? Furthermore, I just overheard someone mention that Su Changjun has reportedly sold 80 tons of substandard goods in the provincial city, surpassing even your family's Qin Minghao. People are already heralding him as a hero. Lin Weiwei lifted her head and smiled lightly, remarking that the notion of heroes had no bearing on her. She merely went to work and returned home, collecting her salary at the end of the month. Why concern herself with such trivial matters? Oh, you. Zhang Cuihua was at a loss for how to advise her, but she firmly believed that Yang Xiaolan's return would surely spell trouble for Lin Weiwei. Within the cotton spinning mill, many had received the news, a rumor intentionally spread by Su Guanglin. Whispers circulated about the potential return of Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan, with Su Changjun's feat of selling 80 tons of substandard goods being the loudest proclamation. The name Su Changjun swiftly ascended to that of a great benefactor within the cotton mill. As the end of the workday arrived, the workers of the cotton mill exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Cuihua changed out of their work uniforms and made their way toward the exit. At this moment, many gazes converged once more upon Lin Weiwei. She was rapidly becoming a figure of intrigue within the mill, especially with the impending return of Yang Xiaolan. Everyone was eager to witness Lin Weiwei's reaction. Have you heard? Vice Section Chief Su from the sales department has truly accomplished something remarkable. What remarkable feat? He sold 80 tons of substandard goods in one go. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd reacted to this figure. Some deliberately inquired. How much did that Qin Minghao sell last time? I heard it was merely 20 tons, right? Clearly, our vice section chief has the skills to achieve such a feat. Indeed, while some sold 20 tons, they still had the audacity to stand at our factory entrance and hurl insults. But Vice Section Chief Su, how admirable, quietly managed to sell so much. Exactly. I also heard that our factory director has returned to celebrate Vice Section Chief Su's achievements. Don't you think he is impressive? Is that true? Of course it is. Vice Section Chief Su is truly remarkable. The assembly occasionally glanced toward Lin Weiwei, some rolling their eyes, while others raised their voices intentionally. Lin Weiwei silently approached the factory entrance, her heart warming slightly at the sight of someone standing in the distance. Qin Minghao had come again. He had been waiting at the entrance of the cotton mill, and as Lin Weiwei emerged, he promptly approached her, taking her hand. Are you tired today? I just bought a book on massage techniques, filled with various methods. If you're weary, I could give you a massage at a reasonable price. Qin Minghao grinned as he pulled Lin Weiwei along, heading back. What books do you read? Lin Weiwei felt a bit shy, yet a faint smile lingered on her lips. Qin Minghao cast a glance at her, feeling as if his very soul had been uplifted. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Weiwei's smile since his rebirth, making all his efforts during this time seem worthwhile. Just then, a convoy from the cotton mill emerged. Lu Yang, seated in the vehicle, noticed Qin Minghao holding hands with Lin Weiwei at the entrance and inquired, "Who is that? What kind of conduct is this in broad daylight? Isn't that Qin Minghao?" Su Guanglin scoffed. Qin Minghao? Lu Yang shot him a cold glance, letting out a disdainful snort. Clearly displeased. Director, we needn't concern ourselves with such petty individuals. Tonight, we shall celebrate. When Chang Jun returns, I shall have him toast you properly. Su Guanglin responded with a smile. Upon hearing Su Guanglin's words, Lu Yang's expression softened considerably. The sale of the inferior cotton products had alleviated some pressure from the mill. Otherwise, Lu Yang would have been under significant strain. The group arrived at Shunfeng Restaurant, where Su Guanglin personally led Lu Yang upstairs. This evening, Lu Yang was the main character, although another key figure, Su Changjun, had yet to return. After guiding Lu Yang upstairs, Su Guanglin descended with a grave expression. Before leaving work, he had tried to reach Su Changjun twice, but to no avail. By the timeline, he should have arrived by now. Why was there still no response? Was it possible he, like Qin Minghao, was caught up on the road? Su Guanglin pondered this possibility, but decided to call Su Changjun again before dinner to inquire further. Hello, please help me, he said, having already made the call, while seated in the lobby of Shunmin Restaurant, arms crossed in anticipation. However, he waited for over 20 minutes without receiving any response from Su Changjun. Chapter 66. Still not back. Most of the personnel from the cotton mill had already arrived, and Su Guanglin began to feel restless, heading upstairs directly. Almost all the section heads were present, except for Feng Jianjun. Although Su Guanglin noticed this, he was too preoccupied to delve into it. The pressing concern was still the whereabouts of Su Changjun. Guanglin, where has Changjun gotten to? Haven't you asked? Lu Yang couldn't help but inquire. I just paged him. He must be on the road, which is why he hasn't responded. Su Guanglin replied. That wouldn't be right. Deputy Section Chief has made such significant contributions this time. We should wait for him. Someone interjected, eager to please, as they all noted Lu Yang's relatively good mood. At least he was using first names when addressing Su Guanglin and Su Changjun. Yes, we should wait. Given the substantial effort he has put in for our cotton mill, it is only fitting that we do so. Lu Yang also spoke up, exhibiting a certain gravitas. For the sake of our factory, Chang Jun has truly given his all. You all ought to learn from him, he declared. If our cotton spinning factory were filled with individuals like Chang Jun, our efficiency would surely flourish. It would have already shown brilliantly. The crowd nodded in agreement, awkward smiles replacing their previous grievances. Su Guanglin, however, managed only a sheepish grin, feeling an unsettling anxiety deep within him. Ever since he had taken his seat in the private room, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly and with great intensity. While others engaged in casual conversation, Su Guanglin was consumed by impatience, anxiously awaiting Chang Jun's return. An hour slipped by, yet Chang Jun had still not arrived. A palpable tension gripped the room. The volume of conversation diminished significantly. He Binglin, ever perceptive, glanced at the clock and chuckled, recalling the latest bus from the provincial capital. If memory serves, it was due to arrive in the county by 5:30, wasn't he? The group collectively checked the time. It was already 6:30. If Chang Jun had indeed taken that bus, he should have arrived by now. Perhaps something had delayed him on the road. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so late. Su Guanglin laughed awkwardly and stood up, raising his glass. Director, let us welcome you tonight. Liu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his own glass. Shall we not wait for Chang Jun, our factory's great benefactor? He Binglin interjected with a scoff. It seems inappropriate to begin our meal without him. With at least 30 to 40 people present, this remark drew their gazes towards Su Guanglin. Cursing inwardly, Su Guanglin replied, He Binglin, no need for your sarcasm. Chang Jun may be delayed, but he will certainly return tonight, I assure you on my honor. He Binglin merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Liu Yang raised his glass once more, speaking up, Everyone has worked hard during this time, especially Guanlin and Chang Jun, who have made significant contributions to the factory. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. Su Guanglin chuckled lightly, yet his eyelids continued to flutter, a persistent sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Cheers, they proclaimed, downing their drinks in one go, and the atmosphere grew lively as dishes were passed around and conversations blossomed. Seizing the moment, Su Guanglin descended the stairs and dialed Chang Jun's pager once more, but after waiting for several minutes, there was still no response. At that moment, he felt an emptiness in his chest, a premonition he dared not acknowledge. Upon returning upstairs, he found everyone looking at him. I'm not feeling well. I just needed to use the restroom, Su Guanglin hastily explained. Amidst the crowd, He Binglin observed this scene, his mind swirling with doubts. He had noticed Su Guanglin's unnatural expression, which was enough for him to draw conclusions. The meal stretched on until 9 o'clock, but with every passing moment, Su Guanglin's restlessness grew, and his eyelids twitched ever more rapidly. From time to time, the crowd cast their gazes towards Su Guanglin. For this banquet was a celebration for Su Changjun, and everyone awaited his arrival. Yet, as time passed, there was still no word. Liu Yang's expression gradually grew somber. He rose to his feet and declared, Let us conclude today's gathering. Changjun may have encountered delays on the road. I have faith in his character and capabilities, and I firmly believe he will return by tomorrow. Indeed, tomorrow. He will surely return. Su Guanglin echoed, taking advantage of the moment. Silence fell over the gathering. For with the director having spoken, others felt compelled to refrain from further comment. Each individual sipped from their glasses before descending the stairs in succession. Su Guanglin, not daring to linger, hastened home, only to dial Su Changjun's pager once more, yet still received no response. At that moment, a chill of despair enveloped his heart. Unbeknownst to Su Guanglin, not far from his residence, Qin Minghao raised his glass and clinked it with Feng Jianjun before downing its contents. Later that evening, when he met Lin Weiwei, Qin Minghao had intended to visit Lin Qiang's home, but encountered Feng Jianjun along the way, who insisted on dragging him to vent his frustrations. Minghao, what you mentioned earlier, I actually know some people in the county. If this matter proves true, I can help facilitate connections. Excellent. Qin Minghao replied with a slight smile. Having just shared his intentions regarding the acquisition of a soda factory with Feng Jianjun. Initially taken aback by the news, Feng Jianjun, after a few drinks, found it less alarming and even began discussing a classmate of his in the county who might be of assistance. Qin Minghao's next target was indeed that soda factory, and having received valuable information from Feng Jianjun, he deemed the day a success. Brother Feng, let us rise early tomorrow and head to the cotton spinning factory. Significant events may transpire. What major events? Feng Jianjun, having indulged a bit too much, slurred slightly. Qin Minghao merely smiled, offered no further explanation, and departed. On the following morning, the cotton spinning factory erupted with startling news. Su Changjun, who was supposed to return the previous night, had not yet arrived. Under ordinary circumstances, this might not have stirred much commotion, but given that key officials were gathered for the celebration, the absence of Su Changjun quickly became the talk of the factory. The workers were in an uproar. Why hasn't Su, the deputy section chief, shown up? By midday, curious individuals began dialing Su Changjun's pager, only to find that no matter who called, he remained unreachable. Could he be trapped like Qin Minghao was during the mountain flood? Someone pondered aloud, prompting a response. What are you talking about? I heard the buses from the provincial city are running continuously. The news spread like wildfire throughout the cotton spinning factory, sending Su Guanglin into a state of agitation. Chapter 67. Public outrage regarding the news of the director personally welcoming Su, the deputy section chief. Some individuals grew increasingly curious. The director is hosting a reception, yet Su Changjun has not returned? In an instant, the entire cotton mill was enveloped in an atmosphere of trepidation. Su Changjun had not returned, and the 80 tons of defective products had been sold, amounting to a staggering 64,000 yuan at 800 yuan per ton. 64,000. Such a sum cannot be dismissed lightly. The absence of deputy section chief, Su left those who had boasted about him the previous day wearing expressions of disquiet. Lin Weiwei sensed the shift in mood upon arriving at work. The previously arrogant female workers now slinked about, casting sidelong glances at her, seemingly bereft of the courage to meet her gaze. No one knew where Su Changjun had gone, nor could anyone ascertain the whereabouts of the funds. With Su Changjun missing, the money had, by extension, vanished as well. The expansive cotton mill had suddenly incurred losses amounting to tens of thousands, a fact that was undeniably distressing. Countless rumors swirled throughout the mill, and the working women appeared to have lost their focus, acutely aware that the mill's recent performance was dismal, leaving uncertainty regarding the disbursement of wages next month. Zhang Cuihua, deeply concerned, pulled Lin Weiwei aside and asked, "Do you think Su Changjun might have encountered a flash flood?" "Perhaps," Lin Weiwei replied curtly, "but I cannot say for certain. Whether there was a flood remains to be seen, depending on the bus services from the provincial city." She unceremoniously shattered Zhang Cuihua's delusions and returned to her workstation. "Oh my heavens!" Zhang Cuihua exclaimed, slapping her thigh in despair, nearly brought to tears. Alongside her, Su Guanglin also bore a grim countenance. Since last night, when he had failed to reach Su Changjun, he sensed something amiss. This morning, he had repeatedly attempted to contact Su Changjun through dozens of pages, yet no response came. What could this mean? Su Guanglin slammed his palm onto the table in frustration, his expression darkening further. After noon, someone finally ventured to the bus station, where they confirmed that there had been no flash floods from the provincial city to the county. The buses were running smoothly. Upon hearing this news, the workers' pent-up anger could no longer be contained. However, no one anticipated that as quitting time approached, Su Changjun was still absent. From this perspective, it appeared that Su Changjun might have fled. At this critical juncture, He Binglin stepped forward, proclaiming loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, please remain calm. I believe Deputy Factory Director Su Guanglin knows the truth. He must be confident that Su Changjun will return, otherwise, why would the factory director be preparing to celebrate Su Changjun's achievements?" This statement ignited a fervor among the workers. Scores of them surged out of the workshop, eyes alight with determination as they advanced toward the office building. "Hand over Su Guanglin. We demand to know Su Changjun's whereabouts." "Yes, surrender Su Guanglin. We must ascertain whether he absconded with the funds." The entire cotton mill was in an uproar, with nearly all the workers surrounding the office building. Their teeth clenched in rage, resolute in their demand for Su Guanglin to emerge. Peering out from his office window, Su Guanglin was struck with terror at the sight of the agitated crowd, his complexion drained of color. With such a multitude, should he descend? Would he not be torn to shreds? "Su Guanglin, you scoundrel, come out. Hand over your nephew." The voices of the crowd echoed above the cotton mill, resonating like the ominous rumble of thunder on a gloomy day. After He Binglin stirred up trouble, he retreated to the office building and made his way to Lu Yong's office. "Director Lu, the workers are agitated. I fear trouble is brewing. Perhaps you should contact Su Changjun to inquire about his return. After all, he did not even show his face at yesterday's celebration banquet, which is simply unacceptable." Lu Yong was engrossed in drafting documents regarding the return of Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan to work. He too heard the commotion from downstairs, and his body trembled with anger. He truly hadn't anticipated Su Changjun's continued absence. Where could he have gone? Could it be that he absconded with the funds? If that were the case, hosting a celebration banquet the previous night would be nothing short of slapping his own face. Lu Yong felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, wishing fervently to disappear into a crack in the ground. As for contacting Su Changjun, Lu Yong had indeed considered it, yet despite numerous attempts, none of his messages had been returned. "Old He, relay the documents regarding Yang Xiaolan and Xue Changwei's return to work," Lu Yong said through gritted teeth, his voice laced with fury. "Also, summon Su Guanglin back to me." "Understood." He Binglin took the documents and turned to leave, though his steps were noticeably lighter. A throng of workers had gathered, poised to enter the office building when Feng Jianjun and his team appeared. More than 20 members of the security department stood guard at the entrance. "What do you want? What are you all up to?" Feng Jianjun, a former soldier, carried an imposing aura. His thunderous shout rendered the crowd momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Hand over Su Changjun." "Yes." "Surrender Su Changjun, or else hand over Su Guanglin." "Surrender? What are you talking about? Just yesterday, you hailed Deputy Section Chief Su as your hero, claiming he was capable. Now, how can you demand someone's head? Have you no shame?" Feng Jianjun retorted coldly, unable to tolerate their hypocrisy. "Just who had called Su Changjun a hero yesterday? What has changed now? Do you no longer regard your hero with any respect? Are there truly people like you in this world?" Su Changjun absconded with the funds. "What kind of hero is that? Wang Xia, cease your clamoring. Wasn't it you who declared at the end of the workday that Deputy Section Chief, Su, was your pillar of support? Feng Jianjun's voice rang out, his disbelief palpable. He had no inkling that Su Changjun would fall into such disgrace, yet he found these people's attitudes intolerable. I believed in him. He assured us he could sell the goods, and now he has vanished without a trace. Why should I continue to trust him? Indeed. Qin Minghao returned the very next day. Why isn't he Su Changjun? Feng Jianjun shot back. You even remember that Qin Minghao returned the next day? What did you say when he didn't return the day before? You all berated him. You even cornered his wife at the cotton mill's entrance. It's no wonder Qin Minghao lashed out at you. You deserve it. As for why Su Changjun has not returned, Feng Jianjun could not provide an answer, for he himself was unaware of the reason behind Su Changjun's absence. He had just heard someone mention Qin Minghao and had promptly spoken on his behalf. Upon hearing Feng Jianjun's words, the crowd grew restless, with a few audacious individuals ready to charge forward. Block them, Feng Jianjun shouted. At that moment, Lu Yang emerged from within. The presence of Lu Yang instantly silenced the attendees. Director, where is Su Changjun? Hand him over. Yes, surrender him. Director, I heard that you hosted a celebration banquet for Su Changjun last night. In Chapter 68, Su Changjun returns. The mention of the celebration banquet caused Lu Yang's face to redden with embarrassment. The recollections of the previous night's toasts, extolling Su Changjun's contributions to the cotton spinning factory and urging everyone to emulate him, left Lu Yang feeling quite humiliated. What efforts? What contributions? Everyone's absconding with the funds. Everyone, please calm down. We need to consult Deputy Director Su. He should know what Su Changjun has been up to. Lu Yang quickly stepped aside. Su Guanglin then stepped forward, looking at the crowd with a nervous gaze. Do not panic. I have been in contact with Su Changjun. He is not absent by choice. Rather, he encountered an accident in the provincial capital. His bus was struck by another vehicle as it was leaving the city. Su Changjun was injured and is currently receiving treatment in a hospital there. So rest assured, he has not absconded with the funds. Deputy Director Su, are you speaking the truth? Why should we believe you? Indeed, why should we trust you? The crowd erupted in chaos, doubting the authenticity of Su Guanglin's claims, suspecting it was merely a stalling tactic to conceal Su Changjun's flight. What is there to disbelieve? I, Su Guanglin, swear on my name that what I say is absolutely true. Su Guanglin, now visibly angered, insisted. If anyone doubts my word, let them step forward. I shall confront them now. Deputy Director Su, I believe he Binglin stepped forward with a cold smile. Old he, what are you up to? Lu Yang frowned and exclaimed. Have you forgotten that Su Changjun made a call to him right in front of us? With the workers in a state of agitation, it was imperative to pacify them by any means necessary. Otherwise, the situation could escalate, leading to a riot against the office building. He Binglin furrowed his brows, his chest heaving with anxiety. Old he, Changjun had an accident and could not return. If you believe this might tarnish the factory's reputation, I will apologize on his behalf. Su Guanglin blurted out. He Binglin understood well that Su Guanglin intended to capitulate. Deputy Director Su, we would like to know when we can expect to retrieve those funds? Yes, Su Changjun may be injured, but the funds should not be affected. Indeed, we are all watching closely. Amidst the cacophony of voices, each person chimed in. Yet Su Guanglin hastily stepped forward, pledging, Tomorrow I shall journey to the provincial city, and I will certainly retrieve the funds. Indeed, I intend to send Su Changjun to the provincial city. He will undoubtedly succeed in bringing back the payment. Lu Yang also spoke up, earnestly advising. I understand that everyone is concerned about the cotton spinning factory. In truth, I am even more invested in its well-being. Given the gravity of the situation, I assure you all that I will provide an explanation. Precisely, we must all consider the collective. Su Guanglin echoed. Standing nearby, Feng Jianjun furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that something was amiss. The coincidences in the leader's words felt too contrived. Was this truly an accident? The employees of the cotton spinning factory were not fools. Skepticism lingered among them. Yet, with the factory leaders asserting their narratives, who could dare to question further? Su Guanglin and Lu Yang exerted tremendous effort to pacify the workforce, who then trudged back to the workshop, finally releasing a heavy sigh of relief. As the end of the workday approached, the employees had no intention of lingering, murmuring as they changed clothes and departed the factory. Although some still harbored doubts regarding Lu Yang and Su Guanglin's assertions, they felt they had no choice but to accept the situation. Amidst the crowd, Lin Weiwei harbored her own suspicions, still grappling with the improbability of the events unfolding. Upon exiting the factory gates, she spotted Qin Minghao waiting outside. He approached with a smile, having witnessed the farce at the cotton spinning factory from a distance. As someone reborn, Qin Minghao couldn't help but admire the quick wit and adeptness at deception displayed by Lu Yang and Su Guanglin. Otherwise, a crisis might have erupted moments ago. How are you? Tired from today? He inquired. Lin Weiwei shook her head, lost in thought. Minghao, do you truly believe Su Changjun is in trouble? Absolutely not. Qin Minghao responded with certainty. Lin Weiwei paused, processing his words. So you're suggesting he, at that moment. Feng Jianjun emerged from the factory, waving at Qin Minghao from a distance. The matter you inquired about last night has been resolved. Please wait here while I return home to inform your sister-in-law. I shall come back to find you shortly. Wonderful. Qin Minghao felt a surge of joy, as his inquiry about the soda factory had yielded results sooner than anticipated. Minghao, do you truly think Su Changjun has absconded with the funds? Lin Weiwei raised her gaze, earnestly studying Qin Minghao's expression. With a smile, Qin Minghao ruffled her hair, playfully saying, why worry so much? Even if he did abscond with the funds, and the cotton spinning factory fails to disburse wages, I, Qin Minghao, can still support you. As Lin Weiwei absorbed his words, a long-forgotten sweetness surged within her. Uncertain of her own feelings, she instinctively took Qin Minghao's hand, gently advising, make sure to drink less tonight, and return home early to rest. At your command. Qin Minghao saluted with exaggerated seriousness. Lin Weiwei burst into genuine laughter, her joy blooming like a field of flowers, eliciting admiration from those around them. At that moment, an Audi 100 from the cotton mill emerged, and Lu Yang, seated within, observed the scene, his expression darkening abruptly. This lad is deliberately flaunting it. Su Guanglin was also in the car, his teeth clenched in frustration. Standing here, the people from the cotton mill would undoubtedly recall the outstanding payments. You must locate Su Changjun for me immediately. I wish to concern myself with nothing else. Lu Yang glared at Su Guanglin, warning, if you fail to find him, you shall pack your things and leave. Very well. Su Guanglin nodded hurriedly, glancing ahead. Director, just drop me off ahead. I shall return home directly. Lu Yang snorted coldly and instructed the driver to halt the vehicle. As Su Guanglin alighted, his face remained grim. Having failed to contact Su Changjun all day, he sensed that something must have gone awry. Bowing his head, he walked forward until he entered an alley, where a shadow suddenly seized him. Uncle, it's me. You? Su Guanglin gasped in surprise, glaring fiercely at Su Changjun, nearly inclined to throttle him. You scoundrel! You actually know how to return? Where have you been these past days? What about the payment? Uncle, please, save me. Su Changjun's eyes were red, his face haggard, and with a thud, he fell to his knees before Su Guanglin, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 69, Capturing the Thief. Uncle, please help me. I beg you. You are my only hope. Su Changjun wept profusely, resembling a child who had found their parent. What are you doing? Get up at once. Su Guanglin glanced around, noticing no one was nearby, and harshly admonished him in a hushed tone. What on earth have you done? Where's the payment? Payment? Uncle, there is no payment at all. I was deceived. What? Su Guanglin's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Su Changjun possessed the payments, he might have regarded him with a modicum of respect, but he never anticipated that his nephew had been swindled. That damned Howei Trading Company was entirely a sham. Our goods are gone. Su Changjun lamented, his nose running and tears flowing. Uncle, when I arrived, Howei Trading did exist, but that very night, after unloading the goods, they vanished. I went to the unloading site and discovered it was merely an abandoned warehouse. Now everything is lost. Upon hearing this, Su Guanglin raised his arm, nearly wishing to slap this fool before him. How could things have unfolded this way? When Qin Minghao went, they had indeed provided the payment. How was it that when Su Changjun arrived, they turned out to be frauds? I reported it to the police, but didn't dare mention the first cotton mill. I also went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and they informed me that no such Howei Trading Company exists. Su Changjun cried out, his voice trembling. Uncle, you must help me. You are my only lifeline. Grant me another chance, and I assure you I shall never make such a mistake again. I implore you. Su Guanglin's face was ashen. Then what do you propose we do now? How can I assist you? Uncle Qin Minghao, I have thought about it these past 2 days. The place I found is legitimate, and I even saw his classmate at Howei Trading. I suspect those individuals are connected to Qin Minghao. I have been deceived by him. Su Changjun spoke, tears streaming down his face. What did you say? Did Qin Minghao deceive you? Su Guanglin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it must be him. Su Changjun gritted his teeth and replied with indignation. Uncle, I suspect this is precisely Qin Minghao's trap. Otherwise, why would he have received the payment upon his arrival while I fell prey to a swindler? This must be due to Qin Minghao's machinations. If you can apprehend him, the payment will surely be recovered. Su Guanglin's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that the Qin Minghao he had once bullied would turn against him so viciously. Uncle, on my way back, I encountered Ho Sanner at the station. Do you remember Yin Bin? How did he end up in prison? Was it not all because of Qin Minghao? Ho Sanner and Yin Bin are sworn brothers. If we inform him that Qin Minghao is responsible for Yin Bin's plight, he will undoubtedly assist you in dealing with Qin Minghao. Su Changjun was not without wit. Su Guanglin's demeanor darkened, yet he recognized the merit in this plan. Find a place to hide for now. I will see what I can do in the coming days and have someone reach out to Ho Sanner. If there is a turn of events, I will inform you. All right. Su Changjun nodded vigorously, understanding that this was the only course of action. For the next few days, do not seek me out. I will contact you. Su Guanglin uttered hastily before turning and departing in a hurry, fearful of being discovered and unable to explain. At that moment, Su Changjun wiped his tears, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and walked out with his head down. It was the end of the workday at the cotton spinning mill, and Su Changjun was acutely aware of the many acquaintances he might encounter on his journey. Thus, he opted for the less traveled path. However, fate had other plans, and he soon encountered a familiar figure. Feng Jianjun had just left his home when he spotted a silhouette that seemed familiar, though he could not immediately confirm it. After trailing for 200 or 300 meters, he finally recognized her. Su Changjun. Feng Jianjun felt his breath catch. Wasn't she supposed to be in trouble in the provincial city? Why was she here? In that moment, the former soldier Feng Jianjun understood the necessity of remaining discreet. He could only follow her from a distance. Eventually, he trailed her to the dormitory building, where he discerned her destination, Yang Xiaolan's home. After a brief hesitation, Feng Jianjun hurriedly descended the stairs, his heart heavy with foreboding. Su Changjun's presence at this hour could not bode well. It was likely tied to the misappropriated funds. With this thought weighing on him, Feng Jianjun arrived at the entrance of the cotton mill, where he spotted Qin Minghao in the distance. Minghao, guess whom I just saw? Feng Jianjun approached, pulling Qin Minghao aside and lowering his voice. Who? Su Changjun. What? Qin Minghao was taken aback. He knew Su Changjun was not in danger, but had instead stepped into his own trap. Yet, he was unaware of Su Changjun's current whereabouts. Brother Feng, are you serious? Where is she? She is at Yang Xiaolan's home. Feng Jianjun was not one to indulge in gossip, so he felt a tinge of awkwardness as he spoke. Qin Minghao raised his head, took 2 steps forward, and then abruptly halted. Brother Feng, I am aware of the situation at the cotton spinning factory. I suspect that the funds have been embezzled by Su Changjun. You know that the trading company pays upon unloading. There should be no issue. Indeed. Feng Jianjun affirmed with conviction. Qin Minghao sighed inwardly, having deceived brother Feng once more, yet he continued. Su Changjun's return indicates trouble. You must head to the county police station immediately and report that a thief has entered Yang Xiaolan's home. You fear for her safety. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianjun recognized Qin Minghao's cleverness and quickly nodded, rushing towards the county. Taking a deep breath, Qin Minghao turned towards Yang Xiaolan's residence. Although he was unaware of her address, he could inquire. As he approached, he noticed a man with bloodshot eyes standing downstairs. Qin Minghao did not recognize him and had no intention of doing so. He merely focused on the entrance, waiting for the arrival of the police, when unexpectedly, Tan Song appeared alongside them. Has he left? Not yet. Qin Minghao replied hastily, shaking hands with Tan Ju. The person is upstairs. We must act swiftly to prevent his escape. Understood. Move quickly, Director Tan commanded, gesturing to the officers who rushed into the stairwell. Once inside, Tan Song turned to Qin Minghao. What's going on with you? I heard that Yang Lei was after you recently. Have you landed in trouble again? Qin Minghao was taken aback, unaware that Yang Lei had pursued him multiple times due to the incident with Dong Hongxia, yet had failed to catch him. I have already spoken with Yang Lei. When you have time, visit him, and this matter will be resolved. Tan Song lowered his voice. Qin Minghao nodded. His thoughts solely focused on Su Changjun. As long as Su Changjun remained in Yang Xiaolan's home today, he would face disgrace, and Su Guanglin would also be implicated. Indeed, Su Changjun was still at Yang Xiaolan's house, having removed his clothing and was gripping her tightly. The pressure he had been under was immense. He needed to unwind, and Yang Xiaolan was the perfect choice for relaxation. Yang Xiaolan pushed against Su Changjun. First tell me, when can I start working again? You wretched woman. I just returned and have already heard that the documents for the cotton spinning factory have been issued. You and Shui Changwei can start working soon. Stop pretending with me. I'll make you stop. Just as Su Changjun was about to move, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. Don't move. A dozen police officers burst in, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. Ah! Yang Xiaolan screamed, nearly fainting from embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Chapter 70. The situation escalates. Su Chongjun trembled in fear, his mind buzzing as he suddenly lost all sensation below. The officers who rushed in were equally stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. Wasn't there a thief? Were we not here to catch a burglar? How did it come to this? Ah, Yang Xiaolan exclaimed once more, forcefully pushing aside the bewildered Su Chongjun, hastily enveloping herself with a quilt as tears cascaded down her cheeks. At that moment, the other officers entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they stood frozen in shock. The commotion attracted the attention of the neighboring residents, who curiously opened their doors to peer into Yang Xiaolan's abode. Upon observing Su Chongjun in a state of undress, the onlookers reacted as if they had caught a whiff of blood. What could possibly be happening? How could Su Chongjun be in Yang Xiaolan's dwelling? Moreover, the sounds of her weeping were unmistakable. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon everyone. Rumors of an affair between Su Chongjun and Yang Xiaolan had circulated long before. Yet at that time, no one possessed any evidence. Now these two individuals were inside the room, apprehended by the police. This was utterly alarming. Whispers permeated the crowd. And suddenly someone called out, "Is that Su Chongjun? Has he returned? What of the funds?" The assembled crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, this was the dormitory of the cotton spinning factory, predominantly inhabited by its workers, all of whom had just clocked out, and they surged forward with fervor. "Su Chongjun, where are the funds? When did you come back?" Indeed, hadn't the factory manager claimed he was injured in the provincial city? Furthermore, Vice Manager Su had sworn an oath. And now he was found in Yang Xiaolan's home. News of this scandal spread like wildfire, with the crowd converging at Yang Xiaolan's doorstep, effectively blocking the entrance. The officers, witnessing the turmoil, hastily clothed Su Chongjun and urgently pushed through the throng, making their way downstairs. Such incidents were significant in this era. The crime of debauchery had not yet been abolished, and it seemed Su Chongjun was destined for incarceration. The crowd followed the officers downstairs, vociferously calling out, while Tan Song stood below, equally bewildered. Aren't they apprehending a thief? Instead, they've caught a rogue? As Su Chongjun was dragged down the stairs, his legs felt weak, especially as he sensed that certain possessions of his had been startled into complete stillness. Qin Minghao. As Su Chongjun descended, he spotted Feng Jianjun and Qin Minghao in the distance, his eyes aflame with rage. "Qin Minghao, you scoundrel! Are those swindlers your accomplices? Did you orchestrate my deceit?" "Indeed, it was I," Qin Minghao replied, lowering his voice and narrowing his eyes. "But do you possess any evidence?" "Qin Minghao, I will not rest until you pay for this. I will make your life miserable," Su Chongjun bellowed, his demeanor resembling that of a madman as he lunged toward Qin Minghao. Yet, the nearby officers grasped his shoulders, preventing him from making a move. The cotton spinning factory workers who had followed downstairs stood in shock upon hearing Su Chongjun's words. A swindler? Deceived? Has Su Chongjun truly been duped? What about the factory's funds? Yes, where have the funds gone? You must produce them immediately, or we will make you regret it. The crowd was filled with indignation, while in the distance, Su Chongjun trembled in fear, having already been escorted into the police car without any effort from the officers. Tan Song cast a glance at Qin Minghao, seemingly coming to an understanding. Su Chongjun had a grievance with Qin Minghao, which was why he was made to apprehend a thief, only to find that he had ensnared a rogue instead. The gathering followed suit, demanding an explanation from Su Chongjun. "Yes, let's pursue this. Someone should fetch Director Liu. Did he not deceive us by claiming Su Chongjun was in the provincial capital? How did he end up in another man's bed?" The crowd erupted in furious shouts, trailing behind the police vehicle. Tan Song sensed something amiss and deliberately turned his gaze toward Qin Minghao. "Director Tan, I must apologize. Brother Feng and I misjudged the situation. I never expected this to be Su Chongjun." Qin Minghao hastily replied, visibly embarrassed. Tan Song offered a sheepish smile. "I shall take my leave for now. This situation appears quite peculiar, and I need to ascertain the circumstances." "All right," Qin Minghao nodded, watching as Tan Song departed, then quickly pulled Feng Jianjun along. "Brother Feng, let us go see the commotion." "Sure." Feng Jianjun nodded eagerly, following closely. Meanwhile, Tan Song had entered his vehicle and was already dialing the numbers for Su Guanglin and Liu Yang's residences. Upon hearing that Su Chongjun had been apprehended, Su Guanglin's expression shifted abruptly. "How could this be? Deputy Director Su, I sense that there is unrest among the workers at your cotton mill. It seems trouble is brewing. I urge you to come to the police station at once." Tan Song concluded before abruptly hanging up, then proceeded to call Liu Yang's home. "What did you say? Su Chongjun has returned and is in Yang Xiaolan's bed?" Liu Yang erupted in fury. Earlier that afternoon, he had assured the workers that Su Chongjun was in the provincial capital dealing with an issue, and now he had seemingly found himself in another embrace. Lu Yang, incensed to the point of apoplexy, hung up and immediately dialed Su Guanglin. You need to get to the police station right now. If anything goes awry today, I will relieve you of your position as deputy director. Su Guanglin, taken aback and fearful, hung up the phone and hurried towards the county police station. He was terrified that a calamity was imminent, for the workers were not fools. However, what Su Guanglin did not anticipate was that the anticipated calamity had indeed unfolded. A large number of cotton mill workers, having heard that Su Changjun had returned and was taken away from Yang Xiaolan's bed, rushed towards the police station without a second thought. In less than 20 minutes, the police station was besieged, overflowing with people. Qin Minghao and Feng Jianjun stood at a distance, observing the crowd. Qin Minghao felt a twinge of admiration. Yet, he also recognized that this situation should not have escalated to such proportions. It was Su Changjuan's absence, compounded by the lies of the director and deputy director, that had incited this fierce backlash among the workers. Do you think Su Changjun was truly deceived? How is it that we have not been duped? I'm not sure. Qin Minghao chuckled, his gaze drifting to the distance, where he noticed a glimmer of hope. A sleek Audi was approaching. As the car door swung open, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit stepped out. Yang County. Feng Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting the situation to escalate to this degree. Qin Minghao was acutely aware that with so many individuals encircling the police station, there would be no way to step down unless the county provided a fair resolution. However, he was curious about the expressions that Lu Yang and Su Guanglin would wear upon the arrival of County Chief Yang. Chapter 71. The dismissal of the Deputy Factory Director. County Chief Yang has arrived. Look, it is indeed Yang. Is it really County Chief Yang? Finally, he has come. This is splendid. Those two scoundrels, Lu Yang and Su Guanglin, will finally face their reckoning. Indeed, County Chief Yang has come to advocate for us, the workers. A chorus of shouts erupted at the entrance of the police station, with many expressing their outrage, vociferously denouncing Su Guanglin and Lu Yang. With Su Changjuan's return, how could these two continue their deceit without facing criticism? Particularly among those who had conjured up tales of Su Guanglin and his nephew conspiring to undermine the cotton spinning factory. Everyone, County Chief Yang is truly a man of action, he declared, pressing his hands down to quell the crowd. I have comprehended your circumstances. If you trust me, please remain patient. I assure you that by tonight, I will provide you with a resolution. Thank you, County Chief Yang. We are grateful for your presence. The crowd erupted in cheers, yet Yang's countenance was grave as he surveyed those gathered, struggling to temper his emotions. Is Lu Yang not here yet? He is on his way, reportedly en route, a secretary whispered in response. Yang's expression darkened, but he called out, Everyone, please refrain from causing a commotion. Trust me once more. Regardless of the circumstances or reasons, I will ensure accountability. Even if certain leaders at the cotton spinning factory are negligent, I will hold them responsible. A wave of applause surged through the crowd. At last, someone capable of taking charge had arrived, and hope flickered in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had finally arrived, his face a mask of discontent. Just this afternoon, he had claimed that Su Changjun was in the provincial capital's hospital, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in another's bed. Such a development was intolerable for Lu Yang. Lu Yang is here. The wretched factory director Lu. Did you not say Su Changjun was in the provincial capital? Upon spotting Lu Yang, the crowd erupted in fury, with some even picking up bricks, poised to confront him. Lu Yang, clutching his head, hurriedly pushed through the throng to stand beside County Chief Yang. Lu Yang. Yang's expression was far from pleasant. While the cotton spinning factory was a state-owned entity, Lu Yang's position as factory director placed him beneath Yang's authority, allowing for a stern reprimand without hesitation. What on earth are you doing? Look at the state of this once thriving cotton spinning factory. Do you honor the trust of your superiors? Do you earn the respect of the workers? If you lack the capacity for this role, step aside and cease occupying a position without fulfilling your duties. County Chief Yang. This situation is not my fault. I assure you, it is not. Lu Yang protested vehemently. All of this trouble stems from Su Guanglin. He is the one who created these issues. He told me that Su Changjun had encountered trouble in the provincial capital. I was completely unaware. Lu Yang immediately launched into a loud explanation, attempting to clarify his position to both County Chief Yang and the assembled workers. The situation has escalated to this extent, leaving Lu Yang with no choice but to cast Su Guanglin aside. Otherwise, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Do you not understand? As the head of a factory, can a mere claim of ignorance absolve you of responsibility? With such a statement, who do you think you are deceiving? Yang Xian bellowed. Yang Xian, I am truly sorry. I told the workers that I would take full responsibility. Lu Yang meekly responded, turning to address the assembly of workers. Comrades, this incident stems from my negligence, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. It is my oversight that has led to this unfortunate outcome. If you trust me, I promise to recover the funds and provide an explanation. Negligence? Can such a word truly suffice as an explanation? Someone retorted. You spoke highly of Su Changjun. Yet look where we are now. Liu Yang's face flushed with indignation as his anger simmered beneath the surface. I will provide a resolution. Effective immediately, Su Changjun is dismissed, and Su Guanglin's position as deputy factory director is temporarily suspended. Indeed, Su Changjun must be expelled. At this moment, Su Guanglin, who had been lurking on the periphery, shouted out. He had arrived earlier, but hesitated to enter. Upon hearing Liu Yang's decision regarding his deputy position, he recognized the urgency to assert his stance. Otherwise, his position would be jeopardized. Though Su Changjun is my nephew, he has deceived both me and the factory director. Such actions cannot be tolerated. I advocate for his immediate dismissal and even legal repercussions. Rest assured, while I, Su Guanglin, may have been deceived, I am not one to favor family over justice. I shall ensure accountability for all. Su Guanglin, you scoundrel. Were you not complicit with Su Changjun in this deception? Did you not benefit from that shipment? I swear by all that is holy, I have never conspired with anyone against the cotton spinning factory. The factory is my home, the very place that nurtured me. How could I betray it? I acknowledge that Su Changjun is my nephew and that I have failed to guide him properly. I apologize to all of you. However, I, Su Guanglin, have never deceived any of you nor misled the cotton spinning factory. Su Guanglin declared emphatically. At this juncture, Su Guanglin was unconcerned for Su Changjun's fate. His own salvation was paramount, leading him to unceremoniously cast Su Changjun aside. The crowd, seething with anger, found themselves momentarily silenced by Su Guanglin's display. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Guanglin speaks the truth. Su Changjun has erred, and as his uncle, Su Guanglin bears some responsibility. I hereby announce the dismissal of Su Changjun and the suspension of Su Guanglin from his deputy position, along with a deduction of 3 months' salary as a warning. Liu Yang observed as the workers' emotions began to stabilize, only to suddenly drop this bombshell. Su Guanglin's heart sank at this pronouncement. After years of toil to ascend to the position of deputy director, to have it all unravel due to this incident was unbearable. Despite all his efforts, he found no redemption. The bitterness was palpable. Liu Yang too felt the sting of resentment, directed at both the unruly workers and the despicable Su Guanglin. He had just come to a realization. If Su Guanglin's position was not revoked, his own position might not be secure. The death of a friend does not equate to the death of a monk. This principle was crystal clear to Liu Yang. Thus, it was settled. Qin Minghao cast a glance and sighed softly. From the initial planning to the present moment, reaching this stage was already the pinnacle of his efforts. Su Changjun was finished. Not only was he dismissed from the cotton mill, but he would likely face charges for his criminal actions. As for Su Guanglin, it seemed improbable that he could be toppled this time. Indeed, after hearing Liu Yang's words, Yang Xian deliberately snorted before turning and leaving with his entourage. With the crowd settling, his presence here was of no further utility. Observing Yang Xian's departure, Liu Yang raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, on my way here, I heard from the police that Su Changjun was likely deceived in the provincial capital. But rest assured, regardless of whether he was deceived or not, I will hold him accountable. Deceived? Why was Qin Minghao not deceived? He was able to recover the payment. Why could Su Changjun not do the same? Indeed, I see Su Changjun as inferior to Qin Minghao. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's name, Liu Yang felt a surge of anger rising within him, clenching his fists, wishing for Su Changjun to speak up. However, Su Changjun's gaze was venomously fixed on a particular direction. Director, Qin Minghao is right there. Liu Yang hurriedly looked over and indeed saw Qin Minghao. The pent-up rage within him could no longer be contained. Listen to me. Do not be deceived by the superficial facade of certain individuals. His eagerness to return to the factory is likely driven by ulterior motives, and I shall not consent to it. Chapter 72. Confrontation with the director. Qin Minghao listened attentively, pondering Liu Yang's words, feeling as though they were directed at him. Was this not a bit excessive? Since his rebirth, he could not recall having wronged Liu Yang in any way. What was going on with Liu Yang? Ladies and gentlemen, the cotton mill belongs to us all. Do not be misled by the deceptive displays of certain individuals. And do not forget how some left the cotton mill in the first place. They were engaged in falsifying accounts and bear blemishes on their records. How can we trust such people? Liu Yang proclaimed loudly, harboring an inexplicable aversion towards Qin Minghao. Having returned for 2 days, many in the factory had been discussing Qin Minghao, especially today with Su Changjuan's absence. It seemed as if Qin Minghao had become the savior, evoking more nostalgia than Lu Yang, the director himself. As a leader, Lu Yang felt particularly repulsed by this situation. Indeed, the director was correct. Certain individuals likely bore blemishes of their own. Su Guanglin understood that he must closely follow Lu Yang's lead at this moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly falter. Director Lu, who exactly are you referring to when you speak of certain individuals? Qin Minghao called out from a distance, unable to tolerate it any longer. It was acceptable to redirect emotional conflict, but not at his expense. He wanted to expose the truth for all to see. Qin Minghao, do not feign innocence. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to gain my approval by assisting the cotton mill, but that is mere folly. I can be quite candid with you. You will never return to work at the cotton mill. Lu Yang exclaimed vehemently, directing his ire at Qin Minghao. It was only then that the crowd turned their attention to Qin Minghao. It appeared that Qin Minghao was not as selfless as he had seemed. He actually wished to return to the cotton mill. Moreover, everyone recalled that Qin Minghao had initially left the mill due to his involvement in falsifying accounts. Director Lu, have you perhaps overestimated the cotton mill under your purview? Qin Minghao retorted coldly, casting a challenging glance at Lu Yang. Do you genuinely believe that I desire to work at your cotton mill? You are mistaken. From the moment I stepped out of the mill, I have never contemplated returning. Qin Minghao, do you take us for fools? Do you think anyone would believe your words? Countless individuals aspire to enter the cotton mill. Are you truly unaware of this? Lu Yang glared at Qin Minghao. The onlookers shared Lu Yang's sentiment. It was well known that many were eager to secure a position at the cotton mill. Who wouldn't want that? The influx of applicants is their concern. But I, Qin Minghao, have never considered, nor do I hold any disdain for returning to that cotton mill. Qin Minghao shot back defiantly. All right, remember what you said today, Qin Minghao. Lu Yang declared loudly as he turned to leave. Qin Minghao remained rooted in place, his expression remarkably composed. While he genuinely had no desire to return to the cotton mill, it seemed that no one would believe him, regardless of what he said. This was quite disheartening. Minghao, how about we step outside for a moment? Feng Jianjun suggested, pulling at Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao chuckled, Brother Feng, given my current relationship with Director Lu, would you still be willing to step out with me? Are you not afraid of potential repercussions? Afraid? If I, Feng, were to fear such trivial matters, what purpose would my life serve? Feng Jianjun laughed heartily, leading Qin Minghao away into the distance. Those present had not anticipated that today's meeting, originally intended to seek out Su Changjuan, would devolve into such a confrontation. They were bewildered by Qin Minghao's audacity in speaking to Lu Yang in such a manner. Although this group was indeed pressuring Lu Yang, they understood the principle that the law does not punish the multitude. Even if Director Lu sought to create trouble for them, it would not be easily accomplished. Yet, Qin Minghao was in a different position. If Lu Yang wished to make things difficult for him, it would be a simple matter. Qin Minghao recognized this reality, and thus, after expressing his sentiments, he found himself in reflection. Brother, having said that today, what will happen to Lin Weiwei? Feng Jianjun urged Qin Minghao into a street stall, where they sat down and opened a couple of bottles of beer. Qin Minghao also worried about this issue, but he reassured himself that it was no great concern. It was merely a matter of resigning. After all, Brother Feng, let us focus on our matters for now. How have your inquiries fared? I've gathered quite a bit of information, but there is still hesitation from the county officials. Numerous state-owned enterprises are undergoing reform, but most of the pilot programs are in the south. We in the north still have a ways to go. The leaders in the county are actually contemplating selling the soda factory, but fear repercussions from higher authorities, making the situation quite complicated. Should we simply allow the soda factory to shut down? Qin Minghao was taken aback. He was well aware that the soda factory had been operating at a loss, unable to meet production capacity and suffering from poor sales. The workers had not been paid for several months, a dire situation indeed. However, officials from the county had mentioned that if there were a chance to resurrect the soda factory, it was worth a try, though who could guarantee success? Feng Jianjun gulped down a couple of swigs and declared, I can. Qin Minghao responded without hesitation. Feng Jianjun's surprise was evident. Minghao, this is no jest. If this goes awry, it could lead to serious consequences. Not to worry, Brother Feng. Please inquire again and see if I might arrange a meeting with the county officials. The sooner, the better, Qin Minghao said, lifting his cup. All right, how does tomorrow noon sound? Feng Jianjun asked cautiously. Perfect. Qin Minghao readily agreed, eager to expedite the matter given the limited time. After discussing for a while longer, the two continued their drinking until after 9 o'clock, when Qin Minghao finally rose to take his leave. As he walked home, He was unaware that the confrontation he had with Lu Yang at the police station had spread like wildfire among the employees of the cotton mill. Lin Xiaoyang also caught wind of the news, and someone even visited the Lin family to inform them. He had a spat with the factory manager? Lin Xiaoyang's expression darkened. In my opinion, Qin Minghao is all show, squabbling with the manager, Lin Yu scoffed. Upon hearing the news, Lin Weiwei immediately donned her clothes and stepped out. Weiwei? Where are you going? Dong Hongmin quickly rose to follow, but Lin Xiaoyang stopped her, saying, Stay here. I'll go see what is going on. Dad, please don't lose your temper. Just bring Minghao back and find out the truth first. Do I look like I'm easily angered? Lin Xiaoyang shot back, his eyes widening. I'm going to. I want to see just how capable this person is who dares to confront the factory manager. Lin Yu huffed, rising with an attitude. Chapter 73. Xue Changwei returns. The three members of the Lin family hurriedly exited the courtyard, heading towards the dormitory of the cotton mill. Upon arrival, Lin Weiwei opened the door, revealing a tidy and clean room illuminated by the moonlight, with spotless glass panes. Empty. Despite the neatness, not a soul was present. Lin Weiwei turned to leave. Wait for me, sis. Lin Yu followed suit. Lin Xiaoyang sighed heavily, initially thinking Qin Minghao had changed for the better, yet here he was, embroiled in a quarrel with the manager. What audacity! The trio searched for some time, but could not locate Qin Minghao, ultimately deciding to return home. By the time Qin Minghao returned, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and the Lin family had already settled back in. Unbeknownst to him, there were still those searching for him, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. On the following morning, Lin Weiwei rose early with the intention of seeking out Qin Minghao. However, after assisting her child with their preparations, she found that it was already time to commence her workday. With no other option, she hurriedly made her way to the cotton spinning factory. Today, significant events were unfolding at the factory. Although the matters from the previous night had reached a temporary conclusion, Xue Changwei was still present at the entrance of the factory. It was widely known that not only Xue Changwei had returned, but also Yang Xiaolan. However, after the incidents that transpired last night, news of Yang Xiaolan spread like wildfire throughout the factory, with many expressing their disdain for her. They branded her shameless and unworthy as a wife, with some even speculating that the funds brought back by Su Changjun were hidden in Yang Xiaolan's home, leaving her too ashamed to show her face. As for Xue Changwei, after he had wrongfully accused Qin Minghao and had him taken away, he sought help and returned home the following day. In recent days, Qin Minghao had been preoccupied with matters in the provincial capital, leaving Xue Changwei to evade any repercussions. This time, upon hearing that Lu Yang had returned and reinstated Xue Changwei at the factory, he walked with a newfound pride. The people around him greeted him frequently, further inflating his ego. Upon reaching the workshop entrance, Xue Changwei hummed a cheerful tune, but his demeanor soured when he noticed that most had arrived except for Lin Weiwei. Where could she be? The others remained silent, preoccupied with changing into work attire. What? Did my words fall on deaf ears? Where is Lin Weiwei? Why has she not arrived yet? Does she treat this factory as if it were her own home? Xue Changwei bellowed, exhibiting a complete lack of discipline. At that moment, Lin Weiwei, having rushed to the workshop, finally arrived. Lin Weiwei. Xue Changwei erupted with fury. Do you possess any sense of collective responsibility? What time do you think it is? Why are you only just now arriving? The clock indicated that there was merely 1 minute left before work commenced. 1 minute? Do you think you can change in that time? If you are late by 1 minute today and another minute tomorrow, how long will that accumulate over the year? Xue Changwei glared at her. Lin Weiwei felt a surge of indignation. She had not truly been late, and others had yet to arrive. Yet, Xue Changwei insisted on berating her. You need not work today, return home. He commanded with a sweeping gesture, his heart filled with cold amusement. The animosity between them had grown insurmountable, primarily directed at Qin Minghao. Xue Changwei, on what grounds do you stand? Lin Weiwei, feeling wronged, retorted, I was not late today. Nor yesterday. Have I been late any other day? Lin Weiwei, let me remind you, you have been late numerous times this month, Xue Changwei shouted. Fully aware that the workshop's attendance records were kept at his home, leaving Lin Weiwei without a defense. I have not been late. She protested. Are you attempting to argue your case? Do you think the leadership is blind? You refuse to leave, do you? Very well. I shall go directly to the factory manager. Let us see how you fare then. With that, Xue Changwei turned and strode towards the manager's office. Lin Weiwei stood there, trembling with indignation. She felt truly wronged. Yet persuading her to return home was no simple task. With her obstinate nature, not even Xue Changwei or Lu Yang could sway her. Xue Changwei stormed into the office building, his annoyance palpable as he angrily knocked on Lu Yang's office door. Director Lu, I have matters to report. Old Xue. What is it? Please, have a seat, Lu Yang replied gently. He had recently approved the return of 2 individuals to work, Xue Changwei and Yang Xiaolan. Lu Yang was reluctant to mention Yang Xiaolan, especially after the turmoil she had caused. Thus he treated Xue Changwei with greater kindness. Xue Changwei felt a surge of hope and quickly asserted, "In our workshop, Lin Weiwei has taken advantage of her husband Qin Minghao's assistance to the factory, becoming negligent in her duties, arriving late, and leaving early. Just last month, I noted over a dozen instances of her tardiness." A dozen instances? This is outrageous. Lu Yang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Old Xue, are you certain? Absolutely, Director Lu. Just a few days ago, our workshop was robbed. And although the attendance records were lost, I have kept track of her lateness, Xue Changwei replied confidently, testing the waters. He had heard about the confrontation between Qin Minghao and Lu Yang the previous day, and with his ulterior motives, he thought that perhaps Lu Yang would dismiss Lin Weiwei. You return and inform everyone that this afternoon, a general staff meeting will be held. It seems some individuals are not focused on their work and must be reprimanded severely. Lu Yang declared loudly. Xue Changwei felt a rush of satisfaction and turned to leave. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He wanted to humiliate Lin Weiwei. Upon returning to the workshop, Xue Changwei relayed the director's instructions. The news of the staff meeting also reached the security department, with Feng Jianjun being the first to learn of it. Feng Jianjun sensed something amiss and glanced at the time, deciding to hold steady. He resolved to inform Qin Minghao of the news around noon. As expected, just before noon, Qin Minghao arrived. Let us go to the county, Feng Jianjun urged, pulling Qin Minghao along as he elaborated. Have you heard? This afternoon, the cotton spinning factory will hold a staff meeting, and it seems it pertains to Lin Weiwei. Pertains to Lin Weiwei? Qin Minghao paused, taken aback. Yes, this morning, Xue Changwei came by, Feng Jianjun explained. Qin Minghao nodded. First, let us go to the county. And after our lunch meeting, we shall return to the cotton spinning factory. I share your sentiments, and I've already informed Xiao Lu that if anything arises, he will come directly to me at the county, Feng Jianjun stated, opening the car door. A sense of unease gnawed at Qin Minghao as he glanced back at the cotton spinning factory, feeling a weight upon his heart as anger began to simmer within him. His trip to the county with Feng Jianjun had been arranged the previous night to discuss the acquisition of the soda factory, a pressing matter. While Lin Weiwei's situation was also significant, he believed there would be ample time to address it after the afternoon meeting. Chapter 74. 2 Solutions. The 2 men drove into the county. This morning, Feng Jianjun had already contacted a classmate and arranged to meet at noon. This classmate, while not a significant figure, was a member of the county's economic task force, led by the prominent Yang County. As they arrived in the county, it was precisely noon. Qin Minghao stepped out of the car and spotted a middle-aged man in his late 30s approaching. The man, wearing glasses and sporting a warm smile, appeared quite amiable, and he greeted Feng Jianjun with a handshake. Damn it, Feng Jianjun, he playfully scolded, before introducing, Minghao, this is my classmate, Li Mingfu. Mingfu, this is Qin Minghao. As I've mentioned before. Hello, brother Qin. Li Mingfu turned to grasp Qin Minghao's hands warmly. Hello, brother Li. Come, let's go, Li Mingfu said, opening the door and leading the way. I heard about you from Jianjun yesterday, and I must say, I admire your courage in acquiring the soda factory. Qin Minghao chuckled as they entered the private room, taking a seat beside Feng Jianjun. Indeed, the soda factory is struggling. The county is quite troubled by it. Qin Minghao nodded, well aware that the factory was in a state of limbo, teetering on the brink of collapse. Those capable had long sought opportunities to leave, leaving behind only the less capable, the elderly, and the infirm, an unmanageable mess. The county had considered divesting, but feared that doing so would lead to the factory's complete failure, and thus no one was willing to shoulder that responsibility. Li Mingfu spoke candidly. Qin Minghao smiled subtly. He had dealt with such individuals in his past life. Most operated under the philosophy of seeking to avoid blame rather than striving for achievement, which certainly posed a challenge. However, if the county agrees, I can sign an agreement ensuring the factory's revival within the year. While I cannot promise it will become a leading enterprise, I can guarantee it will turn a profit. If I fail, I will take responsibility for the aftermath, he proposed. Li Mingfu paused, adjusting his glasses, genuinely surprised by Qin Minghao's audacity. Of course, I have conditions as well. If I succeed, I hope for a 3-year tax exemption, Qin Minghao stated without hesitation. Li Mingfu's demeanor shifted. He realized that the young man before him was not merely reckless. In truth, Qin Minghao had no alternative. This was akin to a bet. His current funds were limited, making the acquisition of such a large factory a daunting task. Unlike the South, the reform policies here were not as numerous. So his only option was to instill hope in those above him. Have you considered how to proceed with the acquisition? While your proposal is appealing, it's unlikely they would simply hand over a factory of that magnitude, Li Mingfu inquired with a smile. Of course, Qin Minghao replied with confidence. Brotherly, you can return and discuss with the higher-ups. I essentially have two acquisition plans. In the first proposal, I shall contribute not a single cent, assuming control of the soda factory while also inheriting its outstanding debts. However, I have no desire for any of the current leadership or workers. Li Mingfu was momentarily taken aback. And the second option? In the second proposal, I would invest 100,000 to take over the factory, assuming full responsibility for the workers, yet the debts would be borne by the county, and I still wish to have none of the current leadership. Qin Minghao replied directly. Li Mingfu, weighing the two proposals, felt a moment of hesitation. He realized that Qin Minghao had no interest in the factory's leadership, nor did he seem inclined to retain the workers. His focus was solely on the factory itself. If he were to take over, then those leaders and workers, Li Mingfu contemplated, would indeed pose a headache. This can be easily resolved. The cotton mill is currently seeking to upgrade its equipment to enhance production capacity. Right? Those workers and leaders could be transferred to the cotton mill. Of course, if there are any workers willing to stay, I would be open to that. However, the county must clearly communicate to them that it will henceforth operate as a private enterprise, no longer a state-run one. Qin Minghao smiled gently. Meanwhile, Feng Jianjun, listening intently, felt a sudden jolt of concern. The remaining personnel at the soda factory were either elderly, weak, or troublesome. If they were to end up at the cotton mill, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, if those leaders could ruin the soda factory, they could just as easily bring down the cotton mill. This was beyond doubt. Brotherly, you can convey to them that I am willing to sign an agreement with the county regarding either proposal, Qin Minghao remarked, as he gracefully lifted his wine glass. Very well, I shall discuss it this afternoon and provide you with a response within 3 days at the latest. Li Mingfu also raised his glass, having now concealed his former obsequious demeanor. Such an expression might serve him well in the county, yet he sensed it would soon be seen through by Qin Minghao. Come, let us drink. Feng Jianjun raised his glass as well, genuinely surprised by Qin Minghao's decisive solutions, showcasing an impressive efficiency in his actions. To drinking, Li Mingfu chuckled, standing as he raised his glass. Director, director. At that moment, urgent voices called from outside, and Xiao Lu hurried in, breathlessly exclaiming, "There's trouble. The factory manager is calling for an emergency workers' meeting." An emergency meeting? What is going on? Feng Jianjun was taken aback. This afternoon, Lin Weiwei clashed with our superior, Manager Lu, during lunch and stated that she should be dismissed. Xiao Lu expressed anxiously. Dismissed? Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao turned and rushed towards the door. Minghao, Feng Jianjun, startled, quickly turned to Li Mingfu and said, "My apologies, we have an urgent matter to attend to. Please report back to the higher-ups, and I will return to make amends another day." Of course, Li Mingfu replied. Feng Jianjun dashed out of the restaurant, flinging open the car door. Minghao, get in. It then dawned on Qin Minghao that Feng Jianjun had driven them there. Accompanied by Xiao Lu, the three of them boarded the vehicle, heading straight for the cotton mill. At this moment, the mill had transformed into a cacophony of noise. What was supposed to be a tranquil lunch break had been abruptly interrupted by Director Lu, who summoned everyone for an impromptu staff meeting. The sole purpose of this gathering was to expel Lin Weiwei. Chapter 75. Another frame up. The reason behind this turmoil was rather straightforward. Lin Weiwei had arrived at the cafeteria during lunchtime, but as soon as Xue Chonggui entered, his expression darkened. Lin Weiwei, his furious roar drew the attention of everyone present. Have you completed your work from this morning? What gives you the right to eat here? How long do you intend to shirk your responsibilities for such a trivial task? Lin Weiwei's face flushed with indignation as she sprang to her feet, tears welling in her eyes. I have already completed a full day's work this morning. Yet you still assign me additional tasks. On what grounds? There are so many people in the workshop, yet you single me out for harassment. Xue Chonggui, what is your true intention? You're speaking nonsense. When did I add tasks for you? Xue Chonggui's face reddened with anger. Lin Weiwei, even if I did assign you extra work, don't you possess any spirit of dedication? When asked to contribute, you make excuses and evade responsibility. Do you not recognize me as the workshop director? Fuming, Lin Weiwei's eyes turned red. She had intended to finish her work promptly after lunch. But now Xue Chonggui had pursued her here with no intention of letting her off. At that moment, several female workers in the shop stepped forward, particularly Zhang Suihua, who held Lin Weiwei's hand and pointed at Xue Chonggui. Xue Chonggui, you can't bully people like this. Lin Weiwei has already accomplished so much work this morning. Bully? Is that what you think, Zhang Suihua? Very well, let us take this to the factory leadership for clarification. With that, Xue Changwei turned and strode out of the cafeteria, making his way to the administrative building. He was already aware of the events between Qin Minghao and Director Liu from the previous day. Now, he aimed to provide Liu Yang with a justification. By causing trouble for Lin Weiwei, he was certain to please Liu Yang. Having immersed himself in the factory for so long, Xue Changwei possessed some degree of insight. Lin Weiwei stood frozen, holding back her tears. But before Zhang Zuohua could offer her comfort, an announcement echoed through the factory, declaring the convening of a staff meeting. At this, Lin Weiwei's expression changed. In truth, Lin Weiwei was a resilient woman. Otherwise, she would not have endured Qin Minghao for 3 years. Yet, this inexplicable grievance tugged at her heartstrings. Attention all employees of the cotton mill. A staff meeting will commence shortly. The emotionless voice from the loudspeaker drew the gaze of all present towards Lin Weiwei, for they understood that this meeting was convened specifically for her. Let us go see. Zhang Zuehua, unable to contain herself, turned and grasped Lin Weiwei's hand. Her own heart filled with indignation. I refuse to believe that the people in this factory lack reason. Lin Weiwei suppressed her emotions and strode towards the auditorium. Surrounding her was a group of female workers, for Lin Weiwei was known for her diligence and amiable nature. Thus she had garnered many friends in the workshop. Weiwei, do not worry. Today, we shall advocate for you. Indeed, we shall speak on your behalf. Zhang Zuehua, though not particularly bold, could not bear to see Lin Weiwei wronged, which prompted her to voice such sentiments. Lin Weiwei felt a flicker of gratitude, holding back her tears. As everyone entered the grand hall, they noticed that the majority of the factory's employees were already present. On the podium sat 3 factory directors, Liu Yang, He Binglin, and Huang Dio, who was responsible for promoting spiritual civilization within the establishment. Silence. Huang Dio commanded into the microphone, his voice resonating with authority, after which he refrained from further speech. Those present understood that Huang Dio typically maintained a low profile and rarely intervened in affairs, earning him a reputation as the amiable figure of the cotton spinning factory. Among the seated individuals were Su Guanglin and several departmental leaders. Ever since Su Guanglin had been ousted from his position as deputy factory director, he had been in a foul mood. Today, upon witnessing Lin Weiwei being troubled by Xue Changwei, he felt compelled to intervene. Ladies and gentlemen, we need Director Xue to clarify today's events. Xue Changwei stepped forward and, addressing everyone, declared loudly, fellow workers, I do not wish to unnecessarily disrupt your rest, but this matter is exceedingly serious. This morning, Lin Weiwei was already late. When I assigned her tasks, I explicitly instructed her that she must complete them before leaving work. Yet, she not only failed to finish her duties, but also went to the cafeteria early. Upon discovering this, she even dared to argue with me. Xue Changwei, you speak falsely. Lin Weiwei could no longer contain her indignation, pointing at him and asserting, I was not late at all. And the task you assigned me was clearly meant for 3 people. I arrived at the cafeteria precisely at lunchtime. When did I come early? And yet, if you did not arrive early, how is it that you came before me? Xue Changwei retorted loudly, then turned to Liu Yang, saying, Director Liu, Lin Weiwei has not only been tardy and left early on multiple occasions, with at least a dozen instances last month alone, but she has also been lethargic in the workshop, refusing to work and negatively influencing those around her. Xue Changwei, how can you utter such fabrications? Lin Weiwei trembled with anger, her tears finally spilling forth. Fabrications? Do you truly believe that our attendance records have vanished, and that I have forgotten? Xue Changwei was confident, knowing that the attendance records had indeed gone missing, leaving no evidence to dispute his claims. I never anticipated that our cotton spinning factory harbored such a person. Liu Yang stood up, his demeanor calm as he spoke slowly. Lin Weiwei, do you have anything to say? Director Liu, Xue Changwei is lying. I was neither late nor did I arrive at the cafeteria early, Lin Weiwei asserted defiantly. Are you implying that Director Xue is slandering you? Director Xue has long been a dedicated member of our factory, and I am well aware of his character, Liu Yang replied. His meaning unmistakable. The fault lay unequivocally with Lin Weiwei. Hearing this, Xue Changwei felt a surge of joy, his face glowing with satisfaction. The individuals present were oblivious to the fact that the grand door of the auditorium had been pushed open, and Qin Minghao had entered, accompanied by Feng Jianjun and unexpectedly, Tansong. Tansong had been summoned by Feng Jianjun through Xiao Lu, as he anticipated that today's events would escalate significantly. To everyone's surprise, Yang Lei followed closely behind Tansong. As Lin Weiwei listened, her heart brimmed with a sense of injustice and fury, while Xue Changwei escalated his accusations. claiming she not only arrived late and left early but also displayed a lack of diligence. I suspect she has pilfered items from our cotton spinning factory. I have not. Lin Weiwei hastily denied the allegations. Xue Changwei, on what grounds do you accuse Lin Weiwei of theft? Do you possess any evidence? Furthermore, last week, you stealthily took something yourself. Do you truly believe I did not notice? Now you slander Lin Weiwei. Zhang Cuihua suddenly stood up, for she had heard Xue Changwei claim that Lin Weiwei had a corrupting influence on those around her, which was clearly an insinuation directed at her. Do not utter such nonsense. Xue Changwei retorted angrily. Nonsense. You were the last to leave that night. And then the next day you claimed the factory's spinning needles were missing. Was it not you who took them home? Zhang Cuihua challenged loudly. The mention of spinning needles made Tan Song furrow his brow, recalling that during a previous drinking session with Qin Minghao at the VIP lounge, Xue Changwei had accused Qin Minghao of stealing spinning needles. After Qin Minghao had cleared his name, Yang Lei had taken on the investigation task, but thus far, there had been no resolution. Yang Lei, do you know how to proceed? Tan Song inquired, turning to Yang Lei. Yang Lei nodded and promptly exited the auditorium, leading the way out of the cotton spinning factory. In the grand hall, Qin Minghao strode purposefully towards Lin Weiwei. Zhang Cuihua, refrain from making baseless accusations. I must inform you that Lin Weiwei was late numerous times last month and left early on several occasions. Today, I implored Director Liu to dismiss someone like Lin Weiwei. Dismiss. Although many had prepared themselves for such a pronouncement, the mere utterance of those words left the attendees in a state of shock. In these times, firing someone equated to shattering their livelihood. The animosity may not reach the level of irreconcilable enmity, yet it was deeply ingrained. Xue Changwei, you are slandering me. On what basis do you demand Director Liu to dismiss me? Lin Weiwei could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she raised her palm to strike Xue Changwei. For so many years, Lin Weiwei had diligently contributed to the cotton spinning factory. While she may have arrived late or left early on occasion, it had always been with prior approval, and she would never be as negligent as Xue Changwei claimed. With a month filled with tardiness and lack of effort in the workshop, such slander was intolerable. However, just as Lin Weiwei lifted her arm, a hand grasped her wrist, causing her to pause. Seeing Qin Minghao had arrived, she burst into tears. Do you truly possess such strength? Hitting him would not even cause him pain. Such a person would only tarnish your hands. Qin Minghao pulled Lin Weiwei into his embrace, saying, allow me to handle this. As the words fell, the crowd remained momentarily stunned, yet Qin Minghao had already raised his arm. With a sharp slap, he struck Xue Changwei's face. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to fathom that Qin Minghao had arrived, and even more so that he had acted so directly and violently. Xue Changwei stumbled back, eyes wide in shock. Another slap resounded, fierce and swift. A series of 5 or 6 slaps sent Xue Changwei reeling back several steps, his head buzzing. Only then did the crowd turn their gaze towards Qin Minghao, recalling his notorious reputation for brawling. He was indeed no stranger to violence. Had he found solace in this act? Qin Minghao exhaled a deep, heavy breath, his gaze falling upon Lin Weiwei, who was weeping in his embrace. He had never witnessed her in such despair, nor had he seen her so utterly helpless. Qin Minghao, how dare you strike someone? Lu Yang was the first to regain his composure, furiously pointing at Qin Minghao. Do you have no respect for the law? The law? Qin Minghao lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Yang, his voice resonating with conviction. Is what you call law merely a guise for slander, conspiracy, and the maligning of a commendable employee? If that is the case, then in my eyes, there truly is no law. The gathered employees stared at Qin Minghao in disbelief, pondering where he found the audacity to speak to Lu Yang in such a manner. Everyone can see how Lin Weiwei is in her daily life. Does anyone truly believe she has been late dozens of times? Even if she were late 3 times in a month, would anyone here believe it? Qin Minghao proclaimed emphatically, his heart aching for Lin Weiwei, fully aware that she had never been tardy nor had she been negligent in her duties. Indeed, Lin Weiwei has never been late, nor has she shown any signs of negligence. Many female workers who were close to Lin Weiwei hastened to voice their support. Lu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Director Liu, do not listen to their nonsense. I remember it clearly. Lin Weiwei has been late numerous times. Although the attendance record is lost, I recall it distinctly. Xue Changwei shouted in response. Qin Minghao, did you hear that? Surely you don't believe that we, the leaders of this factory, would conspire against her, do you? As a mere employee, why would we conspire against her? The instances of tardiness were noted by Xue Changwei. How could that be mistaken? As the workshop director, is it also a fabrication that he observed her negligence? Lu Yang, still simmering from the confrontation with Qin Minghao the previous night, could not bring himself to concede. Who is Xue Changwei, and does anyone here not know his character? Yet you truly choose to believe him? Qin Minghao glared intently at Lu Yang. He could have simply taken Lin Weiwei and left. The trivial job, the inconsequential position held no weight for him. However, he understood that Lin Weiwei cared deeply. She had an emotional investment in the cotton spinning factory and truly desired this job. A multitude of female workers in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves, all of whom were acutely aware of who Xue Changwei truly was. This individual possessed a knack for ingratiating himself with superiors while simultaneously exploiting his subordinates. The female workers who had suffered under his hand were certainly not few in number, and everyone was well aware of this. Xue Changwei served as the workshop director of our cotton spinning factory. Could he not be trusted? If he claimed to have been late a dozen times, it was undoubtedly true. Such a worker would not be tolerated by the cotton spinning factory. Lu Yang, incensed, addressed everyone present in a loud voice. Such a person must be dismissed. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, as no one had anticipated that there would be those who would plead for leniency, opposing Xue Changwei. Yet Lu Yang remained resolute, insisting on the dismissal of Lin Weiwei. Qin Minghao's expression darkened. He could clearly sense Lin Weiwei trembling in his arms, seemingly on the verge of silent tears. I hereby announce, Lu Yang declared loudly. Xue Changwei's eyes sparkled with triumph, while Su Guanglin displayed a pleased expression. He Binglin, though somewhat concerned, remained silent. Only Feng Jianjun clenched his fists, filled with profound disdain for the unfolding events. Director Lu, expel her at once. Otherwise, we cannot account for this to the cotton spinning factory, Xue Changwei interjected urgently. Account for what? Qin Minghao clenched his fists in anger. Xue Changwei, today I will hold you accountable right here. What are you doing? Qin Minghao shouted. Let me remind you, this is the cotton spinning factory. Someone, come quickly. Seized Qin Minghao. Xue Changwei screamed in alarm. At that moment, the auditorium doors were flung open, and Yang Lei, looking rather displeased, entered with a group of people. Quick! Seize Qin Minghao. He intends to strike. Xue Changwei exclaimed with delight upon seeing Yang Lei arrive. Yang Lei, however, walked forward silently, accompanied by his entourage. To everyone's surprise, the officers did not apprehend Qin Minghao. Instead, they bypassed him and advanced directly towards Xue Changwei. What is the meaning of this? Why are you apprehending me instead of Qin Minghao? Xue Changwei exclaimed in shock. I'm afraid we are here for you. Yang Lei replied, filled with intense resentment. This incident had caused him considerable embarrassment, and now it turned out that the thief was none other than Xue Changwei himself. This was a case of a guardian stealing from his own charge, and he was now crying out to catch the thief. What are you doing, Yang Lei? Lu Yang was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. Director Lu, I sincerely apologize. When your factory reported a theft of spinning needles, we have finally located them. Yang Lei paused for dramatic effect, and you would never guess where they were found, right in Xue Changwei's home, along with the attendance records from your workshop. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The spinning needles had been stolen by Xue Changwei. All eyes turned towards him, particularly Lu Yang, who wore an expression of disbelief. Xue Changwei's eyes widened in horror. He realized the gravity of the situation. Don't listen to his nonsense. This is slander. How could I possibly steal from the cotton spinning factory? That is simply impossible. Impossible? Then what is this? Yang Lei held up the spinning needles and the attendance record book, retrieved from Xue Changwei's residence. Xue Changwei felt darkness envelop him, realizing his fate was sealed. You scoundrel! Xue Changwei, why did you steal the attendance sheet? A chorus of female workers expressed their outrage, rising in unison to vocally condemn him. Qin Minghao, quick on his feet, snatched the attendance sheet and turned to the page featuring Lin Weiwei. He lifted his gaze to Director Lu Yang, proclaiming, here is the attendance record. Lin Weiwei worked 28 days last month, logged 22 hours of overtime, and was late just once, yet it is marked as leave. I ask you, Director Lu, will you still assert that Lin Weiwei was tardy or left early? His words left Lu Yang momentarily speechless. The crowd had heard. Lin Weiwei had neither been late nor left early, and with such extensive overtime, how could anyone claim she was negligent? Director Lu, did you not assert that leaders would not frame an employee? Indeed, Director Lu, did you not say Lin Weiwei is merely an employee, undeserving of such treatment? The crowd's anger surged, while Lu Yang's face turned crimson, a tumult of rage swirling within him, yet he could utter not a word. The earlier statements struck him like blows, leaving his cheeks flushed and swollen, rendering him unable to face anyone. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Xue Changwei screamed in desperation. A lie? So you imply the overtime of those workers is fabricated? Qin Minghao retorted, his fists clenched, charging forward. Xue Changwei, do not flee. Do not let him escape. His declaration ignited the fury of those around him. The workers felt Xue Changwei had gone too far, not only stealing from the factory, but also slandering Lin Weiwei. As soon as they heard Xue Changwei intended to flee, they rushed forward. Qin Minghao landed a punch squarely on Xue Changwei's face, and a tide of female workers surged behind him, reaching for Xue Changwei. Stop! No! Help! Help! Xue Changwei cried out in terror. The surrounding police attempted to intervene, but the sheer number of workers was overwhelming. Yang Lei, seeing no other option, stepped forward and addressed Lu Yang. Director Lu, Xue Changwei is suspected of embezzling state assets, and we must arrest him according to the law. Of course, as the factory's leader, you are his superior. I merely wish to inform you. His words underscored the fact that Xue Changwei was an employee of the cotton spinning factory, leaving many of its workers feeling humiliated. He is a thief from our factory, Yang Lei uttered, then turned to push through the throng of workers, leading Xue Changwei away. Director, save me, save me. I have been loyal to you, truly loyal. Xue Changwei continued to scream, while Lu Yang, embarrassed, showed no inclination to respond. As a person of status, how could he defend a mere thief? Moreover, upon his return, he had summoned 2 employees back, one of whom, Yang Xiaolan, had gained notoriety for her scandalous affair with Su Changjun. Do not speak as if coming to work at the factory is an act of bravery. Merely surviving here requires a certain courage. Furthermore, there is Xue Changwei, who not only pilfered items from the factory, but also absconded with the attendance records. What is this? Even Lu Yang, with his thick skin, found this hard to bear. I hereby declare. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Xiaolan and Xue Changwei are both dismissed. Our cotton spinning factory has no need for such workers. With that, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, as no one wished to be tarnished alongside these 2 individuals. However, Lin Weiwei's indolence and defiance against authority could not be overlooked either. Thus she too would no longer be required to report to work starting tomorrow, and was dismissed alongside them. Lu Yang ultimately proclaimed this aloud, turning to stride towards the exit of the auditorium. The attendees were left in stunned silence. Even Qin Minghao was taken aback, clenching his fists tightly, barely suppressing his fury. Dismissed. Lin Weiwei had not met the criteria for dismissal, yet Lu Yang proceeded nonetheless. What does this signify? Qin Minghao understood clearly that Lu Yang was settling a personal score, targeting him directly. Director Lu, why must Lin Weiwei be dismissed? Zhang Cuihua shouted, unable to restrain herself from stepping forward. Yes, on what grounds is Lin Weiwei being dismissed? What wrong has she committed? She has been diligent. Why must you expel her? The surrounding crowd erupted in protests, and Lu Yang, unable to contain his frustration, turned around and retorted, is this a challenge to my authority? Lin Weiwei must be dismissed, and her dormitory must be reclaimed. From this day forth, there will be no Lin Weiwei in our cotton spinning factory. Good, 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 Qin Minghao exclaimed 3 times, his inner rage boiling over. Everyone expected him to erupt, yet he merely held the sobbing Lin Weiwei, standing at the center of the crowd. My love, you have been dismissed, do you believe me? If you trust me, I shall ensure that this obstinate old dog reaps the consequences of his actions, such that he will never again dare to look up to your existence. Qin Minghao, Lu Yang bellowed in fury. I believe in you. At that moment, Lin Weiwei, still in Qin Minghao's embrace, finally looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, yet her voice resolute. Excellent. Qin Minghao shouted, let us depart. We do not wish to remain in this filthy place. With that, he grasped Lin Weiwei's hand and pushed through the crowd, making his way toward the exit of the auditorium. The assembly parted to allow their passage, and Qin Minghao led Lin Weiwei through the grand doors, disappearing from sight. Lu Yang's chest heaved with anger, his expression dark and foreboding. At that moment, Su Guanglin hurriedly stepped forward. He had refrained from speaking earlier due to the sensitive nature of his position, fearing that Qin Minghao might shift the focus. Now that Qin Minghao had left, Su Guanglin found his courage, quickly addressing Lu Yang. Director Lu, please calm your anger. Such individuals are merely boasting. Once they leave the cotton spinning factory, they will surely find themselves destitute. Lu Yang suppressed his fury, his face clouded with dark thoughts, having already exited the grand hall. Su Guanglin lifted his head, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the effect he desired. He wanted Lu Yang to eternally remember Qin Minghao. At that moment, Xiao Lu rushed in from outside, hurrying to Feng Jianjun's side. Captain Feng, the convoy has returned. And what of it? Feng Jianjun furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that Lin Qiuyang was indeed among the convoy. He must have returned as well. Chapter 78. Lin Qiuyang's fiery temper. 3 years ago, he dismissed the son-in-law. And now he has expelled the daughter. Lin Xiaoyang's notorious temper was well known throughout the factory. Now that he was back, how would they explain this? Feng Jianjun hurriedly dashed out. As the head of security, he had failed to intervene in the prior incident, and the higher-ups would surely have their opinions. If Lin Xiaoyang were to create a scene, today's affair would likely never conclude. Just as Feng Jianjun burst out of the hall, he heard a distant roar. Master Lin. At that moment, those around him were taken aback, for they saw Lin Xiaoyang driving a large truck, heading straight for the office building of the cotton mill. What was he intending to do? If he collided, it could lead to fatalities. Master Lin, stop! Feng Jianjun shouted, rushing toward the vehicle, sprinting a few steps before leaping onto the truck step. Master Lin, please calm down. Let us discuss this once you come down. That bastard Lu Yang. On what grounds did he expel my daughter? She has worked tirelessly, diligently, and has never wronged the factory. Our family has devoted 2 generations to the cotton mill. Who is Lu Yang to dismiss her? Lin Xiaoyang was genuinely furious. Previously, when Qin Minghao was dismissed, there was a scandal regarding falsified accounts. But now Lin Weiwei was expelled without even a reason. Tardiness? Neglecting work? Defying leadership? Was that a valid justification? Upon hearing of this matter, Lin Xiaoyang was trembling with rage. He was determined to confront Lu Yang for an explanation. Get down first. Please, get down. Feng Jianjun reached through the window, grabbing the steering wheel and turning it sharply. The vehicle swerved, and Lin Xiaoyang, attempting to regain control, found himself overpowered by Feng Jianjun and could only stomp on the brake. Captain Feng, move aside. I demand to ask Lu Yang. After dedicating my life to the cotton mill, how could he treat our family this way? Lin Xiaoyang had exited the vehicle, striding toward the office building, shouting all the while, Lu Yang, get down here. I have been here since I returned from military service. What were you back then? What gives you the right to act so high and mighty now? Master Lin, please calm down. Feng Jianjun and his team rushed to restrain Lin Xiaoyang, determined not to allow him entry. Lin Xiaoyang continued to rage, while inside the office, Lu Yang trembled with anger, his wrist shaking. There was no decorum whatsoever. What a disgrace. Was Lin Xiaoyang attempting to provoke him into dismissing him as well? Director, perhaps we should avoid confrontation for the time being? There is no need to stoop to the level of such ignorant individuals, Su Guanglin suggested softly from the side. Lin Xiaoyang had been with the factory for many years, and his wife was also an employee there. Although Lu Yang was the director, dismissing Lin Xiaoyang would escalate matters significantly. He Binglin merely smirked, choosing to remain silent. With a resounding thud, Lu Yang slammed his palm onto the table, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew all too well that this turmoil stemmed from the individual named Qin Minghao. Were it not for him, would the factory be embroiled in such chaos? Lu Yang harbored intense animosity towards Qin Minghao, who, in turn, felt equally disdainful towards him. As Qin Minghao led Lin Weiwei out of the auditorium, she wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed by her attachment to her job. The abrupt loss was too much for her to bear. For individuals of this era, work served as a vital pillar of their identity. Losing it could drastically alter one's character in a brief span. Qin Minghao himself was a testament to this truth from his past life. Weiwei. Qin Minghao inhaled deeply, enveloping Lin Weiwei in a comforting embrace. There is something I have long wished to tell you. The cotton mill may appear substantial now, but its profitability has dwindled for years. Next month's wages may not even be disbursed. If you must leave, then so be it. I, Qin Minghao, can provide for you. After all, when Qin Minghao was dismissed, Lin Weiwei supported him for 3 years. How could he not sustain her for 30? Lin Weiwei remained silent, tears flowing silently down her cheeks. He understood that once she set her mind on something, no one could persuade her otherwise. With a resigned sigh, he held her close as they returned to the Lin household. Dad. As they crossed the threshold, Qin Nuonyuo rushed out from inside. Upon seeing Lin Weiwei in tears, her expression immediately shifted to one of concern, her little face brimming with empathy. Nuonyuo. Qin Minghao lifted her into his arms and gently explained. Mommy was wronged by some bad people, and Daddy helped her deal with them. Are there really bad people? Mommy, I want to help teach them a lesson too. Qin Nuonyuo pouted defiantly. A wave of warmth enveloped Lin Weiwei as she embraced her daughter, feeling that with her in her arms, she possessed the whole world. What is happening here? Dong Hongmin emerged from the house, momentarily taken aback by their expressions. Minghao, who has harmed Weiwei? Mom, let us discuss it later. Qin Minghao replied softly, opting not to elaborate further as he ushered Dong Hongmin back inside. He was uncertain how she would react upon learning of Lin Weiwei's potential dismissal, especially since Lin Weiwei had taken over Dong Hongmin's position when she was unwell. Initially, Lin Weiwei had joined the cotton mill as a worker, and later transitioned to the office due to her commendable academic performance. Had it not been for Qin Minghao, she might still be thriving in that role. Now, with her job lost, it felt as if everything had crumbled. Indeed, after Qin Minghao briefly explained the situation, Dong Hongmin appeared utterly dispirited, her gaze vacant as she stared at Lin Weiwei. "Mother, I am so sorry." Lin Weiwei's eyes welled with tears. "Mother, this predicament is not Weiwei's fault. It is solely due to my actions. Last night, I had a confrontation with Lu Yang at the entrance of the county police station, and he might be retaliating against Weiwei because of it." Qin Minghao believed this to be the essence of the matter. Thus he spoke no untruths. "If it is lost, then so be it." Dong Hongmin sighed, her eyes stinging. With great effort, she wiped her tears and said, "If you lose your jobs, how will you both live? Nua is still so young. How will you manage?" Qin Minghao took a deep breath, meeting Dong Hongmin's gaze directly, and declared, "Mother, I perceive this as a blessing." "A blessing?" Dong Hongmin was momentarily taken aback, as was Lin Weiwei. "Indeed, in my view, this is a fortuitous turn of events." Qin Minghao spoke eloquently. "Have you considered how many more years the cotton mill can sustain itself? If I were to venture a guess, it would not exceed 3 years. Perhaps it may even collapse within a year." "How could that be?" Dong Hongmin was skeptical. "Minghao, I understand you harbor resentment, but how could the cotton mill possibly close? It is a state-owned enterprise, a secure job for life. In this era, the blind faith in state-owned enterprises and the unwavering attachment to secure jobs are unfathomable to future generations." Yet, Qin Minghao was aware that each era bears its own marks, such as the 1990s, a time when decay could be transformed into brilliance, a period of soaring ambition. The state prioritized economic development, thus everything must yield to this cause. In the ensuing years, and even decades, state-owned enterprises fell one after another, while private enterprises emerged, providing a robust stimulus to economic growth. The cotton mill was no exception. According to Qin Minghao's recollection, the cotton mill did not endure for more than 3 years before it completely went bankrupt, and after years of disputes with the county, the workers' grievances ultimately led nowhere. The secure job transformed into a precarious one. How does one reconcile that? Thus, Qin Minghao believed that Lin Weiwei's departure from the cotton mill at this juncture could indeed be seen as a positive development. However, both Dong Hongmin and Lin Weiwei perceived this event as though the sky were falling, with the potential to crush them beneath its weight. "Mother, I feel Weiwei has been quite exhausted lately. Perhaps she should take a break." Qin Minghao understood that he could not persuade Dong Hongmin now. Only when the cotton mill truly collapsed would she awaken to the reality. Dong Hongmin sighed, realizing that matters could only proceed in this manner. Lin Weiwei was still somewhat sorrowful, tears resting on her eyelashes as she stared off into space. "Weiwei, if you genuinely wish to work to pass the time, I will help you find another job in the coming days, one that will surely be 10-fold or 100-fold better than the cotton mill." Qin Minghao spoke gently, feeling a pang of compassion for Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei returned her gaze, somewhat moved, yet lacking belief. Dong Hongxiao sighed, unconvinced that any job could possibly surpass the cotton mill by such a monumental margin. Qin Minghao found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Yet he understood that Lin Weiwei would require some time to emerge from her shadow. Concerned that she might succumb to despair, he chose to stay by the Lin family's side throughout the afternoon. As the workday drew to a close, Officer Lu from the security department arrived, stating that Feng Jianjun was looking for Qin Minghao. Slightly taken aback, Qin Minghao stood up, exchanged a few words with Dong Hongmin, and hurried to the cotton spinning factory. Upon his arrival, he discovered Feng Jianjun waiting at the factory entrance. "I just received a call from Mingfu. He wants us to head to the county tonight. It seems there are new developments from above that need to be conveyed," Feng Jianjun said eagerly as he approached Qin Minghao. "That was fast," Qin Minghao replied, surprised, as he had anticipated a longer wait. "I'm puzzled too. Perhaps the county truly intends to promote the soda factory?" Feng Jianjun speculated as they walked, equally uncertain about the situation. Reflecting on his past experiences, Qin Minghao surmised that this was indeed the case. In his previous life, the soda factory had closed by the end of the month, and with only a few days remaining, it was likely that the bankruptcy application had already been submitted. His sudden proposal for acquisition must have caught the county off guard. The two hailed a tricycle and made their way to the county. Upon arrival, they found that the workday had concluded, and Li Mingfu was waiting outside the county government. Seeing them approach, he eagerly walked over. "Minghao, there has been a directive from above." Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao sensed an opportunity, but maintained a smile as he replied, "Li Go, let us find a place to sit and discuss." "Sure." Li Mingfu agreed readily. The three of them chose a nearby restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and Qin Minghao initiated the conversation. "Li Go, what was the response from above?" Li Mingfu hesitated slightly before responding. There is a response. But the county's stance may differ somewhat from your expectations. What discrepancies? Qin Minghao inquired, maintaining his composure. The directive indicates that you can acquire the factory for 100,000, but you will have to assume its debts, while the county will handle the workers' issues. Li Mingfu explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao couldn't help but smile inwardly. His initial proposal had included assuming the factory's debts without a monetary outlay. And now the county was suggesting an additional 100,000. This proposition was entirely acceptable to him, as he had intended to leave room for negotiation. Of course, the county also mentioned that the agreement would still need to be signed. If they failed to finalize it, the county would reclaim the factory, and the substantial debt of 700,000 to 800,000 would fall solely on his shoulders. However, upon successful completion of the agreement, the county would grant him 3 years of tax exemption, a generous offer indeed, as Li Mingfu noted. Feng Jianjun, listening intently, appeared slightly unsettled and tugged at Qin Minghao's sleeve. That's a staggering debt to bear alone. All right. Qin Minghao responded decisively, accepting the terms. The other two were taken aback. Feng Jianjun felt that Qin Minghao was rather foolish, while Li Mingfu was awaiting Qin Minghao's counteroffer, never expecting him to acquiesce so readily. What was happening? Li Go, when do you think would be a good time for me to sign the agreement with the county? Qin Minghao had already lifted his glass. A spark of realization flickered in Li Mingfu's mind. The county had stated, "It depends on you, as long as you have the time. Even if you were to go tomorrow morning to sign the agreement, it would be no problem." All right. Qin Minghao nodded, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Li Go. If there is an opportunity in the future, I shall treat you to drinks." Not at all. Li Mingfu raised his glass, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times before downing it in one go. Sensing he might have let Qin Minghao down, he hurriedly added, "Minghao, think this through. It's a hefty sum of 700,000 to 800,000. Aren't you planning to negotiate further?" "Of course I've thought it through. I am confident about this matter and won't need to haggle." "Minghao, carrying such a debt of hundreds of thousands is no trivial matter," Feng Jianjun interjected, genuinely concerned that Qin Minghao might suffer a loss. "No worries." Qin Minghao appeared quite cheerful, urging, "Come, let us drink." The other two were somewhat astonished, feeling that Qin Minghao was being rather frivolous, unaware that he believed this transaction was indeed advantageous. Setting aside the situation of the beverage factory, the mere expanse of land made Qin Minghao envious. The total area was no less than 100 acres, with liabilities of 700,000 to 800,000, plus an investment of 100,000. Even if the beverage factory's annual profits were lackluster, in 10 years, the value of this land would likely appreciate several times. As for the betting agreement, would Qin Minghao fail? Absolutely not. He was certain that the downturn in the beverage factory's performance stemmed not only from its production capacity, but primarily from issues within the management and workforce. Putting down his glass, Qin Minghao posed a rather intriguing question. "Li Go, I am curious, what does the county intend to do with those workers?" "The cotton spinning factory." Li Mingfu responded directly. Chapter 80. A swift change of face. Feng Jianjun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Was it truly the cotton spinning factory? They had convened an afternoon meeting to deliberate on this issue. Although the beverage factory employed only a handful of individuals, there were many more who were absent. Fortunately, the cotton spinning factory was sufficiently large, making it feasible to accommodate them. Li Mingfu waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Of course, those who wish to remain at the beverage factory will be allowed to do so, but who would want to stay? Hearing this, Qin Minghao couldn't help but smile. The cotton spinning factory was excellent. If everyone transferred there, the beverage factory would be considerably less encumbered. It should be noted that those remaining in the beverage factory were either emotionally attached to it or seasoned veterans. Many among them would find ways to pilfer from the factory, while others merely clocked in to collect their wages. It's fair to say that the majority of that lot were rather difficult to deal with. The memory of Dong Hongxia, who worked at the beverage factory, lingered in Qin Minghao's mind. If she were to move to the cotton spinning factory, would Liu Yang not lose years off his life? This method seems quite favorable. Qin Minghao let out a hearty laugh, and then remarked, "The cotton spinning factory has not been particularly profitable in recent years, but at least it still manages to disburse salaries." Feng Jianjun's hands trembled slightly as he replied with a bitter smile, "Next month, it might just encounter issues." "Ha ha." Qin Minghao laughed heartily. "Let us drink." "Drink." Li Mingfu also raised his glass. However, Feng Jianjun could not muster a smile. The meal he had just consumed left him feeling quite vexed. After finishing dinner, it was already past 9 in the evening. Qin Minghao and Feng Jianjun bid farewell to Li Mingfu and strolled along the county road towards the town. After all, it was merely a 10-minute walk. Not too far at all. Observing Feng Jianjun's long face, Qin Minghao chuckled. Brother Feng, have you ever contemplated how much longer the cotton spinning factory can sustain itself? Feng Jianjun paused, momentarily taken aback and hesitant. A year? Or perhaps half a year? You don't believe what I discussed with Lu Yang today was mere fabrication, do you? Qin Minghao smiled subtly, and then suddenly dropped a bombshell. Personally, I believe such an enterprise is not a desirable place to be. What do you think, Brother Feng? The cotton spinning factory might not be able to pay salaries next month. Do you genuinely wish to remain there? If you have faith in me, why not consider joining the soda factory? I believe you would be quite capable of assuming the role of a factory manager. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianjun's breath quickened. Minghao, are you suggesting I become the manager of the soda factory? Precisely. Qin Minghao nodded. Based on my calculations, I will sign the agreement tomorrow morning. The county will likely require 3 days to communicate with the workers at the soda factory, giving you 3 days to contemplate your decision. Feng Jianjun stared blankly at Qin Minghao until he realized that Qin Minghao was not jesting, which stirred something within him. To be candid, the cotton spinning factory was indeed struggling, and no one could predict how long it would last. However, it was a secure job, a state-owned enterprise. How many individuals in this era cling to such a secure position, missing out on the chance to soar? Qin Minghao walked ahead with a smile. He genuinely wished for Feng Jianjun to assist him, yet he could not force the issue, merely presenting the opportunity to Feng Jianjun. Ultimately, the choice was Feng Jianjun's to make. I will discuss it with your sister-in-law. If she agrees, I will come to assist you. Feng Jianjun patted Qin Minghao's shoulder and nodded as he departed. Qin Minghao understood and turned towards the dormitory. Upon entering, he surveyed the room and gave a wry smile. How many more days can I stay here? 1 day or 2? With Lin Weiwei's dismissal, the dormitory under her name will naturally be reclaimed by the cotton spinning factory. Now, I must consider where to reside. After freshening up, he climbed into bed. The following morning, Lin Weiwei was the first to rise. After washing up and donning her clothes, she appeared utterly drained, sitting dazedly on the edge of the bed, her eyes slightly red and swollen. What is the point of wearing work attire when the job is gone? It's all because of Qin Minghao. Lin Yuyu arose from her slumber and, upon seeing Lin Weiwei's demeanor, pouted. If it weren't for him, would my sister have been dismissed? Lin Weiwei remained silent, lost in thought. After many years of employment, the abrupt cessation left her feeling an unsettling void within. Speak less. Dong Hongmin had also risen, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Lin Chaoyang emerged from the inner room, his countenance dark and foreboding. He had already learned everything the previous night, yet this irascible father-in-law did not cast blame upon Qin Minghao, choosing instead to remain silent. Indeed, it was Qin Minghao who had initially confronted Director Liu. Otherwise, how could Director Liu have dismissed my sister? He offended others, yet it is my sister who suffers. Lin Yuyu pouted in discontent. He claims he will find my sister a job, but just listen to him boast. If he could secure employment for her, why doesn't he find a job for himself? Let's eat, Dong Hongmin declared, serving the meal without further comment. It was good to rest at home. Lin Weiwei remained quiet. Lin Chaoyang sat at the table, hastily consuming a few bites before swiftly exiting the room. Lin Yuyu continued to murmur, casting blame upon Qin Minghao, who, at that moment, was still asleep, entirely unaware of his sister-in-law's tirade against him. After 8 o'clock, Qin Minghao finally awoke, tidied himself, and descended the stairs. Downstairs, the elderly residents were already up, engaging in light conversation. Upon seeing Qin Minghao descend, several individuals stood up, greeting him with warm smiles. Following He Binglin's recent visit with a banner to commend Qin Minghao, they had come to recognize his significant contributions to the cotton spinning factory, and familiarity had blossomed among them. Particularly, Aunt Li, noticing Qin Minghao, hurriedly inquired with a bright smile, "Minghao, where are you off to?" "Oh, just heading to the county for some matters," Qin Minghao replied truthfully, not elaborating further. Isn't Minghao impressive? Now he's off to the county for business. What did I tell you? I always said Minghao would succeed. Aunt Li flattered, her face beaming with joy. Qin Minghao smiled politely, but offered no further response as he turned and exited. He couldn't help but wonder whether these smiles would persist once the news of his confrontation with Lu Yang reached them. Upon stepping outside, he hailed a tricycle and made his way to the county. Little did he know, just as he departed, a police car pulled up beneath his building. Yang Lei, with a grim expression, stepped out of the vehicle, glancing up at Qin Minghao's window. He genuinely disliked coming here, feeling as though Qin Minghao somehow constrained him. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Qin Minghao to gather some information," Yang Lei casually replied as he turned to ascend the stairs. "Looking for Qin Minghao?" Aunt Li's expression soured upon hearing this. She huffed, That kind of person will end up behind bars sooner or later. Just watch the police coming here every day. Chapter 81. The takeover of the soda factory. The surrounding onlookers regarded Aunt Li with changing expressions. Just a moment ago, praises were being sung for Qin Minghao. Yet suddenly such words have emerged. Li San's aunt, unaware of the gravity, strutted with an air of arrogance, showing no concern whatsoever. Yang Lei, accompanied by his companions, hurried upstairs only to discover that Qin Minghao was still not home. He had visited numerous times, only to find the elusive Qin absent. It perplexed him how such an idle individual could consistently be so preoccupied. This time, Yang Lei had come specifically to seek information from Qin Minghao. After Su Changjuan's arrest, he had confessed that Qin Minghao was a fraud, colluding with individuals from the provincial capital to swindle goods from the cotton spinning factory. It was this very revelation that motivated Yang Lei's visit, yet still, he found Qin Minghao missing. Comrade, I know where Qin Minghao is. Where? Yang Lei turned to Li San's aunt. Qin Minghao just left, claiming he was heading to the county for business. If you drive swiftly, you might catch up. Li San's aunt exclaimed hastily. Chase, Yang Lei declared, immediately jumping into his vehicle and racing towards the county. The onlookers, mostly elderly residents of the cotton spinning factory's allocated housing, were left bewildered. The houses had been given to their children, leaving them to reside in cramped quarters. Li San's aunt was one of them, having lived there for many years. I say this time Qin Minghao won't escape. Once he's apprehended, we'll be rid of a menace. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained silent, lacking information and hesitant to speculate. At that moment, Yang Lei had already exited the town. Taoyuan town was not far from Mengjiang County. Thus his pursuit soon led him to spot Qin Minghao's tricycle. Catch up to that, Yang Lei urged, accelerating. As he approached, he noticed the tricycle had halted in front of the county government building. Qin Minghao disembarked and proceeded directly into the government entrance, seemingly engaged in official business. Brother Lei, what should we do? The onlookers awaited Yang Lei's command. Wait, I refuse to believe he won't come out. Yang Lei scoffed, gesturing for the group to remain patient. Saying little more, the crowd nodded and dispersed to the sides. Unbeknownst to Qin Minghao, after arriving at the county government, he promptly presented Li Mingfu's name. Upon entering, Li Mingfu had already descended the stairs and stood at the entrance. Minghao, you arrived quite early. Qin Minghao smiled, his eagerness palpable. Come, I'll take you to meet County Head Yang, Li Mingfu said, leading Qin Minghao upstairs. Qin Minghao was aware that the leader of this economic working group was County Head Yang, who, while possessing some capability, had made significant strides in Mengjiang over the past 3 years. Ascending the stairs, Li Mingfu motioned to Qin Minghao, advising him to maintain a humble demeanor when speaking with County Head Yang. Though a pragmatic individual, Yang possessed a temper that was less than forgiving. Qin Minghao nodded, having already gleaned insights into County Head Yang's character from their previous dealings concerning the cotton spinning factory. However, he was acutely aware that pragmatists often possessed irritable temperaments. Yet their capabilities were unparalleled. Knocking gently, Li Mingfu rapped on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he cautiously pushed it open. County Chief Yang, Qin Minghao is here. County Chief Yang, adorned with reading glasses, sat behind his desk, glanced up at Qin Minghao, and said, "Oh, please take a seat. I have some documents to attend to." Certainly, Li Mingfu nodded, encouraging Qin Minghao to sit down for the time being. Qin Minghao settled comfortably, surveying the room, and quickly concluded that County Chief Yang was indeed a man of modest means. The office, devoid of extravagance, featured only a few file cabinets, a solitary desk, and a sofa designated for receiving guests. To describe this office as sparse would not be an overstatement. After a brief moment, Li Mingfu exited, and shortly thereafter, a male secretary entered, placed a cup of tea beside Qin Minghao, and retreated. You intend to acquire the soda factory? County Chief Yang inquired seemingly casually. Yet he struck at the crux of the matter. The soda factory bore a debt of 700,000 to 800,000, making it difficult not only to turn a profit, but even to commence operations. Do you possess a method to resurrect the soda factory? County Chief Yang. That is indeed a commercial secret, is it not? Qin Minghao chuckled, radiating a certain warmth. Regardless, I will sign a wager agreement with the county. If I fail to revive the factory, the county will not only incur no losses, but will also gain a windfall of 100,000, alleviating the factory's debt burden. Such a splendid opportunity. How could County Chief Yang refuse? After a moment of silence, County Chief Yang scrutinized Qin Minghao, remarking, because it seems too good to be true. I find myself skeptical. Qin Minghao, I am aware of your reputation and have heard of your ways. But allow me to caution you. If you intend to employ any tricks in Mengjiang, you may have chosen the wrong venue. Is this where the admonitions begin? Qin Minghao smiled wryly. County Chief Yang, Do you truly believe that if I were to employ any underhanded tactics, I would do so here in Mengjiang? My family resides here, my parents live here, and my wife and children are here as well. If I were to resort to such measures, I could easily do so elsewhere. County Chief Yang regarded Qin Minghao for a considerable time, then nodded slightly. I have signed the documents. Once you submit the 100,000, the agreement will take effect. Understood. Now, you may leave. Let Mingfu guide you to sign the documents. County Chief Yang waved his hand dismissively. Qin Minghao rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. He realized that his visit to this office was more of an admonition than anything else, yet this also indicated that Mengjiang was indeed exercising great caution in this matter. Perhaps it was for the best, as it ensured that Qin Minghao would not be subjected to any manipulative tactics from the county leadership. Once outside the office, Li Mingfu awaited him, gesturing, "Follow me. We will proceed to my office to sign the documents." Qin Minghao smiled as well, reflecting on how his status seemed to bear little influence. Otherwise, he would have expected a grand signing ceremony with media present in the county government's conference hall. Nevertheless, this low-key approach suited him just fine, as he had no desire for undue attention at this moment. Is the money prepared? Yes, it is. Qin Minghao chuckled softly as he retrieved a substantial block of newspaper formed into a makeshift brick from his backpack, declaring, "Here lies precisely 100,000. Li Mingfu was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that Qin Minghao had such a sum on his person. The circumstances left Qin Minghao with no alternative. Transferring funds through personal accounts was inconvenient, and the means by which he had transported this money from the provincial capital was rather extraordinary. He had requested Li Ziming to send 2 crates of biscuits, with the money cleverly concealed within them. Li Ziming had been astonished at the revelation. Yet Qin Minghao truly had no other recourse. He deemed bank transfers too costly in terms of fees and opted for a more precarious approach by enlisting an acquaintance to bring it back by bus. Li Ziming had initially considered coming in person, but in light of Su Changjuan's circumstances, Qin Minghao could not afford to be careless and thus concocted this rather dubious scheme. That soft drink factory is now yours. Li Mingfu's eyelids twitched with anticipation. Qin Minghao, unfazed, responded with a smile. When does the county plan to address the situation with those workers at the soft drink factory? It is already in progress. This morning, someone went over to hold a meeting with those workers. They can either remain at the soft drink factory or transfer to the cotton mill. Splendid. Chapter 82. The unwanted departed. The workers from the soft drink factory being able to transition to the cotton mill brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Minghao. According to the conventional trajectory of history, the absence of that group from the soft drink factory should have led to the cotton mill's closure within 3 years. With the addition of these veterans from the soft drink factory, Qin Minghao was convinced that within a year, Liu Yang would plunge the cotton mill into despair. Throughout the morning, Qin Minghao navigated through various departments and, as noon approached, he successfully completed all necessary paperwork. Upon exiting the county government building, Qin Minghao took a deep breath, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. By leveraging the cotton mill's surplus, he had finally acquired the soft drink factory, marking a significant step in his rebirth. With the winds of fortune at his back, the days of his eventual ascendance were drawing near. Coupled with the memories of the future, in 2 years' time, as domestic beverages faced overwhelming competition, perhaps Qin Minghao would emerge as a notable figure. As he left the county government, Li Mingfu accompanied him outside. "Minghao, I shan't say much more. If you encounter any issues, just come directly to me. As long as it's within my power to assist, I will not hesitate." Qin Minghao nodded with a smile. "Brotherly, I must admit. I do have a request for your assistance." Li Mingfu's expression stiffened. He had anticipated mere pleasantries, not that Qin Minghao would be so forthright. "I am still residing in the cotton mill dormitory, which may not be very convenient. Could you see if there are any houses for sale in the county? If so, I would greatly appreciate your help in reaching out." "That's easily arranged." Li Mingfu beamed, relieved that it was a manageable request. "Wait for my news. I will get back to you in a few days." "Very well," Qin Minghao replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned and hailed a tricycle, intending to return to town. Once aboard, he waved farewell to Li Mingfu and exhaled deeply. In 3 days, taking over the soft drink factory would mark another pivotal juncture in his life. At this moment, Yang Lei gazed at the receding figure of Qin Minghao. His brow furrowed deeply. It appeared that Qin Minghao had indeed come to the county government with genuine intentions, and judging by his demeanor, he hardly resembled a con artist. Who had ever encountered a fraudster idly visiting a government office? "Brother Lei, what should we do?" "Let us return first and thoroughly interrogate that young scoundrel, Su Changjuan. I believe he needs to face some adversity to truly feel discomfort." Yang Lei concluded that seeking information from Qin Minghao at this juncture was not particularly prudent. It would be wiser to return and allow Su Changjun some time to reflect. Their visit to the county government had yielded no results, and the group made their way back. Qin Minghao remained unaware of Yang Lei's intentions to inquire about him, but even if he did, he would likely deny any knowledge. When the time came, he could simply claim ignorance, leaving Yang Lei at a loss. As they ambled toward the town, they happened to pass by the soda factory. A crooked sign hung from the entrance, and the 3 golden characters spelling soda factory had lost 2 of their number. Within the yard, wild grass was visible, and a portion of the distant wall had collapsed. From afar, Qin Minghao spotted a large podium in the factory's courtyard, where an individual was fervently delivering a speech. Numerous factory employees were gathered below, listening intently, occasionally shouting out exclamations and cursing in response. Among the crowd was Dong Hongxia, who, upon hearing the speaker's incessant drivel, could not help but roll her eyes. After listening for a considerable time, she grasped one crucial piece of information. The soda factory had been sold. This revelation sent a wave of uproar through the assembly. If the factory had indeed been sold, where would they find employment? Although salaries were not currently being paid, attendance records existed. When funds were depleted, a heartfelt display at the county government would surely attract attention. But once the factory was sold, who would take responsibility? Everyone, please remain calm. The county leaders have assured us that although the factory is sold, those of you who wish to stay will still be accepted by the new owner. However, it will transition from a state-owned enterprise to a private one, so you must consider this carefully. Consider what? A state-owned enterprise is a secure job. Why should we leave? Dong Hongxia was the first to voice her outrage, resembling a tempestuous woman. Who authorized you to sell the factory? Who gave you the right? Did you consult us workers before making such a monumental decision? I refuse to leave. I demand an explanation. My secure job cannot be jeopardized. Dong Hongxia rallied a group of supporters, shouting fervently, nearly charging the podium. Everyone, please calm down. The county leaders have deliberated on this matter. If you wish to hold on to your secure jobs, they will ensure you have one. The nearby cotton spinning factory is set to upgrade its production capacity. If you wish to keep your secure positions, you may sign up this afternoon at the cotton spinning factory, which will accept all applicants. Why should we? Dong Hongxia had just begun to vociferously protest when the mention of the cotton spinning factory silenced her. The cotton spinning factory. Over the years, everyone knew that although its profitability was also lacking, it still managed to pay wages. Moreover, the wages for workers there are significantly higher than those at the soda factory. If one were to transition to the cotton spinning factory, would it not be more advantageous than remaining here? Indeed, I shall go as well. Following a brief silence, a chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. The soda factory had not disbursed salaries for nearly a year. Perhaps a move to the cotton spinning factory might finally yield some remuneration. Count me in. My name is Dong Hongxia. Dong Hongxia exclaimed, caught off guard by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Among the hundreds present, many had not attended in quite some time, yet upon hearing about the cotton spinning factory, they too were filled with excitement. Naturally, there were also a dozen or so elders who had accompanied the soda factory through its journey to this point. These individuals were on the brink of retirement and were reluctant to venture into new challenges, as they would receive their pensions after retirement. The prospect of acclimating to a new work environment deterred them from expressing their enthusiasm. Why not go? What promising future lies ahead here? It has been said that the factory has been sold to a private owner. Even if it remains state-owned, its profitability is questionable. Can a private owner truly succeed? I doubt it. Dong Hongxia encouraged those around her, fervently advocating for a swift transition to the cotton spinning factory. The crowd, eager to seize the opportunity, began to sign up in droves. Qin Minghao, seated on a tricycle, observed the unfolding scene within the factory, his smile growing increasingly charming. Let them leave. Only then can the soda factory rejuvenate itself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure emerged from the factory. Leading the way was none other than Dong Hongxia. Dong Hongxia was elated at the prospect of working at the cotton spinning factory, yet her joy was short-lived as she caught sight of Qin Minghao, instantly sneering. Who might this be? Ah, it is merely the dog expelled from the cotton spinning factory. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I heard just yesterday that you and your spouse had been ousted. Truly, not a family that shares the same door. What is this? Is the place you were kicked from doing well now? Have you begun to shout again? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow. Chapter 83. When will the cotton spinning factory be swallowed? Qin Minghao. Dong Hongxia trembled with rage. The last time Qin Minghao struck her, she had reported it to the police, yet days passed without any progress on their end. In her recent visits to the police station, she was met with the suggestion of a private settlement. A private settlement? Without the police's backing, how could she negotiate? You may be arrogant now, but I shall ensure you regret it. Dong Hongxia glared fiercely at Qin Minghao, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, in the past, your family thrived at the cotton spinning factory, but the situation has changed. You and Lin Weiwei have been expelled, leaving only Lin Chaoyang. I am not afraid to tell you that starting tomorrow, I shall commence my work at the cotton spinning factory. I shall surpass your family in no time, leaving you dumbfounded. That remains to be seen. Qin Minghao, hands behind his back, smiled slightly. Aunt, it seems that 1's appearance still holds weight. You possess a face that suggests you won't receive any wages. Perhaps once you join the cotton spinning factory, they too shall be unable to disburse salaries next month. You insolent wretch, what did you just say? Dong Hongxia fumed. Qin Minghao smiled, already boarding his tricycle, making his way back to the dormitory. He disregarded Dong Hongxia, determined not to diminish her spirit at this moment. Such a formidable character, it would be remiss not to deliver him to Lu Yang. Dong Hongxia glared at Qin Minghao as he departed, seething with resentment as she turned and led her entourage away. She wished to avoid anger, for she was to report to the cotton spinning factory in the afternoon, perhaps beginning work there the following day. On this joyous occasion, it seemed fitting to procure some meat for a proper celebration. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Minghao dismissed these matters from his mind. That afternoon, indeed, over 200 individuals surged into the cotton spinning factory. Feng Jianjun stood at the entrance, frowning as he observed the scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was all the handiwork of Qin Minghao. Just witnessing the avaricious expressions on their faces made Feng Jianjun ponder how long the factory could withstand their relentless appetite. Xiao Lu, be vigilant. Do not allow this crowd to enter without orders from above. Understood. Xiao Lu nodded. What are they pretending for? They're merely watchdogs. In our soda factory, such curs are unworthy of entering the cafeteria. Indeed, the cotton spinning factory is grand, and yet these dogs presume upon their numbers. Feng Jianjun, incensed by these comments, shot a fierce glare at the throng before retreating to his office. No sooner had he entered than he Binglin knocked and entered. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Jianjun, I've heard whispers that you might be reassigned from your current position. He Binglin glanced anxiously at Feng Jianjun, sighing as he continued. The factory is abuzz with talk of your close relationship with Minghao. When he confronted Xue Changwei, you did not intervene. There's blame to be shouldered. Nonsense. Xue Changwei is a thief, having pilfered from the cotton spinning factory. Was it not just to strike him? Feng Jianjun, known for his bluntness, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Who dares to suggest I be reassigned? I am going to confront him now. What are you doing? Calm down. He Binglin quickly restrained him. Lu Yang is nearly mad. He will lash out at anyone associated with Qin Minghao. Trust me. Return home for now and await the factory's notice. If they truly dismiss you from your post as head of security, we will address it then. Feng Jianjun's expression fluctuated. He had genuinely exerted effort for the cotton spinning factory. Over the years, how many covetous eyes had been cast upon it? During the last incident when Yin Bin attempted to steal, it was Feng Jianjun who risked everything to protect the factory's assets. How could he now be sidelined simply for his association with Qin Minghao? Rest for a while. I will keep an eye on things here, He Binglin urged, knowing Feng Jianjun's temperament. If he stayed, he might indeed confront someone recklessly. Very well. Feng Jianjun gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and turned to exit. He Binglin cast a concerned glance after him. Everyone knew that Feng Jianjun was his brother-in-law, and if Feng Jianjun's position faltered, would his own not be at risk as well? Feng Jianjun, still seething, walked out of the cotton spinning factory, only to encounter Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao was equally astonished. He had merely come to witness the commotion after having a meal, only to find Feng Jianjun emerging from within. Brother Feng, this is quite the predicament. Feng Jianjun appeared dejected. Qin Minghao felt a stir of concern in his heart and immediately surmised that Feng Jianjun had likely faced some form of exclusion. Do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, accompany me to the soda factory. Now that we have acquired the factory, it is time for you, the factory director, to take a look. Feng Jianjun hesitated for a moment, waving his hand in resignation. Minghao, I am on the verge of being dismissed from my position as section chief. How can we speak of directorship? Nonsense. Your potential dismissal is merely a reflection of their lack of discernment. Qin Minghao insisted, pulling Feng Jianjun along as they made their way toward the soda factory. Feng Jianjun had originally intended to find a place to drink, yet he was unceremoniously dragged to the factory by Qin Minghao. Upon entering the soda factory, Li Mingfu was already present. Qin Minghao had previously arranged with him to visit the factory that afternoon, especially after the morning meeting, which had seen a mass exodus of 200 to 300 employees, leaving only a handful behind. This is all that remains, Li Mingfu remarked, gazing at Qin Minghao with a sense of lament. What will you do if all the staff are gone? Can production keep pace? The workforce is uncertain, isn't it? Qin Minghao flashed a smile, his gaze drifting toward the small group of remaining workers. Most of them were in their 50s, with only 2 younger individuals among them, one around 40 and the other in his 30s, rumored to have offended someone and transferred from other factories. Li Mingfu handed Qin Minghao the list of names. Instead of reviewing it, Qin Minghao turned his attention to the group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new factory director, Feng Jianjun. Let us welcome him with applause. Sparse applause erupted, and all eyes turned to Feng Jianjun. He felt a wave of embarrassment. Minghao, please don't jest. Brother Feng, I assure you, I am not jesting. From now on, this factory will be under your stewardship. We shall see what remains in the inventory shortly, and then allocate tasks. Even if we do not commence operations in the coming days, we must ensure that security measures are in place. Qin Minghao spoke softly. Feng Jianjun was taken aback, but nodded in agreement as he followed Qin Minghao toward the office building. The office building here was considerably more modest compared to that of the cotton spinning factory. The latter boasted 3 floors and extensive grounds, while the soda factory's office consisted of only 2 levels with a limited number of offices. The man in his 40s was the workshop director of the soda factory, feeling that if he left, he might never attain such a position again. The man in his 30s, on the other hand, believed that even if he went to the cotton spinning factory, he would likely be transferred back, so he preferred to stay. Li Mingfu remarked as they walked. Qin Minghao had not anticipated such an affinity for authority in this place. The 3 of them circled the office building before heading to the warehouse and entering the production area. Qin Minghao examined everything meticulously, discovering that the equipment was still functional. Though not cutting edge, it was adequate. The warehouse held scant raw materials, and there were very few glass bottles. The soda factory had been idle for several months, and it seemed unlikely that these raw materials would remain usable. Qin Minghao understood that in order to initiate production at the soda factory, the availability of raw materials was imperative. However, the factory's debts, amounting to hundreds of thousands, largely stemmed from these very materials. How could they procure raw materials while still owing creditors? It truly echoed Yang County's remark. It was indeed challenging to commence operations. After a meticulous inspection of the warehouse, Qin Minghao stepped outside and mused, Brother Feng, when do you think we can absorb the cotton spinning factory? Feng Jianjun was taken aback by this statement. Absorb the cotton spinning factory? Was Qin Minghao daring to dream? The cotton spinning factory was a leading enterprise in the city, while their soda factory had already gone bankrupt. What was Qin Minghao thinking? Such a large factory with numerous workshops. Could they even manage it? Qin Minghao chuckled and walked out. When he mentioned absorbing the cotton spinning factory, he did not imply acquiring it outright. Rather, he aimed to seize control of its facilities. To him, such a substantial factory represented a tremendous opportunity. He addressed the crowd. How shall we allocate our efforts? Let us start by dividing into 3 shifts for now. For the next few days, we need to keep watch and prevent any disruptions. The factory premises require repairs, the walls need to be fortified, and the main entrance should also be refurbished. Feng Jianjun responded affirmatively. Qin Minghao smiled, realizing that Feng Jianjun was starting to engage with the plan. He had already embraced the role. Could he possibly withdraw now? Very well. Brother Feng, organize the repairs. Additionally, have someone inspect the equipment and address any that are inoperable. If all goes well, we can resume production in 3 days. Also, in terms of recruitment, you must put in the effort, as you will be the one managing the workforce in the future. Qin Minghao beamed, delegating a multitude of tasks onto Feng Jianjun's shoulders. Feng Jianjun gazed at Qin Minghao, perplexed by the trust placed in him. How could one individual manage such an extensive array of responsibilities? It is not solely on you. Lin Weiwei will join us in a couple of days to oversee recruitment. Qin Minghao added softly. However, Brother Feng, you must ensure that the acquisition of the soda factory remains confidential. Given the substantial debts, I wish to avoid being confronted daily by creditors. As for Lin Weiwei, let us keep her in the dark for now. I do not want her to worry unnecessarily. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively, eager to navigate through this tumultuous period. Trust me, Brother Feng, while I may not provide you with a guaranteed position, I can assure you that you will earn tenfold what you would at the cotton spinning factory. I am capable of making this happen. In that moment, Feng Jianjun felt as though this was not a mere dream, but rather a declaration of a forthcoming reality. The two deliberated extensively beside the soda factory until nightfall, after which Qin Minghao invited Feng Jianjun out for drinks. At that moment, news from the cotton spinning factory reached them. Due to his inaction, Feng Jianjun had been demoted to deputy chief of the security department. with Su Guanglin now serving as the chief. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianjun clenched the bottle tightly, nearly on the verge of an explosive outburst. The demotion to deputy section chief was not the end. There was also the matter of Su Guanglin being inserted into the mix. From what I gathered, Su Guanglin was merely assuming the role of the security section chief on a temporary basis, but inevitably, he would ascend to the position of deputy factory director. In a fit of rage, Feng Jianjun downed his drink in one go. Brother Feng, Qin Minghao chuckled. Consider whether you wish to assist Su Guanglin at the cotton spinning factory or remain the kingpin at the soda factory. You must contemplate your choices carefully. This indignation. I have endured enough. Feng Jianjun retorted. Minghao, I discussed this with your sister-in-law yesterday. She disapproved, but today, I shall act like a man. Tomorrow morning, I will head straight to the soda factory. With that declaration, he opened another bottle. Qin Minghao, feeling elated, accompanied Feng Jianjun in drinking until midnight before finally seeing him off. Watching Feng Jianjun's retreating figure, Qin Minghao realized that the matter was nearly settled. It appeared to him that Feng Jianjun had already boarded his ship. Although Feng was more inclined to lend his loyalty out of brotherhood, that was inconsequential. The crucial point was that Feng Jianjun was now in place. Upon entering the distribution store, Qin Minghao picked up the public telephone and directly dialed the landline of Li Ziming's household. It's me, Qin Minghao. Minghao, why are you only calling now? What about the incident with Huawei Trading? I heard it has been officially filed. Will it come back to haunt me? I must tell you, Liang Lei has gone out of town. If it is traced back to me, I won't be able to withstand it. Li Ziming fretted. What are you afraid of? Qin Minghao replied with a slight smile. Rest assured, that matter is not a problem. I called to inquire about the citric acid from the provincial capital. Could you help me look into it? I need to restock, and if the price is right. Citrus acid? Why are you suddenly interested in citric acid again? Minghao, I beg you, please resolve the Huawei issue first. Li Ziming lamented. Without addressing the citric acid, how can we tackle the Huawei matter? Qin Minghao said with a grin. I've already devised a plan. If the citric acid issue is resolved, the Huawei situation will essentially take care of itself. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Have I ever deceived you? Am I the kind of person to lie? Li Ziming fell silent. Fine, wait for me. I will inquire tomorrow and have news by tomorrow evening. Good. Qin Minghao hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. He recalled the debt statement from yesterday. Realizing the soda factory's primary debt was owed to a chemical plant in the city. Originally, the raw materials had been sourced from there, and the debt had reached over 500,000. With such a considerable sum owed, it was unlikely they would supply him with more goods. Having contemplated this, Qin Minghao began to ponder the issue of glass bottles. In truth, glass bottles weren't insurmountable. If necessary, bagged beverages could suffice. In this era, bagged drinks were quite common, though glass bottles certainly conveyed a sense of sophistication. Returning to his dormitory, Qin Minghao lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. The following morning, he awoke early, freshened up, and descended the stairs. After breakfast, rather than heading to the soda factory, he turned towards Lin Qiayang's home. Upon entering, he spotted Qin Nuonyuo racing toward him. Qin Minghao was in high spirits as he hurriedly lifted Qin Nuonyuo and entered the house. To his surprise, Lin Yuyu was home. Upon seeing Qin Minghao, she deliberately snorted and retreated into her own room, shutting the door behind her. I found you a job. If you have time tomorrow, you can go check it out. Qin Minghao said gently, observing Lin Weiwei, who was busy washing clothes in the house. What job? Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Qin Minghao had truly secured a job for her. The vice director of the soda factory, what do you think? Lin Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Minghao. The vice director of the soda factory? Surely you jest. Qin Minghao chuckled, fully aware that Lin Weiwei was quite capable of fulfilling this role. Even if she faltered, he would be there to support her. Moreover, Lin Weiwei had previously worked in an office at the cotton spinning factory, making her familiar with office matters. Given the current workload at the soda factory, if all the responsibilities fell onto Feng Jianjun, even he would struggle to manage it all. How preposterous. Vice director indeed. At that moment, the door to the inner room swung open, and Lin Yuyu stepped out with a pout. What an eyesore. Qin Minghao muttered under his breath. Qin Minghao, who are you calling ugly? Lin Yuyu snapped, glaring at him. Aunt, my dad says you're ugly. Qin Nuonyuo pouted, nestling against Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao burst into laughter, embracing his daughter, feeling a surge of joy. Indeed, she was his daughter, providing timely support. Qin Nuonyuo, it seems you have no intention of eating dinner tonight. You should go home right now. Lin Yuyu was nearly fuming. Lin Weiwei had already stood up, wiping her hands as she spoke. Minghao, whether I can work or not is inconsequential. Do you not believe in me? Qin Minghao looked at Lin Weiwei, a hint of provocation in his gaze. Minghao has arrived? At that moment, Dong Hongmin entered, carrying 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. Although she tried to maintain a pleasant expression upon seeing Qin Minghao, her face betrayed her sadness over Lin Weiwei losing her job. Yes, Qin Minghao replied affirmatively. Mom, Qin Minghao is boasting again. He claims to have found my sister a job as the vice director at the soda factory. Can you believe such a thing? He has no idea of his own capabilities, yet he wants my sister to be the vice director? Lin Yuyu seized the opportunity to vent her frustration. The vice director? Dong Hongmin was momentarily taken aback by the term. Well, Mom, it's not a big deal. It's just a favor from a friend. Let Weiwei go there tomorrow. Feng Jianjun from the cotton spinning factory is currently acting as the director. Qin Minghao spoke naturally. Mom, look at him. He is boasting again. Lin Yuyu expressed her discontent. Qin Minghao turned to glance at her, but said little, focusing instead on Lin Weiwei. There are quite a few matters to attend to there lately. Be prepared for tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't keep you long. Understood. Lin Weiwei, for some inexplicable reason, unexpectedly nodded. Sister, you are the only one who believes him. I certainly do not. Lin Yuyu huffed coldly. I shall take my leave. Qin Minghao, unfazed, set Qin Nuonyuo down as he departed, then ruffled Lin Yuyu's hair with a large hand. What are you doing? Lin Yuyu exclaimed in anger. Qin Minghao offered no reply, instead walking out of the courtyard and making his way towards the town. As he passed through the town, he specifically called Li Ziming. To his surprise, Li Ziming complained over the phone, lamenting the short notice and the difficulty in contacting the citric acid factory. Qin Minghao paid little heed to his grievances, encouraging him to try his best to make contact before he ventured alone to the soda factory. Indeed, Feng Jianjun had arrived, albeit with a rather grim countenance. Qin Minghao speculated that he must have had an argument with his wife after returning home, which would explain his demeanor. Inside the soda factory, a few workers were present. Yet under Feng Jianjun's leadership, operations were proceeding in an orderly fashion. Some were repairing the walls, using fences to enclose sections that could not be fixed immediately, while others maintained the machinery to ensure everything was operational. Standing within the factory, Qin Minghao contemplated that production should not pose a problem. Once everything was on track, the primary concern would be finding a market for their products. Deep down, he harbored several ideas, yet he felt the timing was not quite right for their implementation. His foremost challenge remained a lack of funds. Initially, with only around 160,000 yuan in hand from the purchase of some defective equipment from a cotton spinning factory, he had spent 100,000 yuan acquiring the soda factory, leaving him with a mere 60,000 yuan. For an average household, 60,000 yuan was a substantial amount. However, in the financial context of a factory, it was hardly sufficient. I need to find capital, Qin Minghao sighed, returning to the factory manager's office, where he retrieved paper and a pen to commence a series of strategic plans. The soda factory had reached its current state due to underlying issues, and Qin Minghao recognized the urgency of establishing new regulations to foster a healthier development for the factory. A robust set of rules is the cornerstone of any enterprise's growth, a truth that Qin Minghao understood profoundly. While he was deep in thought, Feng Jianjun had already arranged for the factory's recruitment notice to be posted. In the town, there were only 2 factories, the cotton spinning mill and the soda factory. Originally, both had ceased hiring. However, the soda factory's sudden recruitment initiative took many by surprise. The news spread swiftly, reaching Lin Weiwei as well. She specifically brought Lin Yuyu along to the entrance of the soda factory, where they gazed at the large red notice, leaving Lin Weiwei momentarily dazed. It's just a recruitment notice. It's not like they are hiring a deputy factory manager. Lin Yuyu pouted, clearly displeased. Sister, don't listen to Qin Minghao's boasting over there. You should tidy up and accompany me to the parent-teacher meeting next Monday. Lin Weiwei said nothing, her attention fixed on the bold red notice, lost in thought. Sister, I'm talking to you. Lin Yuyu exclaimed, her eyes wide. You can't seriously think Qin Minghao intends to make you the deputy factory manager here, can you? If that were the case, I'd take his last name. Yo-yo. Shall we go in and inquire? Lin Weiwei seemed oblivious to the suggestion. Inquire about what? Let's just head home, Lin Yuyu replied, glancing at the sky and tugging Lin Weiwei towards their residence. She could not fathom how Qin Minghao could arrange for Lin Weiwei to become the deputy factory director. If Qin Minghao truly possessed such capability, why would he not assume the role himself? Why delegate it to Lin Weiwei? Upon their return home, dusk had already fallen. As Lin Yuyu stepped through the door, she was greeted by the sight of her father, Lin Qiuyang, who had returned. Dad, please come in. I have something to discuss with you. Dong Hongmin, noticing Lin Qiuyang's arrival, hurriedly grasped his hand. This morning, Minghao came by, claiming he wants Wei Wei to become the deputy director at the soda factory. Deputy director? Lin Xiaoyang was taken aback. Mom, why are you telling Dad about this? Lin Yuyu emerged, dismissing it as mere boasting. Lin Xiaoyang's gaze shifted to Dong Hongmin, who paused before replying, I, too, doubt the veracity of this claim. Lin Xiaoyang's expression stabilized after a moment, and he pondered, what do you think we should do? Dong Hongmin sighed softly. After years of marriage, she understood that he was inquiring how to proceed. Wei Wei has been despondent since losing her job. It pains me to see her like this. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyang nodded, acknowledging Lin Wei Wei's recent demeanor. Should we not give it a try? Regardless of the truth, even if not as deputy director, she could at least work as a laborer. Dong Hongmin cautiously proposed, perhaps we should. Mom, do you even understand? The sign outside the soda factory states it has become a private enterprise. It is no longer state-owned. Do you still think it is a secure job? Lin Yu pouted. Lower your voice. Lin Xiaoyang shot Lin Yu a glare, glancing into the room to see Lin Wei Wei preparing dinner, which provided him a modicum of comfort. Let's at least give it a shot. What if it works out tomorrow? I believe it will, Dong Hongmin affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu, frustrated, retreated into the house, still skeptical of Qin Minghao. Little did Qin Minghao anticipate that merely proposing Lin Wei Wei for the deputy director position would evoke such a significant psychological reaction from the Lin family. That evening, Qin Minghao sat in a private room at Shunfeng Hotel with a dozen individuals, all either elderly, infirm, or harboring grievances. He surveyed the room, feeling a mix of emotions, yet recognizing that these people constituted the backbone of his soda factory. Despite the circumstances being far from ideal, he had no choice but to accept them. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Our director has expressed goodwill, wishing for us to experience the atmosphere in advance, Qin Minghao casually remarked, not intending for them to realize he was the owner of the soda factory. Yes, simply to get a feel for the environment. We commence operations in 2 days. So let's work diligently. Feng Jianjun, taking on the role of director for the first time, refrained from elaborate speeches, focusing instead on the importance of hard work. Qin Minghao smiled, realizing that this approach would not suffice. He then spoke, our boss has mentioned that you are the veteran employees of the soda factory, and you all cherish fond memories of it. However, now that it has transitioned to private ownership, it is essential to establish some rules. You are all seasoned members, so let us collaborate on this matter. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The notion of setting rules, combined with inviting participation, instilled a sense of belonging in everyone present. Is it appropriate for us to establish the regulations? Inquired Gung Laosan, the workshop director in his 40s, who had remained at the soda factory, perhaps believing the position of workshop director to be quite satisfactory. Indeed, let us set some guidelines. It will contribute to the factory's welfare. Feng Jianjun chimed in, harboring a sense of admiration for Qin Minghao, having spent over a day with these individuals. He noted that none were particularly vocal. Yet, with just one sentence from Qin Minghao, someone had spoken up, their face alight with anticipation. This must not involve theft. Yes, and we must not tarnish the factory's reputation. As Feng Jianjun spoke, the group's spirits were invigorated, and they eagerly shared their personal opinions. Qin Minghao listened attentively. Though he found little of substance, the consensus revolved around prohibitions against theft and wage disputes, which felt more like expectations than actual regulations. Very well. Although Qin Minghao was somewhat skeptical, he maintained an attentive demeanor and continued, there are several rules laid down by the major owner. Please listen closely. Salaries will be issued on the 15th of each month, neither in advance nor delayed. There will be 4 days of leave each month, which can be taken at your discretion. Additionally, requests for leave can be made in advance. However, if someone is absent without leave more than 3 times, they will be terminated. Arriving late more than 3 times in a month will also result in termination. Engaging in fights will lead to dismissal, as will stealing from the factory. The audience was taken aback. How had all they heard thus far led to termination? Regarding salaries, the major owner had stipulated a base salary of 100, with commissions calculated separately. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. 100? In the cotton spinning factory, one can earn over 300 a month. Even if the soda factory previously performed poorly, it should have been at least 200 a month. How has it suddenly dropped to 100? Rest assured, the commission scheme is already in place, Qin Minghao reassured them. Daily commissions will not be less than 15. And the more effort you put in, the greater your reward. The workshop blackboard will no longer require posters, as it will record every worker's daily commissions. With a monthly tally, the top 3 performers will receive bonuses, no less than 300. As Qin Minghao concluded his remarks, the attendees were momentarily stunned. Is that true? Fang Zhong asked, his eyes fixed on Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao nodded, aware that Fang Zhong had been transferred to the soda factory after encountering issues elsewhere. His choices were limited. He could only hope for the factory's success, for otherwise, it would spell disaster for him. A group of individuals, with anxious hearts, concluded their meal and returned to their respective abodes. Feng Jianjun, with a hint of concern, grasped Qin Minghao's arm and inquired, Minghao, don't you think there are too many rules? Not at all. Qin Minghao responded, shaking his head with a reassuring tone. Brother Feng, sometimes drastic measures are necessary for serious ailments. Without bold actions, the soda factory will remain perpetually stagnant. Feng Jianjun found merit in his words. Yet after spending so long in a state-run enterprise, he still felt that the soda factory lacked a sense of humanity. Qin Minghao chose not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to Feng Jianjun, he sought out a public telephone booth and dialed Li Ziming once more. Minghao, let me tell you, I ran myself ragged today. But I finally found a place. However, they insisted that the payment must be settled before they release the goods. All right, give me the number, and I will call them tomorrow. Qin Minghao understood that there were no alternatives at the moment. Okay, remember the number. 04, Li Ziming recited. Before asking again, did you get that? A busy signal echoed through the line. Li Ziming felt bewildered, sensing that Qin Minghao was perhaps being a tad callous. However, Qin Minghao had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with this chatterbox. He returned to his dormitory, ascended the stairs, washed up, and promptly fell asleep. The following morning, an air of peculiar tension enveloped the Lin household. Lin Weiwei arose early, hurriedly donning her work attire, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing, her face a canvas of anxiety. The soda factory had begun hiring yesterday, and was she truly the deputy factory manager? The thought was almost unfathomable. Sis, do you really believe it? Lin Yuyu mumbled, having already gotten out of bed. Lin Weiwei lifted her gaze, appearing somewhat helpless. Deep within her, there existed a flicker of belief and a sprinkle of hope. If this were indeed true, would it not be better than working at the cotton mill? Except, aside from not being a state-run entity, it seemed devoid of any significant drawbacks. Let's eat first, then head to work. Dong Hongmin smiled gently. Chapter 87. Truly the deputy factory manager. Lin Weiwei nodded faintly, her confidence waning as she seated herself at the table and picked up her bowl and chopsticks. Observing this scene, Lin Qiayong wisely chose silence. A person of his disposition was hardly capable of offering comfort. Not expressing anger was already commendable. How could he possibly console others? Sis, you should check it out, and then tidy up. The day after tomorrow is my parent-teacher meeting, and neither mom nor dad has the time. Please help me manage it. Lin Yuyu said, nonchalantly munching her food. Lin Qiayong shot Lin Yuyu a glare, causing her to cower at the table, too frightened to lift her head. Lin Weiwei barely consumed a fraction of her meal before, under the concerned gaze of Dong Hongmin. She stood up as if summoning all her courage to proclaim, Mom, I'll go check out the soda factory. If it doesn't work out, I'll return. Yes. Go take a look. Dong Hongmin nodded in agreement. Lin Qiayong said nothing, while Lin Yuyu had already begun to change her shoes. Sis, if I were you, I wouldn't even go. Lin Weiwei remained silent, simply changing her shoes, donning her work attire, and making her way towards the soda factory. As they traversed the route, it was the peak of work hours. Particularly, the cotton mill was bustling with workers. Many, upon noticing Lin Weiwei clad in her work attire, commenced whispering amongst themselves. Lin Weiwei was not frightened. Rather, she was reluctant to listen, thus hastening her pace. Lin Yuyu scanned the surroundings with wide eyes, deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor, and ultimately pulled Lin Weiwei to the entrance of the soda factory, where the sisters paused, filled with hesitation. Jit, I'll go in for a look. Lin Weiwei gestured dismissively. Jit, you remain obstinate in your belief in Qin Minghao. I have already expressed. Lin Yuyu trailed off, observing Lin Weiwei enter the soda factory. After a moment's indecision, she hurriedly followed, insisting, I have already stated that this is utterly impossible. If he were truly the deputy factory manager, I would share the same surname as Qin Minghao. At that moment, Feng Jianjun emerged from the office building, clutching a stack of documents. What took you so long to arrive? Lin Weiwei stood momentarily stunned. Come quickly. Your office is on the second floor. There is a roster of workers who signed up yesterday on your desk. You must go up swiftly, as the workers will be arriving shortly. You are temporarily in charge of recruitment. Me? In charge of recruitment? Lin Weiwei was taken aback. You are the deputy factory manager. You are responsible for this area temporarily. Did you not know? Feng Jianjun was equally astonished. I'm the deputy factory manager? Lin Weiwei's mouth fell open, her mind swirling. Even though Qin Minghao had prepared her in advance, she still found it difficult to believe. Beside her, Lin Yuyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Her mouth agape as though she could fit a fist inside. Hurry upstairs, or we'll delay the work. Feng Jianjun brushed her off, turning towards the workshop. Jit, are you truly the deputy factory manager? You're only 25. Lin Yuyu was genuinely shocked, unable to comprehend that this was all real. Regaining her composure, Lin Weiwei ascended the staircase, eventually arriving at the plaque designating the deputy factory manager's office. Upon entering, Lin Yuyu, with her backpack still slung over her shoulder, squeezed in and gazed at the brightly lit office, overwhelmed by its grandeur. The office itself was rather ordinary, featuring a solid wooden long table, a sofa, and 2 filing cabinets. Though it appeared somewhat shabby, it was certainly an improvement over the workshop. You even have a telephone? Lin Yuyu's voice rose in pitch. Lin Weiwei felt somewhat dazed as she approached the desk, discovering the roster indeed. This must be the right place. Jed, you are the deputy factory manager? You truly are the deputy factory manager? Lin Yuyu's face was radiant with joy, nearly leaping with excitement. However, at that moment, the image of Qin Minghao suddenly flashed in her mind, causing her to freeze in place. Is it truly the case that I am the deputy factory manager? Does that mean everything I said before was mere folly? Am I truly destined to share a surname with Qin Minghao? How can this be? Lin Yuyu's expression turned peculiar. A mix of embarrassment and anger surfacing as she spun on her heel and exited, slamming the office door shut with a resounding thud. Jit, I'm off to school. Lin Weiwei furrowed her brow, sensing an undertone of anger in Lin Yuyu's voice. However, at this moment, she could hardly concern herself with such matters. For Gung Laosan had already entered through the door. Deputy Factory Director Lin? Gung Laosan did not know Lin Weiwei, but he was aware that a deputy director was expected today, and the workers who had signed up yesterday had already arrived. According to the factory director's instructions, they were to temporarily recruit 50 workers. Would you like to take a look? Oh, all right. Lin Weiwei, still in a daze, quickly rose to her feet, clutching the roster, and followed Gung Laosan outside. She was utterly perplexed about how she had become the deputy factory director and what her responsibilities entailed. Over the course of the day, they managed to recruit more than 20 individuals, leaving Lin Weiwei feeling as if she were in a dream. As evening fell and the workday concluded, Lin Weiwei walked out of the soda factory in a state of confusion. At that moment, she fortuitously encountered Dong Hongxia, who had just finished her shift. Dong Hongxia was currently in high spirits, having secured a position at the cotton spinning factory, and she felt quite pleased with her morning at work. Humming a tune, she arrived at the entrance of the soda factory, just as Lin Weiwei emerged. Lin Weiwei? Dong Hongxia paused momentarily, then donned a disdainful expression. Oh dear, you've started working at the soda factory? You actually came here? Lin Weiwei, surely you must know that they haven't paid wages here for months? And just so you know, this place has become a private enterprise. And yet you still chose to come here? Lin Weiwei's face darkened, and she had no intention of engaging. Oh, I just remembered. You were dismissed from the cotton spinning factory. You know, one shouldn't be too arrogant. Being overly proud is never a good thing. When I was at the soda factory, your family was living quite well, and now look at you. I've moved on to the cotton spinning factory, while you've come to the soda factory. What does that say? Dong Hongxia chuckled mockingly. This is what they call 30 years of the river flowing east and 30 years of it flowing west. Auntie, unless there's anything pressing, I shall take my leave. Lin Weiwei replied coldly, turning to depart. Dong Hongxia spat dismissively, muttering, what s with the attitude? Don't think I don't know, this soda factory is probably struggling to even operate. Only someone like you would be willing to work here. The cotton spinning factory is far superior. Lin Weiwei remained expressionless as she made her way home. Dong Hongxia scoffed, turning back to hum her tune as she headed to the market. Today, having started her job at the cotton spinning factory, she planned to celebrate at home. Convinced that such a life was truly fulfilling, especially with wages set to be disbursed next month. Chapter 88. Attending the parent-teacher meeting encountering Dong Hongxia had somewhat dampened Lin Weiwei's previously buoyant mood. Upon returning home, she found Dong Hongmin waiting at the door, cradling Qin Nuonyuo. Seeing Lin Weiwei return, she rushed over with a beaming smile. Weiwei, how did it go? Is it true that you've really become the deputy factory director? I took a stroll around the soda factory at noon and heard everyone referring to you as Deputy Director Lin. Lin Weiwei's face flushed. Mom, it's not confirmed yet. I haven't even met the boss. Whether you meet him or not, it doesn't matter. You are already the deputy director. Dong Hongmin exclaimed, her pride evident. I never imagined my daughter would one day hold such a position. Have you seen Minghao? Remember, he is the one who helped you secure this role. You must cherish it. Dong Hongmin was filled with a sudden sense of relief. The dismal mood that had clouded her since Lin Weiwei's recent dismissal from the cotton spinning factory was now completely lifted. Lin Yuyu had returned as well, and upon hearing Dong Hongmin's words, she pouted and entered the house. Lin Weiwei merely cradled Qin Nuonyuo in her arms and made her way inside. She had spent the day in a daze, still unclear about the situation and bewildered as to how she had attained the position of deputy factory director. Her father, Dong Hongmin, stood outside the door, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Lin Qiang return, he waved his hands eagerly, exclaiming, "I must tell you, our daughter has genuinely become the deputy factory director, overseeing dozens of employees." "Really?" Lin Qiang responded, somewhat astonished. "Is she truly the deputy director? Would I deceive you?" Dong Hongmin replied with a cheerful grin. "Our daughter has truly turned misfortune into fortune. At the soda factory, she has assumed a leadership role. How did Minghao manage this?" "That is because my sister possesses strong work capabilities, and what does that have to do with Qin Minghao?" Lin Yuyu could no longer contain herself and retorted. Lin Qiang shot a glare at Lin Yuyu. "Isn't the job thanks to your brother-in-law? Without him, what good would your sister's abilities be?" Feeling unjustly treated, Lin Yuyu turned away. She was genuinely happy for Lin Weiwei, but whenever Qin Minghao was mentioned, she felt a twinge of resentment. "Where's Minghao? Go find him so we can all have a meal together and inquire about how this all came to be." Lin Xiaoyang expressed his eagerness to understand how Qin Minghao had achieved this. "I just went to the dormitory and found no one there. I have no idea where that child has gone." Dong Hongmin sighed. Lin Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, conceding that if Qin Minghao was not present, there was little they could do. They could ask him when they had the time. At that moment, Qin Minghao had just arrived at the soda factory. While Lin Weiwei had finished her shift, Qin Minghao was only beginning his. Several trucks filled with raw materials had been brought in from outside the factory, and Qin Minghao observed from a distance, nodding approvingly. Li Ziming was indeed efficient. The materials ordered yesterday had arrived today. With this batch of raw materials, the soda factory would soon commence operations. At the very least, they could produce some tomorrow to assess the results. "Minghao, did these come from the provincial capital?" Feng Jianjun inquired as he watched the trucks roll into the warehouse. Qin Minghao nodded lightly. "The chemical factories in the city are likely unable to provide supplies in the near future, so obtaining materials from the provincial capital is a fresh avenue. Once the unloading is complete, take them out for a meal, and then settle the payment so they can return." Qin Minghao instructed before making his way upstairs alone. Feng Jianjun gazed into the distance, inexplicably feeling a sense of ease. With the raw materials secured, production would be a mere formality. They would soon see how well the soda sold. In truth, Qin Minghao harbored some concerns about sales, yet he was not overly troubled. The soda factory had retained some popularity over the years, and the taste was satisfactory. The primary reason for its closure had been excessive staffing, leading to low productivity and poor worker morale. Of course, there were some equipment issues, but they were not overly significant. Observing the steady influx of goods into the warehouse, Qin Minghao sat in his office, deep in contemplation regarding sales channels. A spectacular surge in sales would be ideal, for it would signify a turning point. However, such opportunities are often serendipitous and elusive. To achieve explosive sales, one must devise equally explosive marketing strategies. Feng Jianjun had taken the truck drivers out for a meal, while Gung Laosan directed the unloading of goods and subsequently dismissed the workers. Qin Minghao remained in his office until 10 o'clock in the evening, finally clarifying his sales strategy before returning to his dormitory. The following morning, Qin Minghao arose, freshened up, and descended the stairs. After enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the Lin residence. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Weiwei adjusting her attire in front of a mirror. "Deputy Factory Director Lin?" Qin Minghao chuckled softly, teasingly inquiring if she was preparing for an occasion. At his words, Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare before taking a seat at the table. "Minghao?" A voice emerged from the room, belonging to Dong Hongmin. "Have you eaten? If not, hurry and do so. I wrenched my back, and your father left early this morning to drive." "I've eaten," Qin Minghao replied with a smile, noticing his daughter Qin Nuonyuo, who was still waking up, lifting her head in confusion. He hurried over, assisting her in getting dressed and washing her face. "What will happen to my parent-teacher meeting if your back is hurt?" Lin Yuyu pouted as she emerged from the room, looking quite displeased. Lin Weiwei remained silent. She had previously agreed to attend the meeting, but now, with her new job at the soda factory, had no time to go. "What about letting your brother-in-law attend?" Dong Hongmin suggested. Qin Minghao was taken aback, while Lin Yuyu immediately reacted, "What kind of parent-teacher meeting is that? Why should I let my brother-in-law go?" "Absolutely not. Mom, since you're unwell, I can go." To his surprise, Qin Minghao readily agreed, cheerfully stating, "I can take Nuonyuo with me. I'll listen to what the teacher says and report back to you." "All right." Dong Hongmin readily consented. "Mom," Lin Yuyu protested. She had always been at odds with Qin Minghao, and allowing him to attend the meeting felt like a betrayal. I'll let the child eat first, Qin Minghao declared, cradling Qin Nuonyuo as he began their meal. I'm leaving, Lin Weiwei announced after finishing her meal, setting down her dishes and glancing at Qin Minghao. You two don't argue. Rest assured, Qin Minghao replied, casting a provocative glance at Lin Yuyu, his smile growing more audacious. Lin Yuyu was on the verge of exploding, abandoning her meal and storming out. After feeding the child, Qin Minghao picked up Qin Nuonyuo and hurried after her. While he was indifferent to the parent-teacher meeting, he held a keen interest in the school itself. The 11th Middle School was an esteemed institution, representing a substantial market opportunity for Qin Minghao. Chapter 89. The school sports meeting. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuyu's pent-up emotions threatened to erupt several times, yet she valiantly held them in check. Qin Minghao, seemingly unfazed, continued to carry Qin Nuonyuo, humming a cheerful tune as he followed Lin Yuyu into the school. The 11th Middle School in the city is indeed an esteemed institution, and in later years, Qin Minghao heard quite a bit about it. Its enrollment rate surpasses that of many surrounding schools, making it one of the prominent schools in the city. Upon entering the school, Qin Nuonyuo became eager, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. In the classroom, Lin Yuyu observed Qin Minghao as he looked around, feeling a surge of irritation. Don't wander aimlessly. I advise you to be a bit more courteous when speaking to me. Otherwise, I might just report you. Qin Minghao merely huffed in response, further inciting Lin Yuyu's anger. As they ascended the stairs, Qin Minghao caught sight of what appeared to be a parent-teacher meeting. Numerous parents had gathered, and Qin Minghao, carrying a child, instantly attracted many curious glances. Who is that? Is that Lin Yuyu's parent? How can they be so young and carrying a child? A throng of classmates encircled them, all staring at Qin Minghao. However, to his surprise, Lin Yuyu approached and shot a fierce glare at the group. Immediately, they lowered their heads, some even turning away, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. Impressive, Qin Minghao thought, taken aback by Lin Yuyu's assertiveness. Entering the classroom with Qin Nuonyuo, he noticed many parents engaged in conversation around him. Qin Minghao remained relatively silent, his primary intention for attending being to explore potential avenues for selling soda, rather than being overly concerned about other matters. Just as he settled into his seat, a woman in her 50s entered the room, glancing at the attendees before announcing, "This parent meeting does not have any significant agenda. I merely wish to inform everyone that the school will host the autumn sports meeting in 3 days." The mention of the autumn sports meeting caught Qin Minghao off guard. As he sensed a business opportunity arising, his attention drifting while the teacher continued to speak. Meanwhile, outside the room, Lin Yuyu glanced at Qin Minghao, then turned to her companion, stating, "That is my brother-in-law. My sister is at work. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him come. So, that's your brother-in-law. Is he the one who does nothing?" Indeed, Lin Yuyu pouted, feeling somewhat embarrassed and reluctant to face Qin Minghao at that moment. You should focus less on your brother-in-law and more on the disciplinary issues at hand. At the mention of discipline, Lin Yuyu's expression became conflicted. Just days prior, she had gotten into a fight with some classmates, and the school was on the verge of imposing disciplinary action. My dad has said he won't interfere, no matter how the school chooses to deal with this. Really? Lin Yuyu felt a surge of anxiety. She had originally wanted Lin Weiwei to attend the meeting, hoping to plead for leniency, but since Lin Weiwei was at work, Qin Minghao had come instead. Don't worry, my mom has promised to advocate for us. Perhaps we won't face any punishment. Li Wenwan interjected nonchalantly. Is that true? How wonderful. Luo Xin exclaimed with delight. Lin Yuyu also felt relieved, believing they could navigate this predicament successfully. Inside the classroom, the teacher's lecture had concluded, and numerous parents began to rise. Have Li Wenwan, Luo Xin, and Lin Yuyu's parents arrived? Teacher Yuan glanced at Qin Minghao. Are you Lin Yuyu's parent? Yes. Qin Minghao nodded. Please follow me. I have something to discuss. Teacher Yuan stated, turning to exit the classroom. Outside, upon seeing that all 3 parents had been summoned, Lin Yuyu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. They understood that this likely pertained to a disciplinary matter. Qin Minghao, still unaware of the situation, followed along to the office. Teacher Yuan, being quite the troublesome figure, called each parent into the principal's office one by one. First, it was Luo Xin's father, who emerged after about 10 minutes, visibly fuming. Luo Xin and Lin Yuyu watched from a distance, their hearts in their throats. This is it. I'm going to get scolded tonight. Luo Xin pouted. It's all right. Look, my mom is in there. She will surely speak up for us. Li Wenwan reassured. Yes, trust in Wenjuan's mother. Lin Yuyu clenched her fists, equally tense. Moments later, Li Wenjuan's mother exited, her expression equally grim. As she stepped out, she caught sight of Li Wenwan and shook her head in dismay. What happened? Didn't you plead for leniency? Lin Yuyu and the others rushed over. Aunt Wang, what's the matter? The principal stated that your behavior is quite severe. So a punishment is inevitable, and no amount of pleading will change that. What? Lin Yuyu gasped, her disbelief palpable. This is terrible. What are we going to do? Li Wenwan was on the verge of tears. But what about Yuyu's brother-in-law? What could he possibly do? Li Wenwan retorted, if my mother's plea didn't work, what can he achieve? Lin Yuyu, too, was skeptical about Qin Minghao's potential impact. Yet he was indeed called in, and upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Feng Rui. It suddenly dawned on Qin Minghao that Feng Jianjun's sister was the principal of the school. Minghao? Feng Rui was equally astonished, recognizing Qin Minghao as he entered. What brings you here? Are you Lin Yu's parent? Yes. Feng Jia, what is going on? Oh, it's nothing serious, just a scuffle among a few children. I asked the parents to come in to administer a punishment. Qin Minghao grasped the situation. Lin Yuyu had been involved in a fight at school? Since you are Yuyu's parent, let us consider this matter resolved. By the way, I heard Jianjun mention that he went to the soda factory and became some sort of manager. What is the story behind that? Feng Rui inquired. Just as Qin Minghao was about to explain, he quickly interjected. Indeed. I acquired the soda factory and sent Feng Gu there. Feng Jia, is your school organizing a sports event? Would you need any sponsorship? If feasible, our soda factory could contribute financially to the school and provide beverages for sale. Feng Rui was taken aback, not expecting Qin Minghao to engage in such endeavors. Sister Feng, our demands are modest. On the day of the school event, no other beverages should be present, only products from our soda factory. Additionally, we require advertising within the school. Qin Minghao spoke animatedly, his words flowing with confidence. Chapter 90. Disciplinary actions cannot cease. Feng Rui found herself in a quandary, as she had never encountered such a situation before. On the day of the sports meet, there would undoubtedly be leaders in attendance. Would promoting a soda factory be met with their disdain? Sister Feng, I've heard that there are many underprivileged students at the 11th school. Perhaps you could communicate with their parents. If they are willing, they could work at our soda factory at any time. Should these parents lack the capacity for labor, our factory could also provide some assistance, viewing it as a way to give back to society. Qin Minghao proposed, dropping a significant bombshell. Feng Rui paused momentarily. Minghao, this idea of yours, this idea will surely be welcomed by the higher-ups. Qin Minghao asserted confidently, offering Feng Rui a reassuring nod. Supporting underprivileged students is, after all, not a daunting task for a corporation. All right, then I will inquire about the higher-up stance. If it is feasible, I will inform Jianjun. Qin Minghao chuckled, rising from his seat. Thank you, Sister Feng. Not a problem. We are all family. Why mention such formalities? Feng Rui replied, also standing. As they walked out, they exchanged pleasantries, discussing future meals together. Outside, Lin Yuyu and others stood despondently, their spirits low. It seems a disciplinary action is inevitable, Li Wenwan lamented. However, Luo Xin offered comfort, suggesting, perhaps Yuyu's brother-in-law can indeed resolve this? Li Wenwan scoffed, for everyone was aware of Lin Yuyu's brother-in-law's true capabilities. What could he possibly do to spare them from punishment? Lin Yuyu herself harbored doubts, but just then, the office door swung open, and Qin Minghao emerged, playfully carrying a child and laughing with Feng Rui. Lin Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a scene. Qin Minghao knows the principal? How is that possible? Minghao, come over for dinner sometime. Your brother-in-law has insisted I invite you several times. Feng Rui's words bridged the gap between her and Qin Minghao. Certainly, certainly. Qin Minghao gestured dismissively. Li Wenwan stood in stunned silence, while Luo Xin quickly expressed delight. By the way, Minghao, regarding Lin Yuyu's disciplinary action, I will keep a record. If there is a repeat offense, leniency will not be granted, Feng Rui stated. Lin Yuyu's eyes brightened, and Luo Xin nearly leaped with joy. Sister Feng, I believe this is unacceptable. Qin Minghao replied sternly, students must maintain their decorum. Fighting is entirely discouraged. Disciplinary actions should be enforced when necessary. Lin Yuyu was left bewildered, and Li Wenwan felt as though she had plunged into a freezing abyss. Very well, Feng Rui declared decisively. Qin Minghao smiled as he turned, noticing the fury etched on Lin Yuyu's face. He winked and said, Yuyu, this is not about being petty. It is for your own good. One day, you will understand. Qin Minghao. Lin Yuyu was incensed. If the principal were not present, she would have lunged at Qin Minghao and torn him apart right then and there. Qin Minghao displayed a benevolent smile, cradling Qin Nuonyuo as he turned to leave. This parent meeting proved to be quite worthwhile. At the very least, the sales channels for the soda factory should open up within the county. However, Achieving instant success was likely not so simple. This was merely an announcement to the entire county that the soda factory, after a few months of inactivity, had resumed production and was indeed worthy of everyone's trust. Upon exiting the school, Qin Minghao embraced Lin Yuyu, and they purchased ice cream along the way, meandering through the county. Since his rebirth, Qin Minghao had not had the opportunity to enjoy playful moments with Qin Nuonyuo, but this occasion allowed for delightful father-daughter bonding. As evening approached, Qin Minghao made his way to the soda factory. According to Feng Jianjun's schedule, finished products should be ready today. So Qin Minghao decided to pay a visit. At that moment, Feng Jianjun emerged carrying 2 bottles of soda and hurried towards Qin Minghao upon seeing him. The finished products are ready. Would you like to have a taste? Qin Minghao accepted the bottle and savored a sip, finding the flavor indistinguishable from the original. Minghao, the equipment is nearly calibrated. We should be able to commence production tomorrow. However, some workers are expressing discontent upon learning that the base salary is only 100 yuan. Understood, Qin Minghao nodded. Proceed with production as planned. Tomorrow, ensure that all worker contributions are recorded on the workshop board. If anyone truly causes trouble, let them collect their wages and leave. Agreed. Feng Jianjun grasped the necessity of being decisive at this juncture to avoid complications. We will push hard tomorrow. The sports meeting at number 11 middle school is in 3 days. We'll seize this opportunity to launch our products. Indeed, this should enable us to capture the county market. As for the city market, we will assess the situation further, Qin Minghao advised. The sports meeting? Feng Jianjun hesitated, unsure of the feasibility. Why not? Qin Minghao replied with a smile. At that moment, Lin Weiwei emerged from the office building. Upon seeing Qin Minghao with Qin Nuonyuo, she was taken aback. Mom, Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed, opening her arms. Daddy took me out to play today, bought me ice cream and a dress. Lin Weiwei took the child into her arms, casting a complex glance at Qin Minghao. The transformation in him over this period was so remarkable that she could hardly believe it. Brother Feng, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qin Minghao said with a smile, waving his hand. All right. Feng Jianjun replied without further comment, turning back to the soda factory. Lin Weiwei had already finished her workday, while Feng Jianjun remained, and Qin Minghao showed no intention of leaving. Who is the owner of this soda factory? Lin Weiwei pondered this question over the past few days. What did you discuss with him that allowed me to become the deputy factory director? I told him you are diligent, unpretentious, beautiful, and kind-hearted. Qin Minghao smiled slightly. Most importantly, you married a good husband. Lin Weiwei found his words both amusing and exasperating. Dad wants you to come over tonight. He has something to discuss with you. I cannot tonight. I have some matters to attend to. I will visit in a few days when I have the time. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively. Well, I shall take my leave now. Lin Weiwei, cradling her child, took a few steps before turning back to glance at Qin Minghao. She was uncertain of the reason, yet felt an irresistible urge to converse with him further. However, it appeared that Qin Minghao was indeed preoccupied. After bidding farewell to Lin Weiwei, he entered the office building, determined to devise a plan for the upcoming sports event at the 11th middle school. Once Lin Weiwei departed, she returned home alone, holding her child. Half an hour later, Lin Yuyu stormed in, visibly upset. Dong Hongmin was still reclining on the Kong, engaging in casual conversation with Lin Weiwei. Upon seeing Lin Yuyu, she suddenly recalled the parent-teacher meeting scheduled for that day. Weiwei, did Minghao mention anything about the parent meeting today? He didn't mention a word, Lin Weiwei replied. Lin Yuyu's demeanor shifted, her face betraying her anxiety. My aunt got into a fight at school, and my father said she would face consequences. Qin Nuonyuo chimed in while playing with her doll. Fighting? Dong Hongmin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to rise due to a twinge in her back. I didn't tea. Don't listen to Qin Nuonyuo's nonsense. Lin Yuyu's face drained of color, trembling with indignation and fear. She never anticipated betrayal from someone so close. Lin Weiwei turned to scrutinize Lin Yuyu, unconvinced that Qin Nuonyuo was fabricating tales. I only fought because someone provoked me. It's not my fault. Lin Yuyu hastily defended herself. What fighting? At that moment, Lin Xiaoyang's voice boomed from outside. Lin Yuyu's pupils dilated, sensing impending trouble, and she dashed to her room. Your daughter has become quite bold, daring to fight at school. You should really keep her in check. Dong Hongmin exclaimed, fuming. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang stormed in wielding a stick. I see she has aspirations of grandeur. Fighting, is it? Let us see if you can hold your own today. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiaoyang kicked open the door. Dad, please listen to me. It's really not my fault. Dad, please hear me out. Lin Yuyu cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face as she cowered in the corner, clutching her head, appearing quite pitiable. Fighting. I'll teach you a lesson for that. You think you're something special for fighting at school? You're just a girl. And you really believe you can act like a tough one? Lin Chaoyang paid no heed to her pleas, delivering a few strikes to Lin Yu's backside until Lin Weiwei intervened and pulled him out of the room. Lin Yu, pouting and weeping, felt a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Nuonyuo. However, she quickly reconsidered. As Qin Nuonyuo was her sister's child, hatred should not be directed at her, but rather at Qin Minghao. It was all Qin Minghao's fault. Had he not brought the child to school, she wouldn't have faced such punishment. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Minghao was inexplicably loathed by his sister-in-law. He toiled at the soda factory until 10 in the evening, before finally returning to the dormitory. The following morning, news that astonished the entire town emerged from the soda factory. After months of inactivity, it was set to resume operations. Listening to the thunderous roar emanating from the soda factory, many began to question how long it could sustain its operations. Some well-informed individuals knew that the factory had been sold to a private entity. Others speculated that the county had resumed its investment in the facility. As the machinery of the soda factory whirred to life, Qin Minghao remained lost in slumber, while Feng Jianjun, observing the equipment in action, felt a wave of elation wash over him. Among the gathered crowd, the most jubilant were the elderly workers of the factory. This group had feared the factory's demise. Yet here they were, witnessing the resumption of operations. An Audi 100 passed by the factory gates. Lu Yang, seated within the vehicle, noticed figures moving about in the seemingly desolate factory and furrowed his brow. Has the soda factory resumed work? He wondered aloud. It seems so. But I heard it was sold to a private owner. Su Guanglin quickly interjected. What does it matter who bought it? Lu Yang scoffed, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. No one can save a failing enterprise. It is destined to collapse. Who possesses the capability to resurrect it? Indeed, if we must assign blame, it lies with the factory's management. If they were competent, it wouldn't have reached this point. Look at our cotton mill. It has stood resilient through the years. Moreover, next month, we will undergo capacity upgrades, and under Director Lu's guidance, our fortunes will surely improve. Su Guanglin flattered, his words pleasing Lu Yang, who nodded in agreement, choosing to ignore the soda factory entirely as he directed his vehicle towards the cotton mill. In recent days, the upgrades at the cotton mill had kept Lu Yang exceedingly busy. However, he remained confident that once this period passed and production capacity was enhanced, the mill's prospects would brighten significantly. After noon, the production workshop of the soda factory began to yield finished products. Bagged sodas were sealed in boxes and transported to the warehouse. Upon witnessing this, the workers felt a sense of accomplishment, though it was somewhat tempered by the realization that their base salary was merely 100. After all, financial gain was paramount. If earnings dwindled, no one would remain joyful. Feng Jianjun visited the workshop in the afternoon and recognized this issue. Although everyone appeared to be working, their efficiency was notably low, a long-standing flaw of the soda factory. Despite the facade of productivity, many were simply engaged in passive labor, knowing that their wages would be dispersed at month's end. Observing this scene, Feng Jianjun sighed softly and approached Gung Laosan. Gung Laosan was rather pleased. The factory's ability to produce normally again and his continued role as the workshop supervisor was sufficient for him. Director Feng, the workers are quite motivated. Surely, we will see an increase in output within 3 days, he remarked. Motivated? That remains to be seen. Please have someone erase the blackboard in the workshop. Recording today's output and tallying commissions based on headcount, Feng Jianjun instructed, adhering strictly to Qin Minghao's directives. Very well, Gung Laosan acquiesced, believing that keeping track of these commissions ultimately made little difference. As dusk approached and the end of the workday neared, Elder Gung received the production data for the day and directed his team to transcribe it onto the blackboard. Feng Jianjun had arrived early and, upon seeing the figures, sequentially wrote down the names of the workshop workers. Yu Dong earned a base salary of 3 yuan today, with a commission of 8 yuan, totaling 11. Yang Zhongchen also had a base salary of 3 yuan, with a commission of 9 yuan, bringing his total to 12. Before Feng Jianjun could finish writing, a crowd had already gathered, each person glancing at the names and inquiring, Director, what does this mean? If my commission is 8 yuan, does that mean I earned a total of 11? Indeed, 3 plus 8 equals 11. Can you not do the math? Feng Jianjun chuckled back. Really? I earned 11 today? Yu Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Will I actually receive this? Yes, of course. On the 15th of next month, you will receive it punctually. Feng Jianjun reassured them. Moreover, let me inform you, from now on, daily earnings will be recorded. Whatever you earn this month will be distributed next month. Your commission is calculated based on today's total production. He patiently explained, emphasizing that the more effort they put in, the greater their rewards would be. The workers stood in astonishment, as they had previously assumed that a base salary of 100 meant just that. They never anticipated that by evening they would see an additional 8 or 9 yuan. Moreover, Feng Jianjun's words were clear. The more they worked, the more they earned. Elder Gung approached, murmuring, "Will we really receive commissions? If that's the case, earning over 10 yuan a day means over 300 a month? 300? My heavens! Wouldn't that be comparable to the cotton spinning factory?" Chapter 92. The excited workers upon hearing the mention of the cotton spinning factory. Those present paused momentarily. Everyone knew that the cotton spinning factory offered the highest wages in the vicinity. If they could truly reach that level, who wouldn't want to work there? Furthermore, they all understood. The more they worked, the more they earned. Though everyone was working today, they hadn't exerted much effort. If they truly applied themselves tomorrow, wouldn't they easily surpass the cotton spinning factory? What about my wages? Elder Gung asked eagerly, gazing at Feng Jianjun. Your wages depend on the workshop's production targets. The more the entire workshop accomplishes, the more you earn. Conversely, if production is low, your earnings will also dwindle. Based on today's output, you can expect around 15 yuan, Feng Jianjun replied, inscribing the figure next to Elder Gung's name. 15? Elder Gung stared at the number, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Director, is it really 15? Would I deceive you? Based on today's production, it is indeed 15. Hearing this, Elder Gung felt invigorated, as though he had been electrified. Although he had yet to see the money, he was certain it was legitimate. Tomorrow's production would surely be even greater. That is excellent. In fact, not only you, but even the commissions for me and Deputy Director Lin are based on the entire factory's output. Let us all strive harder and earn more. Feng Jianjun declared with a flourish. The workers at the soda factory clenched their fists in excitement, feeling that this endeavor was truly viable. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Jianjun found himself increasingly admiring Qin Minghao. The principle of more work, more reward, and the implementation of labor distribution represented a significant transformation for the soda factory. With merely 50 workers in the entire workshop, tomorrow's output could potentially reach the equivalent of 70 or even 100 workers. While wages had indeed increased, the productivity achieved through doubling the workforce was astonishingly unexpected. In the evening, as Qin Minghao and Feng Jianjun sat before a barbecue stall, listening to Feng recount the happenings at the factory, Qin nodded thoughtfully. As long as the enthusiasm for work was ignited, concerns about productivity falling behind would be unfounded. Minghao, my sister asked me to tell you that she has submitted your suggestions, and we should receive a response from above tomorrow. Someone will come to transfer the details at number 11 middle school, Feng Jianjun stated. He then added, by the way, I noticed some individuals loitering outside the factory this afternoon. I heard from Gung Lao saying that they might be from the chemical plant or the glass factory. You should keep an eye on this matter. Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the debt collectors would arrive so swiftly. It appeared that his decision to refrain from visiting the soda factory over the past few days had indeed been sagacious. Those external debts were bound to pose a risk sooner or later. Feng Jianjun spoke again, uncertain of what methods Qin Minghao might employ to mitigate those debts. Let us wait a bit. Once the situation at number 11 middle school is resolved, I will tackle this issue, Qin Minghao replied with a smile. Already formulating a plan in his mind, though it remained tentative, contingent on the circumstances. Does the athletic meet at number 11 middle school truly benefit us? Feng Jianjun inquired, somewhat hesitantly. Brother Feng, if I were to say that this athletic meet would aid us in ways beyond imagination, would you believe me? Qin Minghao replied with a mysterious smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Feng Jianjun regarded Qin Minghao with a hint of skepticism. However, given that Qin Minghao was now the boss, he refrained from questioning him further. The two continued their meal until past 10 o'clock, at which point Qin Minghao bid farewell to Feng Jianjun and returned alone to his dormitory. The following morning, good news indeed arrived from number 11 middle school. Qin Minghao recognized that his support for impoverished students played a substantial role in this development. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. He could manage the needs of a dozen or so underprivileged students. In this era, education was not as financially burdensome as it would become in later times. And even if it were, it would not lead to the downfall of Qin Minghao's soda factory. Lin Weiwei received her assignment at noon. Feeling somewhat perplexed as she entered number 11 middle school, entirely unaware of what sponsorship entailed or how to approach it. The principal, Feng Rui, was not particularly well versed in this matter either, but she understood that Qin Minghao intended to advertise. Although she lacked a deep understanding of advertising, she was familiar with slogans. A large banner had already been hung, and personnel from the logistics department began engaging with Lin Weiwei, offering numerous suggestions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already spotted Lin Weiwei through the window. her face alight with excitement, almost bursting to inform her classmates that the beautiful woman downstairs was her elder sister. As Lin Weiwei interacted with number 11 middle school, the workers at the soda factory were fervently laboring in the workshop. Yesterday's commission noted on the blackboard ignited an exhilarating fervor among the workers, compelling them to roll up their sleeves, their eyes alight with ambition. Each individual was eager to discover the monetary rewards awaiting them that evening. Standing at the entrance of the workshop, Feng Jianjun could not help but marvel at Qin Minghao's astute understanding of the workers' sentiments. Although no cash was dispersed, the mere presence of those figures had stirred such enthusiasm. "Director Feng, you're here. Come and see today's production targets." Gung Laosen approached Feng Jianjun with brisk strides. As Feng Jianjun took the form, his heart raced. Today's task completion was astonishingly 30% higher than yesterday's. Should this trend continue, each worker's commission would exceed at least 15. Note this down. Yu Dong, base salary 3, commission quantity 16. 16? Yu Dong nearly swooned with excitement. Merely witnessing the inscribed number sent his heart racing. Indeed, 16. Yang Zhongchen, base salary 3, today's commission 17. Feng Jianjun noted Yang Zhongchen's figures, nodding approvingly. Excellent, excellent. Today, Gung Laosan has reached 20. The crowd could not suppress a ripple of excitement, and though Gung Laosan endeavored to maintain composure, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Everyone has worked hard today. You should head home early to rest. After recording the figures, Feng Jianjun waved to the workers in the workshop. The attendees hurriedly departed, changing out of their work attire in clusters as they exited the soda factory. Coincidentally, it was also the time for the cotton mill workers to finish their shifts. Many from the cotton mill observed the jubilant soda factory workers, perplexed by their elation. Particularly those who had previously left the soda factory scoffed derisively. What are they so happy about? A struggling factory is operating, and they celebrate this way? The soda factory won't last long. It's the cotton mill that endures. Among the crowd, Dong Hongxia strutted forward with great bravado, refusing to even glance at her former workplace. Uncertain if it would survive until month's end while some reveled in their misplaced pride. Dong Hongxia, stop your sarcastic remarks. Do you even know how much we earned today? Yu Dong could no longer contain himself. As a veteran of the soda factory nearing 50, he held a deep affection for the establishment. Didn't we all earn around 15 or 16 today? 15 or 16? You must be joking. We at the cotton mill earn barely 10 a day. Indeed, these soda factory workers can't possibly believe they earn more than us. It's laughable. 15 or 16. Have they actually been paid? Perhaps they're just deceiving you. If I promised you 100 a day, would you believe it? Dong Hongxiao retorted disdainfully. Yu Dong flushed with indignation. The blackboard indeed recorded 15 or 16, yet they had not received such payments, leaving them at a loss for rebuttal. Dong Hongxiao smirked, strutting past with an air of superiority. Behind the Audi 100, Lu Yang furrowed his brow, bewildered by the commotion outside. It was only after he lowered the car window that he could discern the conversation more clearly. 15 or 16 yuan a day. What an exaggeration. He scoffed. Their products were unsellable, and the factory was on the brink of collapse. How could they dare to boast? Lu Yang laughed, finding the workers at the cotton mill completely justified in their rebuttal. After all, the soda factory was on the verge of shutting down. What was there to boast about when they barely earned that much? Even Su Guanglin offered a sheepish grin. I heard that Feng Jianjun has come here to become the factory director? Lu Yang snorted disdainfully. Why abandon a respectable position at the cotton mill to take on a role in such a desolate place? Truly, poverty has stunted his ambitions. Who could argue otherwise? He was indeed blind to the opportunities before him. However, I believe it is also due to your own merits, Director Lu. Just think about it. One of your section chiefs has managed to become a factory director elsewhere. If we let all the section chiefs from the cotton mill go, wouldn't they all become directors? Su Guanglin added a flattering remark. Lu Yang basked in the praise, feeling quite pleased with Su Guanglin's words. As the car drove away, the workers at the soda factory were visibly affected by the conversation. At that moment, Feng Jianjun emerged, clearing his throat and stating, "Do not pay heed to their nonsense. The amount written on the blackboard is the salary you will receive next month. No one will receive less." The expressions of those present lightened somewhat, yet their inner anxieties lingered. Feng Jianjun understood that this was the only course of action available, and after giving a few instructions to Feng Zhong, he turned and headed home. Feng Zhong, the youngest among those who stayed, naturally became the security chief of the cotton mill. Given that the soda factory had just begun production, some unruly individuals might come around. Fortunately, Feng Jianjun's reputation instilled a degree of caution in certain people. Shortly after the crowd dispersed, Lin Weiwei and Lin Yuyu returned from the county. As they walked, Lin Yu chattered, "Sister, is it true that your soda factory will provide sponsorship? If so, I'll tell my classmates to drink your factory's soda regularly." Lin Weiwei remained silent as they made their way to the town. Casting a glance at the dormitory, almost as if compelled by fate, she headed toward it. The moment Lin Yu saw Lin Weiwei approaching the dorm, her expression soured. She vividly recalled the beating from the previous night, and her backside still ached from the incident during class that day. Lin Weiwei had intended to check on Qin Minghao, hoping to bring him home for dinner. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, she discovered that Qin Minghao was still absent. She was unclear about what he had been occupied with over the past few days. He seemed perpetually busy. At that moment, Qin Minghao was indeed in the county, attending to paperwork related to the soda factory, as he was set to officially take over in 3 days. He spent the entire day either at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau or the county government. After completing his tasks, night fell, and he took Li Mingfu out for a meal, returning home quite late. The following morning, Qin Minghao woke up and made another trip to the 11th middle school. Tomorrow marks the day of the sports meet, and thus, the students of No. 11 middle school attended classes in the morning, followed by rehearsals in the afternoon. Qin Minghao, having no pressing matters, hurriedly returned to fetch Qin Nuonyuo. Due to her recent back troubles, Dong Hongmin had requested Qin Minghao to take care of Qin Nuonyuo as much as possible. The father and daughter, each clutching a packet of soda, found a shaded spot to watch the students entering the venue from afar. "Auntie, Dad, there's Auntie," Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed with a joyful bounce. Qin Minghao chuckled, "Your aunt hasn't sent you away. That's your good fortune. Why the ruckus?" In the forefront of the crowd, Lin Yu held a flag, and though she felt delighted upon hearing Qin Nuonyuo's call, her joy dissipated upon spotting Qin Minghao, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. While Qin Nuonyuo was welcome to embrace, Qin Minghao was not. "Auntie, let us drink soda." Qin Nuonyuo continued her joyful prancing. At that moment, Lin Weiwei had arrived with personnel from the soda factory, beginning to strategize the setup. She instructed others to raise a banner that read, "Mengjiang County Soda Factory wishes the number 11 middle school sports meet a resounding success." Qin Minghao had contemplated altering the branding, but given the time constraints and concerns about public recognition, he decided against it for now, planning instead to introduce a few new products before revising the branding and product names. Mom! Qin Nuonyuo spotted Lin Weiwei and leaped with excitement. Had Qin Minghao not restrained her, she would have dashed to Lin Weiwei's side. Accompanying Lin Weiwei were several individuals, including former workers from the soda factory, who paused momentarily upon seeing Qin Minghao. Rising to his feet, Qin Minghao carried Qin Nuonyuo to Lin Weiwei. "I'm still on duty. You take her for now," Lin Weiwei hastily said, worried about her colleagues' laughter and the potential for scrutiny, given her position as deputy factory director. "What brings you here at this hour? Just before closing?" Qin Minghao inquired, surprised. "Everyone is at work and reluctant to waste time, so this is the only time I could come," Lin Weiwei replied, directing the others to arrange the boxes before attempting to open one. As she did, a rush of cold air escaped, revealing blocks of ice encasing the factory's bottled beverages. Qin Minghao grasped the situation. It seemed the workers, having seen the funds noted on the blackboard, were eager not to delay and aimed to earn more. Nonetheless, it was encouraging to see their enthusiasm for labor. As the time approached the end of the workday, many workers began heading home. Some passing by number 11 middle school paused in surprise at the large banner. Particularly, Liu Yang's car slowed as he drove past the school, taken aback by the banner. "What's the soda factory up to? Is No. 11 middle school hosting a sports meet, and the soda factory is sponsoring? What's this about selling products?" Su Guanglin, who had been closely following Liu Yang, replied, eager to curry favor and regain his position as deputy factory director. "What a joke." Liu Yang let out a cold snort, recognizing that the soda factory had reached a dead end, resorting to such desperate measures. What could be sold at a sports event? Furthermore, what impact could promoting it within the school possibly have? Is this not a foolish idea conceived by Feng Jianjun? Chapter 94, The Athletic Talent of My Sister-in-Law. I surmised that only he could devise such a ridiculous notion. Su Guanglin scoffed, remarking on how a head of security, now turned factory director, would inevitably lead the soda factory to ruin. The factory owner must be quite foolish to appoint such a person as director. Liu Yang chuckled at this, agreeing that Su Guanglin was indeed correct. This was nothing short of child's play. What purpose could sponsoring a sports event serve? "Director, allow me to take you to a delightful place tonight. 2 new karaoke establishments have opened in the county, and they are quite the sensation." Su Guanglin could not help but continue. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's expression turned serious. As officials of the cotton spinning factory, it is wise to frequent such places sparingly. Though he stated this, he understood that even officials sought moments of relaxation to alleviate their stress, did they not? Director Liu, I believe that after the recent production upgrades at the factory, a change of atmosphere would do wonders for your spirits. Su Guanglin promptly replied, very well, but let this be a one-time affair. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Su Guanglin, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in laughter. His gaze towards Lu Yang now tinged with a hint of disdain. As the vehicle departed from the vicinity of the school, it headed towards the newly opened karaoke venue. Qin Minghao, cradling Qin Nuonyuo, had watched the festivities at the school for a while before bidding farewell to Lin Weiwei and returning Qin Nuonyuo home. He had pondered the sales strategy for the 11th middle school for quite some time, yet could not conceive a particularly effective approach. When he discussed it with Feng Rui, he was merely contemplating a way to capitalize on the situation. Thus, the method of sales was secondary to the art of seizing the opportunity. The sports event tomorrow was of utmost importance, while today was merely a precursor. On the following morning, Qin Minghao rose early, donned a fresh outfit, and descended the stairs in high spirits. After enjoying breakfast downstairs, he hurried to the Lin residence. Lin Weiwei had already left for work, reportedly departing unusually early, leaving only Lin Yuyu, Dong Hongmin, and Qin Minghao's daughter, Qin Nuonyuo, at home. Due to the upcoming sports event, Lin Yuyu had changed into a striking performance outfit. Qin Minghao glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. Truth be told, Lin Yuyu was quite beautiful. After all, Lin Weiwei was the belle of the factory, and Lin Yuyu was not far behind. Dressed in her performance attire, she radiated a newfound brilliance, no longer resembling a mere child. Upon seeing Qin Minghao enter, Lin Yuyu haughtily turned her nose up, grabbing her change of clothes and striding out. Qin Minghao smirked, bid farewell to Dong Hongmin, and followed Lin Yuyu outside. As they made their way to the school, the resounding beat of drums could be heard from afar. The thundering sounds reverberated throughout every corner of the 11th middle school. When Qin Minghao entered the school, cradling Qin Nuonyuo, it was already teeming with an enthusiastic crowd. The entire school boasts over 2,000 students. And with the parents and onlookers who have come to cheer, the number swells to more than 10,000. Qin Minghao noticed not only Lin Weiwei's presence, but also that Feng Jianjun had arrived, accompanied by Feng Zhong from the security department. Minghao, Feng Jianjun exclaimed, hastening towards Qin Minghao with a newfound enthusiasm that sharply contrasted with his anxiety from the previous day. You won't believe it. As soon as we set up, people began to buy. The enthusiasm is palpable. Qin Minghao chuckled, aware that it was mid-September, a time when the weather was sweltering. Despite it being morning, beads of sweat were already forming on some foreheads. In the entire school, there was but one vendor selling beverages, and with the sports meet underway, who would resist purchasing? Let us see how sales go, Qin Minghao said, waving his hand. Brother Feng, even if everyone buys something today, it won't yield much profit for us. Our main goal is to announce to the entire county that our soda factory is back in business. Rest assured, many are already talking about it, Feng Jianjun replied, visibly pleased. At that moment, a rhythmic drum roll echoed from afar, signaling the athlete's entrance. Qin Minghao lifted Qin Nunu onto his shoulders, standing tall to gaze into the distance. He spotted Lin Yuyu on the podium, her solemn gaze fixed on the incoming students. Among the athletes, Lin Yuyu, clad in vibrant attire, led the procession, proudly waving a flag. Auntie, Auntie, Qin Nunu exclaimed, her excitement surging upon seeing Lin Yuyu, bouncing joyfully on Qin Minghao's shoulders. Qin Minghao smiled as he watched Lin Yuyu pass by, followed closely by the marching band, and then the participating athletes. As all entered the arena, the school orchestra played a jubilant tune. Once the music concluded, Feng Rui, standing on the podium with a microphone, spoke with clarity. With gratitude for the autumn harvest and in anticipation of National Day, we, the students of number 11 middle school, shall present our most youthful display. After a lengthy address, Feng Rui declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the autumn sports meet, sponsored by the Mengjiang County Soda Factory. Applause erupted, thunderous and enthusiastic, from both the students and the gathered parents. Qin Nuna cheered, clapping her hands and laughing joyfully. With a bang, the starting gun fired, startling Qin Nunu. Qin Minghao initially feared she might cry, but to his surprise, she joyfully shouted, Auntie, Auntie. He quickly turned to see that the 100-meter race had begun. Lin Yuyu burst forth from the start, leading the pack with a high ponytail bouncing, as if she were a sprite leaping through the forest. In the blink of an eye, she crossed the finish line, claiming first place. Qin Minghao was taken aback. It was the first time he realized that his sister-in-law possessed a remarkable athletic talent. Following the sprint, the obstacle race commenced, and the moment the gun fired, competitors surged forward. Qin Minghao watched intently as Qin Nunu clapped with excitement, and as the temperature rose, the number of soda buyers began to increase. Lin Weiwei, accompanied by the security personnel, had become quite busy, while in the distance, parents occasionally arrived with their children to purchase soft drinks. After Feng Ruwei single-handedly bought 2 boxes for the school staff, the enthusiasm among the crowd began to swell. Qin Minghao estimated that the sales for the morning would reach around 20,000 bags, thus yielding a substantial profit. As noon approached, the number of customers buying soft drinks increased, and during this time, Qin Minghao frequently cast his gaze toward the entrance of number 11 high school. Finally, around 11 o'clock, a van drove in from outside. Qin Minghao realized that the person he intended to engage with had finally arrived. The county newspaper, which had been suspended for a time but resumed publication a few years ago, was present to cover the grand event at number 11 high school. Naturally, the reporter would interview Feng Ruwei, but Qin Minghao saw an opportunity to make the soft drink factory the focal point. Chapter 95. Success in the encounter. The sports meet at number 11 high school presented an excellent promotional opportunity. Yet could any advertising be as impactful as that from the county newspaper? Qin Minghao knew that with the limited funds he had, he could hardly afford an advertisement in the county paper. However, leveraging the momentum of number 11 high school, the soft drink factory could launch a powerful promotional campaign. As the county reporter stepped out of the vehicle, Qin Minghao approached, guiding Feng Jianjun to Feng Ruwei's side. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Feng Ruwei, the principal of No. 11 High School?" "Indeed, that is correct," Feng Ruwei replied calmly, clearly accustomed to such situations. "Hello, I am a reporter from the Mengjiang County newspaper. We will be writing a feature on this sports meet at number 11 High School." Feng Ruwei nodded in acknowledgement, engaging in a dialogue, while Qin Minghao stood by, offering soft drinks with a warm smile. Feng Ruwei glanced at Qin Minghao and quickly understood the situation, saying, "It's quite hot. Let's take a moment to enjoy some refreshments before continuing with the interview. This is produced by our county's soft drink factory, which has provided significant support for this sports meet as a sponsor." "Sponsor? Soft drink factory?" The reporter paused, realizing that there were numerous banners from the soft drink factory adorning the campus of number 11 high school. "Precisely, that is the case," Feng Ruwei elaborated confidently, and Qin Minghao felt a surge of admiration for her. As expected from someone with a teaching background, her eloquence was impressive, and her quick thinking was remarkable. She effortlessly sold the idea without requiring any prompting from Qin Minghao. It dawned on Qin Minghao that Feng Ruwei was indeed a savvy individual, far surpassing her husband, He Binglin, in capability, at least in his eyes. He Binglin's perspective was limited, his vision narrow, often overshadowed by Su Guanglin at the cotton spinning factory, and unable to gain Liu Yang's trust. In contrast, Feng Ruwei exhibited far more strength, demonstrating an innate understanding of various matters without needing explicit guidance. What a remarkable person. Qin Minghao had not focused on that discussion for long, as he had noticed Lin Yuyu approaching from a distance with a group of classmates. Were they here to buy soft drinks? Lin Yuyu also spotted Qin Minghao and deliberately turned her head aside, then boldly produced 2 yuan, saying, "Sister, please get me 7 bags." Lin Weiwei shook her head and promptly retrieved 7 bags of soft drinks. After Lin Yuyu took the items, she walked over to Qin Minghao's side, extending a bag towards Qin Nonyuo while deliberately turning her head and walking away. Qin Minghao was slightly taken aback, observing Lin Yuyu's demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter. Was she harboring a grudge? Moments later, Lin Yuyu returned, tossed down 2 coins, and similarly took away 7 packs of soda. This time, she again handed Qin Nonyuo 1 pack before turning her head and departing. To Lin Yuyu, this was somewhat of a sulking gesture. Although she despised Qin Minghao, she was still willing to part with 1 pack of soda. It was merely a small outlet for her frustration, as Qin Minghao had previously purchased gifts for his family without including her. Qin Minghao chose to ignore the girl, instead holding his daughter's hand and watching the competition from a distance. The morning events had mostly concluded, and Feng Jianjun ran over, exclaiming with delight, "Minghao, we sold over 25,000 packs this morning. Calculating, the sales revenue should be more than 7,500. Qin Minghao nodded, finding the figure quite satisfactory. The afternoon awaited. Surely, they would surpass 20,000 packs today. If they did, it would amount to a substantial profit. Qin Minghao chuckled, "Brother Feng, this is merely for the agents to see. There's no need to be so excited. We're only just getting started. By the way, please inform the workshop workers to stabilize their morale." "All right, I'll head back immediately," Feng Jianjun replied before turning to run off. Qin Minghao had initially planned to have lunch with Lin Weiwei, but upon seeing the promising sales, She had already returned to the soda factory with Feng Jianjun to restock for the afternoon. With no other option, Qin Minghao took Qin Nuonyuo out for a bite. The enthusiasm for sales in the afternoon was not as vibrant as in the morning, as many had discovered there were no other beverages available. With some resorting to plain water, Qin Minghao felt this would not significantly impact sales, as long as they surpassed 10,000 in revenue today. It would be a shot in the arm for the soda factory. He believed this figure would soon reach the ears of Yang County, at which point the betting agreement for the soda factory should come into effect. As the afternoon drew to a close, Feng Jianjun approached Qin Minghao once more, his face alight with joy, sharing that the total sales had reached over 13,000. Minghao, the soda factory has a turning point. Brother Feng, for now, due to the sports meeting, we might not achieve such sales once it concludes. Qin Minghao waved his hand with a smile, but reassured him. While the county may not see it, the entirety of Jiangshan City should still have potential. Feng Jianjun's body jolted. Are we paving the way to the city? Not so easily. Qin Minghao replied with a grin, adding, however, we can certainly prioritize it. I'll make time in the next few days to consult with Yang County, striving for an event in Jiangshan City. All right. Feng Jianjun nodded, leaving in high spirits. As the sports meeting at the 11th middle school concluded, Qin Minghao waited at a distance for Feng Rui to finish work. The day's success could largely be attributed to her efforts. Qin Minghao, both in sentiment and reason, felt compelled to invite Feng Rui to dinner, believing that she was entirely approachable, perhaps even more so than He Binglin. After the sports meet concluded, Lin Weiwei had already taken her team to replenish supplies at various distribution stores. As the soda factory lacked agents at that moment, they had no choice but to restock independently. Qin Minghao enjoyed a delightful meal with Feng Rui, during which he disclosed a noteworthy piece of information. The sales figures of the soda factory had surpassed 20,000 for the day. 11 middle school contributed 13,000, while the remaining 7,000 stemmed from the replenishments at various distribution stores. Feng Rui expressed her congratulations, and they raised their glasses in celebration. It was only after 9 in the evening that Qin Minghao returned to the dormitory with the somewhat drowsy Qin Nuonyuo. The following morning, the employees of the soda factory arrived at work with renewed vigor, each radiating enthusiasm. Even when encountering the workers from the cotton spinning mill, the confidence on their faces was unmistakable. A few employees from the cotton mill, observing the spirited demeanor of the soda factory personnel, were left bewildered by the sudden change. Lu Yang, seated in an Audi 100, glanced down at the newspaper, his brow furrowing slightly. The headline proclaimed, Soda Factory aids 11 middle school sports meet to great success. Such a prominent title caused Lu Yang to frown involuntarily. He had previously doubted how much soda could be sold at a mere sports meet. To his astonishment, this event had caught the attention of the county newspaper. The precise sales figures of the soda factory mattered little to him, but the mere fact that it had been reported in the county paper altered the situation entirely. Lu Yang quickly flipped through the pages and soon found the article about the soda factory. Although the coverage was not extensive, the tone was undeniably positive, showcasing a commendable command of language. An unsettling feeling stirred within Lu Yang, and as he raised his head, he noticed a familiar face entering the soda factory's gates. Stop the car, Lu Yang instructed hastily, rolling down the window to address a factory employee outside. Excuse me, could you tell me who that person was? How did she gain entry to the soda factory? Her? You must be referring to Deputy Factory Director Lin, the employee replied. Deputy Factory Director Lin? Lu Yang felt a surge of anxiety. How had Lin Weiwei ascended to the position of Deputy Factory Director? A person who had been dismissed could somehow become the Deputy Director of the soda factory in such a short span? Was Lin Weiwei truly capable of such a feat? A wave of anger inexplicably welled up within him. In his mind, Lin Weiwei should have faced hardship after leaving the cotton mill. Who could have anticipated that she would swiftly transform into the deputy director of the soda factory? Drive, Lu Yang commanded, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. The car made its way into the cotton mill, where he observed employees entering the workshop. Stepping out of the vehicle, he ascended the stairs with a gloomy expression. Those on the path noticed Lu Yang's demeanor and instinctively steered clear, wary of incurring his wrath. He Binglin also took note of Lu Yang's unusual state, though surprised. He refrained from approaching and instead retreated to his office. During this period, Feng Jianjun departed from the cotton spinning factory, which significantly undermined He Binglin's strength. He had grown reluctant to confront Su Guanglin directly and had even begun to forge a closer alliance with Tan Song, actively seeking alternative paths, ideally hoping to be reassigned from the cotton spinning factory. Upon Su Guanglin's arrival, he remained oblivious to Lu Yang's sentiments and was preoccupied with thoughts of the karaoke from the previous night as he entered Lu Yang's office. Director Lu, Su Guanglin began. Yet upon noticing the grim expression on He Binglin's face, he abruptly halted. Have you heard that Lin Weiwei has become the deputy director at the soda factory? Lu Yang inquired directly. Su Guanglin was taken aback. Is that true? I saw it this morning. Could it possibly be false? Lu Yang retorted with a scoff. You haven't seen today's county newspaper, have you? You should take a moment to read it when you get back, lest you become the subject of ridicule. At these words, Su Guanglin's neck retracted slightly, and after a couple of awkward chuckles, he turned and exited the room. The county newspaper? Su Guanglin was uncertain of Lu Yang's intent in urging him to read it. However, upon opening the newspaper and glancing at the headline, his glasses narrowed in disbelief. Was the soda factory on the rise? For reasons unknown. As he contemplated the headline alongside the names Feng Jianjun and Lin Weiwei, one the factory director and the other the deputy director, he felt a surge of anger akin to Lu Yang's. How could those he had abandoned fare so well? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Guanglin squinted and picked up the phone, dialing a number. Is this old Su from the chemical factory? This is Su Guanglin. It has been a while since we gathered, hasn't it? I wanted to tell you that I passed by the soda factory today and saw them in production. I heard they still owe you a payment. Have you managed to collect it? After the call, Su Guanglin sat on the sofa with a darkened expression, igniting a cigarette. In recent times, he had been preoccupied with efforts to regain his position, neglecting both Qin Minghao and Lin Weiwei, only to discover that Lin Weiwei had unexpectedly become the deputy director. Furthermore, the soda factory seemed to be experiencing a revival. This simply could not be allowed. Once this phone call was made, the soda factory would inevitably be besieged by those demanding payment. If I am to suffer, I shall ensure you do not find solace either. Indeed, as Su Guanglin anticipated. Following the call, individuals finally arrived at the soda factory. Yu Lei, the sales manager from the Jiangshan chemical factory, was the first to step through the doors of the soda factory. Accompanying him was Quang Xiaomin from the glass factory. Both factories could be deemed creditors of the soda factory, with the chemical factory being the largest creditor. When Yu Lei entered, his demeanor was distinct from others. A man in his 40s, clutching a briefcase under his arm, he stood in the factory yard with an air of authority, as if overseeing an inspection. Upon receiving the news, Feng Jianjun had descended the stairs and, upon seeing these two men, felt a tightening in his chest. They were all familiar figures from the county, and he had noticed them lingering outside the soda factory days prior. Now that they had finally entered, Feng Jianjun felt a wave of unease wash over him. Brother Yu? Feng Jianjun chuckled softly, approached, and extended his hand. Are you still at the chemical plant? I have heard that your plant is currently thriving. You must have garnered quite a profit over the years. Even with good returns, one cannot be burdened by others, he replied. Brother Feng, I am perplexed by your decision. Why abandon a secure position as the head of the cotton spinning factory to become a director here? Do you believe that the title of director carries sufficient weight? Yu Lei smiled, leading the way toward the office building. To be honest, the title of director is merely a title. You are well aware of the state of the soda factory. I shall not engage in idle chatter today. Directives have been issued from above. If your soda factory could settle the outstanding payment of over 500,000, it would ease my return for reporting. Feng Jianjun offered a sheepish smile. He understood that Qin Minghao currently had little liquidity and could not settle the debts. Quang Xiaomin followed behind, wearing a subtle smile. His silence was not due to a lack of desire to speak, but rather a realization that the glass factory's funds were limited. It was better to rally behind Yu Lei. When the soda factory eventually paid, it would not solely benefit the chemical plant at the expense of the glass factory. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yu Lei entered the director's office as if it were his own home. He plopped down onto the sofa, grinning. Brother Feng, your soda factory seems to be doing well. It was even featured in the county newspaper this morning. Surely, your profits are satisfactory. Do not delay any longer. We currently have limited funds. Perhaps you could grant us some time, and we will expedite settling our external debts, Feng Jianjun offered. Personally brewing tea as the office was devoid of staff, necessitating his own effort. Expedite? How long is that? Yu Lei interjected directly, raising his hand. No need for expediency. Simply hand over the money, and I shall take my leave immediately. Truly, we are short on funds. Feng Jianjun's smile was strained. No funds. Brother Feng, surely it is not as dire as that. One cannot be overly zealous in one direction. Your soda factory is bustling, while our chemical plant struggles to meet payroll. What do you intend? Do you wish to evade your responsibilities? Have you, Feng Jianjun, resorted to such tactics? Yu Lei's words dripped with sardonic wit. Feng Jianjun furrowed his brow, recognizing that Yu Lei would not relent until he received the payment. He had never encountered such a predicament and was at a loss for how to manage it. He attempted to contact Qin Minghao, but could not reach him at that moment. This is the invoice for the payment, Yu Lei declared. extracting documents from his briefcase and tossing them onto the desk. Brother Feng, I do not wish to bully you. Once I receive the funds, I shall leave immediately. If no payment is made, I intend to remain here. Are you planning to stay indefinitely? Feng Jianjun exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of frustration. Brother Feng, let us not play favorites. Just because you perceive our glass factory's funds as minimal, do not neglect us, Huang Xiaomin chimed in. Chapter 97. Who says debts are settled? Feng Jianjun looked at the two individuals before him and sighed. At present, the factory is truly short on funds. Brother Feng, we recognize your position as the factory manager. We are not here to trouble you. Please summon your boss so that we may converse directly with him. Yu Lei lounged back, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Summon our boss? Feng Jianjun furrowed his brow. The two individuals standing before him were merely department heads. It was already a courtesy for him to attend to them, yet they aspired to speak with the boss. It seemed unlikely that the boss would have much time to spare. No time. Yu Lei retorted with irritation. Brother Feng, refrain from discussing such matters with me. We are here to collect a debt, not to inquire about his availability. Very well. If that is the case, I shall inquire with my boss. Please, make yourselves comfortable. With an icy demeanor, Feng Jianjun rose and exited the office. Yu Lei shrugged and scoffed, thinking to himself, isn't he just going to fetch the boss? What purpose does it serve to claim he has no time? Feng Jianjun dismissed them from his mind entirely and descended the stairs, coincidentally spotting Lin Weiwei returning from outside. Weiwei, a few debt collectors have arrived. You need not concern yourself with them, but please ensure they do not roam freely within the factory. Feng Jianjun instructed, then proceeded towards the workshop. Lin Weiwei nodded in compliance, casting a cautious glance at the manager's office before retreating to her own quarters. Feng Jianjun made his way to the workshop, seeking out old Three Gung to relay some instructions before heading towards the soda factory's exit. He was anxious about the morale of the soda factory's workforce and contemplated confining them to the office. However, unbeknownst to him, the news of the debt collectors had already spread throughout the soda factory upon the duo's entry. Among the workers in the workshop were veterans of the soda factory who had previously encountered Yu Lei. They recognized the debt collector's presence, and word had circulated that the demand for repayment had arrived at their doorstep. Rumor had it that the soda factory's debts amounted to hundreds of thousands, a substantial figure by any standard, particularly for these workers who had just celebrated a successful day of sales. Being confronted with debt collectors at the door was disheartening and had indeed shaken their morale. Some had even lost their enthusiasm for work, frequently glancing towards the office building. Focus! Old Three Gung shouted from a distance. What is everyone doing? Have you lost your ambition to earn? The workers snapped back to reality at his admonition, though their minds remained elsewhere. Old Three Gung understood that this was an unavoidable predicament. The only solution lay in settling these debts. Yet, the question lingered. How could they ever repay such a staggering sum? Feng Jianjun pondered this dilemma as he left the soda factory, making his way towards Qin Minghao's dormitory. Upon entering, he found Qin Minghao just rising from his slumber. Minghao, the debt collectors have arrived and are currently blocking the factory's entrance. They insist they will not leave without payment. Really? Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the collector's swift arrival. While the sales figures from yesterday had indeed been promising, he did not expect the collectors to be so impatient. Yu Lei from the chemical plant, Huang Xiaomin from the glass factory, and others. He was uncertain who else might be involved. Understood. Qin Minghao nodded thoughtfully. Brother Feng, do your utmost to delay them and ensure that the workshop continues its production. I will devise a solution for the remaining issues. But how will we repay the debts? Repay the debts? Qin Minghao chuckled. Who says we need to repay them? You return first. I will handle the matter of the debts. Remember, we must maintain morale during this time. Otherwise, it will not bode well for us. Understood. Feng Jianjun nodded and made his way downstairs. Qin Minghao paced within the room, ideas flashing through his mind. He found the situation somewhat peculiar, yet he could not fathom that Su Guanglin was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Minghao donned his clothes and hurried downstairs. To the county government. He hailed a tricycle below and promptly stated his destination. The tricycle hummed along, making its way to the county government. Upon arrival, Qin Minghao alighted and informed the security guard of his intention to see County Head Yang. After a brief wait, the secretary of County Head Yang emerged and ushered Qin Minghao upstairs. County Head Yang is currently attending to official matters. Please wait a moment. Once he is done, I will come to fetch you. Very well. Qin Minghao replied courteously, fully aware of the importance of maintaining a good rapport with the secretaries. For a single word from them could wield significant influence. Moments later, the secretary returned with tea and then withdrew. Qin Minghao sipped his tea with composure. concealing his inner urgency. He understood that his calm demeanor would reflect his confidence. Approximately an hour later, the secretary returned. Boss Qin, County Head Yang requests your presence. Oh, splendid. Qin Minghao rose with a smile, exuding an aura of warmth that made it impossible for anyone to detect a hint of anxiety upon him. Upon entering, he found County Head Yang engrossed in the county report. Only upon noticing Qin Minghao's arrival did Yang lift his gaze. Take a seat, Yang instructed succinctly. Setting down the newspaper. The event at the 11th middle school yesterday was satisfactory. However, I must remind you that words must be kept. You are obligated to support the impoverished students there. Of course, that is not an issue, Qin Minghao replied, amused by Yang's concern that he might be using it as an excuse. What brings me here today? Yang nodded gently. Will there be a National Day event in the city this year? If so, could I secure a venue in the city? Qin Minghao inquired directly. Yang appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Qin Minghao's visit was for this purpose. Typically, events were held annually, yet no notification had been issued this year, suggesting the event may be scaled back. What do you need a venue for? To hold an event, Qin Minghao replied with a persistent smile. An event? Are you not here because someone from the soda factory is pursuing debts? Yang queried, surprised. He had heard of the situation earlier that morning and had assumed Qin Minghao sought his intercession, not realizing he had ulterior motives. Not necessary. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively, asserting that a modest amount of debt was hardly a reason to seek his assistance. Furthermore, he mentioned that the soft drink factory sales had exceeded 20,000 yesterday. Thus, the hundreds of thousands in debt could be resolved in a matter of days. What a bold statement. Yang County chuckled lightly, yet he found himself viewing Qin Minghao with newfound respect. The venue is acceptable. Please submit a detailed plan for the event, and I shall endeavor to secure the necessary approvals from the city. Thank you, Yang County, Qin Minghao replied, rising from his seat and exiting the office. Yang County remained seated in astonishment, perplexed by Qin Minghao's thought process. However, witnessing Qin Minghao's confident departure sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. If this lad truly possesses the capability to resurrect the soft drink factory, what assistance could I possibly offer? Chapter 98. A bold move. As Qin Minghao left the county government, midday approached. He casually sought out a restaurant for a quick meal, then located a phone booth to call Li Ziming. Collecting debts is never a pleasant endeavor. If the soft drink factory continues to develop steadily, Qin Minghao was confident that within months, he could clear these external debts. Yet, some individuals seemed intent on hindering his progress. Thus, he resolved to expand further. As for the debts? What debts? Li Ziming? The latter, now consumed by suspicion, quickly verified that it was indeed Qin Minghao upon seeing the phone number from Mengjiang County. When will the matter you mentioned last time be resolved? I've heard that the police have been investigating Huawei trading recently. If you don't address it soon, I fear I may be apprehended. Of course it will be resolved. Qin Minghao laughed before continuing. How much miscellaneous inventory does your factory still have? If there is any, please inquire for me. I intend to procure several tens of thousands worth of goods. Several tens of thousands worth of goods? What do you intend to do with that? Li Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Minghao, I'm discussing the Huawei trading issue with you, and if it remains unresolved, isn't this precisely about resolving the Huawei trading issue? Qin Minghao chuckled. Check the inventory, and I will contact you tomorrow. If there is sufficient stock, bring the goods to Jiangshan City before the National Day holiday. Together we shall tackle the Huawei trading matter. What is the connection between the inventory and Huawei trading? The busy tone echoed in Li Ziming's ears as he stood in a daze, feeling utterly bewildered. He was like an ant on a hot stove, haunted by nightmares of police arriving at his door to interrogate him about Huawei trading. Now, Qin Minghao had introduced the issue of inventory, leaving Li Ziming's mind in utter disarray. Qin Minghao had his reasons for this course of action. He aimed to settle the debts and distribute goods to the city, necessitating an opportune moment. That moment would likely arise during the National Day festivities. Once the opportunity presented itself, everything else would fall into place. As evening descended, Qin Minghao once more entered the soft drink factory. The workers had clocked out for the day, yet Feng Jianjun remained. Having spent the day closely monitoring Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomen, apprehensive that they might cause some unforeseen trouble. As the workday drew to a close, both individuals exchanged sharp words, promising to return the following day before leisurely departing. When Qin Minghao entered, Feng Jianjun appeared somewhat flustered, diligently addressing the backlog of orders from the day. Minghao, I was just looking for you. How should we handle the external debts? Have you devised a solution? Today, Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomen were here, and it has already affected our production schedule. By tonight, everyone's commission has fallen below 15 yuan. Qin Minghao settled onto the sofa, taken aback by the enormity of the situation. Brother Feng, you need to go on a business trip. A business trip? Feng Jianjun was astonished. Yes, leave tonight for Tongjiang. I recall their SA glass factory there, and I remember they have 2 bottling plants. After taking a deep breath, Qin Minghao continued, you must negotiate with them within 2 days. We need glass soda bottles. Whether by borrowing or renting, you must return with 100,000 bottles. Feng Jianjun was somewhat taken aback, bewildered by Qin Minghao's intentions, his mouth agape in surprise. I must go? All right. I'll head home to pack and leave immediately. No need to pack, just go directly. I will reimburse you for anything you lack, Qin Minghao replied, extracting 2,000 yuan from his pocket. Remember, you must return in 2 days. Understood. Feng Jianjun nodded, accepting the money before hastily making his way downstairs. Qin Minghao rose and approached the window. Yet before he could reflect on the situation, Feng Jianjun rushed back in. Minghao, I find today's events rather peculiar, so I had someone investigate. I later discovered that Su Guanglin is an old classmate of the chemical plant director. Qin Minghao paused, his expression darkening. He too sensed the strangeness of the situation. Listening to Feng Jianjun's revelation, he quickly grasped the implications. With the soda factory commencing production, it was inevitable that the neighboring cotton spinning factory would be the first to catch wind of it. Given that the soda factory had garnered some attention during yesterday's event at number 11 middle school, it was understandable that certain individuals might harbor resentment. After finishing his statement, Feng Jianjun hurried downstairs. Qin Minghao's demeanor shifted, losing its usual warmth as he contemplated deeply. The matter of debt collection was likely connected to Su Guanglin. Although evidence was lacking, he instinctively felt the truth. Having been undermined from behind, Qin Minghao could hardly accept such a disadvantage. Since Su Guanglin wished to engage in this game, he would play it to a larger scale. Having been preoccupied lately, he had not sought out trouble with Su Guanglin. But now it seemed Su Guanglin had taken the initiative. Thus, old debts and new grievances would be settled together. Reaching for the landline on the desk, Qin Minghao promptly dialed He Binglin's number. Deputy Director He Minghao? He Binglin, who had been quite subdued lately, was somewhat surprised to hear from Qin Minghao. What's the matter? Do you need something? Oh, it's like this. A friend of mine is in the south and seems to have heard about a cotton spinning factory that was deceived regarding their equipment. He wanted to know if it was the same group that conned our factory. Qin Minghao chuckled awkwardly, well aware of the implications of his words. Knowing He Binglin would understand. Really? He Bingxing's breath grew somewhat rapid. Minghao, what is the name of that equipment factory? Qin Minghao replied, I'm not sure yet. Why don't you tell me the name used by those who deceived our factory? I can have a classmate verify it, and I'll inform you if there's any news. All right. He Bingxing hurriedly responded. That factory is called Huaning Equipment Factory, reportedly located near Zhushui. Fine, I'll make a call and inquire. Qin Minghao chuckled as he ended the call, then skillfully pressed a number on his pager. Please hold, I'll connect you shortly. Qin Minghao hung up and lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating how best to proceed with this matter. Moments later, the phone rang. Who is calling? It's me. Qin Minghao. Liang Lei erupted into laughter upon recognizing Qin Minghao's voice. What's up? Have you found a new business opportunity for me? Just so you know. If you're playing, make it worthwhile. This time, it's definitely significant. Qin Minghao chuckled in response, then continued, aren't you out and about? Could you make a trip to Zhushui and help me locate a factory called Huaning? They seem to be in trouble. But I believe you can uncover the individuals behind it. What do you want them for? If it's trivial, don't bother me. Liang Lei laughed. It certainly is intriguing. Qin Minghao replied, after you deceive someone, then boldly reveal their deception, don't you think that's interesting? Chapter 99, Pressing for Debt in the Workshop. How intriguing. How intriguing. Liang Lei laughed heartily. Tell me, how does this play out? A smile crept across Qin Minghao's lips. First, you must locate Huaning. Oh, this sounds fun. Liang Lei laughed again before hanging up. Qin Minghao placed the receiver down, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If he were to engage with Su Guanglin, he intended to do so decisively, ensuring he would never rise again. Otherwise, what would be the point? As the night deepened, Qin Minghao exited the soda factory, greeted Feng Zhong, and then returned to his dormitory. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Qin Minghao awoke early, washed up, and descended the stairs, heading towards the soda factory. Feng Jianjun was on a business trip and wouldn't return until later that night. With no one currently overseeing the factory, Qin Minghao felt compelled to check in. He was uneasy leaving Lin Weiwei there alone. During working hours, employees ambled lazily to their jobs. Qin Minghao arrived at the soda factory just as most workers were clocking in. He joined the crowd, entering the factory without noticing who was following him. Lin Weiwei was right behind, accompanied by Lin Yuyu, who carried a backpack. Sis, has Qin Minghao started working at the soda factory too? Lin Weiwei furrowed her brow, genuinely unaware of Qin Minghao's new employment. I initially thought the owner of your soda factory was quite impressive, but now it seems otherwise. If someone like Qin Minghao can get a job here, then anyone can. Lin Yu scoffed. Listening to these words, Lin Weiwei furrowed her brows in displeasure. However, she refrained from chastising Lin Yu and merely offered a few words of caution before entering the soda factory. At that moment, Lu Yang's Audi 100 rolled up. Su Guanglin was also in the car, smiling as he spoke to Lu Yang. Director Lu, you may not be aware, but the soda factory has recently encountered significant troubles. What troubles? Lu Yang inquired. I've heard that Yulei from the chemical plant and Quang Zhaomin from the soda factory have been coming around to collect debts these past few days. Just as the soda factory has resumed production, the creditors have shown up at their doorstep. How much longer do you think they can hold on? Su Guanglin chuckled maliciously. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang paused momentarily and scoffed. It was a factory on the brink of collapse to begin with, and now they think they can resurrect it? Do they truly believe they are miraculous? Indeed, I am eagerly awaiting the day the soda factory shuts down. Su Guanglin laughed heartily as the car drove far away. The arrival of creditors was common knowledge among many, especially the employees of the soda factory. The previous day, the news had stirred a considerable commotion, with everyone speculating whether the creditors would return today. As expected, shortly after the workday commenced, Yulei, accompanied by Quang Zhaomin, swaggered into the soda factory. Fang Zhong did not obstruct their entry, but instead permitted them to proceed directly to the office building. Yulei, well acquainted with the surroundings, pushed open the door to Feng Jianjun's office. Upon seeing Qin Minghao seated inside, he was momentarily taken aback and stepped outside to confirm that he had indeed entered the factory director's office before returning. Where is Director Feng? Upon re-entering, Yulei's demeanor had soured. He tossed his briefcase onto the coffee table and slouched on the sofa. What is going on? Has he skipped out on paying? Director Feng is on a business trip, Qin Minghao replied casually, lifting his eyelids. On a business trip? Yulei nearly laughed at this response, crossing his legs. He was somewhat astute, realizing that if they could not repay the debt, he would find a way to avoid it. What? Is this secretary of yours going to take the fall? Qin Minghao remained silent, instead glancing at the inventory list in his hand. The sales from the last order had been decent, yet there were still some raw materials lacking, and he needed to restock. Kid, you might as well stop pretending and get Feng Jianjun on the line. Have him call the boss over. If we get paid, we'll leave immediately. Let us not waste each other's time. Yulei grinned. Ignoring him entirely, Qin Minghao picked up the receiver, first placing an order for replenishment from the provincial capital, then dialing Li Ziming's number. Minghao? Li Ziming replied hurriedly. I checked the inventory here, and we have some excess stock. If you're interested, I can discuss it with you. The factory has assured me that the prices are quite reasonable. All right. Qin Minghao nodded, listening intently as Li Ziming read off the list, carefully calculating the total, which came to approximately 20,000 yuan. This batch included items such as thermoses, brooms, mops, and even flashlights. Judging by Li Ziming's quoted prices, this shipment was indeed a bargain. Indeed, Qin Minghao was acutely aware that many state-owned enterprises were grappling with substantial inventories. The clearance of stock had become an imperative task for every factory. With 20,000 yuan, one could nearly fill an entire truck with goods. All right, I'll take it. Bring the merchandise before the National Day holiday, and after the holiday, return with the payment, he declared, adding that he would also conveniently resolve matters concerning highway trading. With that, he abruptly ended the call. In the office, Yulei and Quang Zhaomin exchanged glances, both feeling slighted. Yesterday, when Feng Jianjun was present, he would occasionally engage them in conversation. However, with Qin Minghao there now, he seemed to disregard their existence entirely. You'd better call Feng Jianjun back, or I might just cause a scene in the workshop today, Yulei remarked sternly, determined that if he could not secure the payment, he would not allow the soda factory to thrive unscathed. Indifferently, Qin Minghao cast a fleeting glance at him before resuming his calculations. Yulei abruptly rose, his demeanor exuding a hint of defiance, and remarked coldly, All right, you've got some nerve. Since you dare to speak so boldly, what do I have to fear? He turned to Quang Zhaomin. Let us head to the workshop. I refuse to believe that there exists someone who can evade their debts indefinitely. Though Quang Zhaomin was reluctant to take the lead, he had no choice but to follow suit behind Yulei. The two exited the office, prompting Qin Minghao to lift his eyelids slightly before continuing his calculations. They sought to collect their debts in the office, and now aspired to extend their pursuit to the workshop. Deep down, they understood that visiting the workshop would yield no financial returns. Yet they could not fathom that interrupting production would not summon Feng Jianjun. With a sudden crash, the office door swung open, revealing Lin Weiwei. Minghao? Qin Minghao looked up and nodded gently. Minghao, what are you doing in the office? Where's Brother Feng? Why hasn't he come? You must call Brother Feng. Those two debt collectors have already gone to the workshop. Chapter 100. Those unwilling to stay may leave. Do not concern yourselves with them. Qin Minghao replied coolly, his focus still on organizing the inventory list. Do not concern ourselves with them? Lin Weiwei was taken aback. Indeed, Brother Feng instructed me as such, asserting that whatever those two do, we need not pay them any mind. Qin Minghao remained engrossed in his task, not lifting his gaze. Lin Weiwei stood there, bewildered, completely at a loss for the circumstances surrounding Qin Minghao's presence and Feng Jianjun's indifference towards the two men. It was evident that production was paramount. Why was Feng Jianjun not addressing the issue? Qin Minghao, uncertain of how to clarify the situation to Lin Weiwei, opted for silence and continued to focus on the inventory list. At that moment, Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomin had already entered the workshop. Everyone, please pause. Yu Lei was the first to speak, stepping forward with arms outstretched. I must inform you that the soda factory owes our chemical plant over 500,000 yuan in outstanding payments. If they cannot even settle their debts, do you think they will still distribute your wages? 500,000 in external debts? The revelation sent ripples of shock through the crowd surrounding them. The individuals who remain from the old soda factory are well aware of the situation, yet the newly recruited employees remain entirely ignorant. They are only cognizant of the figures recorded on the blackboard, which will transform into wages next month, oblivious to the factory's storied past. Indeed, the soda factory not only owes money to the chemical plant, but also to our glass factory. We have come to collect our dues. Your factory cannot even fulfill its payment obligations. How could you possibly disburse wages? Quang Zhaomin was reluctant to speak, but under Yu Lei's pressure, he could only join in the uproar. Indeed, if wages cannot be paid, your efforts are in vain. It would be best to take an early leave and not return here tomorrow. Yu Lei shouted once more, lest you be deceived and find no recourse for your wages in the future. What do you all do? At that moment, Gung Laosan strode forward, glaring with anger at Yu Lei and his companion. Who permitted you to enter the workshop? Are you not aware that outsiders cannot freely enter while production is underway? Gung Laosan, I know you are a veteran of the soda factory. You must be aware of the debts owed. Now that the payments cannot be made, do you still intend to work here? Have you lost your mind? Yu Lei bellowed. Whether to work or not is our concern. You should leave immediately. If you do not exit, I will bring my people and force you out. Gung Laosan, now inflamed with anger, seized a nearby broom. Leave. If you do not depart, do not blame the workers of the soda factory for being ruthless. Yu Dong also stepped forward. Yu Lei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this group of workers would remain unaffected by his provocations. Logically, after months without wages and now facing debt collection, a slight incitement should have stirred some unrest. What has happened to these people? Leave. Get out. Gung Laosan roared, pointing towards the exit. A pack of fools. Yu Lei seethed, retreating a couple of steps alongside Quang Zhaomin, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Under normal circumstances, most individuals would have been stirred to action by now. Alas, the figures recorded on the blackboard caused many workers to hesitate. A mere 15 or 16 yuan a day translates to over 400 yuan a month. Where else could one find such a lucrative job? Gung Laosan continued to curse, visibly displeased. He was a long-time employee of the soda factory and had no intention of leaving. Moreover, as the workshop supervisor, he earned the highest wages, even if asked to depart. He was unwilling to leave so easily. Work, work, Gung Laosan scolded, waving his hand. The workers hesitated momentarily, then bowed their heads and resumed their tasks, though a subtle shift had begun to stir within each of their hearts. At this juncture, Lin Weiwei arrived, staring blankly at the workers as they continued their labor, her expression one of bewilderment. This situation was entirely beyond her comprehension. I wonder how long you will remain so arrogant. When the wages fail to arrive, you will have nowhere to lament. Yu Lei, standing at the workshop entrance, raged and jumped in frustration. Gung Laosan patrolled the workshop, fully aware that some had begun to waver, yet he felt powerless, prepared to face the consequences. Yu Lei cursed a few times, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He turned and grabbed Quang Zhaomin, heading towards the exit of the soda factory. With Feng Jianjun absent, Qin Minghao completely ignored the two, which made them quite uncomfortable. After a brief discussion, they concluded it would be better to find a place to sit down and enjoy a couple of beers. They could always return later to continue their ruckus. Seeing them leave, Gung Laosan's eyes darted, and he hurriedly ascended the office building. Brother Qin. Gung Laosan was unsure of Qin Minghao's true standing, so he could only address him as such. Just now, Yu Lei and the others went to the workshop, and the atmosphere is somewhat unstable. I'm afraid it might delay production. Oh, that's of no concern. Just tell the workers that anyone worried about their wages can leave now. Before they depart, they should come to me to settle their accounts, which will be calculated entirely based on the recent commissions displayed on the board. Qin Minghao did not even look up. He believed that this uproar might actually be beneficial. Most of the unstable elements would likely depart, leaving behind only the most capable workers. Gung Laosan was somewhat astonished. He'd never encountered such a situation before. No worries, just do as I say. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Gung Laosan quickly exited, just as Lin Weiwei walked in again. Minghao, we cannot let this situation escalate. We need to think of a solution. I believe it would be best to call Brother Feng. Otherwise, this could spiral out of control, which would be detrimental to the soda factory. Qin Minghao lifted his head, for the first time noticing the concern in Lin Weiwei's eyes. He smiled. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, focus on your work. Brother Feng entrusted me with everything before he left. I am merely executing his will. Is driving the workers away also part of Brother Feng's will? Lin Weiwei felt a surge of anger. She was convinced that Feng Jianjun would never permit the workers to leave. Indeed, Qin Minghao nodded. Lin Weiwei was exasperated. She felt Qin Minghao was overstepping his bounds, especially since he was not an employee of the soda factory. What gave him the right to act on Feng Jianjun's behalf? The notion of expelling workers particularly irked her. With a resounding bang, Lin Weiwei slammed the office door behind her as she left. Qin Minghao looked up and chuckled lightly. He understood that Lin Weiwei likely held the workers in higher regard, but she had made a critical misjudgment. The soda factory was now a private entity, no longer a state-run establishment. Even if 1 or 2 workers chose to leave, it was hardly an issue. Even a dozen departures would not pose a problem. Meanwhile, Gung Laosan had entered the workshop and looked over all the workers with his hands clasped behind his back. The workers raised their heads, gazing at Gung Laosan. They had just seen him go to the office, so they were eager to learn what the leadership had to say. Everyone, please pause for a moment. Gung Laosan began, surveying the room. The higher-ups have informed us that anyone who is concerned about their wages can leave now. Before you go, please visit the office to settle your wages, which will be calculated entirely based on the commissions posted on the board. With a sudden commotion, those around were taken aback, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Uncle Gung, I have elderly and children at home. I do not wish to toil in vain. As Chapter 101 unfolded in the afternoon, Gung Laosan glanced over and noticed a young man in his 20s, one who had been recruited during Lin Weiwei's last hiring spree. Gung Laosan had learned about this young man, who belonged to a family reliant on government assistance. With the elderly and children at home, the entire family depended on his meager earnings from peddling a tricycle. Life was indeed arduous, and his concerns were understandable. Hojun, have you considered this carefully? Gung Laosan inquired. Hojun felt uncertain under Gung Laosan's scrutiny, yet when he thought of his family's situation, the potential of a month without wages loomed ominously. Uncle Gung, I have made up my mind. I am not willing to gamble. Very well, go ahead. Gung Laosan nodded, looking at the crowd. Is there anyone else? Uncle Gung, I too shall depart. My family is struggling. At that moment, a man in his 30s stepped forward. Gung Laosan merely cast a glance, not bothering to question him. He knew this individual was not cut out for hard work, merely biding his time until he could hastily collect his pay and leave. Is there anyone else? Gung Laosan inquired once more. Not receiving any responses, he continued, since there are no further participants. Allow me to speak plainly. Everyone should work diligently and not hinder the soda factory's progress. You may disperse now. The crowd dissolved in a rush, and Hojun exchanged a glance with his companion as they made their way toward the office building. Upon pushing open the door, they were taken aback by the sight of Qin Minghao. As newcomers to the soda factory, they were unfamiliar with him. Please state your names. I will check your wages. I am Hojun. Du Yucai. Qin Minghao nodded, retrieving the attendance sheet. He matched the names accordingly. Hojun, you have worked 5 days. Your wage is 80. Du Yucai, you have worked 5 days. Your wage is 52. Here are your wages. Take them. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily stunned by the swiftness of the transaction, especially for Hojun, whose family faced hardships and whose labor had been particularly taxing. Seeing the money left him momentarily disoriented. Before you leave, go to the workshop and bid farewell to your co-workers. After all, you have shared a few days together, and bonds have formed. Qin Minghao casually remarked, not genuinely intending for them to say goodbye, but rather to inform the workshop employees that the soda factory was indeed capable of dispersing wages. All right, thank you. Thank you, Hojun said, clutching the money, feeling a sense of loss as he turned to exit the office. In the workshop, Gung Laosan observed the two returning. Initially skeptical, he noticed Hojun approaching and slightly bowing to him. Uncle Gung, I have received the wages. It amounts to 80. 80? This revelation snapped the surrounding individuals back to attention, their gazes swiftly darting towards the blackboard. Indeed, it confirmed that Ho Zhan's wage was 80, while Du Yutsai's was 52. The wages have been dispersed. The soda factory has indeed kept its promise and dispersed the wages. At this moment, the surrounding workers have become even more industrious in their tasks. They are acutely aware that even if they choose to stop working now, they will receive their pay immediately. Yet, the question remains, who would wish to cease their labor at this juncture? Uncle Geng, I shall take my leave now. At this moment, Ho Zhan felt a twinge of reluctance. He pondered that had he not gone to cash his paycheck earlier, perhaps this month he could have earned an additional 400 to 500 yuan. Would that not significantly enhance the quality of life at home? As Ho Zhan and Du Yutsai departed, the atmosphere in the workshop shifted dramatically. The workers' enthusiasm surged, dispelling the previous air of despondency. Geng Laosan, filled with excitement, longed to report to Qin Minghao but decided to hold off, thinking it would be better to share the news later in the evening. 2 hours later, Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomin returned, their faces flushed from drinking. Upon entering the soda factory, they exchanged curious glances as they observed the workers' heightened diligence. Brother Yu, what is going on? Why do I sense that everyone is working even harder? Yu Lei himself was uncertain of the situation, only aware of a slight ache in his teeth. Let us head to the office and wait for Feng Jianjun. The two nodded and made their way to the administrative building. Upon pushing open the door to the factory director's office, they found Qin Minghao engaged in a phone call. The call was from Feng Jianjun, who reported that the tasks in Tongjiang were progressing exceptionally well. To Qin Minghao's surprise, Feng Jianjun had completed most of the assignments in just half a day and a night. Minghao, I must say it's fortunate that I encountered a comrade here who works at the brewery. He facilitated contact with the glass factory, and we secured an agreement for the production of 100,000 glass bottles, with the first batch expected to be delivered in 3 days. Excellent. Brother Feng, do not return just yet. Proceed directly to the provincial capital and locate a printing factory. Have them contact me to discuss this matter in greater detail. After saying this, Qin Minghao promptly ended the call. Yu Lei stepped forward, tossing his briefcase onto the desk. That rascal Feng Jianjun, when is he coming back? Did you not inform him that we already visited the workshop? Qin Minghao paid him no mind, glancing at the clock to find it was already noon. After tidying the desk, he turned and exited the office. Yu Lei paused, casting a bewildered glance at Quang Zhaomin. What else with him? Is he off to lunch? Surely not. Just yesterday, Feng Jianjun was courteous, and now this mere secretary dares to treat us with disdain? Quang Zhaomin shared his confusion. How outrageous. Does he not regard me as a person? I shall return and call Director Su. If we do not stir up some trouble today, no one will have a peaceful day. Quang Zhaomin remained silent, though he too felt a simmering anger. This little secretary seemed to hold himself in far too high regard. As the two descended the stairs, they happened to witness the factory workers clocking out. The workers noticed Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomin, casting sidelong glances before turning to head to the cafeteria. This is infuriating. Today, the soft drink factory has made my life difficult, and I shall not allow them to have it easy either. Yu Lei proclaimed loudly before the numerous workers in the factory, then turned and exited the premises. Quang Zhaomin glanced back momentarily before following suit. Lin Weiwei happened to witness this scene, and, feeling somewhat anxious, hurried towards the cafeteria. Inside, Qin Minghao had already prepared his meal and was seated by the window. The September weather was pleasant with the window open, creating a perfectly comfortable atmosphere. Minghao, you should not have provoked them, Lin Weiwei exclaimed as she sat down beside him after collecting her meal. It's nothing to worry about. Qin Minghao replied with a smile, then added, have you ever heard the saying, those who owe money are the masters, while those who demand payment must play the subordinate? Chapter 102. Escalating the situation. Lin Weiwei regarded Qin Minghao's demeanor with a hint of irritation, lowering her head as she ate her meal, reluctant to engage with him. Eat more meat, Qin Minghao said, using his chopsticks to place some meat into her bowl. Despite his gesture, Lin Weiwei remained sullen, believing that Qin Minghao's actions were misguided. While he showed no inclination to explain himself, since leaving the cotton mill, Lin Weiwei had begun to appreciate the soft drink factory, and she did not wish for Qin Minghao's antics to jeopardize it. If they could negotiate amicably, I would surely welcome them with a smile. But if they resort to such tactics, must I then grovel before them? Qin Minghao chuckled, radiating a sunny disposition. Besides, what could they achieve by visiting the workshop today? 2 individuals may have departed, but did anything truly go awry? No, I think not. Upon reflection, Lin Weiwei realized that the workshop had not encountered any issues. And in fact, the enthusiasm for work seemed even more heightened. Thus, while some individuals deserve respect, others must be kept grounded. They have behaved themselves these past few days. Should they dare to stir trouble again, they shall have no cause to complain about my response. Qin Minghao laughed as he placed the last piece of meat into Lin Weiwei's bowl and then stood up. Lin Weiwei was taken aback. Eat more, or you'll end up losing weight, Qin Minghao whispered, leaning close to her ear before cheerfully departing. Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed. Yet she remained unconvinced by Qin Minghao's approach and opted to turn her head away. Returning to his office, Qin Minghao retrieved the shipment list and meticulously compared the details. He knew that Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomin had not gained any advantage that morning, and they would surely return in the afternoon. However, he was unperturbed, if necessary. He would amplify the situation to the point where the entire city would be aware of it. Having organized the shipment list, Qin Minghao then pulled out the activity plan for the National Day holiday. This document had already been prepared, and now it merely awaited submission. Once approved by County Chief Yang, it should be finalized. Particularly with the projected sales figures, Qin Minghao was confident that Yang County had no grounds to reject it. Standing up, he exited his office and pushed open Lin Weiwei's door. Weiwei, Brother Feng has asked you to visit No. 11 Middle School this afternoon to communicate with the parents of those underprivileged students. Inform them about the upcoming activities during the National Day holiday and encourage them to prepare. Oh, Lin Weiwei responded with indifference, her heart still harboring resentment towards Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao smiled gently, turned, and descended the stairs, seeking out Gung Laosan. This afternoon, they had stationed guards at the soda factory. Should anyone intrude, a conflict could ensue, yet no one was permitted to be harmed. If you cannot handle it, bring all the workers to the county government to find me. The suggestion startled Gung Laosan slightly. Indeed, remember my words, ensure no one is injured, Qin Minghao softly cautioned, watching as Gung Laosan nodded in agreement before he turned and strode towards the factory's exterior. Gung Laosan stroked his chin, contemplating the intentions of Qin Minghao, a man of several decades, who was now tasked with deciphering such nuances. Qin Minghao's intentions were rather straightforward. Should there be visitors this afternoon, they would respond with severity. If no one came, then nothing would transpire. However, he believed that Yu Lei and Quang Zhaomin might indeed arrive. As anticipated, shortly after work commenced, a Santana sedan pulled up at the factory's entrance. Yu Lei, brimming with aggression, exited the vehicle and forcefully kicked open the factory door, commanding the Santana to proceed into the premises. Fang Zhong saw this from a distance, a surge of indignation igniting within him. What was their aim? Were they seeking to create trouble? What do you want? Your soda factory owes our chemical plant payment. Are you not aware? I am here to demand the settlement. Be sensible and promptly summon Feng Jianjun, informing him that our director Su has arrived. Yu Lei bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the factory. The Santana had already entered, slowly halting at the office building's entrance. The driver was the first to exit, hastily opening the rear door to assist a middle-aged man in his 50s out of the vehicle. Director Feng is not present. You should return. Fang Zhong extended his arm to block Yu Lei's path. Step aside. Yu Lei forcefully shoved Fang Zhong to the ground, exasperated that Feng Jianjun had stood him up that morning and was still absent in the afternoon. With the factory director now present, his boldness had swelled. If the director was absent, let there be chaos. If I do not receive the payment today, you shall not commence operations. What is happening? What is happening? Gung Laosan had rushed out from the workshop, with both the factory director and deputy director absent. His position held greater weight. Upon witnessing the commotion, he had bolted from the workshop. Debt collection. What is this? Gung Laosan, if your soda factory does not provide me with an explanation today, none of you shall work. Yu Lei shouted, seemingly intent on venting all the frustration he had endured that morning. Debt collection? You dare to resort to violence? Gung Laosan was infuriated. The soda factory had only recently begun to flourish, and his earnings had significantly increased. Now, someone was attempting to obstruct their operations, and he would not stand idly by. Fellow workers, come out and witness. Someone is trying to shut down our factory, intent on demolishing it. His voice resonated, and it seemed that everyone in the workshop had heard. Yu Dong and Yang Zhongchen were the first to react, each grabbing a tool and rushing towards the office building. Behind them, over 40 individuals surged forth, each wielding implements, as if ready to fight for their cause. As Su Yuanchao disembarked, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, he spotted individuals rushing towards him from a distance, each wielding makeshift weapons, as if a battle cry had been sounded. Yu Lei was taken aback as well, but in that moment, his mind failed to grasp the scenario, and he instinctively pushed a few individuals to the ground, sprinting towards the vehicle. Assault! Elder Gung exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushing to assist the fallen Fang Zhong. Assault! Fang Zhong's leg is broken. This isn't merely debt collection. This is a raid. They want to put an end to our work. If that's the case, we can simply stop. Hearing the cries of assault, the crowd's gaze swiftly turned towards Feng Zhong. Let us abandon this. We must confront County Chief Yang. Elder Gong, with clarity of mind, had been contemplating Qin Minghao's intentions throughout the afternoon, especially since Qin had mentioned going to the county government to seek him out. Such matters were all too familiar to Elder Gong. When wages were withheld at the soda factory, he had routinely led groups to the county government to demand justice, as everyone needed sustenance. Surely, the county would provide a solution. Comrades, the county should show us compassion and provide a means for our survival. Now, someone is attempting to deprive us of our livelihoods. And I intend to question County Chief Yang about the meaning of this. Elder Gong shouted to the county. Find Yang. The rallying cries of dozens echoed throughout the soda factory. Su Yuanchao's expression shifted incrementally. He had come to the factory to collect debts from the owner. And if the opposition proved obstinate, he would not hesitate to retaliate. However, the current circumstances deviated significantly from his expectations. Yulei had opened the car door, initially believing the workers would unleash their fury upon him, but instead, they turned and made their way towards the exit. This situation has escalated. Su Yuanchao suddenly realized, urgently calling out, quick, stop them, don't let them reach the county. Yulei stood there, momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. Yulei, you fool. Su Yuanchao shouted in frustration, hastily getting back into the vehicle and urging the driver to intercept them. The driver, grasping the urgency, promptly started the engine and accelerated forward. Su Yuanchao's heart raced. If this matter were handled discreetly, the county might choose to overlook it, but if brought to light, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Yulei, equally stunned, had not anticipated such unity among the workers. If they all marched to the county, it could very well cause an upheaval. Earlier that morning, 2 disgruntled employees had already resigned. Now, this fervent group heading to the county might spark serious repercussions. Everyone halt. Su Yuanchao's vehicle caught up, and he shouted towards Elder Gong, Director Gong, please stop. Let us discuss this calmly. I am here to speak with your boss, and this does not involve you. Speak with our boss. You demand we cease operations? Are the workers of this soda factory not entitled to earn a living? If you wish to speak with the boss, then do so, but what does resorting to violence against workers imply? Old Man Gong was utterly indifferent to the situation, rallying a throng of people as they hastened towards the county. The soda factory was not far from the county, and the bustling street was filled with pedestrians, all bewildered by the commotion and unaware of the unfolding events. Su Yuanchao's heart felt as if it had plummeted into an abyss. He longed to strike Yulei fiercely at that very moment. Why resort to violence for debt collection? What did it mean to say that they could not continue their work? A multitude was heading towards the county, while Qin Minghao, situated within the county, remained composed, patiently awaiting news outside Director Yang's office. After submitting the planning document, he stepped back, allowing Yang some time to review it. However, he was acutely aware that once the document reached Director Yang's hands, success was virtually assured. Inside the office, Director Yang's eyes scanned the planning document, his brow lightly furrowing. Though he appeared calm on the surface, turmoil stirred within him, especially upon reaching the conclusion, which boldly proclaimed an anticipated sales figure of 500,000. This line struck like a dagger. In the economically driven 1990s, what could be more persuasive than sales figures? Have you all seen this? What do you think of the planning document? Yang set it down and turned to the people in the room. Do you believe we can achieve sales of 500,000? No one spoke. They exchanged glances, all lacking confidence in the proposal due to their inexperience in such matters. I believe we can certainly give it a try. Li Mingfu finally spoke, also hoping to do a favor for Qin Minghao. Not only can we try, but we absolutely must. As leaders, we should not shy away from responsibility, but boldly embrace the challenge. Qin Minghao performed admirably at the recent event at No. 11 Middle School, did he not? Why not take the plunge? Thus, the decision was made. If Qin Minghao succeeded, the method could be promoted throughout the county, allowing other factories to learn from this experience. Yang's demeanor seemed quite positive, and the others nodded in agreement. Let him in. I am eager to see what clever ideas this young man possesses. Yang waved his hand cheerfully. The group stood up, realizing that Yang held Qin Minghao in high regard. However, upon opening the door, they were surprised to find that Qin Minghao was not present. At that moment, Yang's secretary rushed in, her eyes wide with panic. Has the meeting concluded? There's trouble outside. The soda factory workers are causing a ruckus. It's said that people from the chemical plant have gone to the soda factory to instigate a fight, even ordering them to cease operations. The room fell silent. Gasping in shock, The chemical plant had become so bold as to encroach upon another's territory and demand a halt to their work. What is going on? Yang inquired, having overheard the secretary. The chemical plant is demanding that they stop operations? Who gave them the audacity? I don't know, but it was led by Su Yuanchao. Yang County never anticipated that a factory director from a chemical plant would audaciously intrude upon others' territory to incite trouble. Let us venture outside. I am eager to discover what Su Yuanchao truly intends. The tone of his voice left no doubt that Yang County was extremely irate. At the entrance of the county government's courtyard, a crowd was vociferously protesting. Yang County, stand up for us. Are we, the workers of the soda factory, not entitled to a meal? Indeed, please advocate on our behalf. After months of unpaid wages, we finally secured employment, only for the chemical plant to halt our work. Can we even survive like this? Gung Laosan led the charge, bellowing at the gates, drawing the attention of onlookers. Su Yuanchao, witnessing this scene, felt his heart plunge into despair. With such severe accusations leveled against him, how could he bear the weight of such a burden? Wouldn't those whose livelihoods were threatened naturally protest? Yu Lei was equally stricken with fear, his complexion ashen, swallowing hard repeatedly. Brother Qin, Gung Laosan, seeing Qin Minghao emerge, rushed forward, pleading, speak to Yang County on our behalf. We beseech you for a morsel to eat. You have no idea that after you departed, the chemical plant's personnel arrived, first assaulting Fang Zhong, then ordering us to cease work. Qin Minghao, upon hearing this, felt a rush of emotions, his face alternating between crimson and pale as he clenched his fists. What of Fang Zhong? I had him sent to the hospital, from the looks of it. He is in serious trouble, Gung Laosan responded directly. Do not speak nonsense. Su Yuanchao shouted, hastily stepping forward. Since when have we resorted to violence? It was merely a shove or two. Can that truly be deemed an assault? Director Su. Qin Minghao's gaze fixed intently on Su Yuanchao. What business do you have at the soda factory, pushing around workers when you should be attending to your duties at the chemical plant? I was merely pursuing debts owed by the soda factory. Debts? What debts are you referring to? Qin Minghao thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yuanchao. The soda factory has transitioned into a private entity. Were you not informed? The debts are associated with the county and are due before year-end. What debts are you chasing? Chapter 104. Yang County's fury resurfaces. Su Yuanchao, taken aback by this revelation, stood speechless, unsure how to respond. Indeed, those debts had been rescheduled to expire at the end of the year through the mediation of the county government, as Qin Minghao's wager had stipulated that they would turn a profit before the year's end, thereby settling the debts. But what of the present situation? Yang County, Gung Laosan, witnessing the approach of County Head Yang, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Please, have mercy on us workers at the soda factory. We ask for nothing but the opportunity to labor and earn our meals. Yang County, please, show us compassion. Yes, Yang County, all we desire is to work. They not only ordered us to cease operations, but also assaulted our personnel. Some have even been sent to the hospital. Is it truly so difficult for us at the soda factory to secure a meal? Yang County, Qin Minghao turned, trembling with rage. If it comes to that, we shall abandon the soda factory. Let the debts rest upon my shoulders. Please find other work for these workers. We will not participate in this year's National Day activities. Consider my wager a failure. The individuals present were utterly perplexed by Qin Minghao's words. However, the officials from the county government were fully aware of the implications. Particularly, County Head Yang, upon hearing Qin Minghao's declaration, felt his temper flare, veins bulging on his forehead. You simply cannot decide to cancel without reason. Just moments ago, we were in a meeting and notifications had already been dispatched to the city. Now you wish to withdraw? Yang's voice thundered, directing his fury at Su Yuanchao, glaring intensely. Is this your doing? Who granted you the audacity to assault individuals at the soda factory? Who gave you the authority to order a halt to operations? Speak up. Who instigated you to act in such a manner? If you fail to provide answers today, you shall face the consequences. Su Yuanchao trembled at the weight of Yang's words. Yang County Head, allow me to explain. Explain what? What can you possibly say to me? Yang's rage surged, nearly overwhelming him. Who struck the individual? Step forward. Yu Lei, upon hearing this, felt as though the ground might swallow him whole. Yang's uncompromising demeanor was chilling. He was a man of principles, unwavering and devoid of indulgence for wrongdoing. This inquiry left Yu Lei in a state of utter shock. Step forward. Yang bellowed, pointing at Su Yuanchao. If no one steps forward, I shall assume you are responsible. How dare you commit such an act in broad daylight? You even dared to halt operations? Bring forth the guards. County Head Yang. It wasn't me. It was Yu Lei. He disobeyed orders and caused this chaos. I never intended to strike anyone, nor did I wish to disrupt the soda factory. I merely intended to discuss the debt issues with them. Su Yuanchao hastily protested. What debt are you referring to? The debt is due at the end of the year, and you're supposed to settle it by then. What discussions do we have at this moment? Qin Minghao interjected sternly, pointing at Su Yuanchao. If you had no intentions of violence, how did the employees of the soda factory end up in the hospital? Yang's anger was palpable. Su Yuanchao, his face ashen, found himself at a loss for words. You allow your subordinates to act violently. Do you possess any sense of leadership? Can you still hold the position of factory director? Yang's voice rose once more. Yes, I can. Su Yuanchao nodded vigorously. Can you? Is this the state of affairs you deem acceptable? Do you disregard the law and the responsibilities of leadership? Do you have no respect for the police, nor for the soda factory? Do you think I lack the authority to dismiss you, and thus you feel emboldened to overreach? Su Yuanchao's face flickered between crimson and pale, struggling to articulate a response. Where are the security personnel? Apprehend Yule. Yang commanded fiercely. The guards from the county's security department rushed forward, seizing Yule. County head Yang. I never intended to harm anyone. I merely pushed him. I truly did not mean to strike. Yule pleaded. Yet Yang was unyielding. Despite his awareness that the situation might be more complex than it appeared, he had no choice but to act decisively. With the events already transpiring, quelling the public's outrage was paramount. If no one was apprehended, what would become of the people from the soda factory? This group of individuals are seasoned troublemakers, having visited the county government numerous times. Whenever they stir unrest, they gather in large numbers. It was only with great difficulty that they were contained within the soda factory and the cotton spinning mill. Yet some still dared to come here. Su Yuanchao, upon returning today, you are to write me a self-criticism. If you cannot manage this factory, then you should step aside. This incident will be marked as a serious infraction. Should you repeat this behavior, you shall be dismissed. Yang County was utterly unyielding, firmly pressing Su Yuanchao down. Su Yuanchao's countenance darkened, and he yearned to voice his thoughts. But upon witnessing Yang County's furious gaze, he clenched his teeth and swallowed his words. He was no fool. The events of today seemed exceedingly suspicious, as if he had been ensnared in a trap, waiting for him to fall into it. Now that he had stumbled in, a significant commotion had ensued. Ladies and gentlemen, after harshly reprimanding Su Yuanchao, Yang County turned his attention to the workers of the soda factory. I understand your concerns. Return to your work diligently. Rest assured, as long as I, Yang, am here, no one shall take away your livelihoods. Go back and work hard, striving to contribute to the soda factory and to the nation. Is that truly so? Gung Laosan inquired tremulously. What do you mean by true or not? Hurry back. Yang County shot a stern glare at Gung Laosan, familiar with his antics and speaking without courtesy. Old Gung, return now. Trust that with Yang County advocating for us, the soda factory will continue to operate. Qin Minghao gestured for Gung Laosan to proceed. Very well. Thank you, Yang County. Thank you, Yang County. Thank you, Yang County. The workers of the soda factory bowed in gratitude before following Gung Laosan back towards the factory. However, Gung Laosan, being shrewd, sent someone ahead to the hospital to ensure Fang Zhong's safety. As Yang County observed the departure, he cast a fierce glare at Qin Minghao. Was it really necessary to employ such petty cunning? If you had informed me sooner, I could have resolved this directly. Now that it has escalated to this extent, do you deem it appropriate? Qin Minghao awkwardly rubbed his nose, aware that Yang County was oblivious to the fact that this commotion actually benefited him. Just think, the soda factory had recently shown signs of improvement during the 11th event, and these people arrived almost immediately, which was inherently unreasonable. Yang County maintained a stern expression as he turned towards his office. I do not care whether it is reasonable or not. If you fail to manage the upcoming National Day event, I will hold you accountable for both old and new grievances. Qin Minghao chuckled, realizing that Yang County was astute. Even Su Yuanchao would likely see through his little ploys, let alone Yang County. However, this temporary tranquility would allow him to prepare for the National Day activities with peace of mind, which was of utmost convenience for Qin Minghao. Once Qin Minghao departed, Yang County returned to his office, while Su Yuanchao lingered behind. After an hour had passed, Su Yuanchao sensed that Yang County's anger had subsided somewhat, and thus he entered Yang County's office. Yang County, with a stern expression, lifted his gaze and said, "Speak your mind." Yang County, regarding the debt, has the debt matured? Yang County shot him a fierce glare and inquired, I have heard that you and Su Guanglin from the cotton spinning factory are classmates? Chapter 105 The soda factory belongs to Qin Minghao. Su Yuanchao was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Yang County would discern the connection. I do not care what your relationship is, nor whom you are assisting, but I must unequivocally inform you. The entire nation is focused on economic development. Even I am working towards the economic boom. Should you dare to disrupt the plans of the county, I will ensure that you face severe consequences. Yang County spoke with utmost severity, delegating the matter of Yulei's violence to the county police to determine whether they wished for a private settlement or a public prosecution. Furthermore, I solemnly advise you to refrain from visiting the soda factory or provoking Qin Minghao until the end of the year. Qin Minghao? Su Yuanchao was momentarily stunned. What? You are unaware of whom you are provoking and yet dare to enter his factory? That person just now is Qin Minghao, the owner of the soda factory. Are you not aware of this? Yang County's frustration was palpable. Su Yuanchao slowly regained his composure and nodded gently. Let us proceed. Submit your report by tomorrow. And the disciplinary action cannot be lenient. Yang County did not afford Su Yuanchao the opportunity to explain himself. A heaviness settled in Su Yuanchao's heart as he vacated Yang County's office. He sensed that there was something amiss, and he was undoubtedly being set up, possibly by none other than Qin Minghao himself. As he descended the stairs, he hurried towards the chemical factory. The name Qin Minghao was now firmly etched in Su Yuanchao's mind. Upon returning to the chemical factory, he promptly picked up the phone and dialed Su Guanglin. Old Su, do you know someone named Qin Minghao? What happened? What is his connection with Yang County? I just visited the soda factory with some people and may have been outmaneuvered by him. Yang County has reprimanded me and ordered me to write a report. We must be cautious with this Qin Minghao. His soda factory may not be easy to deal with. Him? Su Guanglin was momentarily taken aback, urgently inquiring. Whose soda factory are you referring to? Qin Minghao's? You are unaware as well. I only just heard Yang County mention it. The entire county is preparing for economic development, and Yang County is unwilling to let this opportunity pass. Su Guanglin stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds, a wave of dread washing over him. The soda factory belongs to Qin Minghao? How is that possible? Old Su. Yes, I understand. I have matters to attend to. I will contact you later for drinks. Su Guanglin concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone, his expression growing increasingly grim. How could the soda factory possibly belong to Qin Minghao? He was merely a lost soul, expelled from the cotton spinning factory, and had nearly become a waste in recent years. How could he have become the owner of the soda factory? Old Su, how is the expansion of the factory proceeding? At that moment, Lu Yang entered the room, holding some documents. What was the name of that construction team you mentioned last time? The leader is called Qi Changfa, right? Ah, yes, Qi Changfa. A decent fellow and skilled in his work. Su Guanglin snapped back to reality, hastily responding. But he refrained from disclosing to Lu Yang that Qin Minghao was the owner of the soda factory. Well, let them commence work in the coming days. Upgrading production capacity is crucial and cannot be delayed. Lu Yang cast aside the documents and turned to leave. Su Guanglin swallowed hard, then picked up the phone, dialing a certain number. Is this Director Dan? It's Su Guanglin. Let's find an opportunity to dine together tonight. All right. Su Guanglin spoke in brief sentences before hanging up, his eyes dark and brooding. This Director Dan was affiliated with the county police department, and his recent closeness to him was entirely due to his nephew Su Changjun. Lately, he had heard from Director Dan that Su Changjun was adamantly claiming he had been deceived, suspecting it might be a scheme orchestrated by Qin Minghao. However, without evidence, they could not take action against Qin Minghao for the time being. Consequently, Su Guanglin began to worry that Su Changjun might indeed have fallen victim to Qin Minghao's machinations. Even Su Yuanchao had suffered losses at Qin Minghao's hands. How could Su Changjun possibly contend with him? The more Su Guanglin pondered, the more anxious he became, believing it necessary to communicate with Director Dan to explore the possibility of incarcerating Qin Minghao first. After all, once he was behind bars, they could fabricate charges against him. At this moment, Qin Minghao had returned to the soda factory. The venue for the National Day activities had been secured, and it was time to begin planning. As manpower was insufficient, Qin Minghao had to undertake the planning himself. Just before the end of the workday, he received a call from Feng Jianjun. The printing factory had been located, and the prices were reasonable. Listening to Feng Jianjun's report, Qin Minghao nodded gently and replied, Brother Feng, I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow. Please purchase 3 Jialing 70 motorcycles and 10 Fiege bicycles from the dealership. If all goes well, return directly tomorrow evening. What are these purchases for? Feng Jianjun inquired. I am preparing a lottery event during the National Day celebrations in the city. These will be the prizes. Bring them back with you tomorrow. By the way, the batch of glass bottles from Tongjiang should have arrived by now, so there will be more work to do. Qin Minghao explained. A lottery? Feng Jianjun seemed puzzled. I will explain everything when you return. Qin Minghao concluded the call. His intent was to organize a lottery event that differed from the usual ones. The primary objective of the activity was to expand the sales channels for the soda. hence the need for a unique approach. At that moment, the office door was knocked upon, and Lin Weiwei entered. It's time to go home. Not just yet. I still have some matters to attend to. You should head back first, Qin Minghao replied with an apologetic smile. Noticing Lin Weiwei's expression had turned cold, he hastily added, I genuinely have things to do. Brother Feng mentioned that you should go to the city tomorrow. We are hosting an event for National Day. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei paused momentarily, sensing that Qin Minghao was indeed telling the truth. Dad said he wants to discuss something with you. You should decide how to handle it. Although she felt reassured that he hadn't deceived her, Lin Weiwei couldn't shake off a sense of grievance, deliberately presenting a frosty demeanor. Particularly troubling was the incident this afternoon when workers had gone to the county government, and as the deputy factory manager, she had been completely unaware. If Qin Minghao had informed her, would it have been a deliberate attempt to sideline her? What were Lin Weiwei's thoughts on the matter? Rubbing his brow, Qin Minghao continued to organize the inventory list, firmly believing that once the National Day festivities concluded, he would finally confront Lin Weiwei. At that moment, he would no longer need to fear Lin Weiwei's concerns regarding the soda factory's debts, nor would he have to conceal his identity as the owner of the soda plant. Busy until the late hours of the night, Qin Minghao returned to his dormitory. The following morning, the glass bottles for Tongjiang indeed arrived. As the gates of the soda factory swung open, truck after truck rolled in, laden with boxes of pristine glass bottles, 20,000 in total. Qin Minghao surveyed the scene, silently calculating that it should suffice for the time being. He needed to work overtime that evening to ensure all these bottles were filled. After exchanging a brief word with Gung Laosan, he turned towards the office. He had little time to spare. If the reserves were insufficient, the upcoming event could falter. No one comprehended the significance of this event to Qin Minghao. Should it succeed, it would be a moment of triumph. Conversely, failure would necessitate starting anew, perhaps under even more challenging circumstances. The arrival of goods at the soda factory coincided perfectly with the start of the workday. All the factory workers observed, as did those passing by, including the darkly scowling Su Guanglin in the distance. Indeed, Qin Minghao was the proprietor of the soda factory. In Chapter 106, the lottery event, Su Guanglin rose early, arriving at a location not far from the soda factory, casting furtive glances towards it. Since receiving a call from Su Yuanchao the previous day, Su Guanglin had barely slept. Upon seeing Qin Minghao inside the factory, he could not help but clench his fists. He was acutely aware that Qin Minghao's departure from the cotton mill was largely due to his own actions. If Qin Minghao harbored resentment, it would undoubtedly be directed at him. Did Qin Minghao hold a grudge? Most assuredly. During a meal at the county's VIP lounge, Qin Minghao had made threats. Su Guanglin understood the depths of Qin Minghao's animosity, compelling him to devise every possible means to suppress him. Otherwise, Qin Minghao's rise to fame would spell disaster for him. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the pager incessantly buzzed. Su Guanglin glanced at the unfamiliar number, hesitated briefly, then entered a nearby telephone booth. Who was calling? Deputy Factory Director Su? The voice of Liang Lei emerged from the receiver, leisurely stating, I wonder if Deputy Factory Director Su remembers Huaning? Upon hearing Huaning, Su Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? Deputy Factory Director Su. You certainly have a poor memory. You cannot even recognize those from Huaning. I will be visiting Mengjiang in the coming days and hope to meet with you then. Liang Lei concluded, abruptly hanging up. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Guanglin as he recalled that Huaning was the machinery factory from which he had procured equipment. His earlier intentions to ensnare He Binglin had been thwarted by Qin Minghao, resulting in Huaning's personnel being apprehended at the train station overnight. It seemed Huaning was no longer willing to remain passive. Su Guanglin brushed aside these thoughts and proceeded towards the cotton mill. As I passed by the soda factory, I took a moment to glance inside and noticed that trucks had already entered the workshop, commencing the unloading process. The workers at the factory, though not erupting in cheers, exhibited an invigorated spirit. This scene heightened Su Guanglin's sense of vigilance. In truth, the arrival of this batch of glass bottles had already sparked joy among the factory workers. While there were bagged beverages, their shelf life could not compare to that of bottled drinks. Moreover, bagged beverages posed logistical challenges that bottled drinks did not. Everything seemed to foreshadow an upturn for the soda factory. Let us work harder and finish early, shouted Gung Laosan enthusiastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Minghao observed for a while before heading upstairs, while Lin Weiwei should have already arrived in the city. She took the planning document with her. Although she was uncertain about the specific execution, as long as the general direction was correct, there would be no issues. The impoverished students from 11th Middle School had also been notified and would come to the factory after school to meet Lin Weiwei. For this sales initiative, Qin Minghao had specifically recruited a few female students, primarily to create a vibrant and youthful visual appeal. Lin Weiwei would oversee this segment, guiding them on how to sell the products. Although she was not entirely knowledgeable, the shortage of manpower left them with limited options. As afternoon approached, Qin Minghao received a call. Feng Jianjun had already purchased a motorcycle and a bicycle, preparing to depart from the provincial capital. Upon receiving this news, Qin Minghao calculated the timing and estimated they would arrive around 8 or 9 in the evening. This timing seemed adequate, allowing Qin Minghao an opportunity to welcome him upon his return. Within the workshop, work was bustling. Only a few of the 20,000 glass bottles remained. The figures on the blackboard continued to rise, igniting excitement among the workers, who moved swiftly in their tasks. Lin Weiwei returned in the afternoon, drenched in sweat. As closing time approached, the students from 11th Middle School indeed arrived, led by Lin Yuyu, who entered the factory with 7 or 8 female students and made her way to Lin Weiwei's office with ease. Inside were Luo Wanwan and Shun Xin, who had previously been involved in a confrontation with Lin Yuyu. The purpose of their visit was initially to assist the impoverished students. However, many of them felt too shy, prompting Lin Weiwei to summon Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu was rather displeased, as it was after school and with the National Day holiday approaching. Who would want to work at the soda factory? Under Lin Yuyu's confident guidance, the group entered Lin Weiwei's office. Lin Weiwei was just reviewing the planning document when she felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Lin Yuyu and her entourage enter. Sis, I must tell you. If I go, you must compensate me for my holiday. All right, enough with the antics. Lin Weiwei glanced at the 7 or 8 girls present and nodded slightly. Let me first explain this event to you all. The upcoming event is a lottery taking place at the City Hall Square, where your primary responsibility will be to explain the rules. There is no need for you to engage in any other tasks. A lottery? Lin Yuyu paused in surprise. Sister, what kind of lottery is this? You are from a soda factory. How can you possibly host a lottery? Is that feasible? Lin Weiwei remained silent for a moment. Upon reviewing the planning document earlier, she too had sensed some discrepancies, yet considering the success of the previous event at number 11 high school, she chose not to voice her concerns. However, hearing Lin Yuyu's remarks, she felt compelled to reassess the situation. The last sports meeting at No. 11 high school had excluded other beverages, but there were no such conditions this time. Furthermore, what connection could there be between selling soda and conducting a lottery? Let us not dwell on it for now. When Director Feng returns, I will discuss it with him. For now, please change into your outfits and let us rehearse for the time being. Lin Weiwei, uncertain of how to clarify the situation, opted to have everyone change clothes to see the outcome. Lin Yuyu reluctantly led the group into the changing room. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sound of roaring engines finally reached the soda factory. Qin Minghao was the first to exit the office building, his heart finally settling as he watched the truck approach the factory. Director Feng had returned, and significantly earlier than anticipated. The truck entered the factory yard, and Feng Jianjun hastily jumped out and made his way towards Qin Minghao. Did you bring everything back? Yes, the motorcycles and bicycles you requested are all on the truck. Feng Jianjun replied, instinctively inquiring, Minghao, these items aren't cheap. They cost nearly 20 to 30,000 yuan. Qin Minghao nodded in agreement, estimating the price to be accurate. At that moment, Lin Weiwei descended the stairs accompanied by 7 or 8 girls. Lin Yuyu spotted Qin Minghao immediately, before she could express her surprise. The tarp covering the truck was pulled back, revealing 3 brand new motorcycles along with 10 Fiji bicycles. Sister, what are you planning to do with these? For the lottery. Lin Weiwei sighed softly. These are all prizes. Are you out of your mind? These are all prizes. How much will this cost us? Chapter 107. Event promotion. Lin Weiwei also sighed, having felt uneasy upon reviewing the planning document. The previous sports meeting at No. 11 high school had succeeded with the mere cost of sponsoring a few underprivileged students. After all, how much does it really cost to support impoverished students? These prizes, however, would require a substantial amount of money. Moreover, the planning document listed numerous items that had yet to arrive. I'll go ask. Lin Weiwei believed that, as the vice factory manager, she should inquire further. She approached Feng Jianjun. Brother Feng, if we use these items for the event, will our sales meet the target? Feng Jianjun was taken aback by the question, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure how to respond. Humph. Lin Yuyu stepped forward, deliberately scoffing upon seeing Qin Minghao. Let us unload the truck first. Feng Jianjun decided to refrain from answering, opting instead to have the items unloaded before addressing any further concerns. Lin Weiwei noticed that Feng Jianjun remained silent and felt too embarrassed to speak further. After exchanging another greeting with him, she led a group of girls out of the soda factory. Sister, your boss must be out of his mind. This time, he won't just break even. He will incur significant losses. Listening to Lin Yuyu's remarks, Lin Weiwei could only sigh in response, saying nothing as she escorted each girl back home. Inside the soda factory, Qin Minghao observed as the vehicles were unloaded and pushed into the warehouse, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Oh, there are also the flyers, he suddenly remembered. Heading to the driver's seat to retrieve them. Let us find someone to distribute the flyers tomorrow. Qin Minghao glanced at the flyers, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with their design. After all, the current flyers lack the explosive visual appeal of those from later times. Fortunately, the back of the flyer stated, with this flyer, you can enter a free lottery. This added a tangible value to the flyer. All right, I've contacted the Jiangshan Daily. We should be able to arrange a meeting with them tomorrow morning for a 3-page feature. However, the cost won't be cheap. I'll put it on credit for now. Qin Minghao chuckled. Now, let us go celebrate your arrival. The two exited the soda factory and strolled along the main road to a nearby barbecue stall. Settling down at a table, as cold beer arrived, Qin Minghao filled their glasses, while Feng Jianjun hesitated several times, wanting to inquire about the event, but was repeatedly interrupted by Qin Minghao raising his glass. The following morning, several 3-wheeled vehicles equipped with loudspeakers slowly made their way down the town streets. As the crowd of commuters gathered, the voices from the vehicles rang out. Celebrate National Day, enjoy the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mengjiang Soda, in gratitude to our hometown folks, will host a lottery giveaway at the city square during the National Day holiday. You heard that right. For just 2 yuan, you could win a Jialing 70 motorcycle. You might also win a Fiji bicycle. Countless prizes await you. The captivating announcement from the 3-wheeled vehicles instantly captured everyone's attention. It was already working hours, but the allure of the Jialing 70 motorcycle left many people's eyes gleaming with excitement. A lottery event? At the city square? Is this a giveaway from the soda factory? Whether they worked at the cotton mill or the soda factory, upon hearing the announcement, people hurriedly paused and turned their gazes toward the 3-wheeled vehicles. The announcers from the vehicles extended the flyers, shouting, with this flyer, you can enter a free lottery on the spot. A free lottery? Oh my goodness. What a delightful opportunity. What can we win? It's all written here. There are flashlights, light bulbs, and the grand prize is a motorcycle. The crowd erupted in excitement, each person reaching out eagerly toward the 3-wheeled vehicles. Among them, Dong Hongxia quickly stretched out her hand, grabbing 7 or 8 flyers, her face brimming with enthusiasm. Hongyu, this is fantastic. We can enter the lottery. Qi Hongyu glanced over, pursing his lips as he headed toward the cotton mill. He has already secured a job. Why would he still care about a lottery? If he works diligently at the cotton spinning factory for a few years, what motorcycle would he not be able to acquire? Give me 2 more tickets. Give me 2 more. Dong Hongxia scolded Qi Hongyu, calling him a fool, and hurriedly chased after the tricycle for another 7 or 8 meters. At that moment, Liu Yang's Audi 100 finally arrived. Hearing the sound of the tricycle outside, he furrowed his brow, wondering what was happening. What lottery event is the soda factory holding? I'm not sure, Su Guanglin replied, sitting in the car, somewhat dazed. He truly had no idea what this lottery event entailed, but for the past few days, he had been feeling an unsettling twitch in his eyelid. Especially after discovering that Qin Minghao was the owner of the soda factory, he had hardly slept well for several nights. What is the point of a lottery? Liu Yang leaned out of the car window, grabbed a flyer, glanced back, and scoffed. Is the soda factory trying to gain fame? Their reputation is nearly in ruins. How could they possibly improve it? Exactly. Their reputation is indeed on the verge of collapse. Su Guanglin chuckled awkwardly in agreement. Over the past few years, the soda factory's standing had significantly declined, especially with the emergence of shaved ice in the provincial capital, which outsold the factory's soda by a wide margin. Coupled with poor management, it was now rare to see anyone purchasing their soda. No matter how much they try to promote themselves, it's futile. Sure, they've made it into the county newspaper, but how many people can a single county's market sustain? Liu Yang remarked with a dismissive snort. Su Guanglin felt an unsettling premonition. After several encounters, he had developed a slight wariness towards Qin Minghao. He suspected that Qin Minghao was about to orchestrate something significant once again. It would be wise to investigate what was truly going on. Once Liu Yang's vehicle departed, the workers at the soda factory also learned about the upcoming lottery event. Some workers who had unloaded trucks the previous night spread the news that their soda factory was indeed going to hold a lottery. When Lin Weiwei arrived, she happened to hear the distant sound of the tricycle leaving, and she was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated such a strategy. How much could these few tricycles possibly cost? Perhaps this type of promotion could indeed yield benefits? What Lin Weiwei didn't realize was that the few tricycles she noticed represented only a small fraction of the total. These tricycles would circulate throughout the county for an entire day, while the remaining 30 or so would traverse all the towns in Jiangshan for several days. In this era, people still found lotteries somewhat novel, especially with enticing prizes such as motorcycles and bicycles, which stirred a sense of excitement. Wouldn't it be worthwhile to try and participate on National Day? Chapter 108. The eve of the event, Qin Minghao's promotional plan was nothing short of extensive. Aside from the prohibitively high costs of television advertising, which he chose not to employ, he utilized every other available avenue. The tricycle's pervasive presence, the extensive coverage in the Jiangshan Daily, and the impactful distribution of flyers at street corners created a comprehensive marketing blitz. A small flyer could be exchanged for a chance at the lottery, prompting many recipients to hold onto the flyers rather than discard them. With a total of 20,000 flyers, Qin Minghao intended to distribute them in batches. If converted into a lottery, it would amount to a ticket worth 40,000 yuan. This sum, in the eyes of others, may seem like a wasted expenditure. However, Qin Minghao does not share this sentiment. In this era, the impoverished are numerous, and those who seek to take advantage of small opportunities are certainly not few. Distributing 20,000 flyers will undoubtedly capture the attention of this demographic. When they arrive with the flyers, given the fervor of the lottery event, they are likely to spend money in hopes of winning. This strategy has been perfected by certain contemporary applications. By midday, nearly everyone in the city of Mengjiang was aware of the lottery event. Inside the county government, Yang County, upon hearing the sounds of the loudspeakers outside, slowly set down the Jiangshan Daily on his desk. This young man indeed possesses a certain cunning. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Su Yuanchao hurriedly entered. Yang County, what exactly does Qin Minghao mean? He speaks of a private settlement and immediately demands 10,000 yuan? If this is the method of settlement, I would rather spend some time in confinement. Have you thought it through? Yang County inquired with a stern expression. What is there to contemplate? Is there even such a thing as extorting someone to this extent? Wouldn't 2 boxes of canned fruit suffice? Must he demand 10,000 yuan? Does he really believe our chemical factory is made of money? Since you've made up your mind, why ask me? Yang County cast a sidelong glance. Su Yuanchao faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. How to resolve this issue is your concern. I am not interested in that now. Furthermore, instruct your people to refrain from disturbing Yang County at the soda factory for the time being, he added casually. Hearing this, Su Yuanchao's chest heaved with anger as he turned and exited Yang County's office. He had approached to voice his grievances, hoping to facilitate further dialogue between Yang County and Qin Minghao. Yet, Yang County's attitude revealed a complete unwillingness to communicate. Upon leaving the county government, the loudspeaker from a tricycle blared, celebrating National Day and the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the Mengjiang Soda Factory expressing gratitude to the local community. Why is it always the soda factory? Su Yuanchao cursed under his breath, turning to board his vehicle and heading towards the chemical factory. As soon as he arrived back at the chemical factory, Su Yuanchao couldn't help but pick up the phone and dial Su Guanglin. Old Su, what on earth is going on? What is the relationship between Qin Minghao and Yang County? Yulei pushed them last time, and now they demand 10,000 yuan? Is there no law left? Su Guanglin, also incensed, knew it was essential to comfort Su Yuanchao during this tumultuous time. Old Su, there have been many developments lately. The county wants to assess the event's impact. Just wait for the event to conclude. I have already spoken with my nephew. When the time comes, we will corner Qin Minghao and ensure you feel vindicated. Really? Of course it's true, Su Guanglin assured, thumping his chest. After offering a few more words of consolation, he hung up the phone. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Su Guanglin quickly answered, recognizing the voice from the previous conversation. During National Day, I will be going to Mengjiang. Very well, Su Guanglin responded, understanding that this was likely someone from Huaneng, and readily agreed. A financial matter remains unsettled between him and Huaneng, and he hopes that someone from Huaneng will come by soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Guanglin wore a grim expression, taking a deep breath. After the National Day holiday, Qin Minghao would surely be in for a reckoning. The soda factory has been receiving a continuous influx of glass bottles from Tongjiang these past few days, prompting the workers to ramp up production fervently. The tally on the blackboard has surged from a mere 10 to over 20, instilling a palpable excitement among the workforce. The workers' enthusiasm soared as they engaged in frenzied production, while Feng Jianjun and Lin Weiwei found themselves exceedingly busy. Given Lin Weiwei's experience from the recent event at number 11 middle school, she had been tirelessly traversing Jiangshan City these days. Venue arrangements, equipment, personnel, and liaising with relevant departments had nearly worn her thin. In this bustling environment, Feng Jianjun could only focus on coordinating personnel and preparing various necessary documentation, as well as rehearsing potential scenarios. The entire factory was engulfed in activity. While Qin Minghao finally found a moment to relax, everything was proceeding smoothly, awaiting the moment when the curtain would rise. On the eve of National Day, Li Ziming from the provincial capital finally arrived. Dressed in a gray suit and brown leather shoes, he was as flamboyant and loquacious as ever. Upon exiting his vehicle, Li Ziming immediately sought out Qin Minghao, insisting that the issues concerning Huawei trading must be resolved. Qin Minghao promptly assured him, eyeing the trucks laden with goods behind Li Ziming. 3 full trucks worth of merchandise would be more than sufficient. According to Qin Minghao's calculations, these items would serve as prizes of lesser value, likely to find favor among the attendees. These items totaled a staggering 30,000 yuan. Minghao, what exactly do you intend to do with these? Li Ziming inquired. A lottery. Qin Minghao replied succinctly, fully aware that the value of these goods far exceeded 30,000 yuan. Thanks to Li Ziming's connections and their factory's inventory clearance, the items could easily fetch a price 2 or 3 times higher. A lottery? Li Ziming paused, puzzled. What purpose does a lottery serve? There have been lotteries in the provincial capital, like the one for the Santana. Do you think anyone will participate with this? Minghao, I believe the lottery is of little importance. What truly matters is resolving the issues with Huawei trading. Li Ziming continued. You have no idea how terrified I was making this trip. If you had sent me to the cotton mill, I might not have had the courage. Minghao. At that moment, Lin Weiwei emerged from the office building. Where's Feng Ge? Oh, Feng Ge went to the newspaper office. Isn't this your sister-in-law? Li Ziming exclaimed upon seeing Lin Weiwei, quickly extending his hand. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Last time, I even invited Minghao to take you and the child to the provincial capital for a trip, but time was too tight. Feng Ge will be back shortly. He seems to know you. Qin Minghao whispered to Li Ziming. Li Ziming shivered slightly, offering a sheepish smile. Come. Let me treat you to a welcome dinner. I've already arranged accommodations. All you need to do is follow my instructions, and in 3 days, everything will be just fine. With that, Qin Minghao embraced Li Ziming, leading him out of the soda factory. Lin Weiwei was somewhat taken aback. She felt a vague familiarity with Li Ziming, yet her memories were hazy. As she watched Qin Minghao leave with his entourage, she found herself in a state of confusion. Qin Minghao had no intention of clarifying matters for Lin Weiwei at this moment. He believed explanations would come, but certainly not now. The primary focus at present was the upcoming lottery event. Chapter 109. The event commences on October 1st, 1992. The weather was clear. On National Day, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Qin Minghao rose early. After completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs ahead of everyone else. It seemed as though the townsfolk had donned their finest attire overnight, preparing for the most splendid banquet. The excitement escalated as several tricycle taxis, blaring their horns, traversed the town, igniting a fervor among the populace. The lottery. This grand event, bolstered by the significance of National Day, stirred a sense of anticipation. The promotional efforts in the preceding days had propelled the event into a topic of lively discussion. Qin Minghao noticed Uncle Li and his wife emerging from their home. He waved to hail a tricycle, which sped off towards the county. He observed numerous employees from the cotton spinning factory joyfully pedaling their bicycles toward the urban area. In the small town, clusters of people gathered, and if they were to be united, they would indeed resemble a throng. With a self-satisfied smile, Qin Minghao turned and headed towards Lin Qiaoyang's residence. Lin Qiaoyang was not working that day and had many questions for Qin Minghao upon his arrival. However, pressed for time, Qin Minghao opted not to engage in lengthy explanations. He merely greeted the elder couple and, cradling Qin Nonyuo, made his way to the county. Upon reaching the county, traffic congestion was evident, likely due to the holiday and the allure of the lottery event drawing many. After a challenging endeavor of boarding the bus while holding the child, Qin Minghao realized it was high time for him to purchase a vehicle. If this event concluded successfully, the soda factory could finally be on the path to stability. With healthy growth, it could distribute products within the province, and even without extensive advertising, it might capture a significant share of the provincial market within a year or two. Under such circumstances, the soda factory would have established its foothold. Though it could not yet compete with other domestic brands, it would have carved out its niche. At that point, acquiring a vehicle would indeed become feasible. As the bus swayed its way to the urban area, the booming sounds of music reached his ears. The vicinity of the city government square was already home to a pedestrian street, and the convergence of National Day festivities with the lottery event rendered the atmosphere even more vibrant. Upon arrival, Qin Minghao found that the soda factory staff had already set up their stations. Lin Yuyu, clad in a red dress, stood among 7 or 8 young girls at the edge of the crowd, enthusiastically explaining the details of the event. In the depths of the city government square lay the lottery venue, where approximately 50 to 60 middle-aged and elderly individuals clutched boxes containing their lottery tickets. Feng Jianjun was quietly conveying instructions amidst the crowd, while Lin Weiwei had positioned herself outside the throng, assisting the soda factory workers in unloading the beverages. The sodas, encased in green plastic sleeves, were neatly arranged in boxes, forming a perfect circle around the venue. Qin Minghao, cradling his child, cast a fleeting glance and noticed a considerable crowd gathered, yet only a handful were purchasing lottery tickets. It seemed many were merely observing, uncertain if the event was indeed as well promoted as claimed. As 3 brand-new Jialing 70 motorcycles were wheeled onto the stage, a wave of cheers erupted from the distance. The glistening paint, shining handlebars, and robust black tires elicited a chorus of applause from the onlookers. 10 Fiji bicycles were subsequently brought forth, and the cheers grew even louder. In this era, the most practical modes of transportation were still motorcycles and bicycles. Had Qin Minghao displayed a Santana, it was likely that many would not even consider driving it, even if they had one. While the applause grew, no one stepped forward, and a twinge of anxiety began to creep into Feng Jianjun's heart. He was acutely aware of the considerable expenses incurred for this event. If it failed to generate profit, it would be a significant blow to the soda factory. Lin Weiwei was equally anxious, yet she felt utterly at a loss regarding whom to approach. Minghao. It was Feng Jianjun who first succumbed to impatience. Although the crowd was substantial, it was still early. Qin Minghao took a deep breath, holding on to Qin Nuonyuo as he continued to observe. Time passed slowly, and indeed, 1 or 2 individuals approached, but the majority merely held lottery tickets, with none willing to spend any money. At that moment, a whisper of doubt fluttered within Qin Minghao's heart. Was this truly going to fizzle out? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I won! I won!" Someone exclaimed, raising a lottery ticket aloft. "It's a bicycle! It's a bicycle!" Instantly, many turned their gaze toward the source of the commotion. It had only been a short time, and already someone had won a bicycle? Li Ziming shouted excitedly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he rushed to the stage with his ticket. "I want a bicycle, hurry up!" Staff members promptly approached, verifying the ticket with utmost efficiency, and swiftly produced a microphone to announce to the crowd, "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the second prize of our event, a bicycle." Cheers erupted as the crowd buzzed with excitement. The odds of winning seemed remarkably high. To have a bicycle as the first prize. At that moment, people began to stir, moving closer. Whether or not they would buy tickets became secondary. There were still flyers available. Even if they won nothing, it would still count as having participated in a lottery. "I won too. I won a flashlight. I received a flyer, and it truly can lead to a prize." A moment later, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of shouts, and eager individuals rushed toward the stage. "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the 5th prize, a flashlight. Congratulations to this lady for winning the 4th prize, a frying pan." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crowd realized the odds of winning were astonishingly high. The female host on stage continued to speak without pause, relaying the excitement. As Feng Jianjun observed the crowd beginning to stir, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his eyes. "Minghao, look, people are moving. This method is splendid. Someone has gone up to participate in the lottery, indeed." Lin Weiwei, witnessing this scene, gradually wore a smile on her face. Qin Minghao exhaled in relief. Seeing someone approach the stage indicated that they had achieved half of their goal. The lottery was meant to invigorate enthusiasm, but the other half involved promoting the soda, which would depend on the subsequent actions. "Bring me a bottle of soda." Qin Minghao called out to the staff in the distance, his tension alleviating. "Get one for my daughter." With a resounding pop, Feng Jianjun personally retrieved the soda and opened it. Just as he intended to discard the bottle cap, Qin Minghao swiftly snatched it back. "We won. My daughter has won too." At that moment, Qin Minghao shouted in exuberance, "Ha ha! Bring me another bottle." Chapter 110. Enthusiasm soars. Can one win a prize from soda? Many in attendance turned their heads, astonished. Feng Jianjun stared blankly at the bottle cap in Qin Minghao's hand, which indeed bore the words, "Bring me another bottle." "Another one. Bring me another." Qin Nuonyuo pouted, urging him. "One more." Feng Jianjun waved his hand and fetched another bottle for Qin Minghao. This time, he did not discard the cap, which boldly proclaimed, "Bring me another bottle." Feng Jianjun was bewildered. When did their soda start offering such rewards? "Mommy, get mommy a bottle." Qin Nuonyuo cheered with delight. Feng Jianjun procured another bottle and opened it. To his surprise, this cap bore the words, "Thank you for your patronage. There are no more for auntie." Qin Nuonyuo pouted in disappointment. Lin Yuyu, who had been explaining the rules to others, was drawn in by Qin Minghao's loud call. Hearing Qin Minghau's remark nearly sent her into a fit of exasperation. I'll buy it myself. Lin Yu huffed defiantly, tossing down 50 cents. She retrieved a bottle, opened the cap, and exclaimed, I have one too. I won. Bring me another bottle. This declaration attracted the attention of those nearby. Could it be that soda also offered prizes? Within the crowd, some began to purchase soda, yet most remained focused on the lottery event. Although someone had won a bicycle earlier, subsequent participants discovered that winning such a prize was not so easily achieved. There were numerous rewards with a high probability of winning. Yet many realized that most prizes were household items, such as frying pans, thermoses, and feather dusters. Nevertheless, this was still exhilarating. Everyone understood that the lottery tickets were merely 2 yuan. Even if one only won these items, it could still be deemed worthwhile. Moreover, many had not spent any money, simply exchanging flyers for lottery tickets. The host on the stage was beginning to feel the strain on her voice. Since the event's inception, she had scarcely paused for breath. At this rate, her voice would surely be rendered hoarse by the day's end. Qin Minghao observed the scene with a knowing smile. Fully aware that the effects he sought were manifesting, he believed that while many would win, an even greater number would not. By directing the host to announce the winners, he merely aimed to create an illusion of high odds for victory. As the distant crowd heard the host's voice, they began to converge towards the source. I'm here. I have 7 flyers. Dong Hongxia, in a hurried rush, finally made her way in, dashing to the ticket seller and promptly handing over her 7 flyers. As she clutched the 7 tickets, her heart surged with anticipation. These 7 tickets represented the potential for 3 motorcycles and 4 bicycles. If fortune did not favor her, 7 bicycles would suffice as well. Upon scratching the first ticket, the words "Thank you for your patronage" met her eyes, causing her expression to darken slightly. No matter. There were still 3 motorcycles or 3 bicycles to be had. Yet when the second ticket yielded the same disappointing result, her countenance fell further. The third ticket brought no change, and by the fourth, despair began to envelop her. Dong Hongxia felt her vision blur, her blood pressure rising. As someone who relished the prospect of advantage, the realization that she had gained nothing ignited a simmering anger within her. The 5th ticket brought no luck, nor did the 6th. By the time she reached the 7th, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. 5th prize, a feather duster. The word struck her like a blow, transforming her dreams of motorcycles into a mere household item that she could scarcely accept. I won. At last. The words escaped her lips as she lifted her gaze toward the podium. A feather duster was still a prize, after all, and it was obtained without any sacrifice on her part. Congratulations to this lady for winning a feather duster. The hostess' smile was nearly frozen, his throat raw from the exertion. Holding the feather duster, Dong Hongxia felt a semblance of joy. Yet her gaze drifted toward the motorcycles on the podium, a sense of dissatisfaction welling up within her. The motorcycles were meant to be hers. Why had fortune eluded her? Just the night before, she had dreamt of riding one home, and now they stood tantalizingly on display for others. Stepping down from the podium, Dong Hongxia gritted her teeth and headed back to the ticket booth. I'll take 2 tickets. The staff promptly handed them over, and she exchanged 4 yuan. With her heart racing and hands trembling, she scratched the first ticket. Thank you for your patronage. Unfazed, she scratched another, only to receive the same disappointing response. Give me 5 more. Like Dong Hongxia, many were reluctant to accept defeat. The allure of gambling was strong, and Qin Minghao had anticipated this very outcome. Meanwhile, the host continued to energetically engage the crowd, but Lin Weiwei could no longer bear to watch. She ascended the podium with 2 bottles of soda, offering them to the host, who was nearly moved to tears with gratitude upon receiving the refreshing gesture. As the moment arrived when the soda bottle cap was unscrewed, the host felt enveloped in a wave of happiness. It may be hard for others to believe, but I too was fortunate enough to win. Another bottle for me. The crowd turned their eyes towards the podium, displaying a mix of surprise. However, many were too engrossed in their own fortunes to pay her any heed. With each passing moment, especially as noon approached, the throng grew denser. Qin Minghao could finally sense that the success of this event had significantly escalated. At the current pace, selling 200,000 tickets in 3 days would undoubtedly be achievable. Once the tickets were sold, the remaining task would revolve around the distribution of the soda. After the event concludes, a little maneuvering would suffice to address any supply issues. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yu was busy with 7 or 8 other girls. Sweat trickled down her youthful face, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. If Lin Yu had previously harbored doubts or skepticism, she had now experienced a complete turnaround. Once most attendees grasped the rules, she stealthily approached Lin Weiwei and exclaimed, "Sister, your boss is truly remarkable. I just calculated that this could yield hundreds of thousands. Chapter 111. The Unlucky Dong Hongxia. Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed. Initially, she too had been doubtful about the event's success. Above all, she still believed that the lottery and supply distribution were not closely linked. "Bring me a soda," someone called out from a distance, evidently seeking relief from the sweltering heat. "All right, coming right up." Lin Weiwei hurried over. Although she held the position of deputy factory manager, she displayed no airs of authority. She treated both the workers and the customers purchasing sodas with utmost respect. As the temperature rose, the number of soda buyers surged, leading to a shortage of stock from the morning's delivery. Gung Laosen personally led a team and hired 2 trucks for restocking, feeling elated with each bottle sold. He could already foresee that come payday, his earnings would be substantial. The atmosphere was lively, yet hidden within the crowd was an individual whose expression was particularly grim. Su Guanglin had arrived, and notably, he had come early. He had been aware of this lottery event for some time and knew that Qin Minghao was the owner of the soda factory. Seeing the thriving activity, Su Guanglin felt an urge to confront Qin Minghao. He could predict that should Qin Minghao ever achieve great success, he would undoubtedly target him first. "I must devise a plan," Su Guanglin fervently thought to himself, understanding that he could not allow Qin Minghao to seize this opportunity. Yet he was at a loss for how to proceed. Moments later, a figure caught Su Guanglin's attention. Wasn't he that one of Qin Minghao's classmates? Su Guanglin's eyes lit up as he recognized Li Ziming, who was approaching Qin Minghao with laughter and conversation. In that fleeting moment, Su Guanglin's mind sparked with the words once imparted to him by Su Changjun. Upon witnessing a classmate of Qin Minghao at Haowei Trading, he felt a surge of certainty that the company was not a fraud. Now, with Qin Minghao's classmate appearing before him, could it not imply that the true deceiver was indeed Qin Minghao? Su Guanglin's heart screamed in turmoil as he stepped forward, yearning to confront Qin Minghao directly. Yet, at that very instant, he abruptly halted, for he beheld Yang Xian approaching with a middle-aged man, standing before Qin Minghao. Yang Xian. Su Guanglin's countenance shifted dramatically as he gradually retreated, ultimately merging into the crowd. This event bore immense significance for the county, a fact Su Guanglin was acutely aware of. Should he attempt to seize someone now and risk their escape, he would be left feeling utterly frustrated. He resolved to return and consult with Dan Zhu. Once the event concluded, he would act decisively to apprehend the individual. Su Guanglin's thoughts swirled with exhilaration, realizing that the appearance of Qin Minghao's classmate served as irrefutable evidence against him. He departed, for indeed, Yang Xian had arrived. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man, adorned with large-framed spectacles, dressed in a shirt tucked neatly into his trousers, the belt nearly at his waist. This very attire rejuvenated Qin Minghao, a prominent figure. In this era, only such individuals dressed in this manner. "Minghao, come here." Yang Xian beckoned from a distance. Qin Minghao hastened towards him, cradling Qin Nuonyuo in his arms. "Yang Xian, how fortunate you could come. If I hadn't come to see for myself, how could I rest easy?" Yang Xian inquired. "Is this your daughter? She is quite beautiful." "Ah." Quickly address him as Uncle Yang, Qin Minghao urged, astonished by the gentleness in Yang Xian's tone. "Uncle Yang." "Yes. Good child." Yang Xian beamed, his gaze shifting to the gathering. "How has the event fared? Has it met expectations?" "Your planning document indicated substantial sales. It should have met expectations." Qin Minghao responded hastily, realizing that Yang Xian's softened demeanor stemmed from his fondness for Qin Nuonyuo. This typically cold figure had an affection for children? Well, that is reassuring. Keep up the good work. At that moment, the distinguished gentleman beside them finally spoke, refraining from revealing his identity, merely nodding in agreement. "Old Yang, why not give it a try?" "Me? Oh, never mind. I've always had mediocre luck." Yang Xian waved dismissively. "Ha, just give it a shot. You've come this far. It's time to show some support." After contemplating, Yang Xian concurred and swiftly followed suit. Upon entering, they engaged in no extravagant behavior, blending into the crowd and casually purchasing a few items. Ultimately, Yang Xian emerged with a thermos, while the distinguished gentleman walked away empty-handed. Qin Minghao cast a distant glance, harboring no intention to approach, fully aware that his current status rendered him unworthy of conversing with the distinguished figure before him. He understood that when his abilities and strength reached a certain pinnacle, opportunities for dialogue would naturally present themselves. As noon approached, the crowd gradually thinned, and during this time, apart from Li Ziming, another individual won a flying pigeon bicycle, inciting a fresh wave of excitement. At lunchtime, the flow of people began to dwindle. Qin Minghao continued to observe while playfully teasing Qin Nuonyuo, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the distant Dong Hongxia. Since entering, Dong Hongxia had not re-emerged, her arms laden with 3 or 4 utensils, yet she possessed not a single substantial item. especially after spending nearly 500 yuan. A sense of dizziness enveloped her. 500 yuan, and she had procured but a mere handful of items? Witnessing the individual who won the bicycle riding away, her heart bled internally. She felt that bike should have been hers. How could it be taken by another? The fact that her 500 yuan yielded nothing even as trivial as a bicycle tire was utterly intolerable to her. As the final lottery ticket was scratched open, Dong Hongxia lifted her slightly reddened eyes, feeling a dryness in her throat. This was clearly manipulation. I spent over 500 yuan and received not a single prize. What else could this be if not manipulation? The surrounding onlookers converged their gazes upon her, astonished by her reaction. This was indeed manipulation. The odds of winning were abysmally low, a ruse to deceive the unwary. Everyone beware. Lin Yuyu, overhearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin Yuyu, I am your second aunt. Is this how you address me? Dong Hongxia seethed, breathless with indignation. You claim I have poor luck. Why don't you give it a try? Fine, I'm not afraid of you, Lin Yuyu retorted, pouting as she fished out 2 yuan and promptly acquired a lottery ticket. As she began to scratch the ticket, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Uncertainty clouded her mind about whether she would win, her earlier bravado now seeming foolish. Yet, the moment the ticket was revealed, Lin Yuyu blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before her. Second prize? Chapter 112. My sister-in-law believes I bring her luck. Second prize? Lin Yuyu, astonishingly, had drawn the second prize. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as countless voices rose in a chorus of excitement. Was her fortune truly so remarkable? Just 2 yuan. And she had won a bicycle? Even Lin Yuyu herself could hardly believe it, but upon seeing the second prize emblazoned on the ticket, she burst into exultation. I won. Second prize. I won the second prize. Dong Hongxia stood frozen, watching Lin Yuyu's exuberance, nearly fainting from rage. She had spent hundreds that morning, only to win trivial items like feather dusters, while Lin Yuyu, with a mere 2 yuan, had secured a bicycle. Just moments ago, she had been decrying the lottery as a scheme, lamenting the low odds of winning, only to be swiftly contradicted by reality. Were the odds truly so favorable? For just 2 yuan, one could win a bicycle. The surrounding excitement reignited with Lin Yuyu's victory. Dong Hongxia swayed slightly, her teeth clenched, her face flushed with anger. In that moment, she felt utterly embarrassed to remain there. Yet as she watched Lin Yuyu jubilantly ascend the podium, her resentment only intensified. That bicycle was meant for me. The indignation was palpable. In this instant, Dong Hongxia was at a loss regarding her own emotions. Congratulations to this young lady for winning the second prize. A Fiji brand bicycle. Lin Yuyu exclaimed in delight, before pushing the bicycle forward. Although she had yet to learn how to ride, that did not diminish the joy of winning. The bicycle belonged to Lin Yuyu now. Sister, I want a bicycle. Lin Yuyu dashed towards the crowd, shouting excitedly at Lin Weiwei, her face brimming with exhilaration. Witnessing this scene, Lin Weiwei felt immense happiness as well. In this era, while bicycles were quite common, they still held a value of several hundred yuan. Acquiring one without a few months' salary was indeed a challenge. The Lin family's financial situation was relatively stable, particularly since Lin Chaiyang worked as a driver and earned a decent income each month. However, the family did not own a bicycle. The proximity of their workplaces rendered it unnecessary, and few in the household could ride one. Hence, they had never purchased one. With Lin Yuyu's recent stroke of luck, it was impossible not to feel elated. Lin Weiwei smiled while Lin Yuyu excitedly continued, Sister, your boss is truly remarkable. I knew this event would be a success. Look at how many tickets were sold, and I won a prize too. I absolutely adore your soda factory. Lin Weiwei affectionately patted her head, sharing in her joy. Set that aside for now, and let's have your brother-in-law ride it home tonight. I want to let him touch it. This is my bike. Why should he get to ride it? Lin Yuyu protested, though her excitement quickly resumed. Sister, after this event, could you introduce me to your boss? If that doesn't work out, I might just drop out of college and work at your soda factory. I believe your boss will bring me good fortune. Lin Weiwei furrowed her brow, while from a distance, Qin Minghao shook his head in disbelief. Isn't my sister-in-law, is luck a bit excessive? She spent just 2 yuan and won a bicycle. That's quite impressive. However, her comment about the soda factory boss bringing her luck raised some doubts. How could such a significant person possibly influence Lin Yuyu? Daddy, I want to ride the bicycle. I want to ride the bicycle, Qin Nuonyuo exclaimed. Watching Lin Yuyu push the bike further away, her grip tightening. Nuonyuo, once your aunt learns to ride, she'll take you out for a spin, Qin Nuonyuo promised. Yet she averted her gaze from Qin Minghao, finding him too intrusive to converse with at that moment. Yes, let us go for a ride. Qin Nuonyuo nodded enthusiastically. As Lin Yuyu pushed the bicycle farther away, Qin Minghao returned to his thoughts, feeling a mix of astonishment. Could it be that someone might accuse me of manipulating the situation? If word gets out that I own the soda factory and my sister-in-law won a bicycle, others might genuinely think I'm scheming. The crux of the matter is that he truly harbored no ulterior motives. His intention was to conduct a genuinely fair lottery, with no desire for Lin Yuyu to win. Could it be that he is truly her lucky star? Minghao? At that moment, a voice interrupted Qin Minghao's train of thought. He hastily turned around to find Feng Rui had arrived, accompanied by He Binglin. The couple had come out without their child, yet their expressions indicated a rather pleasant mood. How are you? I've heard that today's event is exceptionally lively. Even our home radio station is advising motorists to exercise caution due to the traffic congestion your event is causing. Qin Minghao chuckled. Is it really that serious? I suspect the radio folks are merely exaggerating. Since you're here, Sister Feng, why not give it a try? Rest assured, I'll handle the ticket situation for you. Let us draw a few tickets together. Feng Rui laughed heartily. Do you really think I need your assistance just to draw a prize? Does that mean I'm not fit to be a principal? Don't worry, he and I will swing by later, but first, let me congratulate you on the success of your event. Not even close. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively. With such a grand turnout, how can you say it's not a success? When I first heard about your lottery, I thought you were digging your own grave, yet the results have exceeded all expectations. He Binglin chimed in, indeed. Just look at Jianjun. He is following Minghao for a reason. How could his soda factory not thrive? Qin Minghao smiled warmly, exchanged pleasantries with the couple, and initially intended to invite them to dine together. However, they mentioned they had plans to visit their elders for lunch, leaving him with no choice but to let them go. As he watched them depart, Qin Minghao held on to Qin Nuonyuo, still gazing towards the lottery scene. What he failed to notice was that someone behind him had their demeanor altered upon overhearing his conversation with Feng Rui. Lin Yuyu had just secured her bicycle, intending to return and assure Qin Nuonyuo, but instead, she caught snippets of their discourse. This lottery was organized by Qin Minghao? The soda factory belongs to Qin Minghao? How could this be? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Yuyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her sense of self-worth diminishing. The owner of the soda factory is indeed remarkable. This event has been tremendously successful. She had contemplated seeking a recommendation to work at the soda factory, believing it could bring her good fortune. But to realize that this fortunate individual was Qin Minghao, Lin Yuyu's heart swelled with indignation. She was on the verge of exploding. Their relationship had once been tolerable, but after Qin Minghao's descent into alcoholism and gambling, her disdain for him had only intensified. How could she have praised someone she looked down upon for so long? Impossible. That soda factory could not possibly belong to Qin Minghao. Nuonyuo, do you want some soda? If you do, Daddy will get you some. Don't worry, the entire soda factory belongs to Daddy. You can drink as much as you like. Chapter 113. Liang Lei returns buzz. Lin Yuyu felt a buzzing sensation in her mind. Initially, she sought to numb herself forcibly, yet a single remark from Qin Minghao pierced her heart like a dagger. What does it mean to drink casually? What does it mean that everything belongs to us? This Qin Minghao is undeniably the proprietor of the soda factory. Lin Yuyu, with her cheeks puffed out, turned and strode toward the lottery area. Her earlier elation evaporated, leaving her utterly disheartened. Yuyu, what's wrong? Luo Wenwan inquired, noticing the displeasure etched on Lin Yuyu's face. Hadn't she seemed quite joyful just moments ago? Nothing. Lin Yuyu replied tersely, casting a glance in Qin Minghao's direction, where he sat in the shade with Qin Nuonyuo, a smile adorning his face. Here she was, toiling away in the sweltering heat, while Qin Minghao, the boss, leisurely enjoyed the coolness with a child. Are you feeling dizzy? Otherwise, shall I fetch you a bottle of soda? Fetch what? Lin Yuyu huffed, marching over to the soda stand, grabbing 2 bottles, and declaring to Luo Wenwan, drink. Money. What money? Go ask Qin Minghao for it. Lin Yuyu's emotions were tumultuous, her pent-up frustration bubbling over, causing her to shout at the soda vendor. In that moment, she contemplated leaving altogether. Why should she continue working when Qin Minghao was reaping the benefits? At noon, the announcement rang out. We will take breaks in batches. The soda factory has ordered meals from a nearby restaurant. Let us eat in groups, called out Feng Jianjun. Lin Yuyu had contemplated leaving, but upon hearing the mention of food, she halted. Let us eat first, and then leave. And I'll demand my wages from Qin Minghao. After all, I've praised him so much. He ought to compensate me generously. No one understood Lin Yuyu's current feelings, which were primarily a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. More so, it was the childish temperament at play, rather than a rational perspective on the situation. Yuyu, you take 4 people to eat first. Lin Weiwei shouted from a distance. Puffed with annoyance, Lin Yuyu rose and, pulling Luo Wenwan and the other four along, headed towards the restaurant. We will eat in batches. Let me remind everyone. Just have a bite for lunch. Don't fill up too much. Tonight, we are heading to the City Hotel Reception Center. That's when the grand feast begins. Feng Jianjun quipped, his spirits evidently lifted, allowing him to speak with a more relaxed demeanor. Yu, we're going to the City Hotel Reception Center tonight. Is that true? I've heard the food there is even better. Luo Wenjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yu hesitated, her pace slowing. How about we decide after dinner tonight? The staff proceeded in groups to eat, while Qin Minghao remained with Qin Nonyuo, his gaze fixed on the lottery center. In the course of the morning, approximately 30 to 40,000 tickets should have been sold. Given the current trajectory, this venture appeared promising. Earning several thousand in a single morning certainly constituted a substantial business. However, such a venture could only last for 3 days. If extended, the revenue would undoubtedly decline. The public's enthusiasm, while intense, was fleeting. The morning has drawn to a close, giving way to the afternoon, yet the throngs of people present are not nearly as numerous as they were in the forenoon. After all, during the morning, individuals from various districts and counties had congregated, whereas the afternoon crowd is significantly diminished. However, a sudden surge of excitement erupted when the first motorcycle was drawn. Countless voices erupted in cheers and shouts. In this era, while bicycles are commonplace, motorcycles remain a rare sight on the streets. Though some can afford them, few truly take to the roads for a leisurely ride. A Jialing 70, although assembled domestically, boasts components predominantly sourced from the East. Eastern products enjoy considerable popularity within the country, and coupled with the allure of the lottery, the event reached a pinnacle of excitement. The fortunate winner of the motorcycle was a worker from the municipal fertilizer plant, a man in his 40s, living a modest life. No one anticipated that he would be the one to secure a motorcycle at this moment. When the roar of the motorcycle echoed across the venue, the surrounding crowd was electrified. Black smoke billowed as the motorcycle sped away, inciting even greater fervor among the remaining onlookers. Amidst the crowd, Dong Hongxia clenched her fists tightly, her face a mask of determination. That motorcycle was meant for her. With 3 motorcycles initially available, only one remained. What should she do? She resolved to try her luck again. Gritting her teeth, Dong Hongxia plunged back into the throng, accompanied by her sister Dong Hongying. However, fortune did not favor them, as the evening approached without them winning anything of note. As the event neared its conclusion, Feng Jianjun approached, his face alight with excitement. Minghao, we sold a staggering 11,000 tickets today. 11,000. Qin Minghao nodded slightly. 11,000 tickets equated to approximately 22,000 in cash. However, many of those were vouchers. So the actual earnings were closer to over 10,000. How about the soda sales? Qin Minghao inquired, turning back. The soda sales were also commendable. Over 30,000 bottles sold today, Feng Jianjun replied. Qin Minghao acknowledged this. While 30,000 bottles might not seem like a substantial figure, the revenue was not particularly high, especially considering the numerous repeat purchases that significantly compressed profit margins. Fortunately, he had never intended for soda sales to be particularly robust at this event. Today had been a resounding success, and a celebration was in order. Make sure to tell everyone not to overindulge tonight. After 3 days, when this is all over, we shall dine at the city VIP lounge, and I will make the arrangements. Understood. Feng Jianjun hurried off, presumably to attend to other matters. Qin Minghao lingered for a moment before making his way toward the city hotel. He could not join the others for dinner just yet, as he still had to look after Li Ziming. As he walked along the street, he overheard snippets of conversation regarding the lottery. People were animatedly discussing who had won bicycles and who had secured motorcycles, their excitement palpable and vividly described. Qin Minghao smiled gently, knowing that the events of today, once relayed by certain individuals, would likely draw an even larger crowd tomorrow. As for the extent of the increase, he remains uncertain. Upon locating Li Ziming, Qin Minghao, cradling Qin Nuan, entered the barbecue stall. As cold beer was poured, Qin Minghao had barely raised his glass when Li Ziming spoke up. Minghao, I must tell you, Liang Lei has returned. When did he come back? Qin Minghao inquired, momentarily taken aback. He returned this afternoon. Allow me to inform you, this matter is quite intriguing. What kind of trouble have you stirred up this time? P.S. Grateful acknowledgement to Nong Zhang NV, the flustered Saer, for the name usage, and to users 9817-13159-427. And the esteemed Yao Lan from Longdu. I extend my heartfelt thanks once again. Chapter 114. Remaining coupons. Nothing much has happened. Qin Minghao replied in astonishment. Let us eat first, and remember what I told you. Stay out of sight for the next few days. All right. Li Ziming glanced around and hastily agreed, taking a sip of cold beer before turning his attention to Qin Minghao. Nuo, do you like your uncle? Do you remember when you were a month old? Your uncle came to see you? Qin Minghao chuckled, took a sip of beer, and hurriedly began to eat. The following morning, the activities continued. Following the excitement of the previous day, it was indeed evident that more people had arrived today. Even before the event commenced, some had rushed into the venue, spontaneously beginning to purchase coupons. Lin Yuyu arrived again that morning, as Feng Jianjun had promised everyone the night before that after the event concluded. A grand banquet would be arranged at the city's VIP building. The city's VIP building is certainly superior to the county's VIP establishment. When Qin Minghao had previously taken them to the Shunfeng Hotel for a meal, the flavors had been delightful, and one could only imagine how exquisite the fare would be at the VIP building. Although Lin Yuyu had arrived, her gaze towards Qin Minghao was far from amicable. She had contemplated the matter of Qin Minghao being the owner of the soda factory for quite some time, but had refrained from discussing it with her family. Keeping it a secret until after the 3 days had concluded and the wages were distributed was her plan. Otherwise, what if her family objected to Qin Minghao giving her money? Her mind was consumed with such thoughts. Feng Jianjun was busy organizing the venue, and the female host from yesterday had not returned, presumably due to a sore throat. Hence a male host had taken her place. The male's voice was more robust. Perhaps this would prove advantageous. As the morning progressed, the crowd began to enter, and a bicycle was drawn as a prize. With spirits high, the crowd swelled. Unlike yesterday, as noon approached, another motorcycle was drawn. This ignited further enthusiasm, prompting many to eagerly purchase coupons. Amidst the throng, Dong Hongxia's eyes were red. She had spent over 800 yuan yesterday, winning 2 feather dusters and a flashlight, and now another motorcycle was gone. How could this be accepted? It was utterly unacceptable. Yet, as the motorcycle roared away, taken by an officer from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was truly beyond comprehension. 3 motorcycles were withdrawn, leaving only 1, while from 10 bicycles, merely 5 remained. None of these belonged to Dong Hongxia, a reality that she found difficult to accept. Buy? She exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she tugged at Dong Hongying to proceed with the purchase. Although Dong Hongying was not particularly fond of taking advantage, her desire to stand out was undeniable. However, now being pulled along by Dong Hongxia, her mind wandered to the prospect of a motorcycle. If they won one, it would be a splendid gift for her family, as Qi Hongyu. The 2 sisters indulged in frantic purchases, but by evening, they had merely acquired 4 feather dusters, leading to a sense of despair. The situation was exacerbated when 2 more bicycles were drawn in the afternoon, a development they could hardly fathom. How could this be? Others were winning, yet despite spending so much, they had not secured even 1 prize. Dong Hongxia's tone shifted, her voice hoarse with frustration. Perhaps it's just our bad luck? Dong Hongying suggested. No way. We must return tomorrow. Did you not see that there is still a motorcycle and 3 bicycles remaining? If we win just 1 motorcycle, all the money we invested will be returned. I have a feeling that motorcycle is meant for me. Dong Hongxiao remained undeterred. Dong Hongying, though reluctant to continue buying, found herself swayed by the enthusiasm surrounding her, thus deciding to return the next day. As evening fell, Feng Jianjun approached Qin Minghao, stating, "Today we sold a staggering 140,000 tickets. This is all genuine." Qin Minghao nodded, affirming that today's figures were credible. After deducting the prizes, the remaining amount constituted pure profit. Given the current trends, it seemed unlikely that many would return the following day. Despite the motorcycles still being on stage, attendance would surely dwindle compared to the first day. Make arrangements for dinner and ensure the soda factory is prepared to ramp up production starting tomorrow, he instructed. Tomorrow? How can we ramp up production tomorrow? Why not today? Feng Jianjun queried. You'll find out tomorrow. Qin Minghao chuckled, rising to his feet and casting a distant gaze over the crowd before heading home with Qin Nuonyuo in his arms. Feng Jianjun, puzzled, noted that they had already begun distribution today, though its effectiveness had been mediocre. Despite the event's success, the soda factory's visibility had not significantly increased. Through the lottery event, Qin Minghao managed to sell soda, achieving respectable sales figures, yet nothing explosive. Nonetheless, he emphasized the importance of tomorrow. After he departed, Feng Jianjun turned to lead a group toward the restaurant. The sales figures for the following day emerged, totaling approximately 300,000, combining both soda and lottery tickets, with the latter comprising the majority. Qin Minghao was aware of this, while others could infer similar conclusions through analysis. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the 3rd day, especially as the crowd began to thin, hinting at a shift in atmosphere. Qin Minghao arrived once again, gently entertaining the children in the shade. While the crowd in the distance had diminished compared to yesterday, even fewer than on the first day, the fervor had waned, and the novelty had faded. People were returning to their senses. Yet, there were still many who had lost their rationality, such as Dong Hongxia, whose eyes were red and filled with fervor. How is the soda factory's preparation coming along? Qin Minghao inquired of Feng Jianjun. It's all ready. Even if we stockpile more goods today, they will surely sell. Feng Jianjun replied, we have the merchandise, but I'm concerned about whether anyone will purchase it. Qin Minghao smiled faintly, for he had no doubt that there would be buyers. What are the lottery tickets? How many are left? Approximately just under 200,000, Feng Jianjun answered, a hint of worry in his tone. Minghao, given today's scene, do you think we can sell all those tickets? Who said they all need to be sold? Qin Minghao chuckled. The total number of lottery tickets was 500,000. He never anticipated selling them all. Of course, if they were sold out, it would generate at least 800,000 or 900,000 in revenue. But even if they weren't, he would still be pleased. Feng Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. Not all sold. What will happen to the remaining ones? Chapter 115. Qin Minghao is the boss. After the evening event concludes, you will take the stage, Qin Minghao whispered in Feng Jianjun's ear, providing meticulous instructions, which left Feng Jianjun somewhat perplexed. However, at that moment, he had no energy left for doubts. After several events, he had gained significant insight into Qin Minghao's capabilities. All right, I'll take the stage then. Feng Jianjun nodded and turned to leave. As Qin Minghao watched Feng Jianjun's retreating figure, he shifted his gaze, and, just as he was about to leave with Qin Nuonyuo in his arms, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Su Guanglin. Qin Minghao halted, his brow furrowing. He was uncertain of Su Guanglin's intentions, yet he could sense the malice in the latter's gaze. In truth, Su Guanglin had arrived long ago and had been lingering in the vicinity for the past 3 days. The success of Qin Minghao's event had heightened Su Guanglin's unease. Upon seeing Qin Minghao and Li Ziming, Su Guanglin resolved to confront Qin Minghao as soon as the event concluded. Even if Qin Minghao's event was successful, the county could not possibly protect a fraud, could it? With so many defective products from the cotton spinning factory having been exploited by Qin Minghao, no one would be able to shield him. Moments later, Lu Yang also arrived, observing the event before him with a tightly furrowed brow. Had the soda factory truly succeeded in its endeavors over these past few days? Yes, it has. Su Guanglin scoffed. Lu Yang snorted derisively. The success of the soda factory left him feeling uneasy. He was unsure why, but the mere thought of Feng Jianjun and Lin Weiwei being involved with the soda factory made him feel ill at ease, as though he were harboring unexpressed grievances. So what if they succeeded? Our cotton spinning factory remains the largest entity in the county. As long as the 2 new workshops are constructed and production capacity is enhanced, success will undoubtedly follow. Lu Yang hummed softly and turned to inquire, by the way, have we received the payment for the goods sent to the south last time? It should be coming soon. Su Guanglin replied casually, his attention entirely focused on Qin Minghao, leaving little time to concern himself with matters of payment. As the final day of the event unfolded, the crowd had indeed thinned considerably. However, with the drawing of a bicycle in the afternoon, enthusiasm for the lottery slightly revived, only to wane again as evening approached. On the podium, there remained a motorcycle and 3 bicycles. Naturally, there were still plenty of miscellaneous goods. Yet these prizes rarely captured anyone's interest. As the clock neared 4:30 and the event appeared to be drawing to a close, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the motorcycle. They all understood that the event was concluding, yet the prize remained unclaimed. Would it truly be returned to the soda factory? If so, would that not be a deceitful act on their part? This question echoed in the minds of many, particularly for Dong Hongxia, who clenched her teeth. Casting a spiteful glare at the motorcycle, she believed it was rightfully hers, merely unclaimed at present, having already spent over 2,000. She vowed to settle matters with the soda factory once the event concluded. Qin Minghao, holding a child, approached Lin Weiwei and handed Qin Nuonyuo to her. Lin Weiwei hesitated momentarily before accepting the child. Good evening, everyone, Feng Jianjun announced as he navigated through the crowd to the podium, microphone in hand. This event is about to conclude, and I am pleased to announce that the owner of our soda factory wishes to say a few words. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly turned their attention to the podium. Many were aware that the soda factory had transitioned to a private entity, yet the identity of its owner remained a mystery. Curiosity rippled through the attendees, especially Lin Weiwei, who leaned in with heightened interest. At that moment, Qin Minghao made a move. Lin Weiwei intended to call out, urging him not to wander off, but was astonished to see him ascend the podium alone. What was happening? Lin Weiwei felt her mind momentarily clouded as she stared in disbelief, while Lin Yuyu, already aware of the situation, let out a dismissive snort, turning her head away. How pretentious. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality, only to find Qin Minghao had taken the microphone, his gaze directed towards the audience. Hello everyone, I am Qin Minghao, the owner of the soda factory. A cacophony erupted. Some applauded, others were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Weiwei was struck with astonishment, while Lu Yang appeared dazed, his body swaying. How could this be? The owner of the soda factory was none other than Qin Minghao? Su Guanglin, tell me, is the owner of the soda factory truly Qin Minghao? Su Guanglin maintained a serious expression, mirroring Lu Yang's disbelief upon learning this startling revelation. Perhaps no one was more incredulous than Lu Yang, nor more unwilling to accept this truth than the Dong sisters, especially Dong Hongxia. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's declaration, she nearly choked on her own shock. Blood pressure rising, body trembling. The owner of the soda factory is Qin Minghao. Therefore, this lottery event must have been organized by him. If this is indeed the case, then the 2,000 yuan I have spent over the past few days has gone to Qin Minghao? The very thought filled Dong Hongxiao with a sense of reluctance. Tremblingly, she raised her hand and addressed Qin Minghao. I must sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate this lottery would turn out so disappointingly. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Qin Minghao spoke up. I believe the prizes would be ample. Thus I prepared 300,000 lottery tickets as a gesture of gratitude to my fellow villagers. However, I did not foresee that over 100,000 tickets would remain unsold, which is why there are still prizes on the stage. This revelation stirred the crowd into a frenzy. They were astonished to learn that out of the 300,000 tickets, the remaining prizes were a result of unsold tickets. Without selling all the tickets, it was impossible to redeem such a multitude of prizes. A motorcycle and 3 bicycles were among the leftovers. At this moment, Dong Hongxiao finally grasped the situation, her voice breaking with emotion. You are deceiving us. Who can confirm that you truly prepared 300,000 tickets? You may have deliberately ensured we could not win. Qin Minghao looked at Dong Hongxiao in surprise. How could you think that? The event is not yet concluded. If you have doubts, I can sell you the remaining tickets. If you do not want a motorcycle or a bicycle, I will take my own life here in apology. The notion of self-sacrifice shocked the crowd. Yet could Dong Hongxiao afford to purchase over 100,000 tickets? Certainly not. Would you buy them? She stammered, her face flushed. She wanted to say yes, but purchasing that many tickets would cost hundreds of thousands. She simply did not possess such wealth. Although the event has not been a complete success and the prizes have not all been distributed, I have decided to gift them to everyone, Qin Minghao declared once more. Chapter 116. Another method of distribution. How will you distribute them? Someone questioned. Indeed, with so many people present, to whom will you give the prizes? Upon hearing about the gifts, Dong Hongxiao perked up. Qin Minghao, I am your second aunt. Everyone, please remain calm. Qin Minghao gestured for silence, taking a deep breath. I assure you that I will not keep these prizes for myself. As you have all observed, our soda factory's bottle caps bear inscriptions. Many of you have likely guessed that these prizes will be engraved on the caps of the sodas. Whoever drinks from those bottles can come directly to the soda factory to claim their prizes. I pledge on behalf of the soda factory that this event is entirely legitimate. If anyone wins, we will report it immediately. As his words settled in, a murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. They began to realize that the prizes would indeed be distributed in this manner. Although the lottery had concluded, the opportunity to win remained as long as they consumed the soda. Was this not still a form of lottery? Dong Hongxia's face flushed crimson. It was an injustice, for she had just heard that the prizes would be gifted to them. However, Qin Minghao paid her no heed, instead bowing to the audience, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support of the Mengjiang Soda Factory. On behalf of all the employees of the soda factory, I wish you a joyous National Day and a harmonious Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon his concluding remarks, the employees of the factory were the first to applaud. Qin Minghao raised the microphone in his hand, gestured slightly, and then turned to descend from the podium. At that moment, Feng Jianjun realized that Qin Minghao had indeed urged the factory to expedite their stock preparations. Everyone understood from his earlier words that one could potentially win a motorcycle by simply enjoying a soda. A lottery ticket cost only 2 yuan, while a bottle of soda was merely 50 cents. Although it remained a game of chance reliant on luck, the cost of participation had significantly diminished. Purchasing a soda for 50 cents meant that one was essentially receiving a chance at a prize without any real investment. This was, in essence, a disguised gift to everyone. Once the crowd comprehended this notion, they surged towards the soda stand, having learned in recent days that the sodas contained various other prizes, such as another bottle among others. Such rewards could also be deemed fortunate. Notify Gung Lao-san. We shall commence distribution this evening. ensuring that all the dealerships and stores in the urban area are stocked with products from the soda factory. Tomorrow, we will ensure that all goods reach the districts and counties below, Qin Minghao declared as he descended, addressing the dazed Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei stared at Qin Minghao, seemingly unfamiliar with the man before her, and after a moment of realization, she hurriedly turned to find a telephone booth to call Gung Laosan. In that instant, no one doubted that the soda factory's products would fly off the shelves. Who could guarantee that this batch of soda did not contain a motorcycle? Furthermore, everyone was aware that Qin Minghao had publicly announced it, prompting the citizens to attempt a purchase. Consequently, the stores would undoubtedly demand stock, and within a single night, the entire city would be saturated with products, a veritable explosion of distribution. While Lin Weiwei went to notify Gung Laosan, Feng Jianjun began organizing the removal of items, particularly 3 bicycles and a motorcycle, feeling the pressure as he did so under the public's gaze. I assure you, within a month, someone will certainly win a motorcycle. I swear, Feng Jianjun proclaimed fervently to those around him, before turning to gather all the items amidst their reluctant stares. Remarkably, all the sodas delivered that day were sold out within an hour, leaving only the empty bottles to be taken back. Gung Laosan arrived, weary but determined. Gazing at the empty bottles on sight, he felt a lump in his throat. His attachment to the soda factory ran deep, and witnessing the complete sellout brought him a sense of relief. Remember, tonight we must distribute the stock, Qin Minghao said, patting Gung Laosan on the shoulder. Rest assured, I have taken note of everyone's efforts. This month, when salaries are issued, everyone will receive a bonus. All right, I will immediately arrange for the distribution, Gung Laosan responded, realizing that such responsibilities should not fall upon a mere workshop director. However, the current manpower is insufficient, and we can only proceed in this manner. We must begin recruiting. As our team requires expansion, the number of workers must be doubled, and personnel in the sales and procurement departments need to be adequately staffed, Qin Minghao said to Lin Weiwei while holding Qin Nunu. Oh, all right, Lin Weiwei replied dreamily, her gaze fixated on Qin Minghao, trying to discern whether this man before her was indeed her husband. In just a short month, he had undergone a transformation so profound that he had transitioned from a debauched gambler to the proprietor of a soda factory. Such a change is indeed staggering. Is it not? Is everything ready? If so, load up the car. We're heading to the city's VIP building. I have prepared a grand feast, Qin Minghao exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. Ready. Many echoed his call, and Qin Minghao, filled with joy, turned and led the group toward the VIP building. A throng of people moved forth with great grandeur. After the crowd departed, Dong Hongxia vented her frustrations with fervent curses, her heart seethed with resentment. Yet no one was inclined to listen to her. Everyone believed that Qin Minghao's actions were, in fact, quite justified. The remaining prizes were placed in the soda. Everyone could enjoy a drink and win a reward. Aside from Dong Hongxia's tirade, Lu Yong's expression soured, his fists clenched, trembling with agitation. Had Feng Jianjun merely gone to the soda factory, Lu Yong would have scoffed, content to watch the unfolding drama. But if Lin Weiwei, after being dismissed, had also gone to the soda factory, he would have muttered curses about her good fortune, convinced that the factory would inevitably fail. However, the reality of Qin Minghao becoming the owner of the soda factory was utterly intolerable for Lu Yong. Why? Why had that ne'er-do-well become the factory manager? How could 2 individuals expelled from the cotton mill flourish? Was this not a testament to his incompetence? Director Lu, you may not be aware, but my nephew was deceived last time due to Qin Minghao's influence. Su Guanglin seized the moment to drop a bombshell, revealing that Qin Minghao's classmate, much like him, was indeed a fraud. They conspired to swindle my nephew and our cotton mill. What did you say? Lu Yong erupted in fury, incredulous at Qin Minghao's audacity. How dare he? Rest assured, Director Lu, I have already gathered evidence, and I discovered that Qin Minghao's classmate has been with him these past few days. I just informed Shanju. We shall proceed directly, Su Guanglin declared, making a slashing motion across his throat.